Inside a cramped, dimly lit rental room there was barely enough space for a single bed and a worn-out desk. Nothing else could fit. Yang Fan was holding a bucket of instant noodles, staring intently at the computer screen, the rich aroma filling the entire room. After graduation he had arrived at the international metropolis of Modu with dreams and hope, only to be struck hard by the harsh reality. In this city there were countless young people chasing their dreams. A graduate from a third-tier university with a mediocre media major like him stood virtually no chance against the competition. After a month, not only had he found no job, but the money in his pocket was nearly spent. At this rate he wouldn't just struggle to survive. He wouldn't even know where he'd live next month. Fortunately, when he was nearly broke, he finally received a reply from a company that was hiring a planner, roughly related to his field of study. However, they wanted to see his university projects first. Yang Fan was extremely confident about this. Although he had attended a third-tier university, he possessed genuine talent in media studies, and several of his projects had earned awards in well-known college competitions. After Yang Fan sent his works over, he brewed another bucket of instant noodles and sat in front of the computer eating while waiting for a reply. Not long after, a notification popped up in the bottom right corner of the screen indicating a new email had arrived. Yang Fan's face lit up with joy, but just as he was about to open it, the computer suddenly went black. Yang Fan was slightly stunned. This laptop was a second-hand one he had picked up during college. It had been his faithful companion for 2 or 3 years, so why would it suddenly stop working today? He had recently replaced its hard drive, though that too was second-hand. At this thought, Yang Fan's expression suddenly darkened. Those dishonest merchants had no integrity. As expected, that hard drive was the problem. He stood up, preparing to head to a cyber cafe to read that email, but just as he lifted his foot, the computer screen suddenly lit up again. There was still hope. The thought had barely formed when the computer screen grew brighter and brighter. Yang Fan's face was filled with shock, and before he could react, he was consumed by the white light. Cough. Cough. Yang Fan's consciousness was hazy. He felt groggy and dizzy, his body extremely weak. Daddy Shen Xiyin is so scared. A timid child's voice sounded by his ear, evoking an overwhelming desire to protect and hold her close. Shen Xiyin, don't be afraid, Daddy is fine. After saying this, Yang Fan froze on the spot. A flood of memories that didn't belong to him suddenly surged into his mind. A moment later, Yang Fan leaned against the headboard, looking at the 3 or 4-year-old girl in his arms, his mind somewhat dazed. He had actually transmigrated. And not into ancient times, not into the future, but into a parallel world. Everything here was vastly different from Earth, except at some point in its development a divergence had occurred. As a result, while this world's overall economy was highly developed, its cultural industries alone remained barren. Although efforts were being made to support them, the results were still insignificant. And this world's version of himself, though a graduate of a top-tier university, was still struggling on the poverty line in the end. It seemed as if the whole world had changed while only he remained standing still. The only difference was that in this world he had a biological daughter named Yang Sichen. This was a rather melodramatic story. During Yang Fan's high school years, there was a universally acknowledged school beauty named Shen Xiyin, the dream girl of every boy. She was not only exceptionally beautiful, but also outstanding in both character and academics. In the original timeline, he was just one among countless boys who secretly admired her, but in the end the two of them never had any real connection. But in this timeline, the trajectory of his life had diverged a little. Because of that secret admiration in his heart, he had worked extremely hard during his final year of high school, and ultimately got into the same prestigious university as Shen Xiyin. In their 3rd year of college, the two finally became a couple. In those green and tender years, they experienced the sweet and sour of love, and shared a joyful time together. Later, because of a certain incident, Shen Xiyin left without a trace. Yang Fan searched for her like a madman and only learned from a teacher that Shen Xiyin had gone abroad. This left him feeling his life had lost its color, and he sank into despondency for a long time. 3 years later, when Shen Xiyin suddenly appeared before him, holding Yang Sichen in her arms, Yang Fan finally learned that she had been pregnant back then. But what awaited him was not the joy of reunion, but those cold, emotionless words. Shen Xiyin was a completely different person from before and refused to say a word about what had happened back then. The reason Shen Xiyin allowed him to see Yang Sichen was simply because she did not want her daughter to lack a father's love, to have an incomplete life with regrets. Yang Fan was full of bitterness, but the facts could not be argued against. He could only do his best to make amends, to atone for the mistakes he had committed. Later, Shen Xiyin leveraged her outstanding talent to enter the music scene. Today she has long become a dual-threat celebrity with some fame in both film and television and music. And Yang Fan, after graduating from university, was essentially no different from his previous life. He came to the international metropolis of Modu to struggle, running around every day just to pay rent and put food on the table. With his educational background, there was little hope for a promising career in Modu. Yet Yang Fan refused to leave, gritting his teeth and enduring no matter how hard life became. Because as long as he stayed here, there would be a few days each month when he could see his daughter. For him, those were the happiest moments. Although his income was modest, it was enough to cover rent and daily expenses. But since Chun Chen came to stay with him for a few days each month, Yang Fan would never treat his precious daughter poorly. So he scrimped and saved, spending all the money he saved on his daughter while his own health gradually deteriorated. Just moments ago, Yang Fan collapsed from prolonged malnutrition as his body finally gave out. By a twist of fate, his two selves from different timelines merged into one. Yang Fan leaned against the headboard, gazing at his adorable daughter in his arms. The wondrous bond of blood made an unwitting smile spread across his face, his eyes full of tenderness. With a ding, the system restarted successfully. Suddenly, an electronic synthesized voice rang in his ear, startling Yang Fan. He hugged the sleeping Shen Xiyin tightly and looked around warily. His rental was a studio apartment with the living room and bedroom combined, so he could take in the whole place at a glance. There was nothing unusual. After a long silence, there was still no sound. Could it be an illusion from just having transmigrated? He gently laid Shen Xiyin on the bed and stood up, only to be hit by a sudden dizziness. He hastily grabbed the wall to steady himself. He couldn't help but bitter smile. His body was really a ding. System binding successful. Gifted initial renown value of 1,000 points. Yang Fan, who had been swaying on his feet, suddenly perked up. This time he definitely wasn't hallucinating. Host. Renown value. What the hell was all this? What? Yang Fan suddenly noticed a flashing icon in the upper left corner of his vision. When he moved his gaze to it, a virtual roulette wheel suddenly appeared before him. The astonishment on Yang Fan's face slowly faded, replaced by irrepressible ecstasy. This is going to be incredible. The red button next to the roulette wheel was clearly the start button, labeled with 100 renown points. In the lower right corner, a special font displayed 1,000, which should be his current renown value. Without a doubt, this was a joyful lottery system, the ultimate benefit for transmigrators. However, Yang Fan couldn't figure out what renown points were or how to obtain them. There was no instruction manual or anything. The roulette wheel, on the other hand, looked simple and clear. It was divided into 3 sections. About 80% of the area was black iron treasure chests, 10% was bronze treasure chests, and silver treasure chests took only a thin sliver, roughly 5%. Not bad, no thank you for playing. Yang Fan directly pressed the start button, and sure enough, the renown value changed to 900, while the roulette wheel began spinning rapidly. The pointer quickly stopped in the black iron treasure chest area. Yang Fan decisively chose to continue. He didn't open the chest first. After all, when it came to opening chests, you had to save them up and open them all at once for maximum satisfaction. After 7 consecutive black iron chests, he finally drew a bronze chest. Yang Fan suppressed his excitement, spent the remaining 200 renown points, and obtained 2 more black iron chests. 9 black iron chests and 1 bronze chest were neatly lined up in the virtual inventory beside him. This game-like style brought back a familiar feeling. Yang Fan eagerly opened a black iron chest. Obtained spicy crayfish. In the inventory, an image of spicy crayfish appeared. Huh, interesting. Yang Fan opened the remaining 8 black iron chests one by one. Obtained seafood fried noodles. After opening all 9 black iron chests, Yang Fan still wanted more. The lottery and chest opening was simply too satisfying. But what was the meaning of these items? Did they want him to open a grocery store? Yang Fan looked at the miscellaneous items in his inventory, speechless. Then he turned his gaze to the only bronze chest. Obtained health potion. Yang Fan's eyes lit up. The bronze chest was indeed different. The quality had instantly leveled up. This potion was a godsend for his current physical condition. He decisively chose to extract it, and a glass test tube filled with light blue liquid appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, Yang Fan drank it all in one gulp. The moment the potion went down his throat, a warm current surged through his limbs and bones, leaving him feeling refreshed and clear with an urge to moan in pleasure. But seeing his daughter sleeping beside him, he held it in. Yang Fan tiptoed to the bathroom. From the mirror, he could see that his face was still somewhat pale, but he felt much better than before. As the name suggested, the health potion only restored his health, not enhanced his physique. His body was still frail, so he could only exercise and nourish himself gradually. Yang Fan looked at his reflection in the mirror, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with confidence. Let him make up for all his regrets in this world. Just then Yang Fan heard a rustling sound outside. Poking his head out, he saw Shen Xiyin standing barefoot on the floor, tears brimming in her eyes. Baba, Baba. Her soft, trembling voice was filled with unease and anxiety. Daddy's here. Yang Fan hurried over and picked up Shen Xiyin. Wrapping her arms around his neck, Shen Xiyin finally felt at ease, burying her face against his neck. This dependence filled Yang Fan with an overwhelming sense of contentment. After a long while, Shen Xiyin gradually calmed down. Yang Fan sat on the sofa with his daughter in his arms, gently combing through her messy hair. With no experience in this, he struggled for quite some time before managing to tie her hair into a loose ponytail. Shen Xiyin had inherited the best qualities from both him and Shen Xiyin. Without any embellishment, her delicate features resembled a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Her petite button nose, fine arched eyebrows, crystal clear large eyes, and tender pink lips all carried traces of both him and Shen Xiyin. Yang Fan held Shen Xiyin in front of the mirror and shamelessly asked, "Does Dad look good, my dear daughter? Beautiful Baba is so amazing." Shen Xiyin's praise brought Yang Fan immense satisfaction. It seemed being a stay-at-home dad wasn't so difficult after all. After playing together for a while, Shen Xiyin directly said, Baba, I'm hungry. Let me order some takeout. What does Shen Xiyin want to eat? Before he could finish, Yang Fan suddenly realized that this world did not yet have food delivery services. If they wanted food, he would have to go to a restaurant himself and bring it back. This put him in an awkward situation. He couldn't cook at all and usually survived on instant noodles. He certainly could not feed Shen Xiyin the same thing. In the past, when his daughter visited, Yang Fan would take her out to eat. It was a bit expensive, but he saved money on other things and could afford it. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten this? Shen Xiyin, would you like to see Daddy perform a magic trick for you? Magic trick? Yes, yes. Shen Xiyin was only 3 or 4 years old at an age where she loved excitement. The moment she heard about magic tricks, she forgot all about eating. Yang Fan lifted her onto the chair at the dining table, then cupped his hands together near her mouth. Come on, Shen Xiyin, blow a breath. Shen Xiyin puffed up her cheeks and blew hard, her serious expression making Yang Fan beam with delight. Then he directly retrieved seafood fried noodles from his virtual inventory. Plump shrimp paired with vegetables, the rich, savory aroma instantly filled the entire room. Huh. Yang Fan was also slightly surprised. He did not expect it to still be hot, just like it had just come out of the wok. Wow. So amazing. Shen Xiyin's face was full of excitement. Shen Xiyin wants to eat this. Yang Fan went to the kitchen and fetched a pair of chopsticks for her. Shen Xiyin had already learned to eat on her own. This was mainly because Shen Xiyin was busy with work and had less time to take care of her, which made the little one learn to eat and play by herself at an early age. Yang Fan felt heartbroken seeing this, but he simply did not have the ability to raise his daughter. He could only take care of her for a few days each month. Is it delicious, Shen Xiyin? Delicious. Shen Xiyin squinted her eyes, showing an extremely satisfied expression. The rich aroma also awakened Yang Fan's appetite. He retrieved the spicy crayfish from the package, and then father and daughter sat at the dining table and devoured the food voraciously. After the meal, Shen Xiyin sat on the sofa watching TV, while Yang Fan tidied up the mess on the dining table. They had eaten so enthusiastically that the flavors were simply unforgettable. As soon as he finished wiping the table, the doorbell rang. Yang Fan opened the door to find a tall woman in a black business suit standing there with a blank expression. Why are you here? Yang Fan was slightly startled. This woman was Lu Man, Shen Xiyin's distant cousin and current live-in assistant. Lu Man did not say a word and walked straight past him into the house. Yang Fan felt embarrassed, awkwardly touching his nose as he closed the door. Because of Shen Xiyin, Lu Man had never given him a friendly expression. Andy Manon. Shen Xiyin ran over cheerfully. As Shen Xiyin's live-in assistant, Lu Man also took care of the little one, so Shen Xiyin was very close to her. A smile finally appeared on Lu Man's face as she picked up Shen Xiyin. Did you miss Andy Manon? Shen Xiyin nodded seriously. Yes, I did. Good girl. Lu Man kissed her smooth little cheek, then turned to Yang Fan. Where is Shen Xiyin's stuff? I need to take her back. Now, Yang Fan looked surprised, naturally reluctant in his heart. Didn't you change to a night radio station job? Are you going to leave Shen Xiyin alone at home when you go to work later? Lu Man showed him no courtesy at all, her attitude cold, and her words carrying an unconscious arrogance. Lu Man did not know much about Yang Fan and Shen Xiyin's past. In her eyes, Yang Fan was so ordinary that he would disappear in a crowd, and the gap between him and Shen Xiyin was like heaven and earth. If not for Shen Xiyin, she would not even want the two of them to have any connection. After all, his existence was a potential risk to Shen Xiyin's career. Fortunately, this person was smart enough not to do anything that would cause too much trouble. Shen Xiyin does not want to go back. Shen Xiyin wants to stay with Baba. Shen Xiyin pouted, her face full of reluctance. Be good, Shen Xiyin. Your father still needs to work and earn money to buy you delicious food. Lu Man coaxed her daughter while packing her belongings. Yang Fan suddenly remembered he had recently taken a new job as a director at the city's nighttime radio station, working from 9 at night until past 3 in the morning. In the end, he could only watch Lu Man leave with Shen Xiyin with reluctance, while secretly making a resolution in his heart for his daughter's sake. He would rise to success. The residential compound where Yang Fan lived was rather remote, requiring over 10 minutes of walking to reach the nearest bus stop, but it was precisely this isolation that kept the rent affordable. Although his shift started at 9, being well aware of the evening rush hour's intensity, he left home shortly after 6. Even so, he didn't arrive at his workplace until around 8:30. This was an 8-story old building located in the city's bustling district, yet it stood in stark contrast to its surroundings. Mudu Broadcasting Station had once led an era. When Yang Fan was young, the happiest moments for the whole family were gathered together after dinner in the evening listening to the radio. Now, with the rapid development of new media, the survival space for radio stations was shrinking. As the industry veteran, Mudu Broadcasting Station, despite maintaining a considerable audience, still couldn't conceal the fading of its former glory. Even someone like Yang Fan, who graduated from a mediocre university, could find work here, a scenario inconceivable in the past. Wearing his ID badge, he made his way to the recording studio where several people had already begun adjusting the equipment. Yang Fan sat at his position and took a deep breath. His college major was media, and although it wasn't specifically radio-focused, the equipment was largely similar, allowing him to get started almost immediately. The program he was assigned to was called Night Tales, with original storytelling as its core. Based on Yang Fan's prior memories, this program wasn't particularly distinguished, But in this timeline, where spiritual and cultural industries were in decline, it was considered a rare quality show. Mudu Radio relied on this program to secure its place in an otherwise thriving industry, and Chu Feng, the program's core host, naturally became the station's leading figure. With the entire station depending on this program for survival, Chu Feng grew increasingly arrogant, sometimes even disregarding the station director's authority, yet everyone still had to tolerate him with forced smiles. As Yang Fan was reviewing his work schedule, a sudden commotion broke out in the recording studio, naturally drawing his attention. Why hasn't Chu Feng arrived yet? Have you tried calling him? No answer. What should we do? It's almost time. Before they could finish speaking, a middle-aged man with an exhausted face pushed open the studio door. He was Su Sheng, the producer of this program, who had worked at the station for nearly 30 years, an absolute veteran who had witnessed both glory and decline. Upon seeing him enter, someone quickly stepped forward. Director Su, the program is about to start, but Chu Feng still hasn't arrived, and we can't reach him by phone. Su Sheng's voice was hoarse. Chu Feng has already terminated his contract with the station. What? His words sent shockwaves through the room as Chu Feng's resignation immediately caused an uproar in the recording studio. Although Chu Feng was proud, he was undoubtedly a talented writer with essentially all the story manuscripts for the program coming from his hand. Without Chu Feng, this program would soon fade into obscurity and ultimately face decline. Anxiety etched on everyone's faces. Editor Wang Yi summoned the courage to speak. Director, the broadcast time is approaching. Could we find another host to fill in? Su Sheng shook his head directly. I've already asked. Chu Feng had been preparing to switch jobs for a while, so he never wrote any manuscripts. This was clearly a trap with absolutely no prior warning. How could he do this? The station has always treated him well. The crowd immediately erupted in indignation. This was a 2-hour program, and without prepared manuscripts, even finding a temporary replacement wouldn't be enough to fill the time. This would truly constitute a major broadcasting incident. One could imagine the storm that would soon descend upon Mudu Radio, casting a gloomy shadow over everyone's hearts. Perhaps the most heartbroken was Su Sheng himself, who had personally nurtured Chu Feng when he was still a newcomer, only to be betrayed after years of cultivation. How about I give it a try? A sudden voice came from the corner. The recording studio fell instantly silent as everyone turned to look at Yang Fan, who was raising his hand while seated at the director's console. Who was he? Su Sheng was slightly taken aback. As the chief producer of a program, it was impossible for him to know everyone. His name is Yang Fan, a new director who just joined the team. He's quite capable. Editor Wang Yi quickly explained. Su Sheng approached Yang Fan. Have you ever been a host? No. Yang Fan shook his head. Su Sheng frowned. Do you have experience hosting a program solo? Neither. Yang Fan continued to shake his head. Su Sheng's expression shifted between hope and disappointment, as if feeling manipulated. Yang Fan then added, however, I did win the championship of the campus original long story competition. Perhaps I could piece together enough content for a 2-hour broadcast. Everyone's faces twitched, their gazes finally settling on Su Sheng. Su Sheng also froze for a long while, then clenched his teeth and said, let him go on. With only 10 minutes until the broadcast, they had no choice but to try everything. After all, the worst-case scenario was merely a major broadcasting accident, and someone else would take the blame. Why not? Yang Fan walked into the studio and took a deep breath. Admitting he wasn't nervous would be a lie, but once seated before the microphone, he found his composure. In the control room opposite the studio, everyone watched Yang Fan through the glass, unconsciously clenching their fists and breaking into a cold sweat. At this point, they had no other options. They could only grasp at this last straw of hope. Meanwhile, Su Sheng slumped onto the sofa, looking a full 10 years older in an instant. Whether it was this program or Chu Feng himself, he had poured his heart and soul into both, much like raising his own child. His state of mind could be easily imagined. Although he had told Yang Fan to go on, he harbored no real hope, or rather he had already despaired. So at this point, whoever went up made no difference. Tomorrow this program would become a laughingstock and be cancelled forever. An assistant glanced at the clock. 10 seconds, 987. Yang Fan pushed up the control lever, put on his headphones, and his entire demeanor shifted. A calm confidence radiated from within. 3, 2, 1. With a gesture from the director, the broadcast began. Everyone's hearts pounded in their throats. There was nothing left to do but leave it to fate. Yang Fan grew increasingly composed, as if he had found his groove. Hello, dear listeners. Welcome to Night Tales. I'm your host today, Yang Fan. I will also bring you a brand new work. Ghost blows out the light. At that very moment, in an upscale residential community, Chu Feng was wearing a bathrobe, holding a glass of red wine, and sitting on the sofa. Actually, he had been preparing to resign for days. The first time Shanghai satellite TV approached him, he had already been tempted. In this era of new media, he had long since lost faith in traditional radio. No matter how excellent his work became, he was still just an obscure radio host, forever overshadowed by those glamorous television presenters. He believed his talent and ability were no inferior to anyone else's. It was only because Shanghai radio station had stifled his development. Now the program survived solely on his efforts, and he had been more than generous over the years. When he discussed termination of his contract, Su Xiyin, as his mentor, not only offered no support, but berated him severely. In a fit of rage, Chu Feng stormed out on the spot and tore up the manuscript for that day's episode. He wanted to prove to everyone that without him, Chu Feng, this program was nothing. In the studio, Yang Fan's voice deep and resonant. As the saying goes, when humans light the candle, ghosts blow out the lamp. This is the closely guarded secret of the tomb raiding school, meaning that when entering an ancient tomb, one must first light a candle in the southeast corner before opening the coffin. If the candle extinguishes, one must retreat immediately and take nothing. The entire control room shuddered. Hearing this, they felt an inexplicable chill. Everyone exchanged glances. This guy truly seemed to know his stuff. Legend has it that this was established by the founding master as a covenant between the living and the dead, passed down for 1,000 years, never to be broken. There is a proverb that goes: the fief-granting seal, the tomb-seeking talisman, the mountain-moving art of dragon divination. When humans light the candle, ghosts blow out the lamp, seeking star peaks. Through divination, Mercury spots nurturing ancient artifacts, passing through countless halls of jade and treasure, sunken coffins, bronze sarcophagi. Those not destined by fate should not draw near. Hearing this, Su Xiyin sat bolt upright, a trace of astonishment revealing itself on his face. He himself possessed considerable literary talent, and having served as director for so many years, he could naturally sense that this story was truly substantial. Then sparks ignited in his eyes. Could it be? There really is hope. Ghost Blows Out the Light was not only the pioneering work of tomb raiding fiction, but due to its exquisite prose, it quickly climbed to the top of every major bestseller list upon publication. It was also one of Yang Fan's absolute favorite novels, a classic among classics, and a groundbreaking masterpiece that forged an entirely new path. When Yang Fan first read this book, he stayed up through several consecutive nights in one sitting. He later reread it multiple times and had basically memorized much of the opening passages by heart. Before their radios, many listeners were deeply disappointed upon hearing that the host was not Chu Feng. Many of them had come to love this program precisely because of his unique hosting style. What is this? I don't quite understand. Sounds like it's about grave robbing. I thought from the title it would be a ghost story, another clickbait headline. Sensationalism. The new host still isn't good enough. I find it quite interesting. Even if I don't understand everything, it feels amazing. Though opinions among listeners were mixed, nobody changed the channel. This sudden sense of novelty drove them to keep listening. In the control room, everyone remained highly focused. Although everything appeared to be progressing, well, they had to be ready to handle any emergency at a moment's notice. Su Xiyin had already sat upright. His earlier anxiety had gradually faded. This Yang Fan truly had some skill. Able to perform without a script and without stage fright, already demonstrating the professionalism of a seasoned broadcaster. This story was likely written by him before. The opening seemed somewhat plain, but Su Xiyin no longer held such high expectations. However, when Yang Fan finished the first chapter, everyone swallowed hard, an involuntary chill rising from the depths of their hearts. To be honest, Chu Feng had also written ghost stories before, but they mostly followed the same formula, giving a familiar yet unoriginal feeling that was simply not frightening. But Yang Fan's story possessed a quiet, understated terror. Especially when the white paper figure began to speak, everyone felt the hair on their necks stand on end. Even Su Xiyin, a person known for his composure, felt a cold sweat break out on his back. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, far away at home, turned on the radio. He had originally wanted to see what kind of embarrassment would ensue, only to find that a certain Yang Fan had taken over as the host in his place. He raked through his memory but could not recall any host named Yang Fan at the station, so he assumed this person had been pulled in as a last-minute substitute. A sneer formed on his face. 2 hours on air. Did they think anyone could handle that? It required not only a manuscript rich enough in content, but also precise control of time, so as not to make the listeners feel that those 2 hours dragged endlessly. He did not dare boast about other matters, but within the Shanghai broadcasting circle such people were few and far between. Moreover, Chu Feng was acquainted with most of them, and Yang Fan was certainly not among them. Director Su, you are truly getting old. That was such a misguided move at the end. Chu Feng had originally thought today's program would be suspended, and then the station would come to him bowing slightly, expecting him to write 2 more scripts to patch things up. After all, it was his former employer. There was no need to burn every bridge so completely. But who would have thought they would casually recruit some random host to replace him, someone who would then proceed to tell some nonsensical ghost story. He had been in the industry for 10 years and had been working as an independent host for nearly 6 or 7 years. He had developed a certain ability to grasp audience psychology. In his view, ghost stories were too short and lacked continuity, possessing absolutely no market appeal. So after writing a few, he had never touched the genre again. This ignorant young man actually wanted to fill 2 hours of broadcast time with ghost stories. How many stories did he plan to tell? 10? 20? As he listened, Chu Feng's expression gradually froze. Admittedly, Yang Fan's hosting technique was rather unrefined. In Chu Feng's eyes, there were quite a few flaws. But this story, it had instantly seized his attention. Having been a host for so many years and possessing sophisticated creative abilities himself, he still had enough discernment to recognize quality. Ghost Bladed Light was undoubtedly an outstanding work. It did not require gorgeous rhetoric or constant climactic peaks. With straightforward narration, it could be so gripping. After finishing one chapter, Chu Feng felt a chill rising along his spine and hurriedly turned on all the lights at home. He was still single and lived alone. At that moment his home felt strangely empty, and he feared that some paper figure might emerge from any room and start talking to him. Who exactly was this Yang Fan? Could he be a professional writer making a guest appearance? Questions swirled through Chu Feng's mind. Inside the broadcast studio, Yang Fan's voice remained steady and composed, pausing at the right moments and dropping to a lower register when needed. The plot was so captivating that everyone had completely lost track of time. Before long, an hour had passed. An assistant in the control room gave a signal, and Yang Fan nodded. Dear listeners, we will take a short break and return shortly. For a continuous hour, he had been able to maintain it because of his intense concentration. But now that the broadcast had paused, he suddenly realized his throat felt as though it were on fire. Yang Fan walked out of the broadcast room, and everyone stopped what they were doing, their eyes fixed on him. Su Sheng approached and patted his shoulder. Well done. Yang Fan quickly replied, You flatter me, you flatter me. Su Sheng shook his head with a bitter smile. If Yang Fan had not stepped up today, who knew what would have happened next? Suddenly one producer raised his hand and began to clap slowly. Following his lead, everyone else joined in. Slap, slap, slap. Warm applause rang out throughout the control room. None of them had expected Yang Fan to perform so admirably. The previously heavy and gloomy atmosphere was swept away in an instant. Here, have some tea to moisten your throat. An assistant hurriedly brought over a cup of prepared, throat-soothing tea. In the past, this treatment had been exclusive to Chu Feng. Now it was all directed toward Yang Fan, as though he had become their savior. Thank you all. I just need a brief rest. Yang Fan found their warmth somewhat overwhelming. He had previously envied Chu Feng being waited on hand and foot after broadcasts. Now that the same treatment was being shown to him, it felt rather ordinary. Because preparations had been somewhat rushed, Yang Fan had indeed mispronounced a few words during the broadcast. Fortunately, no one else noticed, and such minor flaws were within the realm of acceptability. During the break, Yang Fan reorganized the content in his mind. Ghost Bladed Light was an outstanding work. It must not be ruined under his watch. He needed to strive for perfection. 10 minutes passed quickly. Amid the expectant gazes of everyone present, Yang Fan walked back into the broadcast studio, put on his headphones, and pushed up the volume fader. Welcome back to Night Talk Stories. I am your host, Yang Fan. As the plot deepened, the story grew ever more brilliant. Everyone's anxious hearts finally settled, knowing that they had successfully gotten through this crisis. Li Zhen was an IT programmer who frequently worked overtime and pulled all-nighters. Having spent every day glued to a computer screen, he had little interest in films and television dramas. Thus the radio became his finest choice, allowing him to entertain himself while he worked. He considered himself a devoted listener of Night Talk Stories. Each day when his work dragged on past 10 o'clock, he would switch on the radio, listening to the tales as his fingers flew across the keyboard, a rhythm that made everything feel effortlessly smooth. Every original story brought him a refreshing sense of novelty, stimulating his numb nerves and allowing him to preserve a spark of aliveness amid the monotony of his daily routine. As usual, he turned on the radio, pulled up his work log, launched his coding program, and began tapping away at the keyboard with brisk clicks. Hello, dear listeners. Welcome to the Night Talk Stories program. I am your host for today, Yang Fan. Hearing this, Li Zhen's hands paused mid-stroke, and a slight frown creased his brow. The Night Talk Stories program had been running for 5 years. Though guest hosts had filled in from time to time, none captured the pacing and rhythm of the stories as deftly as the original creator Chu Feng. At times, moments that called for emotional depth were rendered flat, while scenes requiring a subdued tone were overwrought and melodramatic. The result left the audience breathless, not from captivation, but from a kind of frustrating discomfort, as though the storytelling itself were constipated. Better, some might say, not to listen at all. Just as he was about to turn off the radio, he caught those words. When mortals light the candle, ghost fires illuminate the lantern. The phrase intrigued him greatly. Little did he know, the further he listened, the harder it became to stop, and he soon forgot all about his code. When the program finally ended, Li Zhen jolted back to reality. He had not continued working. Instead, he had opened a group chat. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Those with shared passions naturally found their own circle. Did you all hear it? Ghost Blows Out the Light was absolutely breathtaking. I heard it. It gave me the chills. Me too. Even though it was frightening, I simply could not stop listening. Who is this Yang Fan, anyway? Never heard of him. A new host. I searched online, and there is absolutely no record of Ghost Blows Out the Light. This is an original creation. I just need to know what happens next. Same here. What on earth is this 9-layer demon tower? It feels so mysterious. I never realized ghost stories could be this captivating. I was completely lost in it. Do not save me. 2 hours was simply not enough. Do you want to exhaust the host to death? Wait. Could it be that Master Chu Feng has passed away? The most important thing is a good story after all. Li Zhen closed the group chat, his appetite for work entirely gone. He lay on his bed, his mind consumed by tales of tomb raiding and adventure. That surge of adrenaline, that intoxicating thrill, he was utterly enchanted. The following noon, Yang Fan stirred awake slowly. After getting off work the previous day, Su Sheng had treated the entire program team to a meal in gratitude for Yang Fan's courageous intervention, paying out of his own pocket. As the unsung hero of the evening, Yang Fan naturally found himself inundated with drinks. The festivities dragged on until 2 or 3 in the morning, and he had no clear memory of how he even made it home. His head still felt dizzy as he rose. He poured himself a glass of water and sat on the sofa spacing out. Looking back now, everything that had happened yesterday still felt like a dream. That feeling of turning the tide in a moment of crisis, of shouldering responsibility when all seemed lost. It had been truly exhilarating. Something he had never experienced in either lifetime. After a moment of dazed reverie, he noticed his stomach growling emptily. There was little food at home. He then remembered there was still an ice cream in his package and was about to fetch it to stave off the hunger. But upon opening the system, he was stunned to discover that his favorability score, previously 0, had risen to A541. And it was still climbing, incrementally gaining 1 or 2 points at a time. What was going on? Yang Fan was bewildered at first, then a look of pure delight spread across his face. Had it been because of the program he hosted last night? A wave of relief washed over him. As long as he knew how to accumulate favorability, the delightful lottery system would never run dry. Yang Fan rubbed his hands together greedily. Today I'm cashing in for a feast. With so many favorability points at his disposal, what reason was there to settle for ice cream? He might as well summon a full Manchuhan Imperial feast. He opened 85 boxes in one breath, depleting nearly all his favorability points. In return, he received 3 bronze treasure chests and 1 silver treasure chest. Per convention, he opened the iron chests first. Obtained toothpaste. Obtained dragon fruit. Obtained cola. Obtained rock sugar. Obtained water bottle. Obtained monosodium glutamate. Obtained black socks. He was beginning to understand. The iron chests mostly contained essentials for eating, dressing, and daily living. It seemed he would never need to visit a supermarket again. He could be entirely self-sufficient. He did not bother opening the bronze chest, for his stomach was already staging a rebellion. He retrieved a serving of malatang from his package. The fragrant, savory aroma immediately awakened his appetite. With the first bite of noodles sliding down, the spicy kick bloomed across his taste buds, and he felt his entire body sigh in bliss. This taste was undoubtedly far superior to anything from those chain restaurants. As expected, anything produced by the system was a masterpiece. Beside him, a large porcelain bowl was filled with a purple liquid, crystal clear and radiating an intoxicating fragrance. Next to the bowl sat a wine bottle. Any connoisseur present would have instantly recognized it as a top-tier vintage from Chateau Haut-Brion, one of the world's 10 greatest wine estates. There was simply no cup to be found at home, so drinking from a bowl would suffice. Red wine paired with malatang. A meal consumed with utter satisfaction and deep contentment. Only after enjoying a thoroughly satisfying meal did he finally remember the bronze treasure chest waiting to be opened. Gained constitution elixir. Gained memory elixir 2 hours. Gained health elixir. Does the bronze chest drop all kinds of attribute elixirs? The health elixir was obtained last time. This thing is simply a universal divine medicine. Though I wonder if it can cure cancer. I'll keep it for now. The constitution elixir needed no explanation. It certainly enhanced one's physique, which was precisely what he urgently needed right now. He downed it in one gulp. Instantly, he felt a streak of fire racing wildly through his body, a tingling numbness spreading across every inch, as if sweeping through each and every cell. Before long, Yang Fan was drenched in sweat, the waste products being expelled from his body. He stretched and exercised his limbs, feeling a profound lightness wash over him, as though an immense burden had been lifted away. By his estimation, his current constitution merely matched that of an ordinary adult, at least freeing him from the constant worry of sudden shock. As for this memory elixir, the taste runs a bit salty. After swallowing it, a cool clarity flooded Yang Fan's mind. Every memory from childhood to the present emerged in meticulous detail, as vivid as if he were reliving those moments firsthand. He could even recall the drug insert he had casually glanced at long ago, every single character and every punctuation mark resurfacing vividly in his consciousness. This is incredible. This was precisely what he urgently needed right now. Although he had read Ghost Blows Out the Light many times, he could only vaguely remember the later portions. Rendering them in his own words would pale in comparison to the original's brilliance. The elixir's effect lasted only 2 hours, so he hurriedly reviewed Ghost Blows Out the Light from start to finish once more, even recalling several audio versions he had listened to in the past to enrich his narrative techniques. Sure enough, 2 hours later, the cool clarity in his mind gradually faded, and that extraordinary state vanished with it. Yang Fan smacked his lips, still craving more. If only it could last forever. That would make him invincible. 1 silver chest remained. Yang Fan rubbed his hands together, a hint of excitement bubbling within. If the bronze chest had already produced such overpowered items, what could the silver chest possibly yield? It was bound to soar even higher. Gained a music class skill book. Skill book. Yang Fan tried to extract it, but found it impossible. It seemed this item could only be used personally. He clicked to learn immediately. The skill book instantly dissolved into glimmering particles and vanished. At the same moment, a vast cluster of knowledge seemed to be stuffed into his mind, a sensation strikingly similar to how memories had fused with him before. Yang Fan leaned back against the sofa, taking a long while to steady himself. This skill book was astonishingly powerful. It had instantly transformed him from a complete music novice into a master musician. What filled his mind was not merely theoretical musical knowledge, but also extensive experience in skillfully wielding various instruments, as though he had diligently practiced for years to attain such mastery. Yang Fan walked into the bathroom and gazed seriously at his reflection in the mirror. With such handsome features, perhaps he should consider becoming a pop star. Let me think about it. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Yang Fan glanced at the screen. It was Wang Yi, the editor from the program team. The moment he picked up, Wang Yi urgently called out, "Hey brother Yang, why haven't you come to work?" Yang Fan was startled by Wang Yi's words and hastily glanced at the time. It was indeed past 3 o'clock. Work? Isn't the shift at 9? Huh. The director arrives at 9, but you're the replacement host. You need to clock in at 2 in the afternoon. Director Su told you last night, didn't he? I completely blacked out from drinking. Yang Fan slapped his forehead. It seemed there was indeed some truth to that. He quickly said, "I'll be there right away. Please tell my superiors for me. No rush. There's nothing urgent at the moment anyway." Yang Fan hurriedly changed clothes and rushed out the door. After achieving a small success, he couldn't afford to let his leaders think he was growing arrogant. Despite his haste, he still arrived at the office at 5 o'clock. Walking into the office area, Yang Fan felt somewhat at a loss. His previous role as a director had actually been directly hired by the Night Talk Stories program team, and his salary was paid from their budget. He would go straight into the studio upon arrival and head home the moment work ended. So in the strictest sense, he did not officially belong to the Shanghai broadcasting system, and naturally there was no seat assigned to him in this office area. Yang Fan over here. Fortunately, Wang Yi appeared just in time to rescue him from the awkwardness. Yang Fan hurried over. "Sorry about that. My home is a bit far." "No worries. Director Su wants you to stop by his office. I'll take you." After the two of them left, the office area instantly erupted into noisy whispers, everyone beginning to gossip. "Is that the Yang Fan? So young. I heard he's replacing Chu Feng to host Night Talk. Hosting a flagship program right from the start. His connections must be incredibly strong. I heard Chu Feng was pushed out by him. Now I understand why Chu Feng suddenly resigned." As the conversation drifted on, the tone gradually turned sour. After all, Yang Fan had only just arrived and was already placed above them in status, breeding unease in some hearts. However, quite a few people spoke up in his defense, mostly members of the Night Talk Stories program team, who held favorable impressions of him and openly defended him. "Don't talk nonsense. Chu Feng resigned on his own accord and didn't even inform the team beforehand, nearly causing a major broadcasting incident." Exactly. It was all thanks to Yang Fan turning the tide, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. The office area gradually grew quiet. After all, the truth mattered little to them. They were merely shooting the breeze, and there was no need to argue until faces turned red. "Director Su, Yang Fan is here." Wang Yi knocked on the office door. "Oh, you're just in time. Take a look at this, it just came out of the statistics department. Ratings of 2.8. Wang Yi exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Yang Fan with an expression of utter astonishment. This figure was nearly on par with Chu Feng's data, meaning that very few listeners had been lost. This was a result no substitute host had ever achieved before, fully proving that Yang Fan was entirely capable of replacing Chu Feng. As a newcomer, such a result was extraordinarily impressive. Yang Fan was naturally a bit excited, but he did not lose his composure. In his heart, an invaluable work like Ghost Blows Out the Light would surely not stop here. "Yang, you've done excellently this time. The station is very satisfied with these results and has decided to hand over the Midnight Story program to you for now. Keep up the good work." Su Sheng patted his shoulder encouragingly. "Thank you for your support, Director." Yang Fan remained humble and composed. "Very well, let Wang Yi show you to your desk. Take over the work left behind by Chu Feng." Not long after Wang Yi returned, "Director, didn't you say earlier that you wanted to apply for Yang Fan to become a permanent host? What about?" No matter how pleasant the words sounded, the core issue had never been addressed. Although Yang Fan was still hosting the Midnight Story program, he remained a substitute host, in essence still outside the official establishment, with his salary still disbursed by the program team. Su Sheng waved his hand and sighed. The station leadership is divided on this. Yang is still too junior, and promoting him too hastily would create a bad impression at the station. There are plenty of people with more seniority at the station, yet none of them have advanced. At critical moments, they all pass the buck and secretly undermine each other behind the scenes. Enough. Don't go spreading those words around. Get back to work. Su Sheng rubbed his brow. The series of recent incidents had left him utterly exhausted. He had seen Yang Fan's ability clearly. This was an exceptionally outstanding young man. If he had the authority to decide on his own, he would have unhesitatingly made Yang Fan a permanent host, offering the best benefits and conditions to bind him firmly to his side. But reality was unyielding. Su Sheng was merely a program director. Although he had enough seniority at the station, he wielded very little actual influence. After he submitted his application, Vice Station Director Liu, who handled personnel matters, did not outright reject him, but his attitude was ambiguous, and his words hinted at copyright issues surrounding Ghost Blows Out the Light. Su Sheng understood his little game all too well. He could not help but sigh inwardly. These people's thinking was still stuck in the golden era of Shanghai broadcasting. They never once reflected on why they had failed to retain talent over the years. At 10 o'clock sharp, Yang Fan stepped on air. Good evening, dear listeners. Welcome to Midnight Story. I am your host, Yang Fan. Previously, we discovered a massive wooden tower shaped like the Chinese character Jin, constructed from thousands of giant timber beams rising from underground. Countless red glimmers sparkled across its surface. By the light of these faint glows, one could see that the base of the wooden tower was nearly 200 meters wide, built with rammed earth and stone, while a 1,000-year-old cypress formed its 9-tier structure. Li Jun had finished his work early that day and turned on the radio promptly at 10 o'clock, eager to learn what lay within the 9-layered demonic tower. Many people were doing the same thing, tuning in at exactly 10 o'clock. Though the economy in this era was prosperous, people were severely lacking in spiritual nourishment. When an excellent work appeared, it stimulated market demand to a significant extent. Wifey Ghost Blows Out the Light has started. Hold on, I'm coming. The woman grabbed some snacks and drinks and leaned against her husband. In another household, a woman had just finished washing up and was lying in bed when she noticed her husband still hadn't appeared. She walked out of the bedroom and found the study still lit. Why aren't you asleep yet? Don't you have work tomorrow? I want to listen to Ghost Blows Out the Light. Go ahead and sleep first. Ghost Blows Out the Light. I heard a few colleagues talking about it today. They said it's pretty good. Want to listen together? So the two of them carried the radio back to the bedroom, settled comfortably into bed, and snuggled up to each other. I see now. The 9-layer demonic tower is truly of such a form. This part is so gripping. It's building the suspense so well. I won't be able to sleep again tonight. Conversations like these were playing out in countless households across the city. Without a doubt, Ghost Blows Out the Light had struck gold. However, this did not contribute much fame value to Yang Fan. After all, the audience pool for radio broadcast was limited, and those who were going to contribute had already done so. Scattered as they were, the accumulated total allowed Yang Fan to draw 10 boxes, all of them iron-gray treasure chests. Nothing to scoff at. Director Su, can our program be recorded for broadcast? After work, Yang Fan went straight to find Su Sheng. Sure can. Have you prepared your scripts? In fact, for programs like there's no hotline, calls would come in during the middle of the show, so there was little practical difference between live and recorded broadcasts. The reason they had used live broadcasting earlier was simply that Chu Feng's scripts were written episode by episode. Yes, I'm ready. I'd like to finish recording all of Ghost Blows Out the Light within these few days. Truth be told, Yang Fan was beginning to feel the strain. Not only was his schedule turned completely upside down, but by the time he got off work past 12 o'clock, there were no buses or subways left, forcing him to take taxis home. Though his salary was considerably higher now, at this rate, there would hardly be anything left by the end of the month. No problem. Come by earlier tomorrow. Studio No. 5 will be available for you. Su Sheng agreed without hesitation. Then thank you. Satisfied, Yang Fan left. As long as he could record the episodes ahead of schedule, he would have some free time to spend with his daughter. Early the next morning, Yang Fan arrived as soon as the office doors opened. Long before anyone else showed up, he had already set up the equipment. When his colleagues arrived, everything was ready to go. In a single day, he recorded 4 episodes. His efficiency was nothing short of astonishing. Day after day for 3 straight days, the pace never slowed. On the final evening, Yang Fan pulled an all-nighter and at last completed the recording of all 15 episodes of Ghost Blows Out the Light, earning himself a 10-day leave. As soon as he stepped through the door, he collapsed onto his bed fully clothed and fell into a deep sleep. Daddy, open up. Chinchin's here. In the early morning light, before Yang Fan could even open his eyes, the door was being pounded furiously. At the sound of his daughter's crystal-clear voice, Yang Fan instantly snapped awake. He turned over, sprang from bed, and opened the security door. A sweet, rosy little face gazed up at him. Shen Xiyin was dressed in a fluffy pink tulle dress, white knee-high socks, and black leather shoes. A perfect image of a demure little lady. Without a doubt, this outfit was Shen Xiyin's handiwork. A wave of sweetness flooded Yang Fan's heart, and he lifted his daughter into his arms without hesitation. Daddy, Shen Xiyin missed you so much. Did you miss Shen Xiyin? The little girl wrapped her arms around Yang Fan's neck, beaming with joy, her milky scent drifting into his nostrils. Of course I did. Yang Fan pinched her soft cheeks, drawing giggles from Shen Xiyin before turning to LV Man. Come in and stay a while. No need, I have things to attend to. LV Man's tone remained cool. Shen Xiyin's belongings are all in the box. Clothes to change into daily necessities, snacks, and toys. Yang Fan supported Shen Xiyin with one arm and accepted the pale pink little trunk with the other, choosing to simply overlook LV Man's attitude. Shen Xiyin, Annie Man is leaving now. Remember to give her a call if you need anything. You still have the number, right? Toward Shen Xiyin, LV Man's tone was noticeably warmer. She was not naturally so cold. It was only with Yang Fan that she kept such distance. I remember. Shen Xiyin nodded firmly. LV Man then took a stack of bills from her handbag and handed them to Yang Fan. This is 10,000 yuan. Xiyin asked me to give it to you. It's for Shen Xiyin's expenses over the past few days. No need. I can take care of my own daughter. Yang Fan replied in a flat tone, his gaze never leaving his child, completely ignoring the money. LV Man studied him for a moment before tucking the money back into her bag. Very well, as you wish. Xiyin, blissfully unaware of adult complications, could only rejoice at seeing her father. The moment LV man left, she eagerly pried open her little trunk. Daddy, these are crystal hair clips Mommy bought for Xiyin. This is Xin's water bottle. This is Xin's magic wand. And here are snacks Mommy brought, Xin's favorite chocolate. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yang Fan watched as his daughter pulled items out one by one. To her, every object in that trunk was precious, and she was eager to share them all with her father. What's this? Yang Fan suddenly noticed a folded piece of paper tucked inside Xin's trunk. Oh, what is it? Curious, Xin climbed into Yang Fan's embrace, peering intently despite being too young to read. Yang Fan unfolded the paper, revealing a few lines of elegant handwriting, and his breath caught. Drink 5 glasses of water every day. The small cup is at the bottom of the box. Brush your teeth before bed, and be careful not to swallow the toothpaste. Apply face cream before going out. It's in the second compartment. Xin's eyes have been a bit inflamed lately, so don't let her rub them. If you notice redness, there's medicine in the third compartment, just 2 drops. Only 1 piece of chocolate per day. Wash your hands frequently. Daddy, what is this? Xin couldn't make sense of it, and turned to ask him, only to see 2 tears tracing down his cheeks. Daddy, why are you crying? Xin reached up and wiped away his tears. I'm not crying, my dear. Something just got in my eye. Yang Fan stroked his daughter's head, a bitter ache stirring in his chest. Then I'll blow on it for you. When Xin's eyes got something in them, Mommy would just blow, and it got better. Xin cupped Yang Fan's face in her small hands, and gently puffed air onto his eyes. In that moment, Yang Fan felt his heart overflow. Xin, what has your mother been up to lately? While basking in his daughter's tenderness, he began to probe cautiously. Mommy's working, the little one answered with grave seriousness, though any more specific details were beyond her ability to explain. Yang Fan drew Xin into his arms. And when your mommy goes to work, what do you do? Xin is staying at home with Annie Fong. She is grown up now and can dress herself and eat on her own. His daughter's reply filled Yang Fan with a deep ache in his heart. When Mom is busy with work, you can have Annie Man bring you to Dad's place, or Dad can come pick you up, okay? Really? But don't you have to work? Xin was happy yet a little conflicted as well. Her obedience and sensibility tugged at his heartstrings. Dad's work. Before he could finish, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Wang Yi. Hey brother Wang, what's up? Yang Fan held the phone with one hand and tidied up Xin's scattered belongings with the other. Yang Fan, can you come to the station? Something came up. It's hard to explain over the phone. Wang Yi's voice carried a certain heaviness. Yang Fan's expression turned serious. Alright, I'll be right there. After hanging up, he dressed Xin neatly. Sensing that Dad was taking her out, the little one was thrilled. As a public figure, Shen Xiyin naturally couldn't often take Xin out. It was not only to avoid the media, but also to better protect her. Still, the father-daughter pair had a minor disagreement upon leaving. Since Yang Fan's bag already contained everything they might need, he planned to go out empty-handed, while Xin insisted on carrying her own bulging little backpack. Xin, this is too heavy. When we're out, if you want anything, Dad will buy it for you, okay? Yang Fan tried reasoning gently. Xin shook her head, her gaze firm and stubborn. Yang Fan scratched his head, somewhat at a loss. This kid was definitely Shen Xiyin's biological daughter. Exactly the same stubborn temper. How about Dad carries it for you? If you carry it yourself, you'll get exhausted in no time and won't be able to play anymore. The little one hesitated for a moment before finally handing it to Yang Fan. Yang Fan took the backpack and casually glanced inside. Xin, catching sight of his move, immediately darted into the bathroom and shut the door behind her. Xin, why did you bring so much chocolate? Your mom said your teeth aren't in great condition lately. You can have at most 1 piece a day. Yang Fan could only laugh and sigh at the same time. No wonder she insisted on carrying the backpack. She had secretly hidden all that chocolate inside, something Shen Xiyin likely had no idea about. The little one seemed to know she had done something wrong and stayed silent in the bathroom. Alright, Dad isn't mad at you. Come on out now. Huh? What's in Xin's bag? Dad didn't see anything just now. Really? The little one peeked her head out from behind the crack in the door, tears still glistening on her face, which made Yang Fan's heart ache. Yang Fan picked up his daughter, his heart swelling with tenderness. Sometimes children don't grasp those grand principles. They only need a little tolerance from their parents. The little one wiped away her tears and smiled, stretching out her slender little arms for Dad to carry. Yang Fan pretended not to notice the chocolate in the backpack and let Xin lead the way out. In truth, he felt there was no need to restrict his daughter so strictly. If she liked chocolate, let her enjoy it, and brushing her teeth afterward would solve the problem. Besides, scientific data suggested that moderate chocolate consumption could actually help brain development. Compared to Shen Xiyin's almost authoritarian parenting style, Yang Fan preferred guidance, shaping his child's character through gentle influence. After heading downstairs, Yang Fan hailed a taxi and drove straight to the office with his daughter. Actually, since Wang Yi called, Yang Fan had already vaguely guessed what was going on. Although Yang Fan was a newcomer to the workplace, his instincts were sharp. Regarding the rumors circulating around him, he deliberately pretended not to care, because he valued this job deeply, not only for the reasonable salary, but also for the fame points it brought. Having missed the morning rush hour, traffic was light, and soon the taxi merged onto the rotary, speeding along the famous Riverside Boulevard of Shanghai. Dad, look over there. Shen Xiyin suddenly pointed out the window excitedly. Yang Fan leaned over. Through the car window, he could see the densely packed buildings on both banks of the Huangpu River. Shen Xiyin, what are you looking at? That one. Mom and I had a meal there. Shen Xiyin pointed at the Twin Towers, her face alight with excitement. The Twin Towers, as an iconic landmark of Shanghai, was a comprehensive complex integrating dining, shopping, and entertainment. Much like the Oriental Pearl Tower from his past life, Yang Fan had been there several times before and found nothing particularly special about it. So why was Shen Xiyin so fond of it? After all, Shen Xiyin would never stint on her daughter. Whatever food or toys she bought were always the best, surely far superior to those tourist trap attractions at the Twin Towers. Why do you like that place so much, Shen Xiyin? Because I just like it. Mom likes it too. After thinking for a moment, the little one couldn't quite explain why. Yang Fan paused. If Shen Xiyin liked that place, it certainly wasn't for the attractions inside. He remembered that when they were together, Shen Xiyin's greatest dream was to ride a hot air balloon. She loved the feeling of standing high above and gazing down at the scenery. She liked the Twin Towers simply because they were tall. As Shanghai's most iconic landmark, the towers stood 500 meters high, and Shen Xiyin's fondness for the place likely stemmed from inheriting Shen Xiyin's genes. Some prefer to keep their feet planted firmly upon the earth, while others yearn for the boundless skies. Yang Fan had once remarked that Shen Xiyin was an angel with broken wings who had descended into the mortal realm in search of herself. And now there were two angels in his home. Yang Fan had once harbored a dream of sharing a home with Shen Xiyin in the tallest skyscraper of modern capital, where each morning he could open his eyes to blue skies and drifting clouds. Once this had seemed like an unreachable fantasy. Yet for the man he had become, perhaps one day it might truly come to pass. Take the eye of modern capital, the city's loftiest structure, for example. Its main tower rose 131 floors to a height of approximately 721 meters, each floor spanning roughly 3,000 square meters. Of course, the upper floors grew progressively smaller. Even so, the penthouse alone covered over 1,200 square meters. Priced at 100,000 yuan per square meter, the cost would amount to well over 100 million yuan. Moreover, the penthouse of the eye of modern capital held unparalleled significance. From there one could take in the entire panorama of modern capital. Its transaction price would be at least 10 times its actual value, and despite its staggering price tag, it was virtually unsellable. Few would be so extravagant as to use it merely as a residence. Still, there were other towering buildings to consider. While none matched the grandeur of the eye of modern capital, they were largely within reach for those with sufficient means. At the very least, with enough effort, Yang Fan still harbored hope. Upon arriving at the office, Wang Yi was waiting by the entrance. When he spotted Yang Fan accompanied by a darling little girl, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. "This is my daughter Shen Xiyin. Go say hello to Uncle Wang." Yang Fan didn't wait for him to ask, and explained directly. "Hello, Uncle Wang." The little one seemed quite shy around strangers. After offering her bright greeting, she clutched Yang Fan's hand and tucked herself behind him. Wang Yi recovered from his astonishment and offered his sincere praise. "Your daughter is absolutely lovely. I had no idea you were married." Yang Fan smiled without elaborating, then turned the question back. "You summoned me in such a hurry. What's going on?" "There's been some trouble with the program. The director and the others are waiting for you in the conference room." As he spoke, Wang Yi's expression darkened somewhat. Yang Fan nodded and gently pulled his daughter out from behind him. "Shen Xiyin, go play with Uncle Wang for a bit. Daddy will be right back." Shen Xiyin glanced at Yang Fan, then cast a timid look toward Wang Yi and shyly nodded her head. As he passed through the work area, Yang Fan could plainly sense an eerie tension in the air. Logically speaking, the recent 2 episodes of Night Tales had seen their listening ratings steadily stabilize. The extraordinarily high figures were ample proof of the brilliance of Ghost Blows Out the Light, as well as of Yang Fan's remarkable ability. Yet the station chose to turn a blind eye to all of this, maintaining a calm that felt uncomfortably like the hush before a storm. Yang Fan pushed open the conference room door. Inside, only 2 people were present: Su Sheng and Deputy Director Lu Yong, who oversaw personnel matters at the station. Though they had crossed paths on several occasions, they had never truly interacted. Although Yang Fan worked at the station, he was officially attached to the program team. Lu Yong held no direct authority over him, which explained why the two had never exchanged more than polite greetings. "Deputy Director Lu, Director Su, did you need me?" "Yang, come have a seat." Lu Yong beckoned him with a wave. Though his manner was exceedingly warm, there was an unmistakable air of insincerity to it. Yang Fan returned the smile, drew out the chair beside Su Sheng, and sat down. Lu Yong's expression stiffened momentarily before quickly recovering. Su Sheng gave him a slight nod, offering no words. "Yang, the reason we called you here today is that there are certain matters we need to discuss." Lu Yong began adopting his bureaucratic tone. Su Sheng remained silent, leaning back in his chair with his gaze fixed upon the water glass before him. "Please go on." Not knowing what agenda Lu Yong had up his sleeve, Yang Fan assumed an attitude of rapt attention. "Well, as you are aware, we now live in the era of new media, and traditional industries continue to decline. Our station is also searching for new directions." Lu Yong paused before continuing. Therefore, the station wishes to keep pace with the times and is preparing to consolidate resources to enter the audiobook market. That sounds like a wonderful initiative. Yang Fan found himself genuinely puzzled. Surely matters of this nature could be settled among the station's leadership. Why involve him? He was not even an official host of the station. Was it truly necessary to send a deputy director to notify him in person? Ahem. Recent listener feedback indicates that Night Tales has achieved record-breaking ratings once again. This is undoubtedly a testament to your hard work. The younger generation is truly formidable. Lu Yang's remarks left Yang Fan utterly bewildered. Striking this erratic rhythm, what on earth was he trying to say? You flatter me too much. The success of Night Tales is the result of every colleague on our team working together. Who didn't know how to speak in officious circles? Regardless of Lu Yang's true intention, he would ensure his own words were polished and appropriate. Modesty is a virtue in young people, haha. Lu Yang continued with his practiced hollow smile. As you know, our sudden push into the audiobook market will face considerable resistance. Ghost Blows Out the Light is an outstanding work. Before he could finish, Su Sheng suddenly sat upright. Lu Yang's words faltered, assuming he had something to say. Yet Su Sheng merely lifted the water glass before him, took a slow sip, and then resumed his monk-like stillness. Lu Yang's brows furrowed slightly. His gaze shifted back to Yang Fan, and his trademark smile reappeared. Ghost Blows Out the Light is an outstanding work. The station has ideas about using it as our flagship product for entering the audiobook market. What are your thoughts? The veiled intentions were finally laid bare. No matter how one looked at it, this situation could not possibly disadvantage him. On a personal level, if the program went online and gained wider recognition, it would significantly boost his fame. On a professional level, it would also benefit Yang Fan's career. On the surface, it was undoubtedly a good thing. But why was Lu Yang behaving so strangely? Before Yang Fan could speak, Su Sheng, who had been silent throughout, suddenly said, "The station's determination to reform is commendable, and I support venturing into the audio web. But I don't agree with this kind of transformation that sacrifices individuals." Huh? Sacrifice? What did he mean? Yang Fan caught a hint from Su Sheng's words. This matter seemed to be targeting him. Senior Su, you've been with the station for years. How can you put it that way? What do you mean sacrificing individuals? This is simply rational resource allocation. We're all contributing to the station. Lu Yang reprimanded with a stern expression. Yang Fan's face darkened slightly. What a scheme. If Senior Su hadn't reminded him, he would have walked right into the trap. I reserve my opinion. After saying this, Su Sheng leaned back in silence once more. He had said what he needed to say. Lu Yang felt somewhat awkward. Well, Yang, although we're keen on reform, as you know, we're feeling our way across the river by stepping on stones. The station intends to cooperate first with an online media company to jointly launch a program as a trial. So the station wants me to hand over Ghost Blows Out the Light to the new program team, and the host certainly won't be me, right? Yang Fan finished the sentence for him, his face impassive, revealing no emotion. Yang, although you're quite capable, you lack experience and haven't been tempered enough. Especially when it comes to the audio web, there's still much to learn. You're still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yang Fan neither confirmed nor denied it. Director Lu, may I ask, since the station is preparing to integrate resources, the Late Night Stories program team certainly won't be retained, correct? As an important program of the station, Night Talk Stories occupied substantial resources, and any reform or transformation would inevitably have to address it. That's correct. The Night Talk Stories program team will be split up. Some members will join the new program team, while others will move to different programs. Lu Yang nodded. What about me then? What arrangements has the station made? Yang Fan asked with a faint, curious smile. Isn't your staffing issue still unresolved? The station can offer you a formal position. As for whether you want to join the new program team to learn or independently create your own show, the station will support you either way. For a newcomer like Yang Fan just entering the workplace, Lu Yang's offer was quite generous. And all I need to give up is the copyright to Ghost Blows Out the Light and the attribution rights. Lu Yang added. Yang Fan leaned back in his chair. That's quite a good deal. Lu Yang frowned slightly, clearly not appreciating Yang Fan's characterization of it as a transaction. But I refuse. What? Lu Yang was instantly shocked. He had assumed someone like Yang Fan, a newcomer, could be easily placated with a little favor. For a workplace newcomer, this offer was practically a ladder to success. What more could he possibly want? Director Lu, thank you for your kindness. It's my honor that the station values Ghost Blows Out the Light, but this work was written for the Night Talk Stories program team, so the decision rests with Director Su. I have no objection. Lu Yang's face darkened initially, but after hearing Yang Fan's words, his brows gradually relaxed. In his view, Su Sheng was a veteran at the station. Though stubborn, he could be persuaded through reason and emotion. After years of working together, he knew his temperament well. As long as it was for the station, Su Sheng would compromise. So you're leaving this matter to Director Su's discretion? Lu Yang asked uncertainly once more. Yes, whatever Director Su decides, I'll accept it. Yang Fan nodded. Su Sheng was taken aback, having expected the matter to be handled elsewhere. Old Su, what's your take? Lu Yang kept sending him subtle looks. Su Sheng picked up his water cup, avoiding Lu Yang's gaze. I still maintain my original position. The program should continue with Yang Fan as host. He's the original creator, and no one can match his interpretation of the work. Besides, Yang Fan's abilities are evident to everyone at the station. Old Su. Lu Yong slammed the table, clearly frustrated. No matter how they discussed it, they kept circling back to the same starting point. In that case, what was the difference from simply moving the entire Night Talk Stories team over? Well done. Yang Fan silently applauded. How could he not see through Su Sheng's hints? This was clearly a trap. Not only were they trying to seize his copyright, but they also wanted attribution rights. How greedy. If he had agreed, Ghost Blows Out the Light would have no connection to him whatsoever in the future. All he would get is an optional position and an extra 1,000 or so yuan per month in salary. As for producing his own program independently, that was a dream. If they actually delivered on that promise, the sun must have risen from the west. They wouldn't flat out refuse, but they'd drag it out, stalling for a year or two until the opportunity was long gone. He already had his cheat code active. Why waste time arguing with this guy? That was ridiculous. The conversation ended on an unpleasant note, and Yang Fan followed Su Sheng to his office. For a moment, they just looked at each other in silence, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Laughing as he spoke, 2 tears slipped from the corners of Su Sheng's eyes. I've worked here for nearly 30 years. Back then we worked together as one to build Modu radio station into a leader of the industry. But how has it come to this? Just now in the meeting room, Su Sheng had seemed calm on the surface, but every word Lu Yong had said pierced his heart. Over the years, the station's atmosphere had grown increasingly unhealthy, and bureaucratic ways had become ever more severe. No one knew how much talent had been lost as a result. Those people spoke with high-sounding words on the surface, yet behind the scenes they did nothing but despicable things. Su Sheng had become deeply disillusioned. Why did you leave the final decision to me? Aren't you afraid I might just agree? Su Sheng took a sip of water and asked in return. Yang Fan shrugged indifferently. If you agree, then you agree. I lose nothing either. But I believe in you. Though I haven't been at the station long, I can see clearly that you are a true broadcaster. No need for flowery rhetoric. Those words were the finest praise for a broadcaster who had devoted most of his life to the craft. Su Sheng gazed at him for a long moment. Thank you. Yang Fan smiled warmly. What are your plans next? After what had happened, it was beyond doubt that Ghost Blows Out the Light would be suspended temporarily, and the Night Talk Stories team would face disbandment. As the program director, Su Sheng's position was hardly any better, which was why Yang Fan had asked. Su Sheng leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling, and finally sighed with helpless resignation. I plan to resign. Yang Fan was not surprised at all. For the current Modu radio station, Su Sheng had become utterly out of place. Even if he wasn't shown the door, he would likely be marginalized in the future. It was better to be decisive and preserve face for both sides. It was just a pity to waste all these years of effort and persistence. For those people, the quality of the program and future development meant nothing. All they had in their eyes was personal gain. Ghost Blows Out the Light was a remarkable work, and it had indeed made the show a hit. But these things were what they could see yet never touch. Su Sheng took a USB drive from the drawer. This is the recorded audio for the later episodes of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Alas, Yang Fan took it, played with it for a moment, then set it back on the table and pushed it towards Su Sheng. What are you doing? I think Vice Director Lu made a lot of sense earlier. Traditional media have already declined. Now is the era of new media. You've been a broadcaster for so many years. Are you really willing to step down like this? Su Sheng was greatly astonished. You mean? Yang Fan smiled slightly. You've been working in this industry for many years and have rich connections. The threshold for this line of work isn't high, though as long as you have excellent works, you can definitely stand firm. Besides, with your abilities, you have every chance to spark a second spring in your career. Su Sheng opened his mouth, his face flushing slightly. Without a doubt, Yang Fan's words had truly moved him. After working in this field all his life, how could he resign himself to giving up like this? He looked at the USB drive in front of him, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Indeed, with such an excellent work as Ghost Blows Out the Light, breaking into online media is hardly difficult. We will definitely create even better programs. Yang Fan shook his head. I'm not really interested in that. And as you've seen, my daughter is too young and needs someone to take care of her. However, I can fully license Ghost Blows Out the Light to you. Are you saying you don't plan to be a host anymore? Su Sheng had originally assumed that Yang Fan's words were also meant to carve out a better path for himself, but who would have thought that wasn't the case at all? The other man simply had no intention of continuing in this profession. Yang Fan smiled. I can't help it. My daughter is too young. What a pity. A flash of regret crossed Su Sheng's face. Yang Fan was a fine talent. Though not formally trained, he possessed the qualities of a professional host. But rest assured, if there's ever anything you need me to help with in the future, I will never shirk my duty. The industry is fraught with hidden currents, and Yang Fan was not a professional host to begin with. The recent recording sessions had already drained him of all his energy. If he were to continue in this line of work, he feared he wouldn't have even a single moment to accompany his daughter. As Yang Fan walked out of the Modu radio station building holding Chinchin, he felt not a trace of reluctance. For him, this place was merely a job with a relatively good salary and benefits, nothing for which he held any deep emotional attachment. Moreover, he had found a way to gain reputation points, and a vast new world was waiting for him. Although he had lost this steady source of income, it hardly mattered to Yang Fan anymore. With his golden finger, money was no longer the hardest problem, a wife was. Having waited so long, Shen Xiyin had long grown discontented. She pouted in Yang Fan's arms, resting her head on his shoulder without a word. Yang Fan pretended not to notice. Oh dear, is Shen Xiyin tired? Then let's just head straight home. I was originally planning to take you to the amusement park, but I suppose we'll have to forget it. Shen Xiyin isn't tired. The little girl quickly straightened up her face, full of urgency. Yang Fan gently tapped her nose, then raised a hand to hail a taxi. Driver, Magic City Amusement Park. Shen Xiyin was overjoyed. Because of Shen Xiyin's work, she was rarely brought to places like amusement parks, and even the occasional visit never let her enjoy herself to the fullest. Magic City Amusement Park covered 1 million square meters, comprising multiple theme zones, and featuring over 100 attractions and experiences. These included more than 40 rides, over 50 cultural and ecological landscapes, a dozen or so art performances, and over 20 themed games and commercial auxiliary facilities catering to the needs of all kinds of visitors. Young people could revel in the dazzling experiences of the world's 6 top-tier amusement devices, such as the Crystal Divine Wings and the Sun Chariot, while fully savoring the romance and mystery brought by Shangri-La. Elderly visitors could follow the traces of Aegean Harbor and Maya Town, board the gentle Atlantis energy ship, search for the relics of history, trace the veins of civilization, and feel the dreamlike cultural charm of each theme zone. Children could step into the fantasy kingdom, vividly learn about society, nature, and ecology, comprehend acceleration and weightlessness through hands-on participation, and experience the diversity of vegetation, the delight of art, and the wonders of color, nature, music, and motion. As a major tourist attraction in Magic City, this place was never short of visitors. Bustling crowds and laughter filled the air everywhere. Shen Xiyin held Yang Fan's hand and looked around in every direction, her face brimming with excitement. Everything here held such allure for her. Although most of the attractions were off-limits to her, because of her age, that did not dampen the little one's spirits in the slightest. To be honest, even counting both of his lifetimes, Yang Fan had visited amusement parks only a handful of times. After all, a ticket costing over 300 yuan had always been quite a strain on his wallet. But for him now, what was money? Compared to his daughter's happiness, it was utterly worthless. Furthermore, during his time working at the radio station, Yang Fan's wallet had fattened considerably. Though he was still far from buying a car or a house, he had more than enough to treat his daughter to an amusement park. The park's countless architectural wonders left Shen Xiyin dazzled. She clung tightly to Yang Fan's big hand. Perhaps the growing crowd also made the little girl feel a trace of nervous unease. Even so, nothing could stop her from exploring. From the moment they entered the park, the little girl seemed to know no fatigue. Although she could not ride most of the attractions, simply watching others enjoy themselves was enough to satisfy her. Suddenly, Shen Xiyin, who had been leading the way, stopped in her tracks. Yang Fan, following close behind, smiled knowingly at the 100-meter-high Ferris wheel, then bent down and scooped her up. Want to ride? Shen Xiyin nodded vigorously. All right. Yang Fan agreed indulgently, and so he carried her and joined the queue. It was rather pitiful, really. In 2 lifetimes, Yang Fan had never once ridden a Ferris wheel. Unlike ordinary amusement rides, the Ferris wheel had been endowed with a romantic aura from the very beginning. There was even a saying, single people are not worthy of riding the Ferris wheel. Many legends surrounded it. They said every compartment of the Ferris wheel was filled with happiness, and that the wheel existed so that you could ascend into the sky together with the one you loved. Riding the Ferris wheel was happiness itself. As the wheel slowly turned and rose, the people below grew small, and the whole world seemed to shrink to just the two of you beside each other. Every time it made a full revolution, one more pair of lovers would be kissing. Although Yang Fan was in a sense still single in this life, riding it with his daughter was more than enough to fill him with happiness. After waiting in line for about half an hour, their turn finally came. Yang Fan carried Shen Xiyin into the transparent cabin. The door closed behind them, and as the wheel turned, they slowly rose into the air. The little girl pressed herself against the transparent porthole and peered downward, her cheeks rosy and utterly adorable. Yang Fan could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. Other children on the Ferris wheel either sat obediently in their seats or huddled in their parents' arms. Some even burst into terrified tears at the higher altitudes. But Shen Xiyin only grew more excited the higher they went, without the slightest trace of fear, as if the sky were her true playground. What puzzled Yang Fan even more was that when the Ferris wheel reached its highest point, Shen Xiyin closed her eyes. He thought the little one was frightened and was about to pick her up when Shen Xiyin opened her big sparkling eyes and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Shen Xiyin, why did you close your eyes just now, eh? Mommy said that when you stand at the highest place and sincerely make a wish, the gods will hear it. If they think you're a good child, your wish will come true. The little girl spoke with a serious look on her face. Yang Fan could not help but laugh softly. He stroked his daughter's hair. Then what is Shen Xiyin's wish? Shen Xiyin hopes that Daddy and Mommy can be together so that Shen Xiyin won't have to miss Daddy when she's with Mommy or miss Mommy when she's with Daddy. Yang Fan's expression gradually froze. He lifted his daughter onto his lap and gently caressed her hair. Shen Xiyin is a good child. The gods will surely grant Shen Xiyin's wish. Really? Shen Xiyin lifted her head, beaming with excitement. For a child of her age, nothing in the world could bring greater happiness than the company of her parents. Of course. Yang Fan looked at his daughter's innocent smile and silently resolved in his heart. Even if only for his daughter's wish, he had to work hard. After getting off the Ferris wheel, Shen Xiyin's excitement had yet to subside, but Yang Fan had no intention of letting her ride it again. After all, the sun was scorching at this time of year, and the Ferris wheel cabin was completely sealed. The temperature inside could well be imagined. The little girl was already drenched in sweat. Ooh, another ride might actually give her heat stroke. Although the little one did not seem to mind at all, Yang Fan's heart ached for her. He casually took out an ice cream from his system inventory. Wow, ice cream. The little girl did not wonder in the least where Yang Fan had gotten it. Perhaps in her eyes her daddy could do anything. Held in Yang Fan's arms, Shen Xiyin took a lick of her ice cream, then wore a thoroughly satisfied expression, her eyes curving into little crescent moons. Just as the father and daughter were about to leave, a golden-haired, blue-eyed foreigner suddenly stopped Yang Fan. May I ask what's the matter? Yang Fan frowned slightly. In all honesty, this foreign visitor's sudden behavior was a little impolite. Sorry, sir, the blonde, blue-eyed man said with a hint of excitement, then asked in broken Chinese, excuse me, may I ask where you bought your ice cream? Well, Yang Fan was speechless. So that was all it was. Even so, the ice cream produced by the system was truly out of the ordinary. By appearance alone, it left Häagen-Dazs, the self-styled aristocrat of ice cream, several streets behind. However, Yang Fan couldn't actually explain where the ice cream had come from, so he casually pointed, oh, there's a shop over there. Thank you so much, sir. With that, the blonde, blue-eyed man headed off in the direction Yang Fan had pointed. Of course, there was no way he would find it. Yang Fan felt a twinge of guilt, but there was nothing he could do about it. He quickly took long strides away with his daughter, afraid the foreigner might turn back and settle the score. At an ice cream shop near the Ferris wheel, Mike said excitedly, hello, I'd like a Victoria ice cream. The clerk looked baffled. Sorry, sir, what would you like? Mike repeated, a Victoria ice cream. But since that name was itself a transliteration from a foreign language, it still sounded like a foreign word when he said it. The clerk could only make out the words ice cream at the end. Having no other choice, the clerk went ahead and served him an ordinary ice cream. Mike frowned and said no several times. In the end, the clerk could only go fetch the store manager. Every shop in the Magic City amusement park should not be underestimated. After all the sky-high rent, there was not something just anyone could afford. Small as this ice cream shop was, it was in fact a chain brand. Bobo had more than 100 stores in Magic City and was also a first-tier cold beverage brand in the country. What's more, this store's profits ranked among the best of those 100-odd branches. The location had something to do with it, but it was also inseparable from the manager's business skills. The store manager was a man around 30, impeccably dressed and exuding the aura of an elite. Wang Ping had been the store manager here for 2 years. He had once trained at Handles, one of the top 10 ice cream brands. After returning to China, he joined Boko and became the store manager of one of its most important stores. Hello, sir. I'm the store manager. How can I help you? Wang Ping asked in fluent English. Mike had already worked himself into a sweat from frustration. Finally finding someone he could talk to normally, he hurried, I want a Victoria ice cream, but this guy just couldn't understand me. I'm sorry, sir, did you say a Victoria ice cream? Wang Ping wasn't certain and asked again. Is there a problem? Mike looked a little displeased. Wang Ping took a deep breath. I'm sorry, sir. I know what you're asking for, but we really don't have it here. That's impossible. I just saw a man eating one. He said he bought it here. Wang Ping was rather vexed, but he still explained patiently, I'm sorry, sir. Making Victoria ice cream requires authorization from the Langham Hotel. And as far as I know, no brand in the country has yet received that honor. I'm very sorry. Mike was a little stunned too. So there was such a story behind it. In the past, it had always been placed directly on his dining table, so he had never found it particularly remarkable. After hearing Wang Ping's explanation, however, he stopped pressing the matter. Sorry to disturb you. In that case, I'll have a chocolate ice cream. Certainly, sir. Wang Ping nodded with a smile and indicated that the clerk should serve an ice cream. After Mike left, the clerk asked quietly, store manager, what exactly is that Victoria something ice cream? Even we don't have it in our store. It's $1,000 per serving, a world-class top-tier ice cream. It is made from a large quantity of premium ice cream ingredients, Hennessy VSOP cognac, vanilla ice cream, 4 carats of gold dust, and gold leaf. Wang Ping's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. When he had worked at Handles, he had once encountered this ice cream. At the time, he had wondered who in the world could be so extravagant as to spend that much money on it. The clerk was stunned. Even though Magic City had the highest consumption level in the country in ice cream at $1,000 per serving was still shocking. That guy wasn't just showing off, was he? The clerk was a little suspicious. Wang Ping said nothing. Some people's aura could not be hidden, even standing in a crowd they stood out. From that brief exchange alone, he could tell that the foreigner was definitely not ordinary. Mike came out of the shop and headed toward the Ferris wheel. He swore he hadn't seen wrong. The little girl had definitely been holding a Victoria ice cream in her hand. Its distinctive aroma could be detected from several meters away. That familiar feeling was unmistakable. After all, it was his favorite. But he was bound to be disappointed. The father and daughter were already nowhere to be seen near the Ferris wheel, because Yang Fan had long since taken a taxi home with Shen Xiyin. After searching through the crowd in vain, Mike had no choice but to give up. He took out his phone and called, I hope a Victoria ice cream will appear on my dining table tonight. Apparently worn out from playing Shen Xiyin had been drowsy in the taxi, and in the end Yang Fan carried her out of the car. When they got home, he laid her on the bed, and the little girl drifted off to sleep in a daze. Magic City in June and July was like a steamer hot outside, and even hotter inside. Yang Fan's rented room didn't even have an air conditioner. An old worn-out fan whirred and creaked as it turned. Sitting at the head of the bed, Yang Fan fanned Shen Xiyin with a palm leaf fan. Even so, fine beads of sweat dotted the little girl's nose. It was time to find a new place to live. Yang Fan's mind began to run through various plans. Sell off the odds and ends in his luggage. That was troublesome. He had no storefront, and setting up a street stall meant risking a run-in with the urban management officers. After all, in this world they remained a formidable force. Besides, those things probably wouldn't fetch any good price at a street stall. Even genuine goods would end up looking fake. But aside from that, all that remained was that bottle of potion. Its value was truly hard to assess. In the eyes of someone who really needed it, it was priceless. However, for Yang Fan to turn it into cash would be considerably difficult. For one thing, he had to get a price worthy of it, or for another, he had to make people believe in its effects. Yang Fan scratched his head. How could he make people believe him with empty words? Putting himself in their shoes, if someone had once stood before him and claimed there was a potion that could cure any disease, he would probably have thought that person was a lunatic. Could he only keep renting then? The money in his pocket was enough for just a month or two of rent, and then he would be back where he started. After a long moment, Yang Fan gritted his teeth. If he was going to go for it, he might as well go big. If he couldn't even solve a small problem like this, how could he ever win back his celebrity wife? As dusk settled, the city that never sleeps, Shanghai, revealed a different allure. The bustling thoroughfares and rivers of neon lights all testified to the vibrancy of this cosmopolitan metropolis. Shen Xiyin slowly stirred awake. Despite Yang Fan fanning her nearby, her raven-black hair remained damp, with perspiration wisps clinging to her delicate face. Yet she made no complaint, stretching her chubby little arms toward Yang Fan and flashing a gap-toothed smile. For such a small child, opening one's eyes to see Papa must have been the greatest joy imaginable. "Papa, my tummy is hungry," the little one spoke in half-asleep murmurs, yet those words sounded to Yang Fan like divine commandment. After a quick rinse, Shen Xiyin, hair still dripping, couldn't wait, and scampered straight to the dining table. Yang Fan had already prepared an exquisite dinner: Westlake beef soup, sweet and sour fish ribs, and braised meatballs. They looked and smelled exquisite, and the taste, needless to say, bore the hallmark of a system-endowed creation. The father and daughter descended upon the meal like a whirlwind. Whatever table manners Shen Xiyin had taught her were long forgotten by Shen Xiyin. Westlake beef soup was a celebrated Han Chinese classic from the Jiangnan region belonging to Hangzhou cuisine. Renowned for its smooth texture and umami richness, it was traditionally served as a palate-opening starter. Made with nothing but beef, eggs, and shiitake mushrooms, it was humble yet extraordinary. Yang Fan had eaten this dish before, but compared to what he had now, everything he'd tasted previously amounted to nothing. There was simply no comparison. Though the ingredients were identical, the lingering fragrance upon the tongue told him this was something truly remarkable. The sweet and sour fish ribs were even more irresistible, a clear favorite of Miss Shen Xiyin, who devoured almost half the fish by herself. As for the braised meatballs, Yang Fan had barely discerned what kind of meat they were made of before the plate was already empty. After the meal, Yang Fan slumped contentedly onto the sofa, while Shen Xiyin nestled against his side to watch cartoons. In Yang Fan's eyes, this cartoon was utterly crude. Decent animation perhaps, but the dialogue was so infantile that it made his skin crawl by the minute. Worse still, it had virtually no plot, plodding along in a single directionless line. This wasn't merely adult prejudice. In his past life, even after becoming an adult, Yang Fan still revisited Doraemon, Tom and Jerry, and Calabash Brothers from time to time. A true classic transcended age. This world had certainly advanced further than his previous one in some aspects, yet fell woefully short in others. Perhaps due to a scarcity of cultural industries, the garbage animation that Yang Fan deemed so contemptible held Shen Xiyin utterly captivated. Yang Fan shook his head, picked up his phone, and began browsing for useful information. At present, the most valuable asset in his possession was the health elixir. Having used it once, Yang Fan fully understood its worth. In ancient times, it would have been equivalent to a 9-cycle great recovery pill. For those in dire need, it was worth exchanging one's entire fortune. Yang Fan was not so greedy, though. He needed only a home truly belonging to himself. Shanghai's property prices were indeed sky-high, but a regular apartment cost only 3 or 4 million. What could be a better bargain than trading money for a life? That said, executing this plan would prove extraordinarily difficult, for what he possessed was rather sensational. "Papa, look, it's Mama," Shen Xiyin suddenly exclaimed, tugging at Yang Fan's arm. Yang Fan glanced up. The cartoon had long since ended. The television was now broadcasting a variety show, and among the guests sat Shen Xiyin unmistakably. Yang Fan set aside his phone and gazed at the familiar figure on screen. Though Shen Xiyin had changed greatly since those years past, every gesture and smile still summoned a cascade of memories from deep within his mind. The show was called Entertainment New Highlights, one of the most popular programs in the country. Many drama productions would appear as guests to promote their upcoming releases. Of course, today's guests extended beyond Shen Xiyin alone. The entire principal cast of 4 handsome men and beautiful women alike had gathered to promote their new drama Fierce Youth. Shen Xiyin appeared as the second female lead, which rankled Yang Fan. In his eyes, she far surpassed the actual lead actress and deserved the prime role outright. In truth, he was hardly alone in this sentiment. On screen, the female host chatted with each cast member in turn. When it came to Shen Xiyin, she asked suddenly, "Xiyin, you've only been in the industry for 2 years, yet your performance rivals that of veteran actors. And you weren't trained in acting. How remarkable." "Thank you. There is still a long road ahead of me, and I must learn much from my seniors." Shen Xiyin responded with poise and grace. "Xiyin, you originally debuted as a singer. How did you transition to film and television? A mixture of dreams and passion. Truly beauty and talent combined. May I ask if you could sing us a song live here today?" Shen Xiyin hesitated. This was not in the script. Yet since the show was airing live, she had little choice but to take the microphone. The audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. The 2 male leads showed no concern, but Shen Monli, the female lead, wore a dark cloud beneath her smile. There was no stage lighting or backing track, but Shen Xiyin paid it no mind. She sang a cappella from her own repertoire, keeping it brief and restrained, fully aware of her position and having no intention of stealing the spotlight. Others, however, thought differently. Jealousy flared in Shen Monli's eyes, barely contained only because this was a live broadcast. Moreover, as the male lead Zhou Yang was supposed to be paired with her on screen, yet throughout the entire episode, he seemed preoccupied with Shen Xiyin leaving her, the actual female lead, conspicuously neglected. She was supposed to be the star. How dare this newcomer, barely 2 years into her career and lucky to land a supporting role, upstage her so brazenly. Jealousy drove her to madness. During a later balancing bridge game segment, Shen Monli deliberately fumbled, overturning a basin full of white flour directly onto the nearest Shen Xiyin. The audience fell silent for a breath, then erupted. The hosts were momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered, managing the situation while hurriedly fetching towels for Shen Xiyin. The 2 male leads sprang forward immediately, their faces etched with concern. As for the culprit, Shen Monli offered only perfunctory apologies, as though the accident were entirely unintentional. The entire audience grew tense over the incident, yet Shen Xiyin remained the calmest of them all. She simply picked up a towel to wipe her face without a trace of anger on her expression. Instead, a faint smile played on her lips as she kept saying it was all right, as if she truly believed it had only been an accident. Mommy." Shen Xiyin's eyes filled with tears, her lower lip trembling, as if she were about to burst into sobs at any moment. Yang Fan quickly comforted his daughter. "Shen Xiyin, be good. It's just a game. No one is bullying your mother." "Really?" Shen Xiyin lifted her tear-stained face, placing an inexplicable trust in her father's words. Though Yang Fan spoke these comforting words, his heart was already ablaze with fury, mentally tearing Shen Monli apart piece by piece. It was clearly jealousy. At the same time, he felt a quiet ache for her. Given the path Shen Xiyin had chosen, one could only imagine the hardships she had endured. After turning off the television, Yang Fan finally managed to coax Shen Xiyin to sleep. Gazing at his peacefully sleeping daughter, he hesitated for a long while before finally dialing that familiar number. "Hello." The voice on the other end was still that cool, familiar tone. "I saw the show just now. Are you all right?" Though it was a simple question, Yang Fan had mustered every ounce of his strength to ask it. "I'm fine." Shen Xiyin's tone showed no fluctuation, as if nothing had happened at all. That Shen Monli did that on purpose. How despicable. Yang Fan gritted his teeth as he spoke these words. "I know, but this industry is like that. The strong prey on the weak, and I'm just a newcomer." Shen Xiyin remained remarkably calm and composed. Yang Fan fell silent for a long time, at a loss for words. It was Shen Xiyin who finally broke the silence. "How is Shen Xiyin?" The mention of his daughter brought an unconscious smile of happiness to Yang Fan's face. "She just fell asleep. We went to the amusement park today." As he spoke, Shen Xiyin listened quietly, and their conversation naturally came to a halt there. After hanging up the phone, Yang Fan sat on the sofa lost in thought. Never before had he yearned so desperately for strength, for the power to protect those he held dear. The following morning after breakfast with Shen Xiyin, Yang Fan was sitting on the sofa puzzling over how to tie the little girl's hair when a knock came at the door. He opened the door to find her in that familiar business suit. Without a word, Yang Fan stepped aside. "Auntie Manon." Shen Xiyin ran over joyfully, her hair half tied by her father, leaving LV Man utterly exasperated. LV Man settled Shen Xiyin back onto the sofa, took up the wooden comb and hair ties, and restyled her hair into 2 neat pigtails. "What brings you here?" Yang Fan asked, genuinely puzzled by LV Man's unexpected visit. "Xiyin has returned. She asked me to pick up Shen Xiyin," LV Man replied, without so much as glancing at Yang Fan. A dismissive attitude Yang Fan had long grown accustomed to. Yang Fan naturally couldn't object to this. After all, his modest quarters offered such poor conditions that it would be cruel to keep Shen Xiyin there. It paled in comparison to Shen Xiyin's home. It was Shen Xiyin who seemed most reluctant to leave, her face etched with sorrow. But after Yang Fan whispered something in her ear, the little girl finally departed, casting lingering glances over her shoulder. With Shen Xiyin gone, Yang Fan found himself alone once more. Certain plans now needed set in motion, starting with finding a new apartment. Truthfully, he felt uneasy about this, for it was hardly a reliable solution, yet it remained the only viable option at present. He refused to let his daughter come next time and squeeze into his air-conditioned less 30-square-meter room once again. Yang Fan gritted his teeth and headed straight out. The hospital was his first stop. In his view, this was where he would find his ideal clientele. But ideals are always fuller than reality, a fact Yang Fan discovered when he nearly got himself committed as a mental patient. The moment he approached patients with his pitch, they either mistook him for a pharmaceutical salesman or a con artist. Though some were critically ill and effectively waiting to die in the hospital, not everyone possessed such fortitude of spirit. Despite knowing their time was limited, no one believed in such intangible remedies. If they took it and died immediately, what a terrible loss. That was their logic, since they could still cling to life a little longer. Moreover, in this era of advanced science and rapid information flow, no major research institution had ever developed such a miraculous drug. What kind of credence could a young man like him command with nothing but empty promises and hollow assurances? And even if one's time was nearly up, why would anyone believe he sought only their wealth? Even bedridden patients nearly rose from their illness in indignation, and several family members wanted to call the police to arrest Yang Fan. He was lucky to escape. Over 3 days, Yang Fan visited nearly every hospital in Shanghai, only to receive the same unwavering rejection each time. In the end, he could only laugh at his own absurdity. He had harbored delusions that possessing a golden sheet would automatically catapult him to the pinnacle of success. Believing that a miraculous remedy would attract powerful patrons to recognize his brilliance revealed how naive he had been about human nature. The Hongkou Hospital was Yang Fan's final destination and his last hope. As Shanghai's premier medical facility and one of the finest in the nation, this private institution treated patients who viewed money merely as a number. Yet despite his entire morning of attempts, Yang Fan encountered the same result. No matter how eloquently one might argue, nothing that defied human understanding would ever be believed. Yang Fan sighed helplessly and sat on a bench in the hospital's garden park, shielding himself from the blistering sun. It was undeniable that a top-tier hospital was different from the rest. The garden's flora consisted of rare specimens in perpetual bloom, creating an atmosphere of elegant beauty. The intoxicating fragrance of blossoms filled the air, but before Yang Fan could fully savor it, his stomach gave an involuntary rumble. He had not eaten since early morning. He retrieved a bento box from his pack. Food was now the last thing he lacked. Even if he were abandoned in the Sahara, the supplies within his pack would sustain him handsomely. The abalone rice bowl instantly awakened his appetite, and his previously gloomy spirits gradually lifted. They say food is the greatest remedy, and indeed it proved true. With each bite, Yang Fan momentarily forgot all his troubles, his taste buds blooming with the exquisite flavors. Though the portion of abalone rice was substantial, Yang Fan devoured it in mere moments, hungry as he was, and the taste too exceptional to resist. As he reached for his second portion and prepared to lift the lid, a sound of swallowing came from beside him. Yang Fan paused and looked up, discovering that a man in his 40s had been standing nearby, fixated on the meal in his hands. Yet he showed no alarm. For discretion's sake, he had carried a large bag when stepping out, allowing him to retrieve items from the system through it, as though drawing from the bag itself. Despite this, Yang Fan grew uncomfortable under the man's steady gaze. Out of natural politeness, he found himself offering, "Would you like some?" The words had barely left his mouth before he regretted them. What had possessed him to ask? To his astonishment, the man stepped forward and accepted the bento box without hesitation. Yang Fan froze in utter disbelief. Yang Fan stood frozen for over 10 seconds before his senses finally returned. What had just happened? After taking the bento box, the man sat alone on the bench, opened the lid, scooped a mouthful of rice, and chewed with deliberate slowness, his entire expression sinking into rapturous bliss. Watching him, Yang Fan lost all appetite and began studying the middle-aged man before him. His clothes were proper, his nails clean, his hair freshly combed. This was hardly someone who couldn't afford a meal. Was he simply curious enough to taste Yang Fan's cooking? Yang Fan shook his head and let it go. He knew well enough how exquisite food from the system could be. All he could conclude was that this man had taste. As he was about to rise and leave, the middle-aged man set down his bento box and called out, "Young man, wait a moment." "Yes." Yang Fan turned back, unconsciously frowning. What did this man want now? Sensing Yang Fan's unease, the man hastened to explain, "Thank you for the bento. It was truly delicious. I was rather forward just now. I lost control of myself." Yang Fan's brows relaxed. "It's nothing. Just a bento box." He had plenty more in his system inventory anyway. He wasn't one to fuss over such things. Besides, the man had spoken with genuine sincerity, and Yang Fan's slight irritation had dissolved like smoke. Such extraordinary flavor could only come from a master's hand. "I was thoroughly impolite today." Refreshed by the fine meal, the middle-aged man found himself quite talkative. Yang Fan had no intention of lingering. After a string of setbacks, he suspected his approach was flawed and needed to return home to refine his plans. The man seemed about to say something else, but Yang Fan simply rose and strode away, leaving him to offer only a helpless wry smile. A man who had prided himself on his strength all his life, only to end up looked down upon because of a mouthful of rice. Still, the food had been quite delightful. The man closed his eyes, savoring the aftertaste. "Excuse me." A voice suddenly sounded at his ear. He opened his eyes to find Yang Fan had doubled back and was standing right before him. "What did you think of that bento box, just now?" Yang Fan asked quite out of the blue. "Utterly exquisite. How much would you be willing to pay?" "Huh." Yang Fan frowned slightly. "Surely you don't intend to eat for free." Rather than taking offense, the man's eyes gradually brightened. "This kind of delicacy cannot be measured in money. It is the masterpiece of a culinary master. Young man, name your price." 200. Non-negotiable. In Yang Fan's mind, this was already a steep price. After all, it was merely a bento box filled with ordinary ingredients, and the cost was effectively zero. "Agreed." The man broke into a hearty smile. Yet long moments passed with both men still staring at each other. "Ahem. Is there something else?" "That, the money." Yang Fan felt utterly exasperated. Was agreeing to the price the whole transaction? Didn't the man intend to actually pay? "Oh." The man suddenly remembered, offering an apologetic smile. "I'm terribly sorry." He proceeded to search through every pocket, but after a considerable amount of time no money appeared. Finally, he looked up at Yang Fan with an embarrassed expression. "About that. I didn't bring my wallet when I came out. Would you mind waiting a moment while I go fetch it?" "Oh, no need. Just give it to me next time I come here," Yang Fan said coolly. Very well, very well." The man's face flushed slightly. In all his decades of experience, this was a first for him. Yang Fan walked away without looking back. Some 2 blocks further, he suddenly leaned against a wall and gasped for breath. 20 minutes earlier, he had just stepped out of the hospital entrance scrolling through news on his phone while waiting for the bus, when an article titled 10 Golden Rules from a Real Estate Tycoon caught his eye. Yang Fan let out a derisive snort. These websites and their editors, churning out nothing but hollow chicken soup for the soul. He'd seen them all before. The road to success for e-commerce giants. 7 things every young person should consider according to Ma Liang. 3 words of wisdom from the richest man on earth. Then once, when an editor actually interviewed the e-commerce titan Ma Liang about those exact quotes, the man himself stated he had never said any of them. Yang Fan couldn't help but admire these editors. For the sake of attracting readers, they racked their brains for sensational hooks. And yet, against his better judgment, Yang Fan had clicked it open. And what he saw next stole his breath. The face in the photograph, sharp-suited and commanding, was none other than the man who had just devoured his bento box. Yang Fan's heart began pounding furiously. A real estate tycoon, eating his bento. It felt like a dream. Was this even real? He rushed home and frantically searched the internet. Finally, he swallowed hard. There was no mistaking it. It truly was him. But why had Pan Sure appeared alone at Hongkou Hospital? The question set his mind racing in every direction. That was precisely why Yang Fan had returned. Now was the moment to test his acting skills. Whatever the reason Pan Sure was there, he was undeniably the ideal counterpart. The fact that fate had thrust them together was, in Yang Fan's eyes, nothing short of heaven opening a door. It wasn't until he reached home that Yang Fan finally calmed down. He took a long drink of water and immediately began scouring the internet for every scrap of information about Pan Sure. But for all his enormous fame, the tycoon left remarkably little online presence. They guarded their privacy fiercely, known only by reputation, unseen in person. Even in his previous life, Yang Fan had been familiar with the names of China's wealthiest men, yet could barely describe what any of them looked like. After searching for a long time, Yang Fan managed to find only a few photographs and basic biographical information. The most recent report mentioning Pan Sure dated back 2 years to a groundbreaking ceremony for a landmark building in Shanghai. Faced with a figure of such stature, Yang Fan had no ready strategy. The slightest misstep in conversation could raise suspicion, and he didn't believe an opportunity like this would ever come again. After much thought, he remained at a loss. It seemed he could only make contact first and adapt as events unfolded. Strangely enough, though his intention was to help the man, the whole affair made him feel more like a con artist. He could only blame Shanghai's absurd property prices and the impossibility of raising his first pot of gold. The next morning, Yang Fan grabbed his backpack and set out early to scout the area. Hongkou Medical Center, founded in 1994 through cooperation with multiple international medical research institutes, was a large-scale, modern, comprehensive hospital integrating clinical treatment, healthcare teaching, and scientific research. Both its medical technology and its equipment enjoyed an outstanding reputation at home and abroad, specializing in conquering various intractable diseases. According to the hospital's official website, it was equipped with over 40,000 sets of advanced diagnostic and therapeutic devices, including digital angiography machines, PET-MR, PET-CT cyclotrons, computed tomography, radiation therapy systems, hyperbaric oxygen chambers, robotic surgical systems, magnetic navigation intervention systems, intraoperative CT, and intraoperative MRI. To put it simply, if a disease couldn't be cured at this hospital, one might as well declare it a terminal condition. The Hongkou Medical Center covered a vast area. The park where Yang Fan had encountered Pan Sure yesterday was one of about a dozen green spaces scattered throughout the complex nestled between the various buildings. 3 large buildings surrounded this particular park, each specializing in different fields of medicine. This gave Yang Fan a rough area to focus on. Not necessarily precise, but at least it provided a direction for his thinking. Yang Fan was certain that Pan Shi was definitely not here for a casual visit. At the same time and place as yesterday, Pan Shi appeared as expected. Yang Fan stood up expressionlessly, though inwardly, he was a nervous wreck. Pan Shi revealed a hearty smile. I'm really sorry. He took 200 yuan from his wallet and solemnly handed it to Yang Fan, giving no hint that he was a billionaire. Clearly success was no accident. Yang Fan took the money and nodded politely, then sat down on the bench, took a lunchbox from his bag, and opened the lid. Gulp. Yang Fan looked up to see an awkward yet polite smile. 200 for one serving. That's so generous. Despite his words, his hand did not hesitate. Why did you bring 2 servings? After the meal, the two leaned back on the bench in satisfaction. I have a big appetite, 1 portion is never enough. Then I'm truly sorry. It's a fair trade, nothing to apologize for. Pan Shi glanced at him with surprise and appreciation. Are you here because a relative is ill? Yang Fan shook his head. No, I'm looking for someone. Oh, is there anything I can help with? Pan Shi was curious, but did not press further. No need, I've already found them. Yang Fan smiled faintly. Pan Shi nodded without asking more, handed Yang Fan 200 yuan, and got up to leave. Though Yang Fan felt anxious inside, he showed nothing. Suddenly Pan Shi took a few steps, then turned back and asked, will you come again tomorrow? If so, could you bring me another meal? Yes. Though secretly thrilled, Yang Fan did not reveal it. Instead, he wore a thoughtful expression. All right, but I can only bring 1. Great. After Yang Fan left, Pan Shi entered a building and took the elevator directly to the 18th floor. A wealthy lady was already waiting at the door. Seeing him, she said with feigned annoyance, didn't you say you were just going for a stroll? Why did you take so long? Before he could even reply, her brow suddenly furrowed. Wait, you sneaked off to eat something again, didn't you? Doctor. Oh, it's nothing at all. Pan Shi waved his hand as a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. A large group of medical staff hurried over. That floor was a private wing dedicated solely to his care. Pan Shi lay back on the hospital bed as monitoring instruments were reattached to his body. The hearty smile on his face faded into bitterness. Terminal stomach cancer with cells already spread. Essentially, he was on a countdown. Since that was the case, why not use this final time to satisfy his appetite and leave life without regrets? The doctors worked nervously. His stomach could no longer digest food. Oh, every intake of food was a challenge to his very survival. After nearly 3 exhausting hours, Pan Shi lay pale and vacant-eyed. The lady beside him, tears streaming, clutched his hand tightly. After a long while, Pan Shi turned his head. Is the group's business settled? The lady nodded painfully. Everything is arranged. That's good. I can rest easy now. Relief washed over Pan Shi's face as he gradually drifted to sleep. Yang Fan had a pleasant dream all night, holding dreams in his heart while the wide world stretched out before him. Joy brings a clear spirit. In the morning, he received a call from Su Sheng. The online radio station was nearly ready. The team consisted of the veterans from the original Night Stories program, and it would officially start operating in a few days. Su Sheng also offered Yang Fan a highly generous revenue-sharing contract. Yang Fan was delighted. Not only would he gain another source of income, but he also hoped to harvest another wave of fame points. It had been a long time since he last spun the wheel and opened treasure chests. He was already itching with anticipation. He also made a call to Chen, who was as mischievous as ever, with Shen Xiyin scolding faintly audible in the background. In the small park, Yang Fan sat on the bench, occasionally glancing at his watch. An hour had passed. The lunchbox in his bag had long gone cold, and Pan Shi had still not appeared as promised. Yang Fan's heart gradually sank, feeling he had been too naive. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar face suddenly appeared around the corner. Except his complexion was dreadful, a sickly pale. Sorry. Something came up today, so I'm late. I thought you'd have left. He was still as courteous and refined as always. Yang Fan shrugged. I'm a man of my word. This is a transaction, so of course I'd wait. But the food has gone cold. Pan Shi was silent, yet a strange light flickered in his eyes. It's fine. With your cooking, it will still taste good cold. He took the lunchbox, opened the lid, and began eating with his head down. Yang Fan didn't know why, but something felt off. Had he exposed himself somehow? Impossible. He had taken elective acting courses in university and was known as the Little Prince of Drama. There was no way he'd be caught so easily. Just as he was contemplating this, he suddenly saw Pan Shi cough a mouthful of blood into the lunchbox. Damn, what's wrong with you? Yang Fan was momentarily stunned. So this guy really was sick. A great surge of joy rose within him, and he felt like laughing out loud. Pan Shi managed through gritted teeth. Cancer terminal. What a shame to waste this delicious food. A smile spread across Yang Fan's face. No shame at all, no shame at all. Pan Shi was bewildered. Was he having an illusion? Why did it feel like the man was smiling? Yang Fan walked up to him, his expression calm. I can save your life. Pan Shi was first stunned, then smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Just call a doctor for me. Yang Fan ignored him and continued, but it will cost a price. Before he could finish, Pan Shi's eyes were already rolling back, clearly losing consciousness. Damn, Yang Fan was speechless. This had become a one-sided transaction. If he saved him, what if Pan Shi woke up and refused to acknowledge the deal? But life and death were at stake, leaving Yang Fan no time to hesitate. He poured the health potion directly into Pan Shi's mouth. I hope this doesn't turn out to be a losing deal. Yang Fan sat beside Pan Shi and began to pray. Before long, Pan Shi's breathing grew stronger while Yang Fan remained there sighing, muttering about being inexperienced and young. Pan Shi felt his body gradually reviving, waves of electric currents surging through him. Was this what death felt like? But when he opened his eyes and saw Yang Fan, he realized he wasn't dead yet. However, he immediately started in shock and asked in disbelief. You just stood there watching. Why didn't you call a doctor for me? Why call a doctor? Because I'm dying. Do you look like someone who's dying? You're louder than I am. Yang Fan curled his lips, already mentally planning how he would explain things later. Pan Shi was stunned as well. The pain that had tormented him ceaselessly had suddenly vanished without a trace. Pan Shi touched his body in disbelief. For the past 2 years plagued by illness, he had not felt a single moment of such comfort. A sudden wave of unreality washed over him as he repeatedly checked his physical condition. Though his consciousness had been hazy earlier, he vaguely recalled being fed something. Now he looked at Yang Fan with a bewildered expression. Yang Fan tilted his head skyward at a 45-degree angle and said in a deep voice, "As the saying goes, the realm under heaven long divided must unite, O long united must divide." Ahem, before chaos was divided, heaven and earth were one of vast and obscure, seen by none. Since Panga's split, the primordial chaos, clarity, and turbidity were distinguished. All living beings revere the ultimate benevolence. All things created are born of goodness. To know the mysteries of creation and the workings of destiny, one must read Journey to the West. Sensing Pan Shi's strange gaze, Yang Fan sheepishly rubbed his nose, having forgotten that this world also possessed the 4 great classical novels. Anyway, have you heard of the 9-turn soul-reviving pill that can bring the dead back to life and regrow flesh from bones? Pan Shi remained utterly bewildered, clearly yet to recover from the shock. His eyes wide, he exclaimed, "So what I ate was the 9-turn soul-reviving pill?" "Not exactly, but close enough. Theoretically, your body should now be completely free of any ailment." Pan Shi calmed down slightly. His mind had been frozen moments ago, leaving many questions unconsidered. Once it began working again, however, it became truly formidable. "Who are you? Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Yang Fan. Do you know who I am?" Pan Shi's gaze was sharp, his voice low, and the demeanor of a man of authority radiated from him unconsciously. Some people may seem unremarkable at first glance, but once they turn serious, they become like a waking lion, exuding pressure so tangible it could nearly be felt. It was at moments like this that Pan Shi appeared to be the business tycoon he truly was, rather than some approachable, ordinary citizen. Yang Fan was silent for a moment. "I do. Then did you approach me deliberately?" The nearly interrogating tone irritated Yang Fan. He looked straight into Pan Shi's eyes and said coldly, "I saved your life." The two stared at each other for a long moment. Finally, Pan Shi smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm sorry. That was my fault. No need to apologize. This is a transaction." Yang Fan's attitude also cooled. He had originally believed this world would be full of goodwill, but that was not the case. Even when you saved someone, they would still suspect your motives. Through this incident, he learned his lesson. This was simply a transaction, a fair exchange. There was no need to try to forge emotional bonds. They were 2 different kinds of people. "Fine. State your terms." Pan Shi seemed to have reverted to the nature of the real estate magnate, a faint, elusive smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "I just want a piece of property." Yang Fan thought for a moment. "Preferably a high-rise unit. I like being high up." Pan Shi was stunned. That's it. That's it. Do you know how wealthy I am?" "Yes, I do." Looking at Yang Fan's resolute gaze, Pan Shi was speechless for a long while. He didn't know whether to call him foolish or something else. Even if Yang Fan had asked for half his fortune, he would have agreed. "All right. You'll receive the transfer contract tomorrow." Only then did he believe that Yang Fan truly just wanted a house. "Also, I hope this transaction remains confidential. I know people like you have a habit of digging into someone's background behind their back. But I hope you won't do that, because some things cannot be found out, and it may easily bring trouble upon yourself." Yang Fan took out his phone, revealing that he had recorded their entire conversation. Though young, he was far from foolish. Pan Shi smiled wryly and shook his head. "That recording can't do anything to me. But don't worry, I won't do it. Because you saved my life. I am a businessman. I have always conducted fair trades. This transaction is the most unequal one in my life, and I will take it to my grave." Yang Fan was slightly surprised. He sensed sincerity in Pan Shi's words, which made him flush a little, realizing he had been measuring a gentleman's heart with a petty man's mind. "The mountains are high and the rivers are long. May we both fare well in our own journeys." Yang Fan turned and walked away with an easy, graceful air. Pan Shi was left speechless. Truly the young. Although he felt fine now, he couldn't simply trust Yang Fan's word alone. Back in the ward, he immediately underwent a series of tests. The final results left even the doctors shocked, their faces full of disbelief. There was not a single sign of illness in Pan Shi's body. After much deliberation, they had no choice but to conclude that his health was perfectly sound. "This is wonderful. Wonderful." His wife Chu Lan wept tears of joy. Over the past 2 years, the burden of the company and her husband's illness had nearly crushed her. Pan Shi turned to the medical expert who had been overseeing his treatment. Dongliang, I want this kept confidential. Understood. Although Wang Dongliang was burning with curiosity, he knew some matters were beyond his involvement. Pan Shi had clearly employed other methods for his treatment, and if such methods were ever disclosed they would undoubtedly cause a worldwide sensation. As Pan Shi's private medical consultant, he naturally understood these principles, knowing what should be said and what should remain unspoken. After Pan Shi left, all related records were destroyed, and a string of figures suddenly appeared in the bank accounts of every staff member. Back at home, Chu Lan eagerly asked what had happened. But Pan Shi, regarding his wife of over 20 years, merely smiled and said he had met an extraordinary person. Chu Lan was curious, but didn't press further. If he wouldn't say, there must be a reason for secrecy. And for her husband's well-being was the greatest blessing. Nothing else mattered. In the study, Pan Shi sat in his chair with his eyes closed, a faint smile gradually forming at the corner of his mouth. To be alive felt wonderful. Yang Fan returned home, his face brimming with joy. Reaching this point, he had essentially succeeded. He wasn't afraid that Pan Shi would go back on his word. A man who had faced life and death placed great value on life. Accidents were inevitable in one's worldly existence, and no one knew if there would be a next time. Thus the matter of the house was as good as settled. With no lingering worries behind him, it was time to plan his next move. What should he do next? He had previously gained experience with Ghost Blows Out the Light, and writing web novels in this world was also quite promising. From his rough understanding, although spiritual and cultural resources were scarce in this world, it was currently in a stage of vigorous development with excellent prospects and well-established systems. At the same time, a while ago, he had consumed a music skill book, granting him musical abilities as well. Developing in that direction also seemed appealing. For a moment, he found himself torn between the two choices. In online fiction, there was the success of Ghost Blows Out the Light to draw upon, but when it came to music, he was completely in the dark. Moreover, his mastery was confined to instrumental music, his singing was only average. And since there was already a superstar in the family, he decided to set that aside for now. So his gaze fixed on online novels. In his previous life, he had been a veritable bookworm, intimately familiar with every kind of formulaic trope. At times, seized by a sudden impulse, he had even wanted to pick up the pen, but in the end it always came to nothing. He never imagined that today he would get another chance. Still, he had no intention of writing something original. With so many excellent works from his previous life that had already withstood the test of the market, he would have to be out of his mind to write his own. Though it was essentially plagiarism, the thing was that those works did not exist in this world. Bringing excellent works to this world to enrich people's spiritual lives was a great and arduous mission. With that thought, the faint guilt in his heart vanished without a trace. Before long, his eyes locked onto a book, The Ethereal Journey. It was acclaimed as one of the three great marvels of contemporary online fiction, founding an entire cultivation genre and meticulously laying out 11 stages from Qi refining and foundation establishment to Mahayana. After this book, the cultivation genre surged to prominence and eventually occupied half of the online literature world. Back when Yang Fan was in school, he had been utterly addicted to it, often hiding under the covers at night with a flashlight to read it. Later, when he was caught reading it in class, the teacher confiscated it and called his parents. That joint beating from both father and mother was something he would never forget. If he did not bring such an outstanding work into this world, it would be a complete waste of his transmigration. At this thought, Yang Fan could not help but feel excited. He could even picture those young people's expressions, just like himself back then. Though his memory of the book was still vivid, too much time had passed, and many places had become blurred. He would have to sort out the outline first, then enrich the details bit by bit. The general story was this: Li Chong, a successful merchant with assets of over 10 million, was betrayed by his girlfriend and his best friend. In his fury, he injured someone. Just when he was at the end of his hope, a mysterious man named Fu Shan used true Qi to reshape Li Chong into a tall, handsome young man and led him across the starry sky from Earth to Mars in an instant. When they stepped into an ancient teleportation array bound for Fengyuan star, Hua Mainyang's interference sent Li Chong alone to an unknown planet, and he embarked on a strange, uncharted, ethereal journey. Relying on his past business experience, Li Chong gave a masterful analysis and deftly resolved the war crisis in the kingdom of Gusong. After being captured and thrown into the black camp of the kingdom of Tant, Li Chong rallied more than 1,000 miserable prisoners to revolt. They fought fiercely against Tant's 5,000-man suppression force and barely escaped the black prison. Yet Li Chong stepped straight into another vortex of storms. The two kingdoms of Tant and Bankening were about to go to war over crystal mines. Meanwhile, the wife, daughter, and belongings of his sworn brother Pabin had all been seized, making Li Chong even more determined to stand up to the black market Banzhou trading firm to the end. The path of cultivation grew ever steeper. It could be said that in the later era, when cultivation novels inundated the scene, this work was not the finest, but it was the most distinctive. Not only because of its status as the founding work of a genre, but also because of its characterization of the protagonist, so real, with every joy and sorrow displayed to the fullest that one could not help but be drawn into the story. Unlike ordinary Xuanhuan or fantasy novels, the protagonist Li Chong was an extremely ordinary person. He He had none of the extraordinary talents of other protagonists, nor did he rely on lucky coincidences to gain superhuman power. His rise in power was not something he actively pursued, yet was, one could even say, a completely natural, effortless process. This was due to a human quality he possessed, his sincerity toward others. Whether they were gods, immortals, or demons, Li Chang gave his genuine heart to anyone he considered a friend worth making. As the saying goes, one heart wins another. Naturally, he received assistance from friends far and wide. Li Chang was arguably the least scheming person in the book, but precisely because of that he was endearing and won the favor of the gods and immortals. Gods and immortals are all shrewd experts of the human heart. In cunning, no mortal could ever match immortals who had lived through thousands of years, and so they detested scheming people the most. This was the primary reason Li Chang was so warmly received. By the time Yang Fan had read countless books and developed immunity to most tropes, he could still turn back to this one and rediscover that original feeling, his past youth, those verdant years. No sooner said than done. Yang Fan pulled out the nearly new laptop from the box, the one he had bought in college. Ever since graduation, he had been busy with work and job hunting. Besides, this rental apartment had no internet connection, so the laptop had simply never been taken out. What was more, modern cell phones were small, portable, and powerful, so his dependence on a laptop had greatly declined. Apart from work and gaming, he had very few uses for it. But when he was about to plug in the power, he suddenly paused. In this world, he already had a wife, a house, and a daughter. Wouldn't it be a huge loss to transmigrate back? He had not forgotten that it was precisely this second-hand laptop that had brought him here. No way. He had to use a new one, a brand new one no matter what. The money in his pocket was still fairly plentiful. He could not afford a high-end gaming laptop, but an ordinary office laptop was within reach. He took a taxi straight to the computer mall. The technology in this world was a bit more advanced than in his previous life, and computer brands also flourished in dazzling abundance. For 4,000 or 5,000 yuan, Yang Fan could buy a machine with specs that would have been high-end in his previous life. This secretly delighted him. As the saying goes, men are creatures who love the new and despise the old. As soon as he got home, Yang Fan could not take his hands off the new computer. As for the old laptop, he cast it aside like a worn-out shoe without sparing a thought for their 4 or 5 years of relationship. After getting used to the keyboard feel, Yang Fan typed the title, The Ethereal Journey, directly into Word. The new computer was indeed smooth. In a single afternoon, he had already written over 10,000 words with flowing ease. In the evening, Yang Fan rose to stretch his limbs and stood before the window watching the afterglow of the setting sun. Scrap collection. Refrigerators, TVs, washing machines. At that very moment, a vendor's cry floated up from downstairs. Yang Fan looked downward and saw a scrap truck parked right there. Yang Fan shouted down, "Hey boss, do you buy second-hand laptops?" "Yes," the scrap dealer bellowed with full force. Yang Fan tucked the second-hand laptop under his arm and clattered downstairs. After some bargaining, they finally settled at a price of 300 yuan. It was not that Yang Fan was short of that money now, he just felt uneasy with the laptop around. Perhaps it had left a psychological scar on him. Yang Fan had just sat down when his phone rang. "Daddy." Hearing his daughter's soft, sweet voice, Yang Fan's face burst into a smile. "Shen Xiyin, what's wrong?" "Daddy." "Wah." Shen Xiyin began to cry right on the phone. Yang Fan panicked at once and pressed, "Tell Daddy what happened." "Is Mommy there with you?" Shen Xiyin sobbed, "Mommy. Mommy is home." "Wah." Knowing that Shen Xiyin was home, Yang Fan sighed in relief, then asked softly, "Shen Xiyin, don't cry. Be good. Tell Daddy what happened." "Mommy," scolded Shen Xiyin. The little one sounded utterly aggrieved, pitiful beyond words. Yang Fan immediately understood. She had been wronged by Shen Xiyin and had run to him to tattle. In an instant, Yang Fan's paternal instinct surged, "Shen Xiyin, be good. Let's stop crying. Daddy will come pick you up right now. No more staying with Mommy." "What did you say?" A cold voice suddenly came through the phone, Shen Xiyin's. It made Yang Fan's breath catch. "And nothing. Why is Shen Xiyin crying?" "She refused to eat properly. At such a young age, she's already learned to waste food." Shen Xiyin held their daughter to an exacting standard far stricter than Yang Fan's indulgent ways. "She's just a child." Yang Fan tried to defend, but was cut off immediately. "Precisely because she's young, we must not let her develop bad habits." When it came to child rearing, Shen Xiyin was always unyielding. A few words left Yang Fan speechless. After a moment, her voice softened. "So you quit your job at the radio station?" "Yes." Shen Xiyin let out a soft sigh, her disappointment beyond words. "Yang Fan, I know you're capable. But after entering society, things are different from school. You must stay grounded and not aim too high." Yang Fan offered no excuse. A trace of bitterness rose in his heart. He had disappointed this woman time and again. "A friend of mine runs a media company. It matches your specialty. I've recommended you to her. Go for an interview next week." "Okay." After hanging up, Yang Fan sat on the sofa, staring blankly into space. It was a long time before he shook his head with a wry smile. No matter how many times he had let her down, perhaps a faint hope still lingered in her heart, and that was why he could never refuse her. Time to fight. Yang Fan reignited his determination and began typing line after line on the computer. Since his rental apartment had no internet connection, he could only accumulate drafts for now. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Yang Fan slept like a log. He had stayed up far too late the night before. Reading novels can easily consume you, but writing them is even more addictive. As each character came to life under his pen, and every plot twist took shape through his imagination, a euphoric sensation surged within him. As if he were creating an entire world, and in that world, he was a god. Yang Fan hadn't been able to stop himself the night before. In one breath, he had written over a dozen chapters, 40 to 50,000 words. But because he had slept so deeply, his phone rang several times before finally waking him. Hello. He picked up the phone drowsily, not even checking who was calling. Is this Mr. Yang Fan? This is Tsuming Law Firm. The moment he heard law firm, Yang Fan jolted awake, all sleepiness gone. A lawyer? What is this about? Even as he spoke, his mind raced, trying to recall if he had done anything wrong. Why would a lawyer be looking for him? Nothing makes people more anxious than receiving calls from the police station, the hospital, or the court. A law firm wasn't any of those, but it was closely related to two of them. No wonder Yang Fan was tense. Well, Mr. Yang, we have a real estate purchase contract here that requires your signature and confirmation. Do you have time right now? Oh, I see. Yang Fan breathed a sigh of relief, and a flicker of excitement rose in his heart. Could Pan sure have already taken care of it? Efficient indeed. He wondered what his new house would look like. Yang Fan arranged to meet at a cafe not far from home. He sat down and ordered a latte. Before the coffee even arrived, a man and a woman walked in. The woman was dressed in a black business suit, her hair tied back in a meticulous ponytail, her brisk, capable aura unmistakable. The man wore a pair of glasses and a well-tailored suit. He carried a black briefcase. One glance made it clear he was a social elite. The cafe had just opened for the day, and Yang Fan was the only customer. The two walked toward him with smiles. Yang Fan stood up politely. Mr. Yang, hello. Pleased to meet you. My name is Cheng Huayu, and this is my assistant Dong Xiaoxiao. The man came to Yang Fan and introduced himself first. Hello, Lawyer Cheng. Yang Fan made a welcoming gesture, and the two sat down across from him. Cheng Huayu cut straight to the point, pulling a document from his briefcase. Mr. Yang, please take a look. This is the property transaction contract. Our firm has been entrusted by Mr. Pan to handle everything on his behalf. All you need to do is sign at the end. Yang Fan took the contract and flipped through it casually. The contract was more than 20 pages long, and there were 2 copies. He couldn't be bothered to read it. I just sign here, right? Yes. Cheng Huayu barely got the word out before Yang Fan picked up the pen and scribbled his name with a flourish. Cheng Huayu froze. Mr. Yang, don't you want to read it more carefully? Yang Fan waved his hand. You folks wrote it too professionally. I can't understand it. Cheng Huayu exchanged a glance with Dong Xiaoxiao, a wry, helpless smile on his face. He had to explain, Mr. Yang, since this property is not a gift, but a transaction, you'll need to pay a certain fee. What? Yang Fan shouted out loud, only then realizing he was making a scene. He frowned deeply. How much? 1 yuan. Huh? How much? Yang Fan thought he had misheard and quickly asked again. 1 yuan, Cheng Huayu repeated. Yang Fan breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly grumbling that this was surely retaliation for his earlier remark about fair trade. He shook his head, took out his wallet, and pulled a 1 yuan coin from the inner compartment. Cheng Huayu took the coin and placed it into a document envelope. Then his assistant Dong Xiaoxiao took out a box, produced 2 seals from it, and solemnly stamped them on the contract. All right, Mr. Yang, this contract is now legally binding. Cheng Huayu handed 1 copy of the contract to Yang Fan. When can I see the house? Yang Fan took the contract. It would have been a lie to say he wasn't excited, though he didn't show it. All right. Because renovations need to be done, it'll be at least a week or so. Renovations? Yang Fan was slightly taken aback. He had indeed considered it before, but being short on money, he had planned to move in as is and worry about it later. Yes, Mr. Yang. It's all part of the transaction and is written into the contract, Dong Xiaoxiao explained. Oh well then. Unexpected. Pan sure turned out to be quite generous, even including the renovations. Mr. Yang, that's all for today. In a week I'll come take you to see the house. All right, thank you for your trouble. From the moment the two walked in to the moment they left, only about 10 minutes had passed. And just like that, Yang Fan had become a homeowner. Then Yang Fan got carried away. He only drank half of his coffee before paying and heading home. Transforming his joy into momentum, he returned to the great cause of writing and churned out another 20,000 or so words by midday. His backlog of drafts had now grown to over 100,000 words, so he could begin considering publication. After a busy morning, his stomach was empty, and he decided to treat himself first. He took out one of his favorite dishes from the system backpack, braised beef brisket with tomatoes. It was a nourishing delicacy. The beef carried the sweet and sour taste of tomatoes, while the broth was rich with the savory aroma of the meat. One could say it was a perfect marriage of soup and dish, where the soup held the ingredients, and the ingredients infused the soup. The beef was tender and succulent, the broth thick and flavorful, and paired with a bowl of steamed rice, Yang Fan ate with unbridled satisfaction. After the meal, he took a short nap before carrying his laptop to the same coffee shop from that morning. It had free Wi-Fi and air conditioning. Couldn't be more comfortable. Ordering an iced fruit juice, he began searching for literary websites. This aspect was somewhat different from Yang Fan's past life. There was no single dominant giant. Instead, many platforms rose simultaneously, with various literature websites still in the early stages of staking out territories and dividing the market. Yang Fan didn't have much room to choose. Basically, they were all similar. The entire industry was still fumbling its way through online literature, nowhere near the well-established system of his previous life. In the end, he picked a site named Qishir Chinese. It was only mediocre by industry standards, and Yang Fan chose it simply because it carried a few familiar traces. Perhaps to stimulate the market, this world allowed authors to self-service sign contracts directly once they met the word count requirement. No need to wait for an editor's selection like a royal consort awaiting favor. Powerful computer technology and big data mechanisms let you bypass tedious procedures. All you had to do was focus on writing and wait for the money to arrive in your account. However, this also had drawbacks. The sheer number of works caused a mix of quality and mediocrity. The editor's job was to sift through the vast sea of stories and recommend the best ones. Yang Fan wasn't worried about that. Unless the editors were blind, they were bound to notice the brilliance of the ethereal journey. Li Dong was an editor at Qishir Chinese. He was also one of the earliest pioneers of online literature, having witnessed the industry grow from obscurity into a legitimate profession. He firmly believed that the future of online literature would be even brighter. After finishing his afternoon tea, Li Dong chatted idly with a colleague before returning to his workstation. He turned on his computer and began panning for gold in the sea of stories, his daily routine. Though dull and repetitive, it occasionally yielded surprises. But today he was disappointed. His good mood had been completely shattered. What is this? A laundry list of events. Li Dong read 2 or 3 chapters, but the moment he finished it felt as if he hadn't read anything at all. Such book filler content was insipid to the extreme, and with a shake of his head, he clicked on the next title. The sentences are clumsy, typos are everywhere, and idioms are misused. Am I reading a grade school essay? How does anyone have the nerve to upload this? Li Dong had believed he had already reached a state of unshakable composure, but clearly he was still too young. After several more works, he found either convoluted plots, lack of logic, or dry narration completely devoid of substance. He felt today was his unlucky day, or perhaps there was something wrong with the way he had opened the computer. Forget a refreshing read, even a barely passable piece was rare. In this era of universal creation, far too many low-quality works were mixed into the pile. To find gold in the sand, one needed extraordinary patience. Li Dong stood up, straightened his back, and stretched his body. He walked to the break room to brew himself a cup of tea, hoping to relieve his frustration and regain his composure. Before returning, he deliberately washed his hands, hoping to wash away all his bad luck. Back in his chair, he continued browsing until a title caught his eye. The Ethereal Journey. Now that sounded extraordinary. Yet after reading the opening, Li Dong was admittedly disappointed. Although the prose was refined, it lacked passion and the plot was somewhat cliché. Probably another story of a protagonist being framed and seeking revenge. It could be considered a passable work, but after the bombardment of dross he had endured, this book at least made the grade. Just as he was about to add it to his short list, he suddenly read. Li Chong looked at the laughing Fu Shan and thought with a touch of melancholy, hoping he wouldn't drag him into trouble. Fu Shan seemed to appreciate him and flashed a grin, revealing his snow-white teeth. A beam of white light flickered, and the approaching police officer was forced to shut his eyes, blinded by the glow. When they opened their eyes again, the two figures had vanished without a trace, leaving nothing but Li Chong's car solitary by the lakeside. Interesting. Li Dong couldn't help but continue reading. However, when he encountered the term Xiuzhen, he was bewildered for a moment. What was that? Fu Shan extended his left hand and pushed up his sleeve. On his wrist gradually appeared a bracelet about 3 fingers wide. Its color was strange, a dark blackish brown, with faint patterns shimmering in a mysterious silver halo that spun slowly within the bracelet. It was called the Neji bracelet, a specialized tool for advanced cultivators used for storing items. Li Dong was stunned. In all the works he had encountered before, he had never seen such a system. This novel concept stirred his heart like the allure of a breathtaking beauty. He returned to the homepage and glanced at the author's pen name, The Taste of Sunshine. Never heard of it. Could it be a newcomer? He then took another look at the synopsis. Li Chong was originally a small businessman, short and unremarkable. After being swindled out of his money and his loan coming due, he had no choice but to flee far away. Because of his chance connection with Fu Shan's treasure, the purple flame heart, he became a cultivator by coincidence, and from then on his life took a dramatic turn. After many trials, his cultivation soared from the heart's stirring stage all the way to the divine level, a height even immortals dared not dream of. What kind of existence were the immortal realm and the divine realm? What divine powers did immortals and gods possess? What status did the Buddhist sect hold in the divine realm? Was the divine realm the end of the world, or were there even higher realms? These thoughts sparked boundless imagination and excitement. In this book, readers would not only see the continuation of ancient Chinese civilization, the relics of immortals and medieval Western castles, but also marvel at ingenious cultivation methods, an endless array of magical treasures, rare and wondrous elixirs, and all kinds of peculiar beasts. As a senior editor, Li Dong could immediately recognize this work's extraordinary nature. With its novel premise and unprecedented genre, this book had enormous potential to become a massive hit. Li Dong immediately elevated it to the priority recommendation list. Liao Yuan was a CEO of a technology company and a veteran bookworm with over a decade of reading experience. From early printed volumes to later ebooks, he could truly be said to have devoured countless works. This had made him increasingly discerning. Picking up almost any book and glancing at the opening was sufficient for him to foresee the general plot, robbing reading of all its allure. These new authors are getting worse by the day. Why hasn't Great God Long Zhan updated today yet? Liao Yuan felt somewhat irritable. The torment of having nothing to read was truly unbearable. Once material pursuits faded, the craving for spiritual nourishment grew ever more intense. Liao Yuan now subsisted solely on the works of a handful of veteran authors, yet their updates came too infrequently. He understood this well enough, for fine creations required careful refinement. So in his spare time he occasionally perused the books of newer authors, hoping for a glimmer of surprise. But the result was invariably worse than not reading at all, a sensation far more revolting than swallowing something putrid. After slogging through a pile of documents, he finally reached past 5 o'clock. Most employees had left, yet Liao Yuan remained rooted before his computer, for this was the sacred hour when Great God Long Zhan never failed to publish. With a casual refresh of the web page, Reverse Life had indeed been updated. In an instant, all his grievances dissolved like smoke. He did not click directly into the book, but as was his custom, first bestowed a tip of 1,000 yuan. Only then did he open the chapter and read every word with meticulous care, as though afraid that reading too quickly might cause the words to vanish. But even at his slowest pace, the 2 chapters combined amounted to merely 5,000 or 6,000 characters, and before he knew it, he had finished. Immediately a wave of emptiness washed over him, leaving an itch in his heart as maddening as a cat's claws. Long Zhan Yuyi was now the premier grandmaster of the Sky Pavilion Literature Network. Originally an ordinary white-collar worker who wrote as a pastime, he had found traditional publishing's barrier impossibly high and never managed to break through. Later, as online literature surged in popularity, he seized the opportunity and became one of the first wave of authors to enter the digital literary space. Soon after, his outstanding prose set him apart, and a single work, Legend of the Tycoon, captured the hearts of countless readers, effectively deifying him with one book and cementing his position in the web fiction circle. Upon receiving a considerable sum of money, he resigned from his former job and devoted himself entirely to writing, ultimately rising among the elite few top grandmasters of the industry. When his new book, Reverse Life, was first published, countless devoted readers flocked to it, setting an impressive record. Long Zhan Yuyi, whose real name was Shun Long, had once been an unremarkable white-collar worker living a rather wretched existence, renting a cramped 50-square-meter apartment, earning a monthly salary of 4,000 or 5,000 yuan, enduring the endless 9-to-5 grind with no hope and no visible way forward. In the end, even his girlfriend of 4 or 5 years left him. But after embracing web fiction, a single book, Reverse Life, brought him nearly 10 million yuan in income, an amount he would have previously dared not imagine. Now he resided in a luxurious mansion, drove a prestige automobile, and had cycled through several girlfriends. He was without question a living testament to inspiration, just as his book itself, a true reverse of fate. After uploading today's chapter, he opened the author dashboard and beheld the long string of donation records, his face splitting into a wide smile. Roughly calculating, the donations alone totaled 4,000 or 5,000 yuan, nearly matching his old monthly salary. Among them, a lavish patron known as Beacon Fire spreading across the plains stood out the most. This reader consistently tipped 1,000 yuan before each session and was the first Alliance Master of the book, with cumulative donations nearing 100,000 yuan to date. Thank you, Alliance Master Beacon Fire spreading across the plains, for your donation of 1,000 yuan. Thank you, Alliance Master Miao Ben Shenghua, for your donation of 500 yuan. These were all his benefactors, and each time he would express his gratitude in the author group or at the beginning of a chapter. Occasionally, when encountering a truly generous spender, he would even write an extra chapter as a token of appreciation. However, he was no longer the naive newcomer who had first entered web fiction. As a top-tier grandmaster of the circle, convincing him to write an extra chapter now required a donation of at least 10,000 yuan per request. They say reading a good book is like savoring a cup of fine tea, with its fragrance lingering long afterward. After finishing, Liao Yuan, still yearning for more, opened the forum to discuss the future plot direction with fellow book lovers and evaluate the characteristics of the novel's characters. Divine book discovered. I've already done the toxicity test. Suddenly, a new post appeared on the forum. Ordinarily, someone advertising in another's forum would be roundly attacked, but this user was a rare exception. The poster, Yang Sichen, was a veteran bookworm renowned for his sharp eye and discriminating taste, frequently recommending excellent reads during everyone's literary droughts. It was through his recommendation that Liao Yuan had originally become a devoted reader of Reverse Life. He immediately clicked on the post and found a link. Travels of the Immortal. Liao Yuan first examined the synopsis. As the saying goes, the quality of a book can often be gauged from its introduction alone. The author's personality, writing style, and other distinguishing traits all tend to reveal themselves within. But as soon as he began reading, he froze. Not only did he fail to grasp anything, but he was instead drawn into a profound fog. Overwhelming curiosity urged him to tear aside even a corner of that mist. Cultivation. Magical treasures. What were these? Words like incredible and unimaginable flooded his mind. Following the author's brushstrokes, Liao Yuan entered a wildly bizarre and fantastical world, leaving him utterly captivated and unable to stop. For the first time, he discovered that novels could exist in such a form. Immortal cultivators soaring through the heavens and burrowing beneath the earth, mystical bracelets capable of containing vast objects and artifacts of unfathomable mystery. Just as the book's title suggested, it was as though he had embarked upon an ethereal journey. The sky gradually darkened until his wife's phone call shattered his trance and jolted him back to reality. Why aren't you home yet? Are you working overtime or out socializing? Don't tell me there's someone else waiting for you. His wife's roar sent cold sweat pouring down Liao Yuan's back. He hastily explained, I got lost in a book called Travels of the Immortal. Come home immediately and look at the time. Liao Yuan shut down his computer, descended downstairs, and started his car. On the way home, scenes from Travels of the Immortal continued to dance through his mind. If only he could cultivate, he wouldn't need to drive a car at all. A single leap would bring him straight home. And that storage bracelet was so convenient. No more lugging heavy bags everywhere. It would be the perfect tool for accompanying his wife on shopping trips. Wife, I'm home. Liao Yuan entered, changed his shoes, and expected nothing less than a loud scolding from his wife. To his surprise, the house was strangely silent. Moi. Something was very wrong. Liao Yuan startled, a flicker of wariness rising within him. But upon reaching the living room, he discovered his wife curled up on the sofa, holding a laptop and reading with obvious fascination. The title emblazoned on the screen was none other than Travels of the Immortal. Wife, what's for dinner tonight? Oh, just eat whatever's in the refrigerator. Cook yourself some noodles. Don't bother me. I'm right in the middle of something exciting. Liao Yuan wore an expression caught between laughter and tears. His wife was usually the very model of a devoted wife and loving mother, and she had never been so obsessed with anything before. In the end, he personally cooked a bowl of noodles and carried it over to her ladyship. The two exchanged a smile, and together began discussing the misty, elusive plot. Web fiction nowadays was almost all historical, urban, or wuxia. No matter how one wrote, it was impossible to break free from those categories. So when Piao Miao first appeared, it provoked a powerful reaction, like a pebble dropped into a placid lake, instantly stirring ripples. Merging the novel with classical mythology was absolutely a stroke that founded a new school. Although the major literary websites of the web fiction circle stood like a tripod, several of their rankings still carried genuine authority. As soon as Piao Miao Journey was published, it swiftly climbed into the top 10 on every major list, which Li Dong had never expected. It could be said that the book had become a sensation. At this moment, the original content department of Qishir Chinese Network was thrown into a flurry of intense activity. Server 3 is overloaded. Redirect the traffic. L2 cache overflow. The homepage is lagging. Quick. Activate the backup units. Meanwhile, in the editorial department, Li Dong's face was glowing. This book was one he had personally unearthed, a truly solid achievement. At the meeting just now, he had even been publicly commended. Moving forward, the website's focus would revolve around Piao Miao Journey, further packaging the IP and promoting it through every channel. As for his own job, there was only one: forge a good connection with Piao Miao Journey's author Sunshine's Flavor, offer the best possible terms, and make certain he stayed with the site. Unfortunately, Yang Fan had not left his contact information in his profile. His saved chapters were all scheduled for timed release, so he would not be logging into the dashboard anytime soon. After all, his home had no internet. After returning from the cafe, Yang Fan took a shower and was in high spirits. He hummed a song he had often sung in his past life. It had to be said that the music skill book had not been wasted, though whether it was pitch or rhythm, Yang Fan found it with perfect accuracy. But his voice was a vivid demonstration of what it meant for one bad apple to spoil the whole barrel. What was hardest to bear was that he was entirely unaware of it, looking utterly enraptured with himself. Just after his shower, he sat down and casually glanced at the system interface. To his astonishment, his fame points were leaping upward at an even faster rate than when Ghost Blows Out the Light had first aired. This sudden surprise caught Yang Fan completely off guard. He had never imagined that Piao Miao Journey would reap so many fame points immediately after being published. After waiting roughly 4 hours, he finally gathered 10,000 fame points and could draw 100 chests in one go again. Today, however, his luck was extraordinarily bad. Not a single silver chest appeared, only 3 bronze chests came out, and he actually drew 96 black iron chests. Thus, Yang Fan walked farther and farther down the road of hoarding supplies. What was gratifying was that the bronze chests opened 3 potions, one of which was a memory potion, exactly what Yang Fan urgently needed at this stage. The other 2 were a constitution potion and an agility potion. After drinking the 2 potions, Yang Fan felt that his agility and reaction speed had improved by a huge margin, a world apart from the frail body he had started with. The most direct proof was that his typing speed had reached a whole new level. Ding! Because the host has drawn 100 chests twice in succession, the special title Obsessive-Compulsive is awarded. Obsessive-Compulsive, every time the number of chests drawn is a multiple of 100 grant that many chances to designate an item when opening chests limited to known items. Yang Fan's eyes widened. This was the first time a system notification had appeared. He had actually unlocked a hidden feature. To be fair, although the title, Obsessive-Compulsive, didn't sound like much, the benefit was real. This meant that if he drew 200 chests at once, he would receive 2 chances to designate the item when opening chests. In other words, he could designate bronze chests and have a 100% chance of getting memory potions or health potions. Now that was amazing. Before he could finish rejoicing, the system suddenly prompted again. Upgrade conditions met. The system is entering an upgrade state. Then the roulette will suddenly turn gray, showing a countdown of 23 hours and 59 minutes. For Yang Fan, a system upgrade should be a good thing, so he ignored it. He drank the memory potion directly and hurriedly recalled the full contents of Piao Journey. His mind once again entered that cool, clear state. This time Yang Fan wasted not a second. Besides recalling Piao Journey, he also recalled other things that might prove useful, such as songs. After all, he still had a musical ability right there, and who knew when it might be needed? He still had no clear understanding of himself. For the better part of 3 or 4 days, Yang Fan stayed home, without stepping outside, silently typing away. His backlog of chapters had piled up to a staggering number. Yet while Yang Fan was toiling away, Li Dong was anxious enough to set his eyebrows on fire. Under the website's aggressive promotion, Piao Journey was spreading exponentially, bringing more and more people into contact with the concept of cultivation and gradually igniting a cultivation craze. This led more and more people to follow the trend, and imitations sprang up one after another. Works with titles such as The Road to Immortality, Cultivation Expert, and Cultivation Prodigy emerged endlessly, not a few of them by top-tier authors eager to ride this favorable wind. Whether in readership or promotional muscle, those websites far surpassed Qishir Chinese network. For a time, the traffic data for Piao Journey plunged sharply, showing every sign of returning to the old order. In a single day, the chief editor came looking for Li Dong 3 times, telling him to use every conceivable means to make contact with the author with the plan of launching a war of attrition against the opposition through extra updates. On the 5th day, Yang Fan went to the cafe once more and uploaded the chapters he had stockpiled over the previous days. Yet the moment he opened the dashboard, the messages pouring in like snowflakes nearly froze his brand new computer. They were almost all sent by the same person, a man named Chun Feng, Li Dong's pen name. Are you there? Please leave your contact information. Hello, I am your editor. Great God, reply. Urgent. Great God, reply at once if you see this. My phone number is 138xxxxxxxx. Yang Fan was somewhat stunned and quickly added him on Faceyuan, an app similar to a certain penguin messaging service from his past life. Hello, I am Sunshine's Flavor. Great God, you are finally online. Li Dong sent a string of crying emoticons. What is the matter? Yang Fan was utterly baffled. By all rights, the contracts had been signed, so there should be nothing that needed attention. Moreover, contracts in this world were on an automatic system. That is, the better your results, the more the contract would upgrade, and the better the benefits. Great God, please wait a moment. Let me get the chief editor to talk to you. Li Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried off to report the good news to the chief editor. Yang Fan was rather puzzled. After waiting for about 2 or 3 minutes, a new message popped up. Hello, the scent of sunshine. I'm Wu Zifeng, editor-in-chief of Qishir Chinese Network. Hello, Chief Editor Wu. Has something gone wrong with my work? Well, it's like this. Because the Misty Journey is an entirely new system, it has received an excellent response in the market and has been accepted by many readers. But at the same time, numerous copycat works have appeared, causing the loss of a considerable portion of readers. Although Qishir Chinese Network does not lack distribution channels in the industry compared with those established websites, we still pale a little. That sounds like your problem, doesn't it? May I ask why you came to me? This frenzy of imitation was not unique to this world. One could say it was a common ailment shared by both worlds. Usually the competition came down to the quality of the writing and the resources of the website. Whoever promoted well and was willing to spend money would ultimately win. A principle even Yang Fan understood. On the other side of the screen, Wu Zifeng revealed a wry smile. He knew this had nothing to do with the author, but the problem now was that they were completely outmatched in the battle of resources. With no other option, he could only hope to solve the problem through the work itself. In truth, shifting this burden onto the author was a highly irresponsible move, and it would also leave the author with a poor impression of the website. But the problem was that they had no other choice. The website had finally seen the hope of rising, and they were unwilling to be beaten back to their original state. We thought, since you have so many saved chapters, could you release a few more chapters each day? Wu Zifeng's face reddened a little. Yang Fan was taken aback. They wanted to win by sheer quantity. Come on. The Misty Journey was the founding work of the cultivation genre. Was there any need for such a low-end tactic? Did he have no pride? Besides, he had not even written the core part of cultivation yet. Even if others imitated him, they would only end up drawing a tiger that looks like a dog. There was no denying that better cultivation works would indeed appear in the future, but certainly not now. At least not before the Misty Journey was completed. Yang Fan neither refused outright nor agreed outright. The release rate of a book was a delicate matter. Updating too slowly harmed the reader experience, while updating too quickly overdrew the work's lifespan. After all, a good work also needed time to ferment. However, since he had signed with Qishir Chinese Network, he had to consider the website's interests to some degree. After all, only if the website thrived could he gain greater rewards. He also knew all too well that no matter how excellent a work was, it would ultimately be buried without corresponding resource support. After a moment's thought, he said, "At most I can release 4 chapters a day. As for the rest, you'll have to find a way yourselves." "Great, thank you very much." Then Yang Fan left his phone number so that they could reach him at any time. After closing Feishuan, Yang Fan uploaded the reserve chapters he had accumulated over this period and reset his publishing schedule. 4 chapters a day was the maximum concession he could make because he had to keep readers' appetites whetted and maintain the overall rhythm of the book. In his past life, although he had never written a book, he had served as an administrator for several books, so he was well acquainted with some of the little tricks of the trade. The Misty Journey was an excellent work, and he could not let it be ruined in his hands for any other reason. Liao Yuan and his wife were now the most devoted readers of the Misty Journey. Their happiest daily ritual was following the updates together and discussing the plot, sometimes even arguing until both of their faces flushed red. By now, the Misty Journey had accumulated quite a few diehard fans. No matter how many copycat works sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain, or what kind of top-tier author launched a new book, these fans still held fast to the orthodox original and stubbornly held their ground. Yet a large portion of readers had defected to others, believing that those veteran authors had more mature prose and would write better cultivation novels. Among them was Long Zhan Yuye. The counterattack life had already been nearing its end, and he had recently been considering opening a new book. However, his specialty was the urban genre, which seemed incompatible with the currently blazing cultivation trend. So he took a different route and planned to write an urban cultivation novel. It could be said that he was the smarter one among the many copycats. The others simply imitated mindlessly. If the original went to Tianting Star, they invented a Jojo Star or a Tianting Star. If the original had a mustard seed bracelet, they came up with a Qinkuan pouch, a Sumeru ring, a star necklace. The result was a specious imitation. Reading several of those books felt no different from reading one. Copycat works were destined to fail. After all, to distinguish themselves from the Misty Journey, they had to make changes to a certain extent. Yet even the slightest change could have a tremendous impact on the story that followed. Long Zhan had some of these problems too, but because the main framework of his world was still urban, a field he was better at, it was somewhat easier for him to manage. The participation of so many authors pushed the cultivation craze to its peak. Even many people who did not read novels knew the meaning behind those 2 words. Before long, however, some authors hit a bottleneck. Although Yang Fan's plot writing was quite brilliant, the main framework was still cultivation. The plot was merely the force driving its progression. These authors naturally fell into a misconception, desperately focusing on plot, romances and grudges, mind-bending suspense, all taking turns on stage. It was exciting to read, but the further they wrote, the harder it became. Gradually, they all slipped back into their original patterns. One could only say they were writing traditional novels wrapped in a cultivation skin. There were also authors who, with no other choice, could only keep following the trend. When Yang Fan leveled up and switched maps, they switched maps too. This made plot transitions overly abrupt, giving readers a constipated feeling. In the end, these authors no longer even knew what they were supposed to write. Top-tier authors, however, fared much better. Writers like Long Zhan Yuye designed their so-called cultivation worlds according to their own understanding. This made writing easier, certainly, but the familiar shadow was always faintly visible behind their creations. After all, creating a world was no simple matter. Though there was no shortage of brilliant works among them, they still lost the genre's true essence. Yang Fan briefly browsed some of these works and could not help shaking his head. Just as he had guessed, they were no threat at all. The charm of cultivation novels lies in leveling up through cultivation, giving readers the thrill of gradually growing stronger. Its greatest feature was the depiction of the various cultivation realms, supplemented by the characters' emotions, trials, and enlightenment, often featuring shattering the void, ancient deities, and cataclysms across the 3 realms. It was filled with wild, unconstrained imagination. That was its true essence. Even in the age when online fiction flourished, in his past life, cultivation novels could not escape the realm system established by the Misty Journey. In this world, while the Misty Journey was still unfinished, there were already people trying to surpass it. The attempt was utterly laughable. What the hell is this? Earlier, he endured hardships and bided his time for revenge, surrounded by peril and breathless tension, only for a single elixir to make him invincible under heaven, shattering the void and ascending. Then everything you wrote before was nonsense. It was completely futile, and you call yourself a great author. I spit. Such situations became commonplace. Many authors simply gave up because they could not continue losing a wave of prestige for nothing. Of course, some continued to persevere, but the quality of their content was beyond awful. Readers were all drawn here by cultivation novels, only to find a wolf in sheep's clothing. Who could accept that? It sparked a great sense of being deceived and swindled, and in the end, even the original loyal readers began to flee in large numbers. Long Zhan Yuye's situation was relatively better. A group of die-hard fans flocked to his support, forming a stark contrast with the bleak scenes of other authors' new books. What is the so-called originator of the cultivation school? Nothing but this. Just a few novel words, and that qualifies him to found a new sect. His consistent success made him somewhat arrogant. Especially after becoming the top author of Tiancong Pavilion, he looked down on everyone. When he saw people saying he was following trends, he flew into a rage out of shame. He even called out to the author of Piao Miao Journey across the internet, proposing a PK between their new book's results. He even said bluntly that Piao Miao did not deserve to be considered a pioneer, it merely added a few fresh terms to the novel, making people feel impressed without understanding why. This kind of drama was relishable for netizens, and after continuous fermentation, it created no small stir in the online fiction circle. Yang Fan learned about this only because Li Dongfei told him. Not only did Qishir Chinese Net not stop it, but after Yang Fan showed enough confidence, it actively fanned the flames to expand influence and achieve promotional purposes. It could be said that the cultivation craze pushed online fiction to a climax, and those who suffered were naturally the traditional authors. One traditional wuxia author responded to the cultivation craze during an interview. Everyone says cultivation is the first of its kind, but that is not so. It already existed in the age of our ancestors. The term xiuzhen originates from the Huangdi Neijing. The records of Shanggu Tianjinlin in the Huangdi Neijing state. The Yellow Emperor said, I have heard that in high antiquity there were true men who could lift up heaven and earth, grasp yin and yang, breathe in and absorb the vital essence, stand alone in guarding their spirit, and keep their muscles unified. Therefore they could live as long as heaven and earth with no end to their years. This is the way of life. In the Middle Antiquity, there were perfect men with pure virtue, and complete Tao, harmonious with yin and yang, attuned to the four seasons, detached from the world, accumulating essence, and concentrating spirit, roaming between heaven and earth, seeing and hearing beyond the 8 extremes. These are those who increased their lifespan and became strong, and they are also classified as true men. Next, there were sages who abided in harmony between heaven and earth, followed the principles of the 8 winds, moderated their likes and desires within worldly life, and had no thoughts of anger or resentment. They did not wish to leave the world in their actions, but clothed themselves in fine garments, and did not strive to be noticed by the vulgar. Externally, they did not weary their bodies with affairs, and internally, they had no worries of thoughts. They took tranquility and contentment, as their pursuit made self-fulfillment their achievement. Thus their bodies were not worn out, and their spirits did not scatter. They could also reach 100 years or more. Then there were worthies who modeled themselves after heaven and earth, resembled the sun and moon, discerned the stars and constellations, followed or opposed yin and yang, distinguished the 4 seasons, and sought to align with the ancient way. They too could prolong their lives, but there was an ultimate limit. Therefore what cultivation cultivates is the true man. It is hardly a new school. It merely developed from ancient immortal wandering tales of gods and demons and modern martial arts novels, with some integration of contemporary internet pop culture and Western classical culture. Host, then how do you view Piao Miao Journey as the source of the cultivation craze? All I can say is that the author is somewhat imaginative. As for the content, I am not interested. This segment of conversation was wildly reposted online. Many people actually searched for the origin of the term xiuzhen, and in the end it was verified to be exactly as he had said. As a result, Piao Miao Journey was directly toppled off its pedestal. The public opinion online was almost one-sided, believing that the author of Piao Miao was merely racking his brain and had no real substance. Long Zhanyuyi was delighted by this. Although his book also used cultivation as a front, he was enveloped by the halo of a great author, so no matter what he wrote, people would buy it. These events did not affect Yang Fan at all. Before anything new emerges, it has to undergo trials from every side. And Piao Miao Journey was true gold that feared no fire. He did not publicly respond to the rumors on forums or the homepage. He merely added a line on the front page of his book: to cultivate truth, one cultivates it in oneself. Only then is one's virtue genuine. This was a line from the Tao Te Ching. Its meaning was profound, and it slapped some people across the face. For Yang Fan, that was enough. The rest would have to be proven by time. Aside from working hard on his writing, he would occasionally glance at the system wheel. After a certain upgrade, its interface had become much more vivid. If it had originally been flat, now it was trending toward 3-dimensional. Moreover, a new section had appeared on the wheel, the golden treasure chest, although it occupied only 1% of the entire wheel. At the same time, the reputation points required for one draw had increased from 100 to 1,000. This made Yang Fan somewhat disheartened. Originally 10,000 points could open 100 boxes, but now it required 100,000. After 4 or 5 days, his reputation points had accumulated only to just over 80,000. He had gained some insight into the system's calculation method. Roughly each person provided reputation points to him through this book only once, with no duplication, even if he updated every day. A single work only produced reputation points once. Even calculating 1 point per person, more than 90,000 people had already added reputation points to him. But according to the backend data, the number of people who had read this book was far greater than 90,000. Could it be? Some people did not generate reputation points. Yang Fan shook his head. He had to conduct proper tests when he had time. The PK between Long Zhan Yuye's new book, Urban King, and Piao Miao Journey grew increasingly fierce. With deliberate hype from both websites, it entered a white-hot stage. Fans of the two books directly declared war on each other's forums. In the early phase, because Long Zhan was an established top author with a massive fanbase and some organizing capability, they attacked Piao Miao from all angles, leaving it battered and bruised. But as time passed, Piao Miao's staunch fans grew rapidly. Some were drawn in by the hype and then directly converted by the book itself, while many others came seeking it out by reputation. Combined with the pace of 4 updates a day, many people proclaimed a great indulgence. Long Zhan Yuyi naturally refused to fall behind, and Urban King also updated 4 times daily. Yet once the speed rose, quality became difficult to guarantee. Moreover, Long Zhan was flying the banner of cultivation, but what he actually wrote was more like urban wuxia. As a result, more and more people began to feel disappointed, and even many fans turned from supporters to indifferent passersby. After uploading the day's chapter, Long Zhan Yuyi habitually opened the forum only to find that the whole page was filled with negative comments. He initially thought they were hired trolls sent by his rivals, but on closer inspection, there were familiar names among them. Clicking in, he saw it was not mindless bashing, every point was reasoned and evidenced. This immediately threw him into a panic. He knew very well that no so-called great author was anything without readers' support. If readers didn't buy into you, you were nothing. At present, the comment section is almost entirely 1-star reviews. Baozu Jinpan, Urban Overlord, has drawn mixed reviews, but I fundamentally believe this book is extremely well written. First, I think the handling of the Song Jiang character is excellent, completely subverting the previous style, in which Song Jiang obeyed Tang Xing's every word. And Tang Xing is no longer like before, always babbling with Lin Daiyu and idling away without doing anything proper. Even the description of Yin Jiping's great battle with Sun Wukong is vividly written. Okay, I couldn't get past the first 3 chapters, damn it. Finish Xiangjiao, I don't know why you all are giving 1 star. This is disrespecting the author's hard work. Or if you think it's no good, you can just not read it. As someone with a sound mind, I'll tell you 1 star is Urban Overlord's true level in my heart. I really don't understand. Long Zhan's urban novels are absolutely top tier. Those of you giving 1-star reviews, did you even read this book properly? Whether it's the plot or the character development in Urban Overlord, have you actually studied it before casually commenting here? I can tell you with full responsibility, I have studied it. Total garbage. The 1 star is thoroughly deserved. Farewell. That was a 1-star review from Dozhan Shi. Xujing Xiang Tianga. Don't open fire, friendly. Phoeben Dewoniu, your humble junior, would like to break his own limits. 1 push-up for every like. 43512 likes. Phoeben Dewoniu. Farewell. I'm a neutral. Do I just start flaming directly, or is there some procedure I need to follow? Let me ask timidly, how do you give half a star? The comment section of Urban Overlord had already fallen. Even many of its former diehard fans were tight-lipped, showing not the slightest sign of stepping forward. And the once lively Alliance Master Group was now utterly silent. Shenlong seemed to have lost all his strength. He collapsed into a chair, staring blankly at the computer screen, his heart filled with resentment, fear, and confusion. He didn't know why things had come to this. Before Ethereal Journey could even begin to exert its strength, Urban Overlord had already gone cold on its own. The enormous contrast between his past and present life had made his desire for fame and gain extremely strong, and he had lost his original purpose. Had his path continued smooth, nothing might have happened, but once he encountered frustration, the blow was devastating. Whether he could cross this hurdle still remained uncertain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ethereal Journey had reached a minor climax. The special envoy of the Great Han Kingdom had long received an imperial edict from the national capital ordering him to seek out a cultivator named Li Chong. Once found, he was to keep him there, do everything possible to satisfy every need he had, and no matter what, invite him to the capital of the Great Han Kingdom. Such an imperial edict left the envoy completely baffled. He couldn't understand what sort of background this Li Chong had. Only today, after hearing rumors, did it suddenly dawn on him Li Chong was the younger brother of the venerable Fu Chongbi. The book's grand scenes, glorious history, and deeply moving brotherhood and friendship make people reluctant to part with it. Foundation establishment, nascent soul-body integration, great vehicle. The realm system set up in the book left readers spellbound. Everyone suddenly realized, so this is what a cultivation novel should be. From then on, its status as the founding work of the cultivation genre was unshakable. At this time, Yang Fan had no time to pay attention to those things online. Early that morning, Cheng Huayu had called and told him he could go and accept delivery of the house. At the street entrance to Yang Fan's rental apartment, a blue Buick business van was parked there with Cheng Huayu standing beside it. Seeing Yang Fan approaching, Cheng Huayu smiled and came up to greet him. Mr. Yang, get in. Lawyer Cheng, sorry for troubling you to come pick me up, Yang Fan said politely. It's only right. By the way, where is the house? Only after getting into the car did Yang Fan think to ask. Cheng Huayu smiled. We'll be there soon. Yang Fan looked out the window. It was the Pujiang River, the landmark river of Magic City. It could be said that the Pujiang River had nurtured the growth and history of Magic City. Since the mid-19th century, drawing on its geographical location and water transport, the financial and trade industries, port shipping and modern industry along its banks gradually rose and developed, driving Magic City's prosperity and making it a world-famous international metropolis. A city becomes vibrant because of water. Looking at world-class cities around the globe, the overwhelming majority rose alongside water because they were born from ancient agricultural cities and modern industrial cities. Drinking, irrigation, transport, and production all rely on a constant supply of water. The rare world-class city without a major river is usually a capital city. For political and military needs, it defies nature's law of development and stands dry and isolated far from water. Along the Pujiang there used to be only the one skyline of the International Architecture Exposition along the Bund in Puxi. With the rise of Pudong in the 1990s, the modern skyline of Little Lujiazui was added, the two shining in mutual splendor. The Pujiang was no longer the fringe between city and countryside. It had leaped from the city's boundary line to become the city's central line connecting the two soaring wings. It could be said that the Pujiang gathers and flows with the spiritual vitality, essence, and charm of this city. And they were driving along Binjiang Avenue at this very moment. Could his house really be here? Looking at the buildings lining the Pujiang, Yang Fan couldn't help feeling a surge of excitement. After all, this was not only Magic City's economic and cultural center, but also a symbol of wealth and status. Truly, every inch of land here was worth gold. The car exited from Binjiang Avenue through an exit, went directly around a roundabout, and entered an underground parking garage. This only confirmed Yang Fan's judgment. For a moment his feelings were complicated. He had never imagined that one day he would truly have a home of his own among these towers. This underground garage has 4 levels in total, and is shared by the 3 surrounding buildings. The number of spaces varies by level. Levels 2, 3, and 4 have more, around 1,300 spaces, and are public parking. Level 1 has the fewest, only about 200, and they are private spaces. There are separate electronic barrier gates that automatically scan vehicle information. While introducing all this, Cheng Huayu drove into level 1 of the garage. The barrier gate lifted the moment they reached the entrance. I don't have a spot here. This car is registered as a temporary visitor, so it can use your parking space. Seeing Yang Fan's confused look, Cheng Huayu smiled and explained. Yang Fan nodded without saying anything, looking at the expensive luxury cars filling the parking spaces on both sides, his thoughts unknown. Cheng Huayu parked the car, led Yang Fan to an elevator, and swiped his ID card. Yang Fan was slightly surprised. Did he need to swipe an ID card just to take an elevator? How troublesome. The elevator doors opened immediately, and Yang Fan was stunned. What the hell was this, an elevator? An ordinary elevator was only 4 or 5 square meters. This one was at least 10. And it wasn't just that it was bigger. The key was that it even had sofas and a tea table inside with potted plants in the corner. The most striking difference from other elevators was the absence of buttons for various floors. A casual observer could immediately tell it was a private elevator, which made Yang Fan even more eager to see his new home. After the two of them entered, the elevator doors closed. There was only a slight tremor when it started, and then they could feel no motion at all. This elevator was designed and manufactured by the German Cashin company, equipped with the world's most advanced safety protection system, with a maximum speed of 60 kilometers per hour. After a mere dozen seconds, the elevator came to a halt. When Yang Fan stepped out, he froze on the spot. Whether in his past life or this one, he had gazed up at this place countless times, even imagining what it would be like to stand here and overlook the entirety of Mogu. Known as the Eye of Mogu, the Mogu Global Center building, the most dazzling crown upon it, now belongs to you. Cheng Huayu bowed slightly, his eyes overflowing with envy. This young man had acquired this dream property worth over 1 billion yuan from the real estate tycoon Pan Shi for merely 1 yuan. Yang Fan's entire body trembled, as if electric currents of tingling excitement coursed through every fiber of his being. Standing before the colossal floor-to-ceiling window, he remained speechless for a long time. Cheng Huayu said nothing, standing quietly beside him. It was only his second visit here, yet his excitement still churned within him, impossible to quell. As a lawyer in a prestigious profession, Cheng Huayu's income was considerable. He could afford a fine residence anywhere in Mogu, but for a place like this, he had never dared to imagine it. Their law firm had always served the Pan Group, so they were well acquainted with certain matters. It was rumored that when the Eye of Mogu was first completed, someone had offered 2 billion yuan to purchase it, but Pan Shi had rejected the offer without a second thought. Later word spread that Pan Shi intended to transform it into a top-tier private club, but for unknown reasons the plan was abandoned and fell silent. Over the past 2 years, Pan Shi had kept a low profile, shunning public appearances. Rumors swirled that he was gravely ill, and the group's affairs were entirely managed by his wife. Amid internal troubles and external pressures, the development plans for this property were temporarily shelved. Recently, however, Pan Shi had made a high-profile appearance at a banquet, vigorous and radiant, showing not the slightest sign of illness. Those rumors were shattered. And this dream property, coveted by countless people, had changed hands. When Cheng Huayu first received this assignment, he too had been utterly stunned. What shocked him even more was that the space was subsequently renovated into a residence, its luxury prompting nothing but admiration. One could only marvel at the sheer extravagance of the wealthy. Although the contract given to Yang Fan showed a transaction amount of 1 yuan, the actual transfer document listed a figure of 25 billion yuan. The exorbitant taxes alone were enough to make Cheng Huayu look up to it for the rest of his life. All of this was borne by Pan Shi himself, and that 1 yuan contract was merely an addendum to the main agreement. Cheng Huayu could only remark that the rich truly knew how to play. As for whatever arrangements existed between those two men, although he was curious, he knew well that those matters were not for him to pry into. As an experienced lawyer, one needed not only professional ethics, but also the wisdom to know what to do and what to leave alone. Mr. Yang, all the floor-to-ceiling windows here feature a dual-layer protection system. The first layer uses ultra-white glass, which has a spontaneous breakage rate, near zero compared to ordinary tempered glass. The second layer is a flexible glass curtain wall regarded as one of the finest curtain wall projects in the world, ensuring absolute safety. Yang Fan had gradually composed himself. Though his heart still raced with excitement, his exterior was calm as he listened to Cheng Huayu's thorough introduction. As a comprehensive super-tall building, it includes exhibition halls, a hotel, sightseeing and entertainment facilities, and commercial spaces. The tower is divided into 5 major functional zones: a public retail and entertainment area, High office zones, a corporate clubhouse area, a boutique hotel area, and an experiential space at the summit. The summit of Mogu Experiential Zone features a city observation deck, a VIP bar, dining facilities, and spaces for sightseeing and meetings. Wait, summit of Mogu. Isn't this already the top floor? Yang Fan asked in surprise. Indeed, but this level is not open to the public, so the development focused on the level below. Cheng Huayu replied with a somewhat helpless smile. Carry on. Much like most modern super-tall skyscrapers, the Mogu Global Center building is more than just an office tower. Each of its 9 zones features its own sky lobby and atrium nestled between the inner and outer glass walls. Zone 1 will be the retail area, zones 2 through 6 will serve as office spaces, and the hotel and observation deck will occupy zones 7 through 9. Each level of the sky lobbies will house its own retail shops and restaurants, creating a vertical commercial district. Additionally, at the base of zones 2 through 8, every 120 degrees, there is a sky lobby composed of a double-layer curtain wall. The entire building has 21 such sky lobbies in total. Within these lobbies, the view is completely open, offering panoramic views of the cityscape, providing people with comfortable working and social leisure spaces, as well as daily amenities. The residence has 2 independent private elevators equipped with the world's most advanced identification system. One leads into the building, while the other goes directly to the underground garage. The indoor-outdoor air circulation system is automatically regulated by a central computer based on external sensors, ensuring that indoor air quality, temperature, and humidity remain at the most comfortable levels at all times. There is also an aerial garden with plants and flowers sourced from. Yang Fan listened with growing excitement. Everything here was a crystallization of contemporary technological wisdom, and now it all belonged to him. After Cheng Huayu left, Yang Fan suddenly let out an excited shout, his pent-up emotions finally bursting forth. That magnificent crystal chandelier, the seamless floor-to-ceiling windows framing the bedroom. It was exactly as he had imagined in his dreams. And that home theater which elevated the experience of life to an unparalleled height. Meanwhile, the giant fish tank served as a decorative wall, with ornamental fish swimming cheerfully within, as if welcoming their new master. There was also a game room stocked with virtually every gaming device available on the market. What pleased Yang Fan most was that aerial garden, lush green grass clusters of blooming flowers, and 2 rattan chairs. After a long while, Yang Fan's passion gradually subsided, and he lay wearily upon the soft bed. The thought of his daughter's expression when she saw the new home brought an involuntary smile to his lips. If only there were also a mistress. Sitting up, Yang Fan resolved in his heart that he now had the ability to give Shen Xiyin happiness, and therefore he would take action. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang, an unknown number. Hello, who is this? Young brother Yang, it's me. Pan Shi's voice came through the phone. Yang Fan raised an eyebrow. He truly had no desire for excessive contact with Pan Shi. Although Pan Shi had gifted him a luxury mansion in his heart, it was simply a fair exchange, payment for saving Pan Shi's life untainted by any personal favor. Even if Pan Shi had given him a cramped little house, he would not have complained. And having received a grand mansion, he felt no particular gratitude either. Brother Yang, are you satisfied with the house? Pan Shi sounded quite cheerful on the phone. Yang Fan, however, felt rather awkward. Despite Pan Shi's youthful looks, his real age was nearly the same as Yang Fan's father's, and being called young brother gave Yang Fan the strange sensation that the years were slipping past him all too swiftly. To be perfectly honest, I love it. Yang Fan was refreshingly blunt. After all, there was no room for hollow pretense between him and Pan Shi. As long as you're happy with it. I heard you say you like living up high. Is this high enough for you, haha? And you're right, this is a transaction, but hardly a fair one. My life is worth far more than these things. Yang Fan's brow furrowed slightly, yet he said nothing. To him, this had been a single closed transaction. When the transaction was complete, the two should have gone their separate ways. Mountains high, rivers long, never troubling each other again. Even if they met again someday, they ought to pretend not to recognize each other. That was the ideal outcome. And now Pan Sure clearly had no such intention, which left Yang Fan feeling somewhat displeased. President Pan, your life is indeed worth more than all this. Perhaps beyond what any amount of money could measure. But these are the very things I need, so for me, they make this a perfectly fair deal. Yang Fan spoke without the slightest evasiveness. Brother Yang is indeed refreshingly straightforward. Rest assured I understand your meaning. The reason I called today is to tell you that the tower's underground garage actually has 5 levels, a private garage, and it now belongs to you. With that, Pan Sure gave a hearty laugh and hung up. Yang Fan was stunned. Why hadn't Chung Huayu mentioned any of this? Could it be that he didn't know either? He went straight to the central control room, the veritable brain of the entire residence. Sure enough, he found the records for the 5th level garage. What left him speechless was that 8 or 9 cars were parked within every single one of them a luxury vehicle. Far from feeling delighted, Yang Fan's face clouded over. Perhaps Pan Sure had no idea that Yang Fan had failed his driver's license test 5 times. Back in his rented room, Yang Fan packed up all his belongings, and in the end they barely filled a single suitcase. Life had been hard in the past, every cent had gone to his daughter, leaving nothing to buy things for himself. Most of the items here had even been pulled from system treasure chests. Yang Fan cast one last look at the room he had called home for years. No matter how shabby it was, it had sheltered him from wind and rain, carrying him through his most difficult days. Lost in reflection, he was about to pick up his suitcase and head out when his phone suddenly erupted with a shrill ring. It was Shen Xiyin. Hello. He had barely answered when Shen Xiyin's voice came through, urgent and choked with tears. Yang Fan, has Chen Xiyin come to your place? Yang Fan's whole body jolted, and his voice went raw. Chen Xiyin is missing. Don't panic. I'll be right there. All thoughts of moving were forgotten on the spot. He dropped his suitcase at the door and tore off at a sprint. He bounded down the flight of more than a dozen steps, in just 2 strides, his mind ringing with noise. His daughter. She had actually run away from home. But no sooner had he reached the entrance of the building than a small, delicate figure, carrying an oversized school bag, stood there looking up at him timidly. Chen Xiyin. Yang Fan shouted, rushing over to scoop her into his arms. A surge of joy at having her back swelled in his chest. Daddy. Chen Xiyin buried her face in the hollow of Yang Fan's neck, her once rigid body slowly going slack. You silly girl. Yang Fan couldn't bear to scold her any further. He hurriedly carried his daughter back upstairs. But the moment he opened the door and Chen Xiyin spotted the suitcase by the entrance and the hollow empty room, she broke down completely. Daddy. Are you abandoning Chen Xiyin too? Yang Fan hurriedly soothed her. How could Daddy ever abandon you? You're Daddy's little heart and soul. Daddy was moving to a new home. We're going to live there together. A new home? Oh really? Chen Xiyin stopped sobbing and looked up at him with tearful, glistening eyes. Our new home is bigger than this one and better too. Then we don't want Mommy to come. Chen Xiyin hiccuped amid her tears, as if she had suffered some enormous grievance. Yang Fan wiped away her tears and sniffles. Tell Daddy what happened. Mommy screamed at Chen Xiyin. Yang Fan furrowed his brow. He had never approved of Shen Xiyin's way of disciplining their daughter, but it shouldn't have come to this. Should it? Could there be something deeper going on? Why did Mommy yell at you? Chen Xiyin's narration was a little incoherent, but Yang Fan eventually pieced it together. A man had visited Shen Xiyin's home. Chen Xiyin didn't like him, so she deliberately made a fuss and accidentally spilled water on him. Then after the man left, Shen Xiyin had given Chen Xiyin a stern scolding. Hearing this, Yang Fan felt not a trace of blame toward Chen Xiyin. Instead, a nameless fire of anger welled up inside him. Whether it was because Shen Xiyin had scolded Chen Xiyin, or because of that strange man. Chen Xiyin has been found, so don't worry. She doesn't want to go back right now. I'll let her stay with me for a while. Yang Fan dialed Shen Xiyin's number, and his tone was far from pleasant. Shen Xiyin answered with a quiet acknowledgement, and it was obvious from her voice that she had been crying. Yang Fan's heart softened despite himself. Don't worry, I'll comfort her. It'll be all right. Don't forget you have an interview tomorrow. At the very end of the call, Shen Xiyin made sure to remind him. Only then did Yang Fan remember that a job was still waiting for him. With the suitcase in one hand and Chen Xiyin in his other arm, he went straight downstairs, something that had been utterly impossible before. He had those 2 physique-enhancing potions to thank. His body had finally become strong enough. Driver, Global Center Tower. Yang Fan stowed the suitcase in the trunk and sat in the back seat together with Chen Xiyin. The cab pulled away without delay. Half an hour later, it finally turned onto Binjiang Avenue, and after another dozen or so minutes they arrived near the tower. A taxi, the most common sight in the Magic City, was glaringly conspicuous around here. Yang Fan paid none of it any mind. Pulling his suitcase behind him and leading Chen Xiyin by the hand, he walked straight into the tower. As the most renowned skyscraper in the Magic City, the tower housed companies that ranked at least among the nation's top 100. Every person working here was without exception a suit-clad social elite, walking with their chin held high and confidence radiating from their very bones. Yang Fan's attire clashed terribly with the place, yet he remained thoroughly unruffled under the strange, lingering stares. Chen Xiyin, however, felt a wave of shyness and unconsciously clutched Yang Fan's big hand more tightly. As Yang Fan reached the entrance to an elevator, a woman happened to emerge from another one. Seeing how adorable Chen Xiyin was, she couldn't help casting several extra glances. Yet she chose to ignore Yang Fan, standing right beside the girl. Yang Fan wasn't at all plain-looking. In fact, he was somewhat handsome. Otherwise, he could never have won Shen Xiyin's heart back then. But his outfit, which did not even total 100 yuan from head to toe, made it hard for anyone to hold him in high regard. Zhang Chengqing graduated from the design department of Moda University. After completing her undergraduate studies, she was directly recommended for a master's program, and upon graduation, she entered one of the top 100 companies in the country, becoming a designer. In the eyes of others, she was what one would call a true winner in life. However, once she actually started working, she realized that society was nothing like what she had expected. The intrigues and deceptions among colleagues, the harsh criticism and deliberate hassles from superiors. Everywhere she turned, she felt overwhelming pressure. Add to that a beautiful face, and the harassment she suffered was endlessly vexing. During this afternoon's tea break, she planned to go outside for some fresh air. Being stuck in the office was driving her crazy. Unexpectedly, as she stepped out of the elevator, she saw a delicate doll-like little girl striking the softest spot in her heart. For a moment, she even wondered whether she could ever have such an adorable child of her own. Looking more carefully, the little girl wore a fluffy princess dress and red patent leather children's shoes, both from well-known brands. The outfit must have cost several thousand yuan at the very least. She then looked at the adult beside the little girl. Could his whole outfit have cost even 100 yuan? No one would ever think the two were father and daughter. Could he be a child trafficker? Zhang Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. There had been a lot of news about such crimes lately. Sir, please wait a moment. Seeing Yang Fan furtively searching for something, Zhang Chengqing grew increasingly suspicious. She readied herself to call for help while preparing to stall him first. Daddy hug. At that moment, Shen Xiyin extended her chubby lily-white arms. Yang Fan picked her up with a loving expression, then looked at Zhang Qingqing. Can I help you? Your daughter is adorable. Zhang Chengqing became rather embarrassed and finally managed to blurt out that sentence. A proud smile appeared on Yang Fan's face. Thank you. At that moment, he also happened to find the elevator he was looking for and couldn't help complaining that there were simply too many elevators in this place. Sir, that elevator doesn't work. Before she could finish, the elevator doors slid open directly. A brief glimpse of its interior made Zhang Chengqing gasp and cover her mouth in astonishment. She had worked there for quite a while now, and even during rush hours she had never seen that elevator open. She had assumed it was an emergency elevator, but today clearly it was not. It was a private elevator. To have a private elevator in this building, what did that even mean? Even the boss of their company probably didn't have that privilege, right? Yet such a man dressed so plainly. Zhang Chengqing suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. Her previous designs had lacked soul. So she skipped her afternoon tea and waited for the elevator to return to the office. Wow! The moment Shen Xiyin stepped out of the elevator, she let out an excited cry. Children don't have the deep thoughts of adults. Oh, when they like something, they simply like it with no need for concealment. Daddy, is this our home? Shen Xiyin ran over, her eyes filled with hope. Yes, this is our home from now on. Shen Xiyin, let's go look at your bedroom. Before they arrived, Yang Fan had already selected a bedroom and lovingly decorated his daughter's room with items from his system package. Pink gauze drapery canopied the princess bed, plush toys were piled up, and the walls were decorated with childlike whimsy. Do you like it, eh? Yang Fan showed it off proudly. Shen Xiyin nodded eagerly, like a pecking chick looking here, and they're full of curiosity. When Shen Xiyin grew tired of playing, the father and daughter lay side by side on the living room carpet. Shen Xiyin, do you know who that man at the house was? Shen Xiyin shook her head. I don't know, but I don't like him. Shen Xiyin was only 4 years old and didn't understand some things, but children are the most sensitive. Since she didn't like him, there must be a reason. Then how did you get here, Shen Xiyin? You see, the place where Yang Fan lived was a full hour's drive from Shen Xiyin's residence. Shen Xiyin came by taxi. A taxi? Shen Xiyin remembered Daddy's address. The little one looked proud, but it made Yang Fan's heart race with lingering fear. With child traffickers so rampant these days, it was fortunate that nothing had happened. Had something gone wrong, it wouldn't just be Yang Fan. Shen Xiyin would be devastated too. Although Yang Fan doted on his daughter, there were times he couldn't simply let her have her way. So he put on a stern face. Shen Xiyin, you can't do this anymore. Have you thought about how anxious Mommy would be if she couldn't find you? Mommy was so worried she cried on the phone just now. Shen Xiyin's eyes wavered as if she knew she had done wrong. Go call Mommy. Mommy. Shen Xiyin was wrong. Wah, Mommy. Before Shen Xiyin could say anything, Shen Xiyin started crying first. Not knowing what Shen Xiyin said over the phone, Shen Xiyin soon stopped sobbing and handed the phone to Yang Fan. Hello. You have an interview tomorrow. I'll come and pick Shen Xiyin up later. Shen Xiyin's voice on the phone was filled with deep exhaustion. Yang Fan thought for a moment. Indeed, he couldn't just leave Shen Xiyin alone at home. Then come to Modu Global Center. We're here. What are you doing there? Shen Xiyin was taken aback. That place was notoriously expensive, one she herself had only visited a few times. You'll know when you get here. Yang Fan hesitated, not knowing how to explain. Fortunately, Shen Xiyin didn't ask further. Then wait for me for a while. Yang Fan took a deep breath. What was meant to come would come eventually. Today was the journey to break the ice. About 30 minutes later, Shen Xiyin called. I've arrived. Where can I find you? Which basement level are you in? Level B2. Okay, I'll be right there. Yang Fan hung up and said, Shen Xiyin, I'm going to pick up Mommy. You wait here at home. Shen Xiyin nodded obediently, completely absorbed in the cartoon. Although there were no buttons in the elevator, it had a central control panel, allowing him to stop at any floor. A dozen seconds later, Yang Fan appeared on level B2. Just as he was about to call Shen Xiyin, he saw a white Audi with its hazard lights flashing. It was exactly Shen Xiyin's car. Yang Fan walked straight over, and Shen Xiyin also got out of the car. She was in casual home clothes without large sunglasses or a mask. After all, this was a parking garage with few people around, so naturally, there was no worry about being mobbed by fans. Seeing Yang Fan alone, Shen Xiyin looked puzzled. "Where's Chen Xiyin?" Yang Fan said nothing, staring intently at Shen Xiyin as fragmented memories welled up before his eyes. This was the woman he had loved, the woman he had deeply hurt, the woman he had let down. A wave of sadness stung Yang Fan's nose, and he pulled Shen Xiyin directly into his arms. Shen Xiyin was startled at first and tried to break free. "What are you doing? Where's Chen Xiyin?" Yang Fan remained silent as 2 lines of hot tears streamed down his face. Shen Xiyin felt the warmth on her shoulder and stopped struggling for the moment. Recalling all that had happened over the years, bitterness welled up in her heart too. At first she had indeed been filled with hatred, but later, seeing everything Yang Fan had done, that hatred gradually dissipated. Yet the grudge in her heart could not be eliminated in an instant. Then she said softly, "Let go first. You're holding me too tightly, I can't breathe." Hearing this, Yang Fan quickly let go and stood flustered, looking at Shen Xiyin at a loss. Seeing him like that, Shen Xiyin simply couldn't muster any anger. That bastard was still the same as ever with that hateful, innocent look. "You bastard." Shen Xiyin's fists hammered against Yang Fan's chest. He did not dodge or flinch. When she had tired herself out, he kissed her directly on the lips. She struggled violently at first, but soon fell quiet, and then gradually surrendered to the kiss. After a long while, their lips parted. The two looked at each other in silence, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. "Let's go. How much longer do you want me to stand here?" Shen Xiyin kicked him in the leg. Deep down, she still couldn't let go of this man. No matter how much she had hated him, no matter how many grievances she had borne, one kiss had made them all vanish like smoke. "Hey!" Sensing the change in Shen Xiyin's attitude, Yang Fan was overjoyed. He walked Shen Xiyin to the elevator, and the doors opened at once. It was the most advanced recognition system, requiring no extra action from Yang Fan at all. Even Shen Xiyin could not help being stunned by the elevator's interior. When the elevator stopped, Shen Xiyin heard the noise and turned to look, accidentally bumping into a shelf beside her. The crystal ornament on top fell straight to the floor and shattered. Shen Xiyin happened to witness the whole scene. She rushed over, scooped Shen Xiyin up, and checked whether she had been hurt. Seeing that Shen Xiyin was all right, she looked at Yang Fan with a reproachful expression. "How could you bring Shen Xiyin to a place like this to play? One crystal vase like this costs at least 30 or 40,000. With a chiding glance at Yang Fan, she reached into her bag for a bank card. "Let's pay for it and go home." "No need to pay." "Huh?" Shen Xiyin looked up at him in surprise. "I said no need to pay because this is our home." Yang Fan was rather proud when he said this. Shen Xiyin, however, frowned deeply. She had thought Yang Fan had changed, yet he was still as impractical and overreaching as ever. Just by looking at the decoration, she could tell this was definitely a sky-high luxury mansion. Because Chen Xiyin had caught her attention the moment she entered, she hadn't yet taken a proper look at the place. When she did, she lost her composure. Isn't this the Eye of Modu? Our home," Yang Fan said again. Chen Xiyin, standing beside him, also chimed in, It's daddy and Chen Xiyin's home, and mommy's home too." "Nice. That was a perfect assist. Daughter, daddy truly didn't spoil you for nothing," Yang Fan cheered inwardly. "What do you mean?" Shen Xiyin still hadn't come back to her senses. Her mind was blank. Yang Fan decided to tell a lie. "Do you know Pan Shi? That real estate tycoon?" Shen Xiyin naturally knew him. This man was prominent not only in Modu but throughout the country. "Yes, it's him. In the past 2 years he has lived in seclusion. Really, he fell gravely ill." Shen Xiyin had heard something about this as well. Gossip spread fastest in entertainment circles. But what did that have to do with Yang Fan? "Back in school, didn't I register at the National Bone Marrow Bank?" Shen Xiyin nodded. She had known about it at the time. Influenced by some films and TV dramas, Yang Fan had acted on a momentary surge of passion. She had even tried to dissuade him then, but Yang Fan had been very stubborn. "It turned out that Pan Shi had leukemia, and I happened to match him perfectly, so I made a bone marrow donation. But I didn't know who he was until a while ago when he found me. To show his gratitude, he gave this place to me." Yang Fan secretly thought it was indeed because he had saved the man's life. He had just swapped in a different illness. Yang Fan had said it lightly, but Shen Xiyin nervously clenched her hands. Before he could finish, her face was already streaked with tears. "How can you be such a bastard? If anything happened to you, what would Chen Xiyin and I do? But I'm fine now, aren't I?" The attempt had backfired, and Yang Fan was silently lamenting. After a long while, Shen Xiyin finally accepted the truth, but she still insisted, "This is only your home, and it can be Chen Xiyin's home. It has nothing to do with me." Yang Fan suddenly grew anxious. "How can it have nothing to do with you? You're Chen Xiyin's mother, and I'm her father, so of course this is your home too. Then tell me, what exactly are we to each other?" Shen Xiyin glared at him fiercely. "Oh." Yang Fan was momentarily speechless. The two of them did have a child, but they had never gone through any legal procedures, nor were they a legally married couple. "Humph." Shen Xiyin ignored him and carried Chen Xiyin straight to the window to look at the view. Although she had forgiven Yang Fan, she would not accept him again so easily. All the grievances she had endured over these years had to be gotten back from him. Outside the window, blue sky and white clouds drifted by, and the Pujiang River flowed beneath her feet. Overlooking the entire city, Shen Xiyin's mood could not help but brighten. This was indeed the residence she had always dreamed of. Yang Fan's choice of this place was certainly no accident. Then warmth spread through Shen Xiyin's heart. Looking at Chen Xiyin in her arms, the three of them shared a harmonious family happiness. How long had she longed for this life? Just as her thoughts were drifting with the clouds, the aroma of food caught her attention. Shen Xiyin immediately scrambled up and ran toward the kitchen, with Shen Xiyin curiously following behind. In the kitchen, Yang Fan heard the commotion and pretended to flip the food in the wok with a spatula. The dish inside had just been taken out of his system inventory and poured in. Xinshin, go wash your hands. Yang Fan freed himself from Xinshin, who was clinging to him, then gave Shen Xiyin a warm smile. Dinner's ready. For some reason, Shen Xiyin's cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly turned and took Xinshin to wash her hands. Before long, 3 dishes and a bowl of soup were set on the table. The originally beautiful plating after Yang Fan's fiddling looked messy and disordered, but the flavor was still excellent. Shen Xiyin took a bite of the sour bamboo shoots and sliced pork, and her eyes immediately lit up. The savory, fresh flavor blossomed on her taste buds. She couldn't believe Yang Fan had such culinary skill. Why had he never mentioned it before? Sensing the curious look in Shen Xiyin's eyes, Yang Fan guiltily avoided her gaze. Fortunately, she didn't dig deeper and simply took it as a change in him over the years. The three had a perfectly harmonious meal, and with Chen Xiyin cheering things up, the atmosphere grew very warm. After dinner, as the evening lights came on and neon signs flickered, the view of Shanghai from here was magnificent. Then, citing that it was too late and unsafe, Yang Fan wouldn't let Shen Xiyin take Xinshin away. In the end, Shen Xiyin did not stay in the bedroom Yang Fan had prepared for her, but slept with Xinshin instead. After saying goodnight to each other, Yang Fan returned to his bedroom and clenched his fists in excitement. It could be said that after today, the ice between him and Shen Xiyin had successfully broken. Are you asleep? Lying in bed, an excited Yang Fan sent a text message to Shen Xiyin. Not yet, Xinshin just fell asleep. A moment later, Shen Xiyin replied. That man Xinshin said came to your home. Who is he? Yang Fan hesitated for a long time before finally asking the question. A music producer. He came to see me merely to talk about work, the album for next quarter. Don't misunderstand. After saying this, Shen Xiyin froze. Why had she become nervous? Yang Fan let out a relieved breath, and a hint of joy welled up in his heart. You're releasing a new album. It's being planned, but I'm still selecting songs. So far, none has really satisfied me. Yang Fan's heart stirred. There were countless brilliant songs in his head, and he could compose tunes as well. A wave of enthusiasm washed over him, and he was about to volunteer when Shen Xiyin suddenly asked, are you confident about tomorrow's interview? It should be fine, I guess. Get a good rest. Good luck tomorrow. Shen Xiyin encouraged. Yang Fan smiled knowingly. Shen Xiyin's refined intelligence and warm heart were exactly what fascinated him so deeply. But this job truly held no appeal for him. During this period, his novel had already earned nearly $1 million, and as he kept updating, the amount would only continue to grow. He went for this job interview simply because he didn't want to disappoint Shen Xiyin. After all, she was the one who had found it for him. The next morning, Yang Fan walked out of his bedroom and saw Xinshin's door tightly closed. Apparently, the two of them were still asleep. Just as he was about to prepare breakfast, he found a breakfast already set out on the dining table: a ham sandwich, a vegetable salad, a fried egg, and a glass of milk. All made from ingredients he had put into the fridge the day before. There was no doubt that this breakfast had been made by Shen Xiyin. Yang Fan wore a blissful smile. After finishing breakfast, he headed straight out. The company he was applying to was in Barren Tower, not far from his home, a mere 5 minutes walk at most. On the 51st floor, in the general manager's office, a short-haired woman in a black business suit was efficiently reviewing files. As the helmswoman of Mingyu Media, Feng Yi had to process an enormous amount of information every day to keep this express train running smoothly. The buzzing of her phone made Feng Yi frown slightly. She disliked being interrupted during work, no matter what, even if it was her private line. Hello, is this Miss Feng? My name is Yang Fan. Only then did Feng Yi remember that there was still an interview today and that this man had been referred by her close friend. Oh, just come on up. Go straight to HR for the interview, Feng Yi said flatly. To be honest, if not for Shen Xiyin's recommendation, she wouldn't have paid him any mind. Although Mingyu Media was not a renowned big company, it held considerable influence in its field. To occupy an entire independent office floor in a high-rise in the CBD district of Modu was in itself a mark of strength. Every year, countless graduates from prestigious universities scrambled desperately to get in. This year's recruitment period had already ended, but for her good friend Sake, Feng Yi made an exception and offered Yang Fan a chance. Whether he would ultimately be hired depended on his own abilities. Standing on Central Plaza, Yang Fan looked at Barren Tower, which rose over 60 stories on the west side. Compared with the 100-plus-story Modu Global Center, it looked like a child. The lobby was exceedingly spacious. The bright, luxurious marble floor reflected the crystal chandeliers hanging overhead. The dazzling white light cascaded down like mercury and spilled evenly into every corner. Strolling through the hall, a lofty sense of superiority arose unbidden, as if one were walking through paradise. The people moving through the lobby all carried a faint haughtiness, as though simply entering this place made them a more advanced species than the humans outside. Expensive leather shoes and high heels tapped across the marble floor with a sonorous, arrogant rhythm. Going farther in from the lobby, 6 elevators stood in the passage. A large crowd of white-collar workers had already gathered outside them. None spoke. They merely stared silently at the floor numbers above the elevator doors, their icy expressions conveying an aloofness and numbness that kept everyone at arm's length. At the entrance to the passage, Yang Fan glanced at the directory of companies on each floor, located the one for Menu Media, then walked to the elevators and squeezed in among the white-collar workers waiting. Admittedly, Yang Fan's outfit today was rather shabby. A black suit and a white shirt. Though they looked formal, the suit and shirt were wrinkled through and through, and the materials were even worse than the gifts from a 50 yuan buy one get one free deal. On him, the whole outfit made him look like a migrant worker repairing air conditioners, rustic and cheap. Yang Fan couldn't help it. The system's chest had yielded so many edible goods and daily necessities, yet it hadn't produced a single suit. The one he was wearing was bought when he graduated and had been pressed at the bottom of a box for who knows how long. The white-collar workers waiting for the elevator shot him peculiar looks, their gazes filled with undisguised revulsion. It was like a stray puppy suddenly running into a pride of lions on the African savannah. The lions found it highly irritating. Yang Fan crossed his arms as if nothing was wrong. Now he really didn't need to care about such things. With a crisp ding, the elevator arrived, and the white-collar workers in the passage swarmed into it like a nest of bees. Yang Fan followed unhurriedly. The moment he stepped in and stopped, the elevator gave out a buzzing alarm. Overloaded. Yang Fan smiled nonchalantly. He was just about to step out on his own and wait for the next elevator when someone in the cab called out coldly, "What are you standing there for? Why don't you get out fast?" People these days really are without common decency. The other male and female white-collar workers in the elevator muttered their own complaints. All sorts of scathing remarks about him not knowing his place. In the ruthless, fiercely competitive corporate world, these so-called elites seemed to have finally found a sense of superiority at his expense. Yang Fan's brow arched slightly. He had already taken a step out, but he paused and drew the foot back. "I was originally going to show you some decency, but now, strangely, I just won't." These days he didn't tolerate anyone's nonsense. Except his wife and daughter. Yang Fan stood in the elevator as steady as a mountain, refusing to move. The elevator's alarm continued to wail shrilly. The white-collar workers inside flew into a rage and began yelling at him, and the cab filled with a cacophony of resentment. Amid the clamorous crowd, Yang Fan, standing at the elevator door, blinked, and a sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Then he sank his breath to his dantian, drew in his lower abdomen slightly, and concentrated with bated breath. In the cramped elevator, a long, piercingly high-pitched sound suddenly echoed. Huffed. It lingered and swirled, carrying a tremolo tail of at least one note. At the same time, a nauseating stench spread through the cab like a poison gas bomb. The clamorous complaints vanished at once. In the narrow space, silence was deathly. A few wisps of green vapor seemed to rise from the foreheads of the male and female white-collar workers. Yang Fan turned back with an awkward smile. As the saying goes, loud farts aren't smelly, and smelly farts aren't loud. I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. My fart clearly violated that rule. Everyone stared at him in horror. A female white-collar worker in a black business skirt suit covered her nose with one hand and trembled as she pointed at Yang Fan with the other. "Why you. Before he could finish, Yang Fan suddenly furrowed his brow and dropped into a hoarse stance, crying out, "Another one is coming. This time I guarantee it won't disappoint. Everyone lend me your ears." The moment the words left his mouth, the men and women in the elevator let out shrieks of sheer terror and fled in a panic, scrambling and shoving as though trying to board a train during the spring festival rush. The crowd stumbled out and gulped down the fresh air outside, leaving the elevator empty. Only Yang Fan remained standing with his hands behind his back, looking every bit the peerless, lonely champion. Above the rising din of curses, the elevator doors slowly slid shut, hiding Yang Fan's smug, punchable smile. Staring at the empty elevator, he felt the small thrill of a man who had exacted his petty revenge. He rode the elevator all the way up to the 51st floor, and even Yang Fan could barely stand it by the time he stepped out. Farting in an elevator follows the same principle as farting under the covers. You let it out, and you're the one who has to smell it. Yang Fan felt dizzy from the stench. As he walked out, he silently resolved to avoid such acts that hurt others without benefiting himself. Not only was it a case of harming the enemy by 10,000 and losing 8,000 of your own, it also was not a very dashing way to make an entrance. When a real protagonist makes an entrance, he carries a sharp, decisive aura. In literary terms, he sweeps in with wind and thunder. After leaving the elevator lobby, he came to a crescent-shaped reception desk. On the white feature wall behind it hung 4 large characters: Menu Media. Yang Fan asked the receptionist where the HR department was and headed straight over. The HR manager, Wei Chong, was a refined man in his mid-30s. At the sight of Yang Fan's wrinkled suit, his brow twitched slightly, but since Feng Yi had already put in a word, he said nothing extra and went straight to the point. Yet a short conversation was enough to astound Wei Chong. Yang Fan not only held unique views on the future of the media industry, but also possessed in-depth research on the cultural sector with the brightest prospects. More than a few of his points made Wei Chang's eyes light up. Wei Chang was almost ready to give the final nod and hire Yang Fan on the spot, but on second thought he decided to ask President Feng for her opinion. Seeing the shift in Wei Chang's attitude as he left, Yang Fan knew the matter was as good as settled. Sure enough, after Yang Fan left, Wei Chang went straight to Feng Yi's office. "What do you think of him?" Feng Yi asked without raising her head from a document she was reviewing. "He's a real talent." Wei Chang placed Yang Fan's resume on the desk. "Oh." Feng Yi looked up in surprise. Wei Chang was a high-caliber returnee from overseas and had always held his standards high. Hearing such praise from him was no easy thing. That Yang Fan could earn such high praise. Curious, she picked up the resume. But the moment she opened it, she froze. 4 years earlier, on the day she graduated from college, Feng Yi, like most couples, had ended a 7-year relationship in that season of breakups. It had felt like the sky was falling. She was overwhelmed by confusion about life, and everything in the world seemed alien. After a farewell dinner with her roommates, Feng Yi walked alone along the river embankment. With all hope lost, she leapt. But the moment her body hit the freezing river, the bone-chilling cold sobered her. What was love compared with life? Utterly worthless. A fierce will to live made her struggle and scream for help. Yet the river raced and churned, even a skilled swimmer would have hesitated. The bank was crowded with onlookers, but not a single person reached out to help. As Feng Yi's hope crumbled and her consciousness faded, she felt herself being dragged upwards. The face above her was young but steeped in sorrow, and his eyes held an unyielding resolve. His arms were not especially powerful, yet they gave Feng Yi a sense of security she had never known. When she awoke, she was already in the hospital surrounded by family and friends. But the face she had most longed to see was absent. People said the man had left as soon as he pulled her ashore, without even giving his name. That ordeal made Feng Yi grow up quickly. She finally realized how childish and absurd she had been. Not long afterward, she joined the family business and ran the media company with impressive success. She had tried to find that man, but every attempt vanished like a stone dropped into the sea. Not a trace, not a word. And now, she had finally found him. Feng Yi desperately suppressed her emotions and forced a calm voice. "In that case, let him stay." "All right." Wei Chang nodded and strode out. Feng Yi's hands trembled as she reopened the resume and studied it for a long time. Tears gradually welled up in her eyes, and a giddy joy of having something restored filled her chest. The figure that had haunted her dreams for 4 years, the shoulder she had yearned for countless times in her sleep. By the time Yang Fan reached home, Shen Xiyin had already left with Shen Xiyin. Facing the empty house, he felt a vague ache of loss. Even though it was an ultra-luxury residence, it did not feel like home at that moment. "Hello, is this Mr. Yang?" "This is Wei Chang." "Hello, Manager Wei." Yang Fan was startled. The call had come so soon. Could it have been a failure? But Wei Chang's next words put his mind at ease. "Congratulations, you've been accepted. You can start work tomorrow." Yang Fan thanked him calmly, his heart unmoved. This job was not merely of no help to him, it was actually a burden. Still, it was Shen Xiyin who had found it for him. Even if he did not need it, Yang Fan could not bring himself to say no to her. "The interview went well. I got the job and start tomorrow." Yang Fan picked up his phone and sent Shen Xiyin a message. A moment later, her reply came: "Congratulations. Keep it up." A honeyed smile instantly bloomed on Yang Fan's face. Whatever reluctance he had felt turned to willing sweetness at that moment. Perhaps this was the power of love. Just then, a piece of tabloid news appeared online under the headline, "The Summit of Modu Changes Hands, a top-tier mansion appears." According to reliable sources, the top floor of Modu Global Center Tower, hailed as the Eye of Modu, has changed hands for a staggering price, the Summit of Modu, and has been converted into a luxury residence. He must own a mine. Case closed. Publicity stunt. How much did the editor get paid? No way. Can the editor at least make the story a bit more believable? This one's real. That man is the husband of my 7th granduncle's second nephew's neighbor's elementary school classmate's maternal aunt. Haha, do you think I'd believe that? Caught one of those editors. Somebody come feed him some crap. But since there was no direct evidence, and none of the parties involved came forward with a statement, the news ultimately failed to make waves. Still, it served as a warning to Yang Fan. If he had a certain standing in society, living in such a mansion would only make others envious. But if he were merely an ordinary person, assets that did not match his status and identity would invite suspicion, even covetousness. That would be no good for him or his family. He could no longer afford to remain idle. It was time to take the initiative. The novel, A Ethereal Journey, had been completed with chapters in reserve for gradual release. With the platform handling operations, there was nothing left for him to worry about, but sit back and collect the earnings. The book had brought him considerable wealth, and Yang Fan's savings were now approaching 2 million yuan. It had also brought him tremendous fame. His reputation value had already surpassed the 2.5 million mark and was still steadily climbing. Yang Fan was in no hurry to draw from the system. With the obsessive-compulsive title, the more accumulated draws the better. He planned to wait until the rising trend weakened before using them. He had already decided on his next primary objective: to help Shen Xiyin complete her album. It might seem daunting to others, but for Yang Fan it was as easy as breathing. First he needed to procure some musical instruments. The Magic City was an international metropolis, a city with a fast pace. When it came to the musical instrument trade, Jinling, East Road, was second to none. Though it was a street of music shops, it was a place where dragons and snakes mingled with waters running deep. Yang Fan visited over 20 stores without finding anything that satisfied him. Finally, he stepped into Boss Piano House, one of the 4 great piano shops in the city. "Welcome, sir. How may I assist you?" asked a professional female saleswoman. "Show me your pianos." "Certainly, sir. Are you a beginner?" "For beginners, I recommend this Pearl River model. It's affordable, well-made, and perfect for someone just starting out." The saleswoman, seeing that Yang Fan was young, assumed he was new to the piano. The model she recommended was reasonably priced and practical, quite suitable for a novice. For them, tailoring advice to each customer was a basic skill. Yang Fan glanced at the piano, gave a faint smile, and said nothing. He casually tapped a few keys, then simply shook his head. The saleswoman was taken aback. So he was a professional. She quickly recommended a high-end model. "Sir, we have a Yamaha grand piano here, the top choice for exquisite sound quality." Yang Fan tapped a few keys and shook his head again. He was dissatisfied with each subsequent suggestion. If not for her professional composure, the saleswoman might have lost her patience. She had never seen such a picky customer. "Sir, do you have any specific requirements? Boss Piano House is the most professional instrument shop in the country. We will surely meet your needs." There was one thing she left unsaid, as long as the money was right. Yang Fan pondered briefly, then said, "I need a 97-key piano." The saleswoman's eyes went wide. "Sir, pianos are almost always 88-key. Was this guy here to cause trouble?" Maybe she had been mistaken about him. Did he know nothing about pianos? Meanwhile, the store manager had long been observing Yang Fan. Although he seemed young, his eyes as he examined the pianos were extremely experienced. His gaze moved over the little wooden hammers inside the lid, the string pins, and the copper winding on the bass strings. These were the details that determined a piano's tonal quality. Only a seasoned hand would examine an instrument this way. This young man was a connoisseur. Seeing this, the manager walked over directly. "Sir, I am Shen Xiyin, the manager of this store. We do indeed have a 97-key piano. Please follow me." The saleswoman was utterly bewildered. A 97-key piano actually existed. She had thought all pianos had 88 keys. Shen Xiyin led Yang Fan straight to the 3rd floor, where a grand showroom contained only 5 pianos. With a single sweep of his eyes, Yang Fan knew that every one of them was a masterpiece. He glanced in surprise at the proud Shen Xiyin. Truly worthy of Boss Piano House, one of the 4 great piano shops of the Magic City. The 5 imperial-grade pianos: Steinway, Fesseli, Bosendorfer, Bluthner, and Petrov. And this Bosendorfer is from the only company in the world that produces 92-key and 97-key grand pianos. It is hailed as Austria's national treasure, and together with Petrov they are known as the twin famous pianos of Vienna. Yang Fan walked past each piano, recounting its history and characteristics in detail. That music skill book he had consumed was certainly not wasted. Shen Xiyin nodded proudly. Because this is the Magic City. In any other city, even Boss Piano House could not gather all 5 imperial grand pianos. Yang Fan said nothing in response, but his fingers flew across the Bosendorfer's keys, producing a few bright notes. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. "This is the one." Shen Xiyin also smiled. This was a big sale. This Bosendorfer, I can guarantee that there are fewer than 20 in all of China, and every single one was sold by our store over the past 7 years. It is entirely handcrafted, and the Austrian factory produces only a few dozen a year. The price is 1,850,000 yuan. That price would deter most people, but Yang Fan willingly took out his card. He knew the piano was truly worth every yuan. After swiping the card, Yang Fan's wallet was completely emptied. He placed the piano by the window, where sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains and fell upon the instrument, suffusing the entire room with an artistic atmosphere. He sat before the piano and closed his eyes, his hands resting on the keys. As his fingers began to dance, the familiar melody filled the room. The next morning, Yang Fan rose early. He had not forgotten that this was his first day at work. After arriving at the company, he photocopied his ID, signed the labor contract, registered with HR, and collected his desk computer and other office supplies from the logistics department. No sooner had he finished all that and sat down to catch his breath than someone told Yang Fan the office director wanted to see him. Catching the barely concealed schadenfreude on some people's faces, Yang Fan knew this director was not someone easy to deal with. The office director was named Chun Dongfa, a middle-aged man in his 30s. He had a sallow complexion, a thin and gaunt frame, and somewhat sunken eyes. His smile seemed friendly, yet his gaze carried a hint of gloom. The instant Yang Fan laid eyes on him, he knew this was a man accustomed to scheming. The talk itself was nothing remarkable, just a rundown of the rules Yang Fan needed to follow and an assignment of his duties. Everything appeared perfectly normal. But at the end, the director asked rather obliquely, since the recruitment period had already ended, whose strings Yang Fan had pulled to get in. Yang Fan answered without hesitation, the general manager. And so the conversation ended in a jovial atmosphere, with Chun Dongfa even adding that Yang Fan could come to him for help with any difficulties at work. After the IT engineer set up his network connection, Yang Fan finally sat down at his own desk, smiled contentedly, and let out a satisfied sigh. He hadn't expected to be a white-collar worker himself. From now on, he'd be commuting by bus in the morning. Wait, he didn't seem to need one. After work, he'd loosen his tie and hang out at a bar. On weekends. He'd stay home with a cup of coffee, watching the rain through the window, listening to gentle piano music and thinking of a homesickness as distant as a past life. Feng Yi was unusually distracted today, spending most of her time lost in a daze. Only when someone came to report on work did she manage to pull herself together somewhat, yet that face kept surging uncontrollably into her mind. At last, unable to contain her excitement, she dialed a number to share the joy with her close friend. "Cici, I found him." "Who?" "The one I've been telling you about all along." Feng Yi said, a little excited. "Oh, that righteous hero who after doing his good deed flicked his sleeves and vanished, concealing his merit and renown." Shen Xiyin teased over the phone. "Oh, stop it. But you're the one I have to thank for this." "What does it have to do with me?" Shen Xiyin was puzzled. "It has everything to do with you. If it weren't for your recommendation, how could I ever have found him?" "Wait." Shen Xiyin's mind went blank. "You're talking about Yang Fan. That's him. I really have to thank you this time. Let me treat you to dinner soon. You pick the place." "Cici, why aren't you saying anything?" "Oh, I still have something to deal with. Let's talk later." Shen Xiyin hung up without another word, her expression despondent, as though she had lost something most precious. For so long she had never truly examined her own heart. Instead, she had smugly convinced herself that the two of them were bound together only because of Chen. In fact, she had never let go. From the moment she stood before Yang Fan with Chen in her arms, she should have known. Shen Xiyin pressed her lips together and dialed Yang Fan's number. Yang Fan was sitting at his desk familiarizing himself with the work assigned to him when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was Shen Xiyin, his face lit up with delight. It was a rarity for her to call him on her own initiative. Yet when the call connected, Shen Xiyin remained silent. Yang Fan could distinctly hear muffled sobbing on the other end. "Don't cry. What happened?" Yang Fan was gripped by anxiety, a sudden panic seizing him. Could something have happened to Chen? I want to eat the osmanthus cakes from Li Ji." Shen Xiyin herself couldn't remember the last time she had acted with such coquettish sweetness. Her words stunned Yang Fan, and memories surged into his mind one after another. "Yang Fan, go buy me some osmanthus cakes from Li Ji. My dear young lady, I'm back in my hometown hundreds of miles from school. I don't care. You're the one who made me angry. Don't be ridiculous." Yet when early the next morning Yang Fan stood at her door drenched in sweat and holding a box of osmanthus cakes, Shen Xiyin's eyes curved into crescent moons. "Here, I forgive you this time." She nibbled at the sweet osmanthus cakes while wiping the sweat from Yang Fan's brow. "It's really not easy trying to please you." Yang Fan sighed. "Who says so? As long as you buy me Li Ji's osmanthus cakes, I'll forgive you no matter how angry I am." Shen Xiyin lightly tapped his forehead with her slender jade-like finger. I'll go buy them for you right now." Yang Fan's voice choked up. He hung up and dashed out of the company. At that moment, he couldn't care less about work. He only wanted to see Shen Xiyin's smile bloom like a flower, just as it had once done. "Mommy, don't cry." Chen, who had just woken up, saw Shen Xiyin's face covered in tears and clumsily wiped them away with her small hand. Shen Xiyin hugged Chen tightly and gently kissed her forehead, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Yang Fan rushed downstairs and hailed a taxi. "Driver, Songjiang University Town." "Where?" The driver was startled. The Magic City had no shortage of colleges, but he had never heard of any Songjiang University Town. "City. Songjiang University Town in City." Yang Fan gasped. "Young man, you're not kidding, are you? That's 200 or 300 kilometers away." "I'm not kidding. That's exactly where I'm going." "Then I'll switch on the meter. Don't worry, you'll get every cent." The taxi headed north and soon merged onto the expressway. The driver noticed how distracted Yang Fan seemed, and with the frantic rush earlier, he had a rough idea of what was going on. He stepped on the accelerator a little harder. The journey passed without a word. They reached Songjiang University Town in about 2 hours. Though the meter read over 500 yuan, the driver accepted only 500. He even gave Yang Fan an encouraging glance, leaving him baffled. Yang Fan never expected that after graduation he would return to this place, a place of heartbreak, at once familiar and alien. It was still that tiny shop of some 10 square meters, clean and neatly arranged. The wooden plaque above the door had become too worn to read, yet the fragrant aroma still drew a long line of students. City was renowned for its osmanthus, and the finest grew near Songjiang Lake. In time, the area came to be called Osmanthus Lake, its original name all but forgotten. Legend says the osmanthus at Osmanthus Lake was picked from the Moon Palace by Yang Sichen. One evening, as Yang Sichen dozed in his study, Kuei Xing entered his dream and asked whether he wanted to climb to the Moon Palace and pluck an osmanthus branch. Yang Sichen said he did. So Kuei Xing ordered the West Sea Dragon King to carry Yang Sichen to the Moon Palace to gather the osmanthus. In the Moon Palace, Yang Sichen saw a grand palace and a towering osmanthus tree. He climbed up with great effort, broke off a branch, and returned to his study. Later he went to the capital and came first in the imperial examinations. In the late Ming dynasty, a peddler in Xindu named Lu Jixiang, inspired by the osmanthus scented study of top scholar Yang Sichen, gathered fresh osmanthus flowers, squeezed out their bitter fluid, soaked them in syrup, mixed them with steamed rice flour, glutinous rice flour, cooked oil, and refined sugar pressed the mixture into molds and sold the result as osmanthus cakes. Once the osmanthus cakes were offered for sale, people rushed to buy them. Later, local confectionery shops passed down the craft and kept refining its quality, making osmanthus cakes a renowned local specialty. Osmanthus cakes made by traditional methods contain absolutely no added fragrance. Every year during the osmanthus blooming season, the streets are dotted with signs reading wanted large quantities of fresh osmanthus flowers. There were many pastry shops around Songjiang, but Li Ji made the best. After waiting in line for half an hour, Yang Fan finally bought 2 boxes of osmanthus cakes. Opening the box, he saw the pinkish-white osmanthus cakes lying in 2 orderly rows with tiny grain of rice-sized osmanthus petals scattered faintly among them, like an art master's casual splashes of deep yellow paint on a white canvas. Yang Fan picked up a piece and put it into his mouth. His teeth had barely registered the soft, moist springiness of the glutinous rice flour before the tip of his tongue caught the faint sweet signal. The aroma hidden within the cake grew ever fuller, an indescribable fragrance swirling wantonly through his mouth, then rushing up into his nasal cavity and transmitting the message to his brain. It was as delicious as ever. The same taste he remembered, and Yang Fan's eyes grew slightly moist. Ding dong. Shen Xiyin opened the door to find Yang Fan standing there travel-worn, holding 2 boxes of osmanthus cakes. This time Shen Xiyin did not smile. She covered her mouth and wept. Baba. The little one ran out excitedly upon hearing the commotion, eyes lighting up at the sight of the 2 boxes of osmanthus cake. Did you buy these for Qinshen? You only care about eating. Shen Xiyin bent down and picked up her daughter, tickling her little nose before glancing at Yang Fan. Come in. Yang Fan offered an awkward smile, looking somewhat ill at ease. Truth be told, he had never stepped into Shen Xiyin's home over the past few years. During pickup times, he merely waited briefly at the doorway. Shen Xiyin picked up a piece of osmanthus cake with her fingers and popped it into her mouth, closing her eyes with a satisfied smile. Mama Qinshen. Let Qinshen taste. The little one clapped her hands in delight, practically dancing with excitement. Shen Xiyin pinched off a small piece and fed it to Qinshen, whose face immediately brightened with a wide grin. Yang Fan naturally was not left out. Shen Xiyin habitually picked up a piece and held it to his lips. Just as the family of 3 enjoyed their blissful moment together, the phone rang, shattering the warmth. As soon as Shen Xiyin answered, the smile faded from her face. All right, I'll be right there. What's wrong? Yang Fan asked with visible concern. Something came up at the company. I need to go. Within moments, Shen Xiyin returned from the bedroom, already changed, and hurried toward the door with her car keys in hand. Yang Fan was puzzled while Qinshen continued eating happily. Meanwhile, the entertainment circle was about to erupt into a storm. As if out of nowhere, a scandal broke involving Shen Xiyin, a star known for her spotless reputation and lack of any romantic entanglements. Shen Xiyin caught in a passionate romance. Leading man suspected to be rising star Yang. Love bloomed on set. The news leaked through an entertainment division of a major portal website. Such stories were hardly unusual. Gossip papers constantly chased after unconfirmed rumors, eager to publish whatever scandal they could find. But this report was detailed and convincing, complete with several photos from different occasions as evidence. Though blurry, it was clear enough to show the 2 of them together laughing and chatting. One photo in particular showed Yang with his arm around Shen Xiyin. If this wasn't conclusive proof, what would be? Soon, every major media outlet and gossip tabloid picked up the story, and some of the tabloids had absolutely no shame left. Shocking. A top celebrity actually did something like this. This was the headline of an entertainment tabloid reminiscent of the sensationalist style Yang Fan had encountered in his past life. Exclusive top actress's secret romance exposed. From co-stars to soulmates, ranking the entertainment industry's sweetest couples. Thanks to the heavy promotion of her new drama Fire Youth, Shen Xiyin had been highly active in the public eye recently. Now fueled by this scandal, she was thrust squarely into the spotlight, whether she liked it or not. Inside the director's office, Shen Xiyin sat silently, her expression unreadable. Wang Mei rubbed her temples in frustration. Xiyin, I swear the company had nothing to do with this. We were just as caught off guard as anyone. Besides, letting this leak out would only cause more harm than good. No one in the company would do something so self-destructive. Shen Xiyin finally looked up at her. Sister Mei, I hope this can be clarified as soon as possible. Don't worry, the company will handle this properly. Just focus on preparing for your new album. Wang Mei finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had barely managed to soothe the little ancestor. It was humiliating, she thought. A full-fledged director at a publicly listed company bending over backwards to appease one of her own artists. Under normal circumstances, a scandal like this would require the celebrity to fix things themselves, and if it damaged the company, they'd face serious consequences. Yet here she was being confronted by Shen Xiyin, as though she were the one in the wrong. But there was no getting around it. Who else could she offend given Shen Xiyin's powerful connections? As soon as she stepped out of the director's office, she ran straight into the other party at the center of this scandal, Yang. Yang noticed Shen Xiyin's frosty expression and managed only an awkward smile, which she entirely ignored. Yang sighed bitterly and shook his head, a trace of disappointment crossing his features. He admitted to himself that he did have feelings for Shen Xiyin. From the moment he first entered the company, he had been captivated by her. They had grown quite close through their collaboration on the drama, but this sudden incident had pushed their once friendly rapport to an icy freeze. Director, Yang pushed open the door and stepped inside. Unlike Shen Xiyin, he stood there trembling nervously. Though celebrities appeared glamorous on the surface, the reality was stark. Offend the company, and they could be frozen out overnight. Without exposure, the public would forget you quickly, and your career would be over. Wang Mei finally put on her director's face, furrowing her brows as she spoke coldly. Those photos were all taken during company events. Someone inside must have leaked them. Do you have any suspects in mind? Yang's mind stirred, and a certain figure surfaced in his thoughts. But under Wang Mei's probing gaze, he ultimately shook his head. Fine, just go put out a statement for now. Wang Mei waved her hand dismissively. As Yang left the office, he ran into Qin Manli, the company's #1 actress. He approached her politely to greet her. What did Sister Mei want with you? Qin Manli asked casually. Yang explained the situation truthfully. Qin Manli snorted derisively. Young people these days. Back in our time, we would have jumped at the chance to use something like this for publicity. Shen Xiyin marched out of the company, her face masked in ice, with LV Man close behind. Qin, do you want me to look into this? Never mind. Just keep an eye on things. Back home, Yang Fan was dozing on the sofa. At the sound of the door, he opened his eyes sharply and broke into a warm smile when he saw her. You're back? Shen just fell asleep. Shen Xiyin's face was etched with exhaustion. What's wrong? Is it because of those rumors? You know about it. Yeah. Yang Fan's voice was calm. Shen Xiyin suddenly felt a wave of grievance. None of that is true. I believe you. Yang Fan replied with the same, even temper. But the calmer he was, the more anxious Shen Xiyin became. Puffing out her cheeks, she said indigently, You're jealous. I'm not. Well, this time it was a lie. He was indeed a little jealous. When he first saw those headlines, his chest had felt tight. But he also knew it wasn't true. After knowing Shen Xiyin for so many years, he understood her character thoroughly. As a top student in film directing, Yang Fan could tell at a glance whether those photos showed an actual embrace or were merely cleverly composed illusions. Still, reading those headlines had left him uneasy. But Shen Xiyin's eager explanations lifted his spirits. She clearly cared deeply about how he felt. You are. Shen Xiyin, sensitive as ever, misread his silence, as anger, her voice taking on a trembling quality. Alright, I really am not jealous. Don't get upset. Yang Fan could only coax her the way he would coax Qin. I've been honest with you. You're not allowed to be jealous, she insisted, pouting seriously. Alright, I'm not jealous. Yang Fan replied with great sincerity. You are. Although the relationship between the two had improved considerably, Shen Xiyin still had no intention of letting him stay overnight. Yang Fan, being sensible, got up and left shortly after. He understood that he could not press too hard. As long as he gave Shen Xiyin some breathing room, winning her acceptance again would not be difficult. Back home, Yang Fan logged on to check the reception of A Misty Journey. It had received overwhelmingly positive reviews, though a few discordant voices had also emerged. For instance, some felt the story fizzled out toward the end, a notorious weakness of A Misty Journey in his previous life. But Yang Fan did not worry about it. After all, the flaws did not overshadow the merits. The symbolic significance of A Misty Journey outweighed its practical value. It served as a bridge connecting the past and future, destined to usher in an era of cultivation. Moreover, no novel was perfect. After all, you cannot please everyone. But one particular comment deeply moved Yang Fan. Glowing orange, the worldview in A Misty Journey thoroughly amazed me. Many have come here to criticize its shortcomings, so let me share my own thoughts. A Misty Journey is the Jianghu that author Sunshine has created, a world so vastly different from our reality, yet strangely intertwined with it. Under his pen, we witness the continuation of ancient China, advanced civilizations, alluring magical artifacts, immortal ruins, bizarre creatures, thrilling battles, and extraordinary lives. This is A Misty Journey where fantasy flies freely and taboos hold no sway. Li Chang, Fu Shan, Hua Meinyang, Zhao Hao, Master Wuxing chiming. So many distinctive characters leap off the page. I admire how the author captures their personalities. Yet what I appreciate most is the author's characterization of Li Chang, his frivolity, rooted in depth, his recklessness born of ignorance and fearlessness. He might plunge into a treacherous lakebed for the sake of ordinary mortals, yet treat them as nothing and cast them into the Yuan realm to fend for themselves. He could effortlessly gift a spiritual pill, a treasure others would kill for, to save a stranger's life or crush beings like ants beneath his feet. A single word could destroy a planet while another word could build a paradise. In this novel where nothing is entirely right or wrong, his frivolity and arrogance became my favorite theme. Yang Fan reflected with emotion. He had fallen in love with this book precisely for those same qualities. A world where one can paint with unrestricted freedom always captivates the heart. Beyond rigid conventions and cliched storytelling, freeing thought from its constraints. That is the true meaning of A Misty Journey. Yang Fan was not some noble soul either. He wrote A Misty Journey purely for profit and fame, yet the results now far exceeded his expectations. As Yang Fan was about to shut down his computer, he paused, pondered for a moment, then typed Yang into the search bar. Though he trusted Shen Xiyin, complete indifference was impossible. He also wanted to know what kind of man this rumored male lead really was. Yang, born April 20, 1990, in Shanghai, an actor and singer. He had gone to South Korea for his studies where an entertainment company scout discovered him and signed him as a trainee. 2 years later he debuted as a member of BOX, serving as the main vocalist, lead dancer, and visual. In July that same year he played the male lead in BOX's album Jianshan, Marin Drama MV. In December the group's first full album Boxange surpassed 1 million copies sold. The following year he announced his departure from the entertainment company and smoothly transitioned to Hejia Entertainment as a signed artist. He also took on the role of male second lead in the company's newly invested drama. Yang Fan sneered. Call him a pretty boy or at worst a sissy. He posed absolutely no threat to him. The next day when Yang Fan arrived at the office he noticed his colleagues staring at him with strange looks. Tian Bing, who sat nearby and had joined a few days before Yang Fan, saw his puzzled expression and leaned over giving a thumbs up while whispering, "You are awesome, daring to skip work on your very first day." Yang Fan suddenly remembered. He had left in such a rush the day before that he had not even asked for leave. Skipping work without notice was a major offense in the professional world, usually warranting immediate dismissal. Tian Bing was about to say more when he suddenly spotted Director Chen approaching and quickly turned away. "Xiaoyang, come with me for a moment," Director Chen said with a stern expression. Reluctantly Yang Fan stood up while several people around him wore expressions of schadenfreude. This guy is totally screwed. Black-faced Chen is no pushover. Once the person had left, everyone began gossiping. Who told him to quit without reason yesterday. Isn't that treating the company's rules like garbage? Maybe he really had an emergency. In my opinion, he is done for this time. Who knows? He was able to get hired even after the recruitment period ended. Maybe he has some connections. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent for a moment, then returned to their seats and resumed working. They had all spent years navigating the workplace and naturally knew which types of people not to offend, especially those with powerful backing. In the director's office, Chen Dongfa was also somewhat puzzled. He could not immediately figure out Yang Fan's connections, but yesterday's incident had real consequences. If he did not address it, people would talk, and that would reflect poorly on him. But if he did take action and Yang Fan truly had a relationship with President Feng, he would be in just as much trouble. "Xiaoyang, why did you leave suddenly yesterday? Was there an emergency?" It was indeed an emergency. Yang Fan gave a helpless smile. While the company has regulations, the law also allows for human consideration. In light of the fact that you are new, just submit a retroactive leave request, and I will file it. But be more careful in the future. Thank you, Director Chen. Yang Fan was quite surprised. Leaders who genuinely cared for their subordinates like this were hard to find. After filling out the leave form, he walked out as if nothing had happened. But in the eyes of everyone in the office, Yang Fan's background grew even more mysterious. After all, who among them would dare to skip work without reason and then act completely unfazed after being called in by leadership? Chen Dongfa picked up Yang Fan's leave request, raised an eyebrow, and headed straight for the general manager's office. Whether Yang Fan was some big shot or nobody, it did not concern him anymore. President Feng, Chen Dongfa knocked and entered. "What is it?" Feng Yi looked up in a good mood these past couple of days. "It is like this. Yesterday one of our employees had a family emergency and just left without filing a leave request." Chen Dongfa spoke while carefully watching Feng Yi's expression. As expected, Feng Yi immediately frowned. "But today he submitted a retroactive leave form to me." Saying this, Chen Dongfa handed over the leave request. Feng Yi had originally wanted to reprimand him outright. Did he not understand company policies? If everyone acted this way, could she even run a business? But when her eyes landed on the name Yang Fan on the leave form, all her words caught in her throat. She picked it up and glanced at it. "I see." Then there was no further word, and Chen Dongfa tactfully left the office. Just as he had expected. Chen Dongfa secretly rejoiced over his little cleverness. General Manager Feng had been cold-faced just a moment ago, but her expression cleared the moment she learned it was Yang Fan. So this fellow really did know General Manager Feng. Although General Manager Feng was only the general manager, everyone knew she was the daughter of the group's chairman. This Yang Fan seemed to be an important person too, not one to provoke. Mingyu Media currently had two main business lines. Advertising was one of them. In addition to conventional TV drama ad forms, attached commercials, mid-roll ads, and inter-episode ads, it also launched new advertising formats to maximize its ability to meet the advertising needs of enterprises at different development stages, attracting leading brands from different industries. The other business was cultural tourism. The company owned several film and television bases in China and had successively built Three Kingdoms City, Watermargin City, and the Nanhai Taiping, Heavenly Kingdom City. Located among beautiful mountains and rivers, the film and television bases featured magnificent architectural complexes from different periods. Visitors walking through them could not only appreciate the diverse styles of classical Chinese architecture through the ages, but also enjoy wonderful performances by the scenic area's art troupe, including horse battles, water battles, song and dance acrobatics, and traditional opera. They might even unexpectedly run into a film or television crew on location and encounter domestic and international stars. Yang Fan's job was to review the qualifications of filming applications at these bases. For example, if a crew wanted to shoot a film in Three Kingdoms City, it needed to apply to Mingyu Media, and the two sides would then negotiate a suitable price. Yang Fan had to organize these applications and first single out the batch whose qualifications met the requirements. This job was not hard. It was simple in fact. Companies or crews that applied would prepare all the detailed materials in advance, so all he had to do was submit them. What a boring and leisurely job. After lunch, Yang Fan slipped into the company restroom and pondered while using the toilet. Shen Xiyin was recently preparing a new album. Yang Fan wanted to give her a surprise, but choosing which song made him hesitate. In his past life, the reason those classic songs became classics was not only their lyrics and composition, the singer's interpretation was even more crucial. Moreover, those songs each had their own characteristics, and Shen Xiyin's voice might not necessarily suit them. Take Tinger for example, he could sing Zhang Xiaohan's Invisible Wings and turn it into Steel Wings. A song can take on completely different styles and different people's voices. Shen Xiyin's voice carried the gentle charm of a Jiangnan woman with a unique grace. This gave Yang Fan plenty of room to choose, so he was hesitating. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the restroom door. The footsteps drew closer and entered the stall next to Yang Fan's, followed by the rustling of a belt and trouser buttons, then an earth-shaking fart, and finally, a loud splashing release. Yang Fan was taken aback, then said calmly, "Is that Director Chen from the office?" The man next to him paused, and asked puzzled, "How did you know it was me?" "I knew it was you from your accent." After drinking 2 bottles of medicinal liquid, Yang Fan had powerful mental strength and exceptionally keen perception, but he was purely making idle talk. You could tell even that. Director Chen said disheartened. Yang Fan smiled confidently. "I can also tell that you're not a local. You're from Guangdong, right?" Director Chen was speechless. Encounters can happen anywhere in life, and meeting in a restroom was also a kind of fate. Yang Fan and Director Chen chatted while squatting in the restroom, and Yang Fan asked him about some inside stories of the company. Director Chen was very open and told Yang Fan everything he knew. Someone who could tell he was not a local from a single fart was not to be taken lightly. Besides, given Yang Fan's connection with General Manager Feng Chun, was naturally happy to build a closer relationship. From what Director Chen said, Yang Fan learned that the company was currently considering entering the online video sector. After producing programs, they would not go through traditional TV channels, but would release them directly on the internet. Yang Fan was stunned. Wasn't this exactly the prototype of iQIYI and Youku from his past life? After all, in his past life, online video platforms had once suppressed traditional TV media to a terrible state. If not for the proactive transformation of several TV stations and some policy support, traditional television would probably have declined long ago. As video platforms like iQIYI and Youku matured one after another, the online video market became a red ocean. Within just a few years, global users grew to more than 1 billion, thus entering the full-screen era. In the full-screen era, media and users were no longer in a simple transmission and reception relationship. It was about truly respecting users' needs, giving them the right to choose and to speak, and providing information and content services based on interaction, communication, and care. Even traditional TV media relied on online video platforms to a certain extent for survival. This could be called the mainstream trend of the future. But when Yang Fan came to this world, he discovered that there were no video websites like iQIYI or Youku here. The few video software products available merely reposted TV programs, leaving the industry a vast blue ocean. Forming a new company to have such vision. Once it developed to maturity, it would be a company no less formidable than the digital media giants of his past life. Although this world's cultural industry was backward, it was thriving. And Mingyu had already proposed the concept of online video platforms. Truly no one anywhere should be underestimated. Yang Fan originally had no grand pursuits, but at that moment his heart stirred restlessly. Whether it was ambition growing or a longing for the great era, he could not say. Back home, Yang Fan took a quick shower and sat down at the piano. Closing his eyes, he recalled a musical score and then played it on the keys with practiced skill. Sometimes he stopped, quickly jotted something down in his notebook, and at other times frowned in thought. After revising for 2 or 3 hours, he finally nodded with satisfaction and filled the complete melody with familiar lyrics. There is a simple question: what is love? Is it a kind of flavor or gravity? From the day I first fell in love, there was sweetness first, and immediately after came wind and rain. Love is like blue skies and white clouds. Clear skies for miles, then a sudden storm. Nowhere to hide, always catching people off guard. Before Yang Fan transmigrated this song, the answer had become popular with stunning speed, and he had loved it the moment he heard it. There is a simple question: what is love? Many people probably want to ask it. Just as the song says, is it a flavor or gravity? It is said that the first thing love attracts people with is each other's scent, which then stimulates their hormones and makes them unconsciously want to lean closer and closer still. But love is never smooth sailing. As the song says, it is like blue skies and white clouds, clear and calm, and then a sudden storm. Like a person, it can catch a cold and fall ill. Yet people in love are precisely the ones who enjoy this alternation of heat and cold, taking endless delight in it. The latter half of the song tells you that love gives no answer. Like a moving film, every person who watches it has a different experience. Love may contain promises and vows, and it may also contain lies. You have to comprehend it yourself. The whole song, with its plain and accessible metaphors, describes the age-old question of what love is with remarkable aptness. In the end, it throws the question back to the listeners, telling everyone that love has no single answer, and that each person must find their own understanding. This song resonated perfectly with Yang Fan's state of mind. It wasn't until the middle of the night that Yang Fan finally finished the song. He then had a simple late-night meal, lobster rice paired with lafite. After finishing, he anxiously stared at the system interface, watching his reputation points climb upward bit by bit. 2,990,000. 3 million. Nice. Without hesitation, Yang Fan spun the system wheel. The upgraded system was far more user-friendly, now offering 10-pull and 100-pull options, instead of the tedious method of tapping 100 times individually. 300 chests. The very thought sent shivers of excitement through him. The pointer's phantom image came to a halt again and again, with black iron chests continuously materializing in his inventory, occasionally interspersed with bursts of blue light. Yang Fan watched intently, a smile naturally spreading across his face. The bronze chests appeared far more frequently this time. Suddenly a flash of silver white caught his attention. A silver treasure chest. The silver treasure chest had only appeared once before, granting him a music skill book. Before he could even savor his luck, a golden radiance nearly blinded him. He pulled a golden chest on his very first try. Yang Fan found it hard to believe. In the end, the 300 chests lay neatly sorted in his inventory. As expected, the black iron chests were the most numerous. He wondered what distinguished these 1,000 reputation point black iron chests from previous ones. 20 bronze chests. That rate was almost enough to make Yang Fan grin ear to ear. And there were 5 silver chests as well. The upgraded system was indeed more generous, though what he anticipated most was still the golden chest. He was already familiar with what the black iron, bronze, and silver chests could yield, but what surprises did the golden chest hold? This thrill of the unknown was simply irresistible. He quickly took a sip of lafite to steady his nerves. Following the usual routine, he started with the black iron chests. Gained refrigerator. Gained braised soy sauce X6. Gained induction cooker. Gained washing machine. Gained salt X12. Gained whitening toothpaste X5. Gained glass fish tank. As expected, the upgraded black iron chests contained higher value items. While the daily necessities remained, they now came in greater quantities. After opening all the black iron chests, Yang Fan felt slightly dizzy, as if he'd wandered through a supermarket with treasures everywhere, from the smallest socks to the largest televisions. After recovering for quite a while, he began opening the bronze chests, though he only opened 17 of them. Gained constitution potion. Gained intelligence potion. Gained memory potion. Gained amnesia potion. What the hell? Gained health potion. Now this is good. Gained vitality potion. Gained agility potion. Gained silence potion. After opening all 17 chests, the constitution potions were the most abundant, with 5, and agility potions came in at 4. It seemed the system was preparing him for an athletic career. 3 memory potions were acquired, sufficient for temporary use. 1 health potion also appeared. A true miracle that must be kept with care. These were all items he had previously obtained. But the amnesia potion was something new. Something he would definitely never consume himself. The silence potion, as its name suggested, was clearly not intended for him. 2 vitality potions had also appeared, likely functioning similarly to Red Bull. Overall, it had been a bountiful haul. 3 bronze chests remained, and Yang Fan naturally didn't forget the 3 designated pulls granted by his obsessive-compulsive title. Without hesitation, he used them all to open health potions. Truly life-saving divine medicines. He could never have too many. Next, Yang Fan turned his attention to the 5 silver chests. Gained driving skill book beginner. Yang Fan's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed, though he wondered what beginner level meant. Gained combat skill book beginner. This was useful too. With his current constitution, he could defend himself against ordinary men. 3 or 5 burly fellows wouldn't stand a chance. Gained computer basics skill book. Every man harbors a hacker fantasy, and while this was merely introductory, it was said that without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Gained embroidery skill book. System, did you make a mistake? Gained music skill book singing. He certainly didn't need this one either. But why another music skill book? Was the previous one instrument-based? He hadn't paid attention at the time. Gained language skill book, 7 languages. Were these 7 languages chosen at random? China alone had over 80 languages, and if Chinese appeared, he'd be rather perplexed. Yang Fan first activated the driving skill book, and suddenly a wealth of knowledge filled his mind. From bicycles to Formula 1 racing, he could drive anything with mastery. Yang Fan was amazed. If this was merely the beginner level, what would the advanced level allow? Flying a plane, perhaps. And what about master level? A rocket. He'd only ever seen those on television. After consuming the combat skill book, Yang Fan seemed sharper overall. His once gentle and harmless aura had suddenly become aggressive and intimidating. He was a pacifist who followed the principle of not attacking unless attacked. Violence couldn't solve all problems, but it could handle most of them. After consuming the computer skill book, his mind was filled with programming knowledge. With his skills, he could certainly find a decent position at an IT company. The embroidery skill book. Instantly, a famous figure flashed through Yang Fan's mind. Dongfang Booby. A shiver ran down his spine. A music skill book. He really didn't need it. It was simply redundant. Yang Fan shook his head in regret, feeling as though he'd wasted an opportunity. The language skill book lived up to expectations. It included 4 major languages, English, French, German, and Italian, plus 3 Chinese dialects. He was now a multilingual professional of considerable caliber. Only the final golden chest remained. Yang Fan rubbed his hands together excitedly, his heart pounding with anticipation. This was the highest tier he could currently obtain. The wonders of the bronze and silver chests had only deepened his anticipation for the golden one. By tradition, he first washed his hands in the bathroom. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and then opened the chest. When Yang Fan opened his eyes again, an ancient-looking book lay before him. Was this another skill book? That was his first thought. Game 2 Naju. At first, Yang Fan was somewhat puzzled, but when he gently touched it, it dissolved into countless shimmering particles that flooded into his mind, just like a skill book. Yang Fan shuddered suddenly, his eyes revealing inexplicable shock. Wasn't this an inner cultivation technique? Unlike skill books, what appeared in Yang Fan's mind was a mantra-like rhyme. Though obscure and profound, he could clearly understand the meaning of every phrase. Close your eyes, sit with a tranquil mind, clench fists, and still your thoughts to nurture spirit. Click your teeth 36 times, hold your hands over Kunlun the crown. Then strike the heavenly drums left and right heard through 24 degrees. Gently sway the heavenly pillar. Let the crimson dragon stir the saliva. Rinse and gurgle 36 times until the divine fluid fills the mouth evenly. Swallow it in 3 sips. The dragon moves, the tiger runs of its own accord. Hold your breath and rub your hands until warm, then massage the rear essence gate. Exhaust this single breath, envision fire burning at the navel wheel. Turn the windlass left and right. Stretch both legs out comfortably, interlace your fingers and lift upward, then bow your head and reach for your feet. Wait for the divine fluid to arrive, rinse and swallow again. After 3 such cycles, the divine fluid is swallowed 9 times in all. Swallow with a gurgling sound, and all meridians naturally regulate themselves. When the river cart conveyance is complete, imagine fire blazing through the body. This incantation has 12 sections to be practiced after Z and before Wu hours. Practice diligently without interruption, and myriad ailments turn to dust. In his past life, he had once read an introduction to tuna breathing techniques on a martial arts forum. It said that tuna is the qi cultivation technique in qigong. Tuna means respiration, and respiration includes both external and internal breathing. External respiration refers to the gas exchange between outside air and blood in the lungs, also called pulmonary respiration. Newborn babies are the best at tuna. When an infant is born, it is delivered while holding its breath. Therefore, a newborn must cry out this turbid breath. When an infant feels wronged, any turbid qi in the belly is sure to be released through crying. But adults have lost this innocence. They regard crying as shameful. When turbid qi builds up in an adult's belly, it often leads to sighing, anger, or even madness. Later generations of qigong are mostly too deliberate and forced. One would be better off learning from babies. Babies know nothing of qigong, yet their true qi endures. In religious tuna methods, chanting sutras, reciting mantras, calling upon divine names. The point of chanting is not what is chanted, but the expulsion of turbid qi through the act. Once turbid qi leaves, clear qi naturally enters. Back then he scoffed at this claim, and after all, in the real world he had never heard of anyone truly mastering qigong, and those who claimed to master it were eventually proven to be frauds. But when Yang Fan truly came to understand it, the shock in his heart was beyond imagination. So this kind of thing really existed in the world. In that case, could those martial arts manuals also truly exist? Could his golden treasure chest actually unlock such things? Yang Fan practiced for a moment according to what was recorded in the tuna art. He felt his body's fatigue swept away in an instant, as if he had suddenly opened the door to a brand new world, filling him with both astonishment and delight. Yang Fan turned on his computer and began searching for relevant information online, but most of what he found was empty and pointless. If it had been before, he might have given up right there. But now things were different. He had just mastered computer skills, albeit at a basic level, so few secrets on the internet remained hidden from him. Using keyword indexing, he gathered some fragments, then performed traffic filtering based on data analysis. Sure enough, he discovered several secret forums. The gravity in Yang Fan's eyes deepened. He did not know whether this was good or bad for him. Once he clicked in, he might step into another circle, a world unlike any other. In the end, Yang Fan could not suppress his curiosity, for he too harbored a martial arts dream. It was a forum called SwordNet, a name that had a rather martial flair. The forum had many restrictions, but they were as good as none for Yang Fan. Still, he did not make a show of it, and simply lurked through some of the forum's posts. One post titled Chinese Taoist Canon Tuna by a user called Old Gentleman caught his attention. Chinese Taoist methods for cultivating nature and refining life first emphasize dispelling illness and strengthening the body, then focus on prolonging years and extending lifespan, and ultimately pursue immortality and enduring vision. The author once received the Taoist breathing formula at Mount Lao by the Eastern Sea. It belongs to the foundational cultivation arts. Observing that the various qigong schools in society are multifarious and complex, leaving learners dazzled and at a loss. Some change their minds at will, some are misled into heretical paths, some are ignorant of proper methods, and some even deviate so far that the situation becomes irreparable, wishing to nourish life, but instead harming it. These are the inherent defects of Qigong itself. For Chinese Taoist practices follow the principle of the Tao follows nature. When one performs them according to the correct method, no deviation can occur, and they can communicate with all other Qigong schools. Chinese Taoist cultivation emphasizes the role of Qi in the human body, holding that when Qi gathers, life exists, when Qi perishes, death follows. All things in heaven and earth need Qi to live. Guhong, a Taoist priest of the Eastern Jin dynasty, said in his work, "Taking elixirs is the foundation of longevity, but if one can also practice Qi, the benefit comes swiftly. If one cannot obtain elixirs, and only practices Qi thoroughly according to its principles, one may still live hundreds of years." Chinese Taoist tuna is precisely a method of circulating Qi, extremely simple and easy. If practiced persistently over the years, one will naturally benefit for a lifetime. Chinese Taoism holds that at the very beginning of human life, inside the womb, a person receives Qi through the umbilical cord following the mother's breathing. The fetus's Qi connects to the mother's Qi. The mother's Qi connects to the Qi of the Great Void. The Qi of the Great Void connects to the Qi of ultimate harmony. At that time, there was no mouth-nose breathing, and the conception and governing vessels were in constant unobstructed communication. This is called fetal breathing. When after 10 months the fetus is fully mature and is born, the umbilical cord is cut, and that aperture closes. Breathing is then severed from above at the mouth and nose, and from below at the coccyx, becoming ordinary breathing. Ordinary breathing goes down through the throat and returns as soon as it reaches the lungs. This is what Zhuangzi meant when he said, "The breath of ordinary people reaches only as far as the throat." This breath is coarse and shallow, exhalation is long, and inhalation short. From then on, the Qi of the Great Void and ultimate harmony can no longer descend into the abdomen, and the prenatal ancestral Qi stored in the belly, known as original prenatal Qi. The more it moves, the more it escapes, as Laozi said, instead dissipates back into the Great Void. Over time, as prenatal Qi is lost in excess, the kidney channels become deficient, the foundation is no longer secure, and 100 diseases arise leading toward death. Yang Fan frowned. Although these words were detailed, they were quite superficial, touching not at all on the crucial points. However, the comments below were unanimously full of praise. Yang Fan, however, was not satisfied. Such things were commonplace on martial arts forums in his past life, and proved nothing. Could this just be an ordinary forum? But why was it so hidden? Even membership was by invitation only. There had to be far more to it than met the eye. Yang Fan casually opened another pinned post, He Xingu's fetal breathing formula. He Xingu is one of the legendary 8 immortals in Taoism. Her surname was he given name Qiong, a native of Lingling in the Tang dynasty. She lived by Yunmu Creek, and after meeting Lu Dongbin, she was taught the arts of cultivation, thus attaining the Tao. Her formula says, cultivation is refining, breath is Qi's spirit and essence. The source of breath and Qi is the original Qi of purity and stillness. Visualize it entering the Dantian, moving in and out with great subtlety, thus the dragon and tiger naturally subdue themselves. If the heart has no stirring, the spirit has no thoughts, and Qi has no desire, this is called great stillness. True Qi resides within the physical frame, and the position of a true immortal transforms without end. Such a one is called a true person. As for fetal breathing, one must preserve the spirit and steady the intention, guarding the 3 passes: essence, Qi, and spirit. All cultivators at every 6 periods of the day should constantly uphold these 3 methods, then treasures will naturally gather. The state prospers and the people are at peace, the mind king is at ease, the spirit is harmonious and smooth, few illnesses, few afflictions, the body is light and agile, ears and eyes are sharp and clear. This is the true path of cultivation for one who seeks the Tao. If one practices this method for 3 to 5 years, heaven will protect, spirits will bless, and ordinary people will love and respect one. In time, one will naturally attain the Tao. Yet another worthless message. He scrolled through several forums in succession, all filled with the same content. Yang Fan still hadn't found what he was looking for, but he refused to give up. A vague intuition whispered that he was close to the truth. Just as he was about to delve deeper, he accidentally discovered a hidden connection between several forums. He traced one of the data streams and arrived at a chat room. Master, Beigong, who has barely stepped onto the martial path and has already severely wounded the heir to the Shen clan. I estimate he's already achieved minor mastery at the Hotian stage. There is no rival among his contemporaries. Jigu, every generation produces its own talents. The world now belongs to the young. Yet Beigong, whose rising prominence may not bode well. Moyu indeed. With the martial arts tournament approaching, he risks becoming the target of collective scrutiny. Yang Fan was startled by the sudden alarm he had set. He hastily retreated and wiped his tracks. The chat room's security level was high, detecting the anomalous data stream in mere seconds. Fortunately, Yang Fan had anticipated this and deployed advance warnings, allowing him to escape safely. Ji Shui, everyone hold on. I detected an unauthorized data connection moments ago. Master, probably just those nosy kids hackers. Jigu, this proves there's no such thing as absolute security online. Until the martial arts tournament then. One by one their avatars dimmed until silence claimed the chat room. Yet Yang Fan's mind churned. The 4 characters' martial arts tournament took root in his heart like seeds beginning to sprout. For days afterward Yang Fan drifted in distraction until his daughter's arrival roused him from his reverie. Papa, Shen Xiyin threw open her tiny arms and launched herself toward him. My sweet girl. Yang Fan gathered Shen Xiyin into his embrace, then turned to Shen Xiyin standing behind her. What brings you both here? Oh, am I not welcome? Shen Xiyin tilted her chin up with quiet defiance. Since shedding her icy facade around Yang Fan, she'd grown lighter, more at ease. Of course you're welcome. Yang Fan wouldn't dare contradict her. Shen Xiyin helped herself to a juice from the refrigerator. I've been overworked lately. I thought I'd take some time off and clear my head. With mother and daughter arrived, Yang Fan found no motivation to return to work. With nothing urgent pressing, he simply requested a few days off and Director Chen approved it without hesitation. Yang Fan's apartment was spacious, but the Emperor-class piano dominated the space. Impossible for Shen Xiyin to miss upon entering. Where did the piano come from? I didn't notice one last time. Yes, recently purchased. Shen Xiyin settled at the keys and tested a few notes before looking up at Yang Fan with knowing eyes. That must have been expensive. Nearly 2 million. Yang Fan understood that with Shen Xiyin's experience deceit would be pointless. Under her piercing gaze Yang Fan abandoned any hope of evasion and confessed, I earned it writing novels. You wrote a record of a mortal's journey to immortality. Shen Xiyin was astonished. The novel's popularity had remained staggering, even climbing to trending topics, with cultivation fever cited in news reports as a cultural phenomenon. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Yang Fan's face. Your company's general manager is quite beautiful, isn't she? Shen Xiyin asked casually. Yang Fan was puzzled. He'd only entered the company through Shen Xiyin's connection with the general manager, never actually meeting her, yet her question carried unmistakable jealousy. I haven't even met her. You two aren't merely superficial friends, are you? Shen Xiyin hesitated, her gaze dropping to the piano keys. She doesn't know about us. Oh, a faint pang of disappointment struck Yang Fan. Noticing his expression, Shen Xiyin pursed her lips and retorted, what do you still harbor designs on her? Yang Fan could only laugh and shake his head. Once her guarded heart softened toward him, every gesture and smile radiated grace, so different from the cold detachment she'd worn like armor before. Yang Fan knew Shen Xiyin had been so consumed by work she'd barely eaten on schedule, her appetite suffering. This lottery prize had expanded his culinary repertoire considerably, so he'd carefully selected several dishes to prepare. Then came the moment to test his acting skills. When Shen Xiyin entered the kitchen, she found Yang Fan wearing an apron with earnest concentration, busily wielding a spatula. Papa, it smells amazing. Shen Xiyin sniffed the air like a puppy, her eyes sparkling. Is dinner ready? Just a moment. Let mommy take you to wash your hands. But within minutes Yang Fan emerged carrying a plate of strawberry pudding, its vivid color making Shen Xiyin's mouth water. Appetizer is served, strawberry pudding. Come taste it. After setting down the plate, Yang Fan returned to the kitchen while Shen Xiyin and Shen Xiyin eagerly began eating. Finally, it was time to eat. Surveying the table laden with dishes, Shen Xiyin and Shen Xiyin exchanged satisfied smiles. Yang Fan served each of them a bowl of colorful congee. This is multigrain porridge. It's excellent for the stomach. Shen Xiyin couldn't wait, dipping her small spoon into the porridge and taking a bite. Her large eyes widened with delight. Yummy. Shen Xiyin, that's impolite. We wait until Papa sits down before we begin. Shen Xiyin took table manners seriously and immediately adopted a stern expression to correct her. Shen Xiyin obediently placed her small hands on her knees and sat properly. Yet mischief danced in her eyes as she stuck out her tongue at her father, silently protesting her mother's strictness. Yang Fan placed a piece of crystal pork onto his daughter's small plate. It's fine. There's no one else here. Try it quickly. Of course it matters. These habits must be cultivated from childhood, or people will say she lacks upbringing. When it came to education, Shen Xiyin grew particularly solemn and earnest. All right. At times like this one must know when to stay quiet and yield. Shen Xiyin was too short to reach the dishes herself, so Yang Fan kept serving her food, also placing Westlake vinegar fish and mutton fat tofu near Shen Xiyin. A peculiar warmth settled in Shen Xiyin's heart. Was this comfort? Was it happiness? Or something else entirely? She couldn't quite put her finger on it. The dishes from the system were naturally perfect in every aspect, appearance, aroma, and taste. Both Shen Xiyin and Shen Xiyin ate until thoroughly satisfied, too content to move from their chairs. Eventually, after Yang Fan finished clearing the table, he suggested, let's take a walk by the river. No, we won't go. Shen Xiyin shook her head. Due to her profession, she strongly avoided appearing in public spaces. Yang Fan didn't press the matter further. After a brief silence, he said, your song, Former Lover, sounds wonderful. Should I sing it for you? Yang Fan offered a gentle smile and settled at the piano. I'll accompany you. The breeze brings you. Murmuring the rain of Jiangnan. Who plays the melody? In the memories of that time. Shen Xiyin's singing was ethereal and melodious, while Yang Fan's piano accompaniment was pleasant and flowing. Shen Xiyin watched them with eager eyes, swaying her head to the rhythm. When the song ended, Shen Xiyin looked at Yang Fan in astonishment. Since when did you become so good at playing the piano? In Shen Xiyin's memory, Yang Fan could play the piano, but it was worlds apart from his current performance. Maybe I suddenly had an epiphany, and my skills skyrocketed. Yang Fan couldn't explain it at all, so he could only make a joke. Stop fooling around. Shen Xiyin rolled her eyes at him, but didn't press further. Yang Fan's eyes twinkled, and his fingertips danced across the keys, producing another pleasing melody. Shen Xiyin was taken aback. The prelude felt unfamiliar to her. Then Yang Fan's magnetic voice began to sing. Your jet black hair ends coiled into a circle, entwining all my attachment to you. Through the translucent curtain, the words spoken from your lips hold no deceit. The gray tiles on the roof, a tranquil scene. The lamplight is your beautiful face. Finally found the end of all wandering. Your smile puts an end to weariness. Never speak of everlasting love, lest you think me impractical. Just be as simple can be. That's the philosophy my mother taught me. My head is full of you, my heart is full of you. A little love in a big city is so sweet. Every thought is of you, every bit of me is you. In the big city, a little love is devoted only to you. Shen Xiyin's heart churned like turbulent seas. What beautiful lyrics, what touching melody. She swore she had never heard this song before. With her professional expertise, she could absolutely conclude that this song had the potential to top the music charts. Yet why had it never spread across the world? Could it be? She then looked at Yang Fan with a shocked expression. Was this really him? The once familiar figure suddenly seemed somewhat unfamiliar in her eyes. Although she had never heard Yang Fan sing before, Shen Xiyin, as a professional singer, knew very well that such vocal skill and voice could not be cultivated overnight. Even she herself could not find a single flaw in it. Shen Xiyin could be said to be exceptionally gifted in music, yet even she couldn't play and sing at the same time while maintaining such perfect control over a song's rhythm. This definitely showed the aptitude of a music mentor. How many more secrets did he have? Shen Xiyin's expression grew complicated. When the song ended, Shen Xiyin was the first to jump up, clapping her hands and saying, Mommy's singing is so pretty. Daddy's singing is pretty too. Yang Fan ruffled his daughter's hair, then looked at Shen Xiyin. This song, Big City Little Love, is for you. Big City Little Love. Shen Xiyin was slightly taken aback. Was it about them? Here in this huge magic city, two people shared a small love, thinking of each other and worrying about each other. No matter how big the city was, having you was enough. A song was worth 1,000 words. Shen Xiyin had once fantasized about a grand and fiery love, but upon hearing this song, she realized that love was actually more like a fruit hidden deep in the heart, belonging to just the two of them. It could not be shared with others, nor did it need to be proclaimed. Only two people savoring it together. In this magic city with a population of 10 million, if the one who loves me and the one I love silently guarded each other's love with tacit understanding, what would that scene be like? Would it make ordinary days suddenly glow with radiance? A little love in that city devoted only to you. Finally found the end of all wandering. Shen Xiyin's eyes glistened with tears. She silently watched Yang Fan, and after a long while a smile blossomed at the corners of her lips like early spring flowers, so bright and brilliant. In his previous life, after graduating from university, Yang Fan rarely paid attention to Wang Lihong's songs, and even stopped paying much attention to pop music in general. But this song, Big City Little Love, would always leave a vivid picture in his mind. He remembered this song from an early morning when the song's music video was playing on TV. As for what happened in the video, or whether the female lead was as beautiful as a celestial being, he no longer had any impression. The only thing he remembered was that line, my head is full of you, my heart is full of you, a little love in that city is so sweet. Every thought is of you, every bit of me is you, a little love in that city is devoted only to you. Because it was the chorus, it was repeated several times. With the beautiful imagery on screen, Yang Fan felt somewhat conquered by that pure love and longing. Staring at the TV, he tilted his head up and imagined that he too could be like him, his little love turning sweet in this city. That morning, Yang Fan remembered the song, remembered how it felt to listen to it, remembered the reserved love hidden deep in the heart, and the once-in-a-lifetime encounter. Later, Yang Fan almost forgot it. Now he suddenly recalled the elated mood of that morning. Listening carefully, he relived the unique sweetness of love. Meeting Yang Fan's affectionate gaze, Shen Xiyin unconsciously blushed, a shy red tint appearing on her face. When Yang Fan habitually reached out to stroke her cheek, Shen Xiyin suddenly stepped back in panic, looking somewhat flustered. Then she made an excuse to put Shen Xiyin down for her nap and left. A trace of helplessness flashed across Yang Fan's mouth. The rift between them was too deep. Even at this point, Shen Xiyin was still subconsciously avoiding it. Suddenly, Yang Fan clenched his fists, a shadow of gloom flashing through his eyes. That incident back then was definitely a carefully designed conspiracy aimed at him. But at that time, because of Shen Xiyin's sudden disappearance, Yang Fan was in utter despair and had no mind to think about these issues. Back then, although Yang Fan and Shen Xiyin had been in a relationship for a long time, they never crossed that line. They believed their love was pure and untainted by any impurities. Shen Xiyin had chosen Yang Fan among countless suitors precisely because she saw that his love for her was free of any ulterior motives. They were willing to nurture that beauty together, leaving that anticipation for the moment when the fruit ripened naturally. But that night, everything changed. Yang Fan was like a crazed beast, his bloodshot eyes filling Shen Xiyin with terror. It was then that all her expectations for love were shattered. In the end, looking at the mess and that sleeping face, Shen Xiyin's eyes no longer held their former tenderness. Only an icy coldness remained. So she chose to leave, never expecting that later. Shen Xiyin was born. Looking back now, Yang Fan was still utterly bewildered. At that time his consciousness was clear and his actions were under control, yet for some unknown reason, he had done such a thing. Even in the face of Shen Xiyin's fierce resistance and the tears of disappointment, he was utterly indifferent. This was absolutely impossible in the past. That feeling was as if he had been bewitched. Afterward, the police, coincidentally, conducted a room check, taking the bewildered Yang Fan away for a series of examinations, which ultimately proved that there were no drug residues in his system. Perhaps because there was no victim pressing charges, Yang Fan was eventually released. However, this incident once plunged him into shadow, and he even needed psychological counseling for a long time. This matter had always remained a thorn in Yang Fan's heart. Could he really have some psychological disorder? However, such incidents never occurred again, and with the arrival of Shen Xiyin and Shen Xiyin, he buried this matter deep in his heart. Now looking back, there are numerous suspicious points about it. During this period, Yang Fan had also collected some materials, and an academic report published on a foreign forum caught his attention. The entire report was written in English, filled with numerous academic terms. Fortunately, Yang Fan's proficiency in foreign languages allowed him to comprehend it. The paper, "What Controls Human Desires," begins by posing a question: when you are thirsty, is it your mind that wants water or your body? The answer is that the body wants water, for why would one drink if not thirsty? This is exactly the principle. Frequently your thoughts actually originate from your body's needs rather than your conscious desires. It is not your consciousness that wants something, but the microbial flora within you that tells you what it desires. Microorganisms carry out a series of activities and produce hormones which the brain receives as signals. This is the origin of fundamental desires such as eating and breathing. You may believe that consciousness is in control, but in truth it is often the microorganisms within you that dominate your consciousness. Many physiological conflicts stem from the needs of microorganisms and bacteria within the body. Physical condition is essentially a reflection of the microbial community. When they are fine, your body is fine. Yet microbes lack consciousness, and your behavior reciprocally affects them. You can suppress basic desires and become unhealthy. Thus the relationship is equal. You appear to be an individual, but you are actually a complete ecosystem. The body secretes hormones in multiples, or even tens of times the normal amount, generating intense impulses in the organ responsible for thought, the brain. This has nothing to do with the soul or mind. It cannot control your thinking, but it can influence you on a physical level. Destructiveness, appetite, sorrow, and other emotions steer your thoughts, producing dramatic shifts in temperament, and you may even mistake these impulses for your own genuine intentions. After finishing the reading, Yang Fan felt a vague clarity dawning within him. His condition at that time seemed to align precisely with this explanation. The author of this report was Watson Dunn, a British biologist. Yang Fan had hacked into his personal computer, but found nothing of value. However, after organizing some information, he learned that Watson apparently had a laboratory. Yang Fan searched the internet for a long time, yet could never find any trace of it. By all logic, given his current level of expertise in computer technology, it was impossible that he would find not even a single clue. The only explanation was that the laboratory was physically isolated from the external network. This meant that purely technical computer skills would have limited utility. To achieve breakthrough progress, one would need to approach the problem from multiple angles simultaneously. Currently, Yang Fan did not possess sufficient capability and could only proceed gradually. Shen Xiyin composed herself before leaving Shen Xiyin's room. She saw Yang Fan watching her with a smile, the panic in her eyes vanishing instantly. She sat down on the sofa opposite him. Her gaze remained fixed on Yang Fan's face, as though searching for something. Under Shen Xiyin's nearly interrogative stare, Yang Fan grew uncomfortable, his expression stiffening as his smile gradually faded. A mansion, novels, cooking, playing the piano, singing, composing. Yang Fan, I feel like you have changed. Shen Xiyin rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him with eyes like shimmering autumn waters, leaving Yang Fan flustered and uneasy. What should he do? How could he explain himself? Although Yang Fan knew this moment would eventually come and had rehearsed numerous responses in his mind, he still felt a rush of panic when it finally arrived. Seeing that he remained silent, Shen Xiyin pursed her lips and asked, "So, is all this changing you because of me?" Yang Fan's breath caught in his throat, and his mind went completely blank. The carefully prepared explanations suddenly vanished from his memory. At a loss for words, he could not think of anything to say, so he awkwardly deflected the topic. Xiyin. Wait, I wanted to discuss something with you. Yang Fan paused about Shen Xiyin starting kindergarten. Shen Xiyin shot him an annoyed glare. She knew perfectly well that he was deliberately evading the previous topic, but as it turned out, he succeeded. The new topic Yang Fan raised interested Shen Xiyin greatly, and Shen Xiyin was indeed at the right age for kindergarten. I want to send Shen Xiyin to a bilingual kindergarten so she can cultivate an interest in languages as early as possible. Shen Xiyin thought for a moment she should also learn music painting. Stop. Yang Fan quickly cut her off. Shen Xiyin should have a happy childhood, not painful memories tied to studying. I do not oppose sending Shen Xiyin to a bilingual kindergarten, but we should not pile extra pressure onto her. These words stirred a touch of anger in Shen Xiyin. She believed Shen Xiyin should receive elite education from an early age, developing morally, intellectually, physically, aesthetically, and labor-wise. Shen Xiyin furrowed her brow slightly. Do not be so naive, okay? If Shen Xiyin does not learn these things by the time she starts school, she will already be far behind others. It is like a 100-meter sprint. If your starting position is already 10 or 20 meters behind everyone else, how could you possibly catch up? It was inevitable that the two would have a heated argument over this topic today. But just as they were locked in dispute, Shen Xiyin peeked her little head around the doorway. Daddy, Mommy, what are you doing? The little one with bright eyes and white teeth giggled. Shen Xiyin had already been preparing for bed, but after waiting and waiting without seeing her mother return, she curiously hopped off the bed and ran out barefoot. Shen Xiyin's appearance instantly dissolved the tension between Yang Fan and Shen Xiyin. Though Shen Xiyin still harbored some resentment, she set aside the argument. Her gaze fell on Shen Xiyin's bare feet, and she scolded Yang Xichen. You are not wearing slippers again. Hee, I want Daddy to coax me to sleep. Shen Xiyin twisted her body and deftly dodged her mother's grasping hand, laughing like silver bells as she ran toward Yang Fan. Yang Fan wore a loving smile and quickly gathered the barefooted Shen Xiyin into his arms. The little one stuck out her messy-haired head and mischievously made a face at her mother. You kid. Shen Xiyin put her hands on her hips in mock anger. Yang Fan quickly pulled his daughter close to his chest. I will go coax her to sleep. Watching the father and daughter walk away together, a touch of warmth softened Shen Xiyin's eyes. She turned and spotted the piano by the window. After a moment's thought, she walked over, sat down, closed her eyes in contemplation, and then her fingers began to dance across the keys. Her 10 slender fingers were like dancing spirits. Yes, she was playing Big City Small Love, the piece Yang Fan had just performed. She had grown fond of this song. The pleasant melody, the graceful cadence, and the soul-stirring lyrics echoed constantly in her mind. In terms of musical talent, Shen Xiyin was indeed enviable. After merely hearing Yang Fan play the piece once, she had memorized the entire composition. Though her performance still lacked polish, it was remarkable enough to astonish anyone. After a long while, Yang Fan came out of the room, and upon hearing the familiar melody, he broke into an understanding smile. He leaned back against the sofa with his arms crossed, gazing at Shen Xiyin with affectionate eyes. Shen Xiyin was completely immersed in her own little world, utterly unaware of Yang Fan, not far away, playing the song, Big City Little Love, over and over again. When she happened to look up and saw Yang Fan watching her with a half-smile, she quickly stopped, a faint, unnatural blush spreading across her face. That was played wonderfully. Yang Fan walked over with an appreciative expression, thinking to himself that had he not cheated with a skill book, he could never have matched Shen Xiyin's musical talent. Shen Xiyin rolled her eyes at him, thinking he was just flattering her, because in her eyes Yang Fan was much better than she was. Aren't you going to release a new album? How about I write a few songs for you? Yang Fan said, one hand resting on the piano, his eyes tender as water. Sister Man has already arranged for me to meet a famous composer in the industry. Let's talk about it after the meeting. Shen Xiyin thought for a moment, and then refused because everyone had a different style. Although Yang Fan's songs were decent, they were not suitable for her to sing after all. Yang Fan did not say much, merely smiled. Shen Xiyin stayed there for 3 days, and then was called away by a phone call from Lu Man. The moment Shen Xiyin left, Shen Xiyin was completely set free, playing to her heart's content every day. Yang Fan not only refrained from scolding her, but sometimes even joined in the fun. It was not until 5 or 6 days later that a phone call from Director Chun in the office jolted Yang Fan awake, making him realize he still had a job. Speaking of Chen Dongfa, he was quite depressed. Since learning that Yang Fan had connections with the general manager, he had kept to an attitude of not offending him if he could help it, assigning him easy tasks at work and never requiring overtime. So when Yang Fan asked for leave, he granted it without a second thought, assuming it would be a matter of just a day or two. Who would have thought that Yang Fan would be absent for almost a week? To make matters worse, General Manager Feng seemed to think highly of him, asking about him basically once a day. After being asked 2 or 3 times, Chun Dongfa clearly felt that there was something odd in Manager Feng's eyes when she looked at him. Feng Yi had always been strict with her staff. The company's rules and regulations were definitely not mere decorations. But the one who had made the mistake was Yang Fan, who knew what kind of relationship the two had. The one to carry the blame would probably be himself. Oh, at the very least, he would be accused of dereliction of management. Just thinking about it gave Chun Dongfa a headache. He hadn't expected that trying to curry favor would invite trouble. If only he had known, he would have simply handled things by the book. Although he would not have achieved merit, at least he would not have made a mistake. In the end, he had no choice but to call Yang Fan helplessly. To his surprise, Yang Fan sounded confused at first, as though he had completely forgotten about going to work. Shen Dongfa nearly choked on his breath. After hanging up, Yang Fan rubbed his brow. These past few days he had been playing wildly with Chinchun and had forgotten all about work. But that job truly failed to inspire any sense of responsibility in Yang Fan, though in his view, it was simply a waste of time. Since he had already come clean with Shen Xiyin, he might as well quit the job. So he took Shen Xiyin and went straight to the company. Seeing Yang Fan arrive, Chen Dongfa finally felt relieved. Although manager Feng had not said anything, that gaze of hers had almost driven him to the verge of a breakdown. But when he saw Yang Fan holding a child, Chen Dongfa's mind went blank. Before he could say a word, Yang Fan said directly, "Director, Chen, I'm here to resign. I've really troubled you during this time." "It's nothing." Chen Dongfa had not yet recovered. "What? You're resigning?" "Yes, here is my resignation letter." "Well, I'll have to go and ask for instructions. Please wait a moment." Chen Dongfa did not express his opinion. Instead, he picked up the resignation letter and walked out quickly. As a seasoned office veteran, he could clearly sense that manager Feng treated Yang Fan quite specially, showing a level of tolerance that crossed all boundaries. If an ordinary person were absent for 4 or 5 days, he would probably have been fired long ago. But in Yang Fan's case, not only did she say nothing, she seemed to deliberately indulge him. This made it hard for him to divine their relationship. He would even believe it if someone said they were dating. Earlier, Yang Fan had taken leave for such a long time. Maybe the two had a quarrel. Feng Yi's probing concern was quite obvious to a seasoned man like Chen Dongfa. Now that Yang Fan had suddenly come to resign, if he approved it, then afterwards, Chen Dongfa dared not think further. Playing it safe was of the utmost importance. Sure enough, upon learning that Yang Fan wanted to resign, Feng Yi was shocked. Seeing her expression, Chen Dongfa knew he had guessed correctly. It was best to stay out of such domestic matters. Chen Dongfa returned to his office feeling greatly relieved. When he saw Yang Fan playing with Chen, he took a few extra looks at them. This little girl is quite exquisite, a beauty in the making. When she grows up, she will surely be as pretty as manager Feng. Suddenly, Chen Dongfa's heart jolted. Could this child be? Under this psychological suggestion, the more he looked, the more similarities he saw. There really seemed to be some resemblance between the eyes and brows. Mr. Young, manager Feng asked you to go to her office. Even his form of address had changed this time. Yang Fan thought for a moment and decided he might as well go. After all, he had originally entered the company through her connections. Leaving without saying goodbye would be impolite. Feng Yi's face was calm, but the pen tightly gripped in her hand betrayed her. After learning that Yang Fan had come to the company, she was ecstatic, feeling that heaven was favoring her by allowing her to meet him again in the vast sea of people. But before they could meet, Yang Fan had asked for leave. Feng Yi comforted herself while still eagerly looking forward to their reunion. But today she was suddenly informed that he wanted to resign. Feng Yi immediately panicked, with only one voice echoing in her mind: see him. Then tell him how she had felt about him all these years. She cast aside all girlish reserve. She was terribly afraid that Yang Fan would disappear without a trace again, as he had that time before. Manager Feng, I'm terribly sorry. Because my daughter is too young and no one can take care of her, I have to resign. Thank you so much for your help. Feng Yi's words were blocked in her throat. A sentence kept replaying in her mind: he has a daughter. In the end, Feng Yi didn't even know how Yang Fan left. She leaned back against her chair, her face ashen, letting the phone on the desk ring again and again. Yang Fan did not recognize Feng Yi. After carrying Shen Xiyin out of the company, he heaved a sigh of relief, merely feeling relieved to be free of a job. Daddy, are we going home? Yang Fan looked up. The sky was clear and the sunshine warm. Perfect weather for an outing. Daddy will take you for a drive. He planned to drive his daughter out to play because after consuming a driving skill book, he had long been itching to get behind the wheel. Yay! Shen Xiyin cheered joyfully. This was also Yang Fan's first time in the underground garage. In the past, he had not known how to drive and had paid no attention to such things. Now it was different. He couldn't wait to try. The garage was huge, about 500 square meters, with more than 20 cars of different styles parked in it. Yang Fan didn't know cars. He could only recognize BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi, but most of the logos here were ones he had never seen before, and he had no idea how much they were worth. BYD. Yang Fan recognized the badge. He fished a child safety seat out of his system backpack, installed it in the back seat, and buckled Shen Xiyin in securely. As soon as his hands touched the steering wheel, an inexplicable familiarity surged through Yang Fan. With practiced ease, he shifted gears, turned the wheel, and released the handbrake. The car glided out of the underground garage, along the ramp, and onto the straight, spacious Binjiang Avenue. Yang Fan rolled down the window, letting the cool breeze wash over him. His right hand rested on the steering wheel, while his left arm lounged casually on the windowsill, a leisurely feeling that intoxicated him completely. Adding a song by Shen Xiyin made it pure bliss. Sitting in the back, Shen Xiyin watched the scenery racing past, and hummed along to the melody of her mother's song, her heart brimming with joy. Having a car was truly convenient. An hour and a half later, Yang Fan and the little girl arrived at the water town on the outskirts of Modu, where a rich historical atmosphere still lingered. A narrow canal wound through the town, spanned by ornately carved stone bridges. Houses were built along the river, their floors suspended directly above the water. Stone steps descended from beneath the floorboards as washing piers where women were laundering clothes. Just a few feet away, a wisp of white cooking smoke rose from a black awning boat, drifted through the bridge arch, and floated to the opposite bank. Their low and wide stone railings lined the riverside, fit for sitting or lying down. A few elderly people sat there in serene silence, watching the boats pass by. The clamor of the metropolis had not disturbed its tranquility in the least. The town continued along its own course, smooth and steady. Yang Fan adored this feeling. Compared with the bustling Modu just a stone's throw away, this place was a veritable paradise, ancient, elegant, and full of the essence of daily life. The moment the car stopped, Shen Xiyin couldn't wait to unbuckle the safety seat, open the door, and jump out. Yang Fan took a large bag from the trunk, its contents of course all produced from his system. Shen Xiyin walked ahead holding a little parasol, while Yang Fan followed with the bag on his back. Without any particular destination, they simply strolled along. Everything here fascinated the little one. Sights she had never seen in the city: black awning boats, winding streams, and floating wine cups. There were plenty of tourists too, yet they didn't seem to disturb the locals' way of life. "Daddy, I'm hungry." After walking for a while, once her excitement faded, Shen Xiyin's stomach began to grumble. "Let's find a spot. We're having a picnic today." The town was small, but had everything including restaurants. But Yang Fan didn't want to go to one. They had come here to relax, and he wanted to make the most of the fun. "What's a picnic?" Shen Xiyin asked curiously. She soon got her answer. Yang Fan led her through the town, winding through the streets until they reached a shady spot under a tree where they found a patch of clean grass. Shen Xiyin stood aside watching Yang Fan pull out one item after another from his backpack. After spreading the picnic blanket, he took out a pile of food and arranged it neatly in the center. Shen Xiyin was thrilled by this novelty. Unable to contain her excitement, she rushed over, took off her little sandals at Yang Fan's request, and stepped onto the picnic blanket. Wild big strawberries and saucy chicken wings. Shen Xiyin lay on her stomach, propping up her chin to examine the food in each box. Yang Fan smiled knowingly. With the system at hand, even a picnic had to be exquisite. This was exactly the life Yang Fan yearned for. On a warm spring day in March with flowers in full bloom, all he needed was a lightweight, multifunctional picnic bag to unfold endless joy. Or perhaps the whole family would venture out to suburban seasides, countryside, wheat fields, forested lockshores, and park valleys. The only pity was that Shen Xiyin wasn't with them. She had gone to Daidu to visit that famous composer several days ago. In their recent phone calls, she said there was no problem, but the weariness in her voice was unmistakable. It seemed her trip to the capital wasn't going as smoothly as expected. Yang Fan felt both distressed and a little irritated. The songs for her new album were all ready long ago, but Shen Xiyin didn't trust him. Why should he fawn over someone who treated him coldly? It was a bit of a childish sulk. Shen Xiyin swayed her little head, holding a chicken wing and munching until her mouth was greasy. Yang Fan sat beside her, patiently wiping her lips with a wet wipe, never once feeling annoyed. "Daddy, you eat too." With her greasy little hand, Shen Xiyin stuffed a big strawberry into his mouth. Yang Fan didn't mind at all. He chewed it eagerly, his heart as sweet as if drizzled with honey. No matter how he looked at his beloved little girl, she brought him boundless comfort. The lush leafy trees shielded them from the blazing midday sun, yet a few playful dapples of light broke through, adding splashes of brilliance to the little grove. The grass in the grove was neatly trimmed with no jagged stones underfoot. A few small wildflowers had pushed up here, and they're blooming magnificently. Yang Fan wasn't the only one who had discovered this treasure spot. Just as the father and daughter were eating happily, a few college-age girls approached, their chatter light and pleasant. "Wow, a picnic." The girls looked at the father-daughter pair with envious eyes. Women were romantic creatures. On ordinary days they might not be moved by a 1,000 yuan Western meal, but at this moment they were utterly charmed by this picture-perfect picnic. What mattered wasn't the food, but the ambience. "There's so much food. Those two can't finish it all. How about?" Then almost in unison, everyone's eyes turned to one girl in a white dress. The girl had remained silent all along. Her delicate nose blushing peach-like, cheeks a pair of small rosy lips, and her unpainted face flushed with tender red patches. Her skin, as smooth and white as snow jade, radiated a serene temperament from within. Now under everyone's gaze she was clearly flustered. "What are you all looking at me for?" Of course we need our stunning school beauty Shui, who charms both boys and girls, to handle this." The girls teased in unison. Xuening finally yielded to their urging and was pushed forward. Glancing back every few steps, she walked toward Yang Fan. Ever since Yang Fan had boosted his attributes with potions, his hearing and eyesight had become extremely sharp, so the girls' whispers couldn't escape his ears. He didn't mind it at all. After all, it had only been 2 years since he graduated. He had once been in those youthful shoes. In fact, their behavior made him reminiscent of those carefree university days. Yang Fan had prepared quite a lot of food, and he wasn't the stingy type. He didn't mind sharing some with others. Covering just a dozen or so meters, Xuening dawdled for 5 or 6 minutes. When she finally stood before Yang Fan, her face was already flushed before she even spoke, so radiant and delicate that it stirred one's heart. Yang Fan couldn't help but find it amusing. This girl was simply too shy. He had to speak first. "Can I help you?" "Hello, we're students from Moda University. We all saw your picnic and really like it. Could you sell us some?" By the time she finished, Xuening's blush had spread all the way to the base of her neck. "No need for that. There's plenty to go around. Please help yourselves." Yang Fan smiled and nodded at the crowd behind her, and the 3 girls ran over happily. "Thanks, handsome. Good taste." Yang Fan couldn't help feeling a little proud. When he first arrived in this world, his face was pale and his skin was shriveled so much so that people could well believe he was in his 30s. But after a period of careful recuperation, it was no exaggeration to say that he had returned to the peak of his looks. Thanks to the attribute potion, he was even better than before. If he spruced himself up a little, he would absolutely be a heartbreaker. The short-haired girl sat down casually on the damp grass. The other three girls, including Shen Xiyin, were more reserved. Worried about staining their dresses with the green grass and mud, they crouched to one side. None of the four touched the picnic blanket. These small details won Yang fans' admiration. As expected of students from Moda University, their character was certainly of a high standard. In his past life, the news was full of people who, under the banner of budget travel, not only bummed rides, but also tagged along with drivers eating and drinking at their expense without the slightest sense of guilt. Later, that reputation was ruined, gradually turning into a road of rampant scandals. Yang Fan invited them to sit on the picnic blanket, and the girls thanked him again and again. Wow, the little girl is so cute. Like a porcelain doll. The girls were unstinting with their praise, partly because Shen Xiyin was truly exquisite, and partly because, having enjoyed Yang Fan's food, they felt obliged to say nice things. With so many people suddenly playing with her, Shen Xiyin was overjoyed. She kept taking out snacks to offer them. That generosity truly came from her father. Handsome is she, your sister? Yang Fan looked only a bit older than they were. With second children being so common nowadays, no one thought anything more of it. My daughter. Yang Fan was rather pleased with himself and casually scooped Shen Xiyin, whose arms were open wide, into his arms. The group was startled. Even Shen Xiyin, who had been reserved all along, unconsciously opened her mouth in shock. Their gazes kept moving between him and Shen Xiyin, as if they could hardly believe that Yang Fan, who looked about the same age as them, was already a father. The short-haired girl kept shaking her head and sighing, "What a pity, what a pity." Nobody knew what she meant. They were all around the same age, and eating and drinking together soon made them familiar with one another. The four girls were roommates. The short-haired girl was called Wu Qiong and was something of a tomboy. The slightly plump girl was Sun Miao Miao. The tall girl was Fang Jieyu. The prettiest Shen Xiyin was introverted and shy and was rumored to be the campus belle. Yang Fan felt nothing about that because Shen Xiyin had once been a campus belle too, and in the end, she had still become the mother of his child. Fortunately, the girls did not chatter about gossip or trivial family matters. They talked about ideals, ambitions, and life at length, and Yang Fan felt an overflowing vitality from them, as if he were seeing the young man he had once been. Not to praise or criticize either one, there truly was a world of difference between students from a shoddy college and students from a prestigious university. In his past life, he had graduated from a third-rate university. When his peers got together, they either chatted about celebrity gossip or trendy clothing. If someone occasionally talked about life ambitions, the others would cast contemptuous glances, thinking he was showing off. As a gentle breeze brushed by and the leaves rustled, Shen Xiyin nestled in Yang Fan's arms and quickly fell asleep. The girls conscientiously cleaned up the water bottles, tissues, and other trash around them, thanked Yang Fan sincerely, and then left. Watching their departing figures, Yang Fan felt deeply moved. The university students of this world were definitely not a ruined generation. That afternoon, after sleeping to her heart's content, Shen Xiyin woke up without any trace of a bad temper. Yang Fan poured a little water onto her small towel, wiped her face clean, then smoothed her slightly messy hair, and tied it up again. The little girl excitedly lifted her skirt, hopping up and down impatiently. Yang Fan repacked the food boxes into his backpack, gathered the trash into a trash bag, and folded the picnic mat, tidying everything in perfect order. Then, at Shen Xiyin's strong insistence, the father and daughter crossed the town in a black awning boat. It was Shen Xiyin's first time in such a boat. She nestled in Yang Fan's arms and did not dare move, only her little head turned this way and that, looking around curiously. The old boatman sat at the stern, one hand steadying the sculling or tucked under his arm, and both feet pressing the end of the oar handle. As his legs stretched and drew back, the oar dipped up and down, hitting the water and driving the boat onward. The boat's course was controlled by a handheld or so, while moving both feet and hands were used. The black awning boat is the flowing life of the water country and a unique means of transportation named for its bamboo awning painted black. 800 years ago, the old poet Lu Yu described it as a light boat 8 feet long with 3 low awnings. The black awning boat has a narrow hull with wooden planks laid on the bottom, so even if water seeps in, the cabin will not get wet. Straw mats are spread over the deck, so one may sit or lie down as one pleases. But standing upright is not allowed because the awnings are low, and if one stood up there would be a danger of losing balance and capsizing the boat. It was also Yang Fan's first time riding in such a black awning boat. His impression of the black awning boat came from textbook passages. Lu Sun's pen described the black awning boat in meticulous detail. The awning was semicircular, woven from bamboo strips lined with bamboo, leaves in the middle, and coated with black oil. Between two fixed awnings was a sunshade, also semicircular, made of a wooden lattice inlaid with pieces like tiny fish scales about an inch across, somewhat translucent, and a little like glass, yet tough and durable. These were called minghua. In the water towns of Jiangnan, boats were naturally the world. Black awning boats either moved or moored, swift and brisk when moving, quiet and graceful when moored. Whether alone or in a group, a lone boat stood out with lofty character, while a fleet rolled out in grand scale. The black awning boat is the spirit of the water country and also its scenery. The little boat went neither fast nor slow. In just over 10 minutes, it reached the rear of the town, where field after field of golden canola flowers merged into an endless sea of blossoms dazzlingly yellow. So beautiful. Shen Xiyin's big eyes revealed a dreamy sparkle. Yang Fan picked up his DSLR camera. Come on, Shen Xiyin, Daddy will take your picture. As a top graduate of the media department, cameras were the tools of his trade. Although he had never been able to afford a DSLR in college, the system had now made his wish come true. He coached his daughter into a pose, framed the scene, focused, and adjusted aperture, shutter speed, and ISO in one smooth motion. Click. A photograph that was a match for any poster came out with no need for post-editing whatsoever. This was Yang Fan's proudest skill. Back in school with limited resources, he could only compose shots over and over in his mind, study camera parameters for different environments, and finally use the precious opportunities in practical classes to test his theories. Daddy, let me see. Let me see. Shen Xiyin pressed over eagerly. No matter how old they were, loving to have their pictures taken was a girl's nature. By the end of the shoot, Yang Fan's arms were slightly sore. Even after carefully selecting some shots, there were still 100 or 200 photos left, and every single one was a keeper. Shen Xiyin was naturally delighted. Later on, she didn't need Yang Fan's guidance at all, and could strike beautiful poses all by herself. He could not help but marvel at Shen Xiyin's powerful genes. When dusk approached, Yang Fan got into the car and prepared to head back. For some unknown reason, the road that had almost no cars on the way there was now so congested that the car's speed could not even match a bicycle. From Yang Fan's point of view, it was a sea of red all the way. The car crept along in fits and starts. Shen Xiyin yawned, endlessly drowsy and half asleep. Yang Fan was even more bored, facing this mighty torrent of traffic. He possessed dragon-slaying skill, but had no dragon to slay. Suddenly the car gave a slight jolt. Yang Fan froze for a moment, then stared in disbelief at the rearview mirror. He had actually been rear-ended. At a crawl slower than a tortoise, he could swear that unless the other driver was blind, a collision was simply impossible. Yang Fan turned off the engine, pulled up the handbrake, and had just stepped out of the car when a young man with a mournful face walked over from behind. I'm so sorry. He bent straight into a full 90-degree bow, choking all the words Yang Fan was about to say back into his mouth. Yang Fan waved his hand somewhat helplessly. Brother, you actually managed to hit me. Are you a new driver? No, I'm an experienced driver too. It's just that your Bentley is a rare model in this country. I wanted to get a closer look, so I inched forward a bit. The man hung his head in shame. Yang Fan did not know whether to laugh or weep at his explanation. Just how overwhelming could curiosity be? Wait, Bentley. Wasn't his car a BYD? No wonder the badge had 2 little wings. He had mistaken it for a new BYD model. Seeing Yang Fan silent, the man quickly said, "Don't worry, I'll take full responsibility. I have insurance." Yang Fan examined the car. There were 2 scratches on the rear, so he did not decline. If it were a BYD, he might simply have paid for it himself. But when a Bentley lost a speck of paint, the bill started at 10,000 yuan, and his savings did not permit him to be that generous. The 2 of them intended to move the vehicles to a wider area, but when the insurance company heard that the rear-ended car was a Bentley, they instructed them repeatedly to stay exactly where they were. Fortunately, the road section soon cleared, and they did not continue adding to the country's traffic congestion. The claims adjuster arrived with unprecedented speed. 4 people came in total, and they began assessing the damage very professionally. In the end, the compensation was 1,200 yuan, a sum that made people click their tongues in astonishment. Yet Yang Fan's mood did not improve the least bit. Instead, it turned utterly foul, for at this moment a traffic police officer was standing in front of him. "Sir, please show me your driver's license." In the end, it was Lu Man who bailed him out, and she took Shen Xiyin away with her as well. Shen Xiyin called him and raved for quite a while, seething with fury. Back home, Yang Fan wore a thoroughly dejected expression. All his efforts over such a long period had been wasted. Driving without a license with his daughter in the car had just plummeted his image in Shen Xiyin's eyes to rock bottom. He had barely sat down when his phone rang. He thought it was Shen Xiyin at first, and was about to explain, but then he saw on the caller ID that it was Chun Feng, the editor at Qishir Chinese Network. "Is there something?" Yang Fan's tone was dull. He was in a bad mood. "Great God, Yang Guang, it's like this. Piao Miao is almost finished. Are you thinking of starting a new book? So we can give you some advance buzz." Chun Feng paid no attention to Yang Fan's tone and plowed ahead, chattering on and on. In short, giving every possible guarantee and promise, hoping he would stay at Qishir Chinese Network. After all, Great God, Yang Guang was no longer a fledgling author fresh out of the gate. As the originator of the cultivation genre, he was absolutely pivotal in the web novel world. Wherever he went, he could drive a massive amount of traffic. Yang Fan had no intention of jumping ship anyway. Qishir had already given him the best treatment and benefits on every front. Even if he went to another platform, the offers wouldn't be much better, and it would be a real hassle. Yang Fan mulled it over. Recently, he had grown far too comfortable, completely losing his drive to improve, simply going through the motions. The growth of his fame points had slowed. It was time to start a new book and harvest another wave. Yes, I'm getting ready to open a new book. The instant Yang Fan's words fell, he could clearly sense a pause on the other end of the line. Chun Feng's tone was slightly nervous. Still the cultivation genre. There's a cultivation craze lately. We should strike while the iron is hot. A faint smile curved at the corner of Yang Fan's mouth. No, this time it's Xinxia. Huh, Xinxia. Chun Feng seemed not to have caught it and double-checked. The Xinxia genre did have precedence. The Investiture of the Gods, The Swordsman of Shushan, the classic of Mountains and Seas, and Strange Tales from a Chinese studio all belonged to Xinxia. As an editor, Chun Feng itched to say that Xinxia novels no longer had a market. But the person on the other end was great God Yang Guang, who knew how it would eventually turn out. Without any other recourse, Chun Feng could only relay Yang Fan's words to the chief editor Wu Zifeng. Xinxia. Wu Zifeng was likewise startled, then fell into brief thought. Then let's build up publicity under the Xinxia category. Okay. The leader having spoken, the underlings naturally had nothing to worry about. Soon the site's homepage hung a banner reading, "A Xinxia masterpiece. The king is coming," making quite the spectacle. Yang Fan turned on his computer and typed 2 large characters onto the document. Zhu Xiyin. One of the 3 great marvels of web fiction, it pioneered the Xinxia genre and was lauded as the martial arts Bible of the post-Jin Yong era. Zhu Xiyin was first serialized online. Later, when it was published in Taiwan, it shot straight up the Hong Kong and Taiwan bestseller charts. With its unbridled imagination and vigorous, magnificent narrative, it rapidly became a pinnacle of Chinese language literature and earned fame abroad. Online, it was regarded as a classic of equal standing with the works of Jin Yong Gulong and Huanzhu Luzhu. With over 30 million page views, it was praised as a new generation Xinxia fantasy masterpiece steeped in a rich Chinese spirit. In his past life, the book had not only created a legend, but had also been adapted into a video game that gave rise to another classic. Yang Fan had once been a devoted player of Zhu Xiyin. It was later adapted into a television drama as well, though viewers could not help wincing at it, but that had nothing to do with the original. The love, kinship, and friendship within the book were captivating, carrying a faint, wistful sorrow. Because of its ending, the book had drawn mixed reviews across the internet, but the merits outshone the flaws, and it was worthy of the title Divine Book. From the dazzling shock of the first read to the contemplations that followed, this book had left Yang Fan with too many memories. Yang Fan typed a passage onto the blank document. In the beginning, this world had no gods or immortals. Yet since ancient times, people have witnessed all manner of strange occurrences around them. Lightning and thunder, howling gales and torrential storms, as well as natural disasters and man-made calamities that brought countless deaths and filled the wilderness with lamentation, none of which human strength could accomplish or withstand. And so they came to believe that above the 9 heavens there dwelt a host of deities, and beneath the 9 abysses lay the home of departed souls, the court of King Yama. Thus the doctrines of gods and immortals circulated throughout the world. Countless mortal devotees, kowtowing in earnest sincerity, prostrated themselves before every kind of god they had imagined into being, seeking blessings and airing their miseries, and the incense before the shrines blazed ever more brightly. In this age, the righteous way is in ascendance, and evil demons retreat. The Central Plains, with its spiritual mountains and exquisite rivers, its thriving populace and abundant resources, is firmly held by the orthodox sects. Among them, the Qingyun sect, the Tianyin Temple, and the Finxiang Valley stand above all as the 3 pillars hailed as the leaders. And so this story begins with the Qingyun sect. Yang Fan drank a bottle of memory potion and his fingers turned to a blur over the keyboard. Were it not for his excellent equipment, it might well have crashed. 10,000 words an hour. Heh, the sky was his only limit. The original novel Zhu Xiyin was only 1.3 million Chinese characters long. Yang Fan did not copy it over word for word. Instead, he tried to smooth out as many hidden plot holes as possible. Although Zhu Xiyin had caused a sensation in its day from the perspective of later generations, it still had considerable flaws. The rough plot was this: Zhang Xiaofan, a youth from Caomiao village, was accepted into the Qingyun sect after his entire village was wiped out in a tragic massacre. To repay his sect's kindness, Zhang Xiaofan studied and trained hard, yet because of his innate dullness he accomplished nothing. Lost and alone in that predicament, he was fortunate to have Bai Yao, the Ghost King's daughter, and his close friend Lin Jingyu comforting and accompanying him, getting him through the most bewildered phase of his life. Together with kind-hearted, passionate youths like Lin Jingyu, Lu Sueki, and Zheng Shushu, Zhang Xiaofan aided the good and slew demons, eliminating evil. Through one trial after another, Zhang Xiaofan gradually grew up and his feelings for Bai Yao deepened as they weathered hardships together. However, the Ghost King set a chain of conspiracies in motion to resurrect the beast god and overthrow the Qingyun sect. Zhang Xiaofan defiantly met the enemy. Just as his life was hanging by a thread, Bai Yao sacrificed herself to block a fatal sword strike for him. Gravely wounded, she fell into a coma, and Xiaofan drifted through the world carrying the slumbering Bai Yao. The Ghost King refused to give up and made a comeback. In the end, with immense courage and conviction, Zhang Xiaofan defeated the Ghost King, put an end to the 1,000-year feud between the righteous and evil factions, and fulfilled the promise he had made in his youth to Bai Yao, Lin Jingyu, and their companions. Through the joint efforts of the young people, the rivers and mountains became as magnificent as a painting, and fertile fields stretched for 1,000 miles. After filling in and patching up the plot, Yang Fan estimated the final length at around 1.5 to 1.6 million characters. He pulled an all-nighter and completed a third of the work at a single stroke. The speed was simply staggering. But when he lifted his hands from the keyboard, his fingers were red and swollen, and his knuckles were bruised. Without any hesitation, Yang Fan drank a bottle of health potion. Reckless. No explanations needed. His hands soon recovered as if nothing had happened, even becoming slightly stronger than before, giving him the feeling of that break before rebuild trope found in novels. Yang Fan stretched and walked to the window. Living here was a true pleasure. Apart from the material conditions, the sunrise every morning was a visual feast. In the eastern sky, as the stars gradually faded, the sky grew more and more brilliant. An arc of golden yellow broke through the morning glow and rose slowly from the horizon. With nothing blocking the view, he watched the sun climb above the horizon bit by bit. The center of the sky showed a blue-green hue, while the edges were pale blue, like a piece of blue jade. Crimson clouds filled the sky, and the earth was gilded with gold. The red sun burst forth like boiling molten steel from a furnace, dazzling and crystal clear. The sun's blood-red waves of light shot out 10,000 rays. Sunlight filtered through the urban steel jungle, slanting through the morning mist and spilling thickly across the earth. The horizon looked like a colorful oil painting, graceful and dazzling. A new day began. Yang Fan washed his face, flopped down onto the soft bed, and decided to make up for lost sleep first. The ethereal journey was already nearing its end. Only then did everyone understand what cultivation truly was. Many authors privately regretted their haste. Not only had their attempts become botched imitations, but they had also ruined their reputations. Of course, there were also plenty of armchair critics who scoffed, saying cultivation was nothing special. Whatever they wrote would be better. After all, imitation had always been easy, but creation was extremely difficult. Once Yang Fan had blazed a trail, countless people would follow in his footsteps. But once they stepped onto that path, they were acknowledging Yang Fan's status as the founding father of the cultivation genre. The platform, thanks to Yang Fan, also became the first to take the plunge. It not only amassed a large number of excellent cultivation novels, but also became one of the few most influential reading platforms around. So when the homepage banner was released, it immediately caused a stir in the reader community. Everyone knew that cultivation fiction was the hottest genre right now. Every time an excellent cultivation novel appeared, it was eagerly pursued. Even many veteran authors put aside their pride and rushed to ride the wave of popularity. But Shen Xiyin, the originator of the cultivation genre, was not going to write cultivation in his new book. Was he letting success go to his head, or did he have ulterior motives? Everyone was buzzing with discussion. After just one day of public chatter, the term Shen Xiyin, which had long been buried by online fiction, was again being mentioned frequently. For the platform's operations, what Yang Fan wrote didn't matter. The topical traffic it generated was real. To their surprise, within a single day, the platform's visits grew by a net 30%. Many even believed this Shen Xiyin was definitely a marketing genius. Once the news of his genre switch spread, many of Yang Fan's fans frowned. Although cultivation novels were springing up like bamboo shoots after rain, and a considerable number of them were excellent works, they still believed in the power of the brand. But everyone believed in the power of the brand. Only Shen Xiyin's output could be considered authentic. Just as they were waiting with high hopes for his second novel, they were told he wasn't writing that type anymore. One can imagine how they felt. As the most devoted reader of the ethereal journey, Liao Yuan sighed all day after hearing the news and couldn't work up any interest in anything. He didn't lack money. What he lacked was spiritual sustenance. After finally encountering a book hailed as a masterpiece, he wished he could read every chapter 2 or 3 times. Like a dry sponge, he struggled to absorb every drop, yet still remained unsatisfied. Liao Yuan felt he had fallen deep into the pit of cultivation fiction and would never climb out in this life. The magnificent grand scenes inside it left him spellbound. So he looked forward to Shen Xiyin's second cultivation novel more than anyone else. As the CEO of a technology company, he had even spoken with the platform's owner, hoping to use the platform to influence Shen Xiyin's decision. But Shen Xiyin was no longer an ordinary little author. Whichever website he went to, he would be greeted as its #1 star. If they truly made him unhappy, and he wrote his next book elsewhere, they would have nowhere to cry. So the platform's owner refused Liao Yuan without a second thought. After all, friendship was friendship, but business was business. At the same time, many diehard fans of the ethereal journey protested one after another, demanding that Shen Xiyin's second book had to be about cultivation. Otherwise, they would resolutely boycott it. One reader even left a comment in the section, "I Cheng Liuxiang hereby start this thread as proof. If Shen Xiyin's new book isn't about cultivation, I would rather die. I wouldn't even take a glance." Yang Fan knew nothing about this. He was sound asleep in bed at that moment. When he woke up, the sun was high in the sky, but the sunlight filtered through the glass, so it was not harsh to the eyes. He downed 2 large glasses of water in one go, steadied himself, then opened his computer. After entering a string of strange code, he jumped straight to a bizarre page. The page layout was made up entirely of text with nothing ornate in the slightest. But it was minimalist without being simple. If any hacker managed to break in, they would find data streams from all over the world converging here, but that was impossible. Yang Fan's current level of hacking skills, though he lacked a precise understanding of it, was certainly above average on a global scale. Yet faced with this website's defenses, he still felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty. He was certain that if his first strike failed, endless troubles would follow. Because this was the world's largest black market. Order Chaos, abbreviated as OC, which translated into Chinese as chaos and order. Here anything you could think of was available, from the latest unreleased phones and computers to aircraft and missiles. As long as you had money, any desire could be fulfilled. For a hacker of Yang Fan's caliber, few secrets existed on the internet. Although this website's background was mysterious, it was not hidden, or it had plenty of clients within the country. Yang Fan had found the site with ease, but he wasn't looking to sell off items in his possession, rather he wanted to purchase something through it. The website's servers were located overseas, so its entire interface was in English. Fortunately, Yang Fan was now proficient in foreign languages, or he would have been at a loss. He first browsed around, and was genuinely taken aback. This account was just a casually registered ordinary user with a low level and limited access, yet even so he saw many outrageous items. Firearms strictly controlled back home were common here. Even the core secrets of high-tech companies were openly listed for sale at marked prices. Even the precision machine tools tightly controlled by developed countries were on the list, though the string of zeros behind them was dizzying. Of course you could buy anything, but some items did not include delivery. Whether the goods ultimately reached your hands was another matter entirely. For instance, firearms were not delivered due to the fundamental conditions of the Great Heavenly Empire, as the site put it. Although the item Yang Fan wanted wasn't on the restricted list, purchasing it through normal channels was still out of the question. What he needed was a supercomputer. To do the work, one must first sharpen one's tools. Ordinary computers on the market could no longer meet his needs. In novels, someone breaks into the Pentagon with a piece of junk computer, a feat no less difficult than an old lady kicking over a locomotive with one foot. Of course, if you insisted that the old lady was the Queen Mother of the West, no one would argue. After several attempts, Yang Fan could do nothing about that overseas laboratory for now. He needed more resources. His target was the once famous supercomputer Kraken. It was developed by the National Institute for Computational Sciences at the University of Tennessee in the United States. The Kraken system had one AMD dual-core Opteron processors, with a computing speed of 831 trillion operations per second, primarily used in high-end servers and workstations. It was the fastest computer in the world, owned by an academic institution. Though it paled in comparison to national-grade supercomputers, it was more than sufficient for Yang Fan. Although Yang Fan's bank account now held nearly 10 million yuan, he still lacked the financial strength to buy such a machine. Fortunately, the Kraken on OC was a stripped-down version. Its performance was only half of the original, yet its price was one-third. Even so, after Yang Fan paid, the balance on his card was reduced to a 2-digit number. Fortunately, his system backpack was stocked with ample supplies. Otherwise, simply surviving until the end of the month would have been a problem. Money easily earned was spent just as quickly. In his past life, Yang Fan's dream had been to save 1 million yuan, build a small villa in his village, and savor the joy of success under the admiring gazes of his fellow villagers. But now, let alone 1 million, he had spent nearly 10 million. Because of the system, his mindset had quietly shifted. Being conceited was a must. He was clearly a bona fide protagonist template. How could he fuss over such a vulgar thing as money? It was outright nouveau riche mentality. A soft beep from the computer brought Yang Fan back to reality, and his fingers immediately flew across the keyboard in a clatter of keystrokes. He had deployed some self-running programs on the network, while cute little Trojans, to monitor a specific data stream, the chat room, he had stumbled upon earlier. He had later deliberately searched for it, but the server hosting the chat room seemed to shift frequently, and its defense was quite impressive, suggesting a professional team behind it. While Yang Fan wasn't inferior to them technically, this was like fighting. A brawl always outmatched a duel. Even a peerless warrior could run out of strength, so Yang Fan didn't advocate a brute force approach. But with a supercomputer, it didn't matter. With a rocket launcher in hand, why would he fear a gang fight? Logically, they had never interfered with each other, and there was no need to go looking for trouble out of sheer boredom. But that topic from last time was truly too enticing. The martial arts tournament. Ever since he learned that breathing technique from the system and practiced it as instructed, he could feel the presence of a flow of energy within his body, though he wasn't sure if it was just a psychological effect. Ever since learning that breathing technique from the system and circulating his qi according to its method, he had begun to feel a presence of qi in his body, though he couldn't say whether it was just a psychological effect. He wanted more than anything to make contact with those people to see whether this world was truly different from the one he understood. But since they wouldn't let him into their circle, he had no choice but to seek them out himself. Once the order was placed, all he had to do was wait for delivery. Whether the goods made it through customs was no longer his concern. Though the item was not strictly regulated, it was still somewhat sensitive. But since OC had promised to arrange delivery, it would take responsibility. As the world's largest black market, OC had earned Yang Fan's trust and its credibility. And Yang Fan wasn't foolish enough to use his real address. He would simply go to the docks to pick up the goods himself. A few precautions never hurt. Staying alert was always for the best. Yang Fan had a quick bite and began searching for driving schools online. Yes, he was going to get his driver's license. Though he had failed the exams time and again, before he was no longer the man he used to be. If something like that ever happened again, Shen Xiyin would tear him apart with her bare hands. After all, Shen Xiyin meant far more to her than Yang Fan ever did. The thought suddenly made him feel a touch of grievance. Soon he found a driving school with a decent reputation on the outskirts of the city. Not only were the fees low and certificates issued quickly, but the school also provided pickup and drop-off. With empty pockets, he had no confidence to do anything. He couldn't even scrape together the registration fee for driving school. But that didn't matter. This was exactly the time to make use of one's friends. Though he had never amounted to much, even Qin Hui had 3 good friends. Everyone has a few troublesome buddies. Cheng Su was Yang Fan's college roommate and life mentor, who had always personified the saying that life lies in constant motion. Yang Fan had changed jobs constantly since graduation, and much of that was due to Cheng Su's influence. A while back, Yang Fan got the job as a broadcast director at Modu Radio, only to fill in for Cheng Su, who had apparently run into a director and gone off to shoot a TV show. The broadcast director's salary was a fair amount higher than his previous copywriting position, so he agreed. And that led to all the things that happened afterward. He and Cheng Su were completely different people. As for why they had ended up as close brothers, Yang Fan guessed it was because once when Cheng Su found himself in the restroom without toilet paper and had been squatting there for over an hour, only Yang Fan was willing to bring him some, even knowing he'd be punished for skipping class. He remembered how Cheng Su's eyes had welled with tears, too moved to walk straight. At the time, Yang Fan was with Shen Xiyin, and many people out of jealousy constantly sneered at him. Later, when Shen Xiyin left, everyone assumed Yang Fan had been dumped and kicked him while he was down. Only Cheng Su tried to comfort him, insisting on taking him for a spa retreat, saying that once he had experienced the all-embracing love of forests and seas, he would no longer get hung up on some little personal romance. Yang Fan refused in the end, but he was still grateful. Although Cheng Su could be reckless, he was beyond reproach when it came to friends. If not for his frequent handouts, Yang Fan might well have starved to death in Modu. Of course, Yang Fan often cleaned up after him too. For instance, the copywriting job before the broadcast director position was also done in Cheng Su's place. "Hey Su, lend me some money to tide me over." Yang Fan cut straight to the point without the slightest politeness. "Damn, you didn't plan to spy on me, did you? I just got the money and your call comes in." Cheng Su was hollering on the phone. Yang Fan held the phone a yard away from his ear. He was used to it by now. "You've got a celebrity wife, so why are you still so broke?" It's like sitting on a treasure mountain and not realizing it. Cheng Su had already launched into his usual endless chattering. Yang Fan set the phone aside, went out to wash his face, and changed his clothes. When he came back, Cheng Su was still rambling. Yang Fan promptly cut him off. He still had to catch the driving school shuttle at the pickup stop. "Let's find a place for a drink when I get back tonight." "Sure, I'll wait at the usual spot." Mention of food and drink made Cheng Su's voice noticeably perk up. This was the city center with dense foot traffic, so a driving school pickup stop was nearby. Yang Fan saw quite a few people already waiting there from every age group, which showed that this driving school was quite well known. Yang Fan didn't think getting a driver's license was any challenge. Without exaggeration, if it ran on the ground and had wheels, he could drive it off. The system skill books were hardly free for nothing. If his funds weren't so embarrassingly limited, he would love to get a whole collection of licenses, from tractors all the way to F1, and see which traffic officer would dare stop him afterward. It seemed Shen Xiyin was genuinely angry this time. He had called twice in a row and been hung up on both times. He probably wouldn't be seeing his daughter for a while. The shuttle arrived before long, just packed with these passengers. A woman around 40 sat beside Yang Fan. "Young man, is this your first time at the driving school, eh? I haven't seen you before." These people always boarded at the same spot, so even if they didn't know each other, their faces were familiar. A stranger naturally stood out. "Yes, my first time. I'm about to sign up." Young people learn fast. At our age, our reactions are slower. "I've taken the Subject 3 exam 3 times and still haven't passed." Yang Fan rubbed his nose sheepishly. Could he actually say he had failed Subject 2 13 times before the school refunded his tuition? He was still on that driving school's blacklist. If not for the system skill books, he would have remained forever out of luck when it came to driving. Cheng Su often lamented how anyone could be this dumb. Shen Xiyin naturally knew it too, otherwise why would she be so angry? The driving school was on the outskirts of Modu, covering around 20,000 square meters, a fairly large establishment. Yang Fan found the registration office, went through the formalities with practiced ease, and signed up for the nearest Subject 1 exam. Such a written test was no challenge at all. He had long since memorized the question bank. After meeting with the instructor assigned to him, and taking a safety lecture with the other students, he could go home and wait for the Subject 1 exam. The real on-site training would begin with Subject 2. Many cars were practicing on the training ground. Yang Fan stopped to watch for a while, full of emotion. These had once been his nightmares. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a car heading in his direction already outside the training area. Although puzzled, Yang Fan didn't think much of it. Just as he turned around, he suddenly saw the car accelerate and race straight toward him. Assassination. The word flashed in Yang Fan's mind. He had encountered such situations quite often recently, so his thoughts naturally turned complicated. But soon he realized that the woman in the driver's seat had both hands covering her face and the instructor's seat beside her was empty. Without a word, Yang Fan dodged with a swift sidestep, then pulled open the passenger door, slipped inside, and stomped directly on the co-driver's brake. The whole sequence was executed in one fluid motion. Fortunately, he had been consuming plenty of attribute potions lately. In the past, he would have been done for. There was no doubt that this was yet another case of mistaking the accelerator for the brake. It seemed the world was about to gain another road killer. Meanwhile, the instructor came out of the building holding a bottle of water, saw the scene, and sprayed a mouthful of it out in shock. Yang Fan was no stranger to this. Back when he was taking the second stage of the driving test, how many times had he failed? More than 10 times at least. The instructor back then nearly wore out the co-driver's brake. So he understood exactly how the person in the driver's seat felt. He had walked that same path himself. Just as Yang Fan was about to offer a few comforting words and get out, he suddenly realized that the person behind the wheel was someone he knew. She had been covering her face earlier, so he hadn't recognized her. It was none other than Feng Yi, the general manager of Menu Media. Truly, fate never fails to bring people together. Moments ago, Feng Yi had caught sight of Yang Fan in surprise, and without a second thought drove straight toward him. But she mistakenly pressed the accelerator instead of the brake, nearly causing a tragedy. Thank you. Feng Yi was still shaken, instinctively clutching her chest in lingering fear. Yang Fan quickly waved his hand. He remembered that it was Feng Yi who had pulled strings to get him into Menu Media, but he had resigned shortly after joining. He felt a bit guilty about that, especially since she was also a friend of Shen Xiyin. It's nothing. So President Feng, you're also here to practice driving? That was a dumb question. Why else would she be here if not to practice driving? Yang Fan simply had nothing better to say and used idle chatter to break the ice. Oh. Feng Yi quickly lowered her head and answered shyly, her face turning red all the way to the tips of her ears. The fear in her heart vanished without a trace. Yang Fan didn't notice any of this because the instructor had rushed over, looking at him nervously. Are you okay? If something had happened, the instructor would likely be held responsible. Yang Fan pushed open the door and got out. I'm fine. The car wasn't going fast. Even as he said that, it was still a vehicle after all. With the throttle floored in first gear, its speed was nothing to scoff at. If a chunk of metal like that slammed into you and then rolled over your body, even if you survived, you'd probably spend the rest of your life bedridden. The instructor kept apologizing profusely as if he had been the one driving. And contrary to Yang Fan's expectations, the instructor didn't scold Feng Yi at all. Back in his own days, his instructor had practically sprayed him with verbal abuse. Not only that, but the instructor even ran over to open the door for Feng Yi. Yang Fan could only sigh at the almighty power of money. Feng Yi stepped out of the car and looked at Yang Fan. You're also here to learn how to drive? Yeah, I just signed up today. Feng Yi said to the instructor. Go refund his registration fee. Yes, President Feng. The instructor scurried off. Yang Fan was stunned. This driving school is one of my businesses. I'm truly grateful to you today. How about I treat you to a meal? Feng Yi, normally a formidable businesswoman among men, now revealed a hint of girlish shyness. If any of her acquaintances had been there, they would have been utterly astounded. Fortunately, Yang Fan wasn't one of those people, so he didn't find it strange. It's nothing, President Feng. No need to be so polite. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Yang Fan assumed Feng Yi was just being courteous, so he declined without taking it seriously. Besides, he certainly didn't want to loiter around waiting for her to bring back the registration fee. That would be shameless. After all, he now possessed tens of millions in assets and lived in a top-tier luxury residence. He couldn't afford to do anything that would lower his standing. Feng Yi watched him walk away, his departure so decisive and free-spirited, just like in the old days. But the thought that he was already married and had a daughter made her heart ache. Was it fate's fault for arriving too late? She also knew that Yang Fan didn't recognize her. The instructor returned with a stack of cash, looked around, and didn't see Yang Fan. President Feng, this. Just keep it. Feng Yi felt a trace of melancholy and couldn't be bothered with such a small sum. The instructor was overjoyed. That was nearly a whole month's salary. Would you like to continue your lesson? Another day. With a complicated heart, Feng Yi walked away. Meanwhile, you borrowed money from me to pay for driving school. At a barbecue stall on Nanpu Road, Cheng Su shouted loudly. If I'd known that, I would never have let you waste your money like this. You haven't suffered enough, but the money is innocent. Yang Fan felt deeply helpless and could only raise his glass. Come, let's toast to the money we've wasted. Cheers. Cheng Su was from Shandong and drank with a bold, heroic spirit, downing a full pint of draft beer in one go. He set down the glass, wiped his mouth, and said, But speaking of which, among all our old classmates, the one I admire most is you. Talk about unyielding spirit, talk about growing stronger with each setback. You're the one who terrifies every driving school in town. All hail General Yang. Once Cheng Su started drinking, his words just wouldn't stop. Being with him, you never worried about running out of conversation because all you had to do was listen. Yang Fan could only smile bitterly at the mention of this. Back then his financial situation wasn't great, and he had saved up for a long time just to afford the driving school fee, so he naturally didn't want to give up easily. Not even Shen Xiyin could persuade him at the time. It was a single sentence from Cheng Su that finally calmed him down. He remembered Cheng Su saying, why bother learning it anyway? Even if you get your license, you can't afford a car. Thus Yang Fan finally made up his mind to leave the driving school and end the mutual torment between him and the instructor. But before leaving, he stubbornly demanded his registration fee back, which earned Cheng Su's deep admiration. I heard that the Night Stories production team has disbanded. Such a shame. I saw it coming long ago. Magic City Radio had no future. Finding another path was the smart move. See, I left early. How forward-thinking I was. Then why did you introduce me into that place? Well, come on, drink. Cheers. Another full glass down in one gulp. Truth be told, Night Stories hadn't disbanded at all. It had merely split off from Magic City Radio. Leveraging the candle in the tomb to quickly gain traction and establish a foothold, the show was now thriving in new media under Su Sheng's leadership. Yang Fan held a stake in it, as well contributed as intellectual property. Of course, Cheng Su knew nothing of this. He hadn't even heard of the candle in the tomb, since he never cared about such things. And Yang Fan wasn't the type to show off, so he never mentioned it. Otherwise, with a luxury mansion like his, he would have been exposed long ago. How about you come work for me now? Here we go again. Yang Fan couldn't help but recall his previous experiences. I'm not bragging, but in Magic City Film City right now, everyone knows me, chum. Director? Yang Fan was startled. Back in school, Cheng Su's professional courses were famously terrible. Casting director. Oh, hey, what's with that look on your face? After several rounds of drinks, Cheng Su's tongue grew loose. Let me tell you something. You think being an actor is glamorous. Bullshit. All day long we're being barked at and ordered around. It's not easy. Yes, it's all difficult. At this point, what he said didn't matter anymore. Just keep appeasing him, otherwise the argument would never end. Yang Fan knew this from experience. Take me as a background extra supervisor. What do I rely on? Flattering those above and bullying those below. If I can't speak to the director, who would even know who I am? But once you have influence, everyone below will come begging for your help. Cheng Su was always scheming and well-connected in school, having acquaintances across every department and being able to get things done anywhere, which Yang Fan deeply admired. As the drinking continued, Cheng Su became completely lost in his own world, chatting enthusiastically even to empty air. Though Yang Fan had also had his share, his strong constitution helped him sober up quickly, so by the time the bill came he was fully alert. To the owner's astonishment, he hoisted the thoroughly drunk Cheng Su onto his shoulders and marched out. Cheng Su's shabby place was nearby in the old district where the buildings dated back to the last century with no elevators. Yang Fan hauled him all the way up to the 7th floor, only breathing heavily afterward. The key was always in the same spot, inside the nearby fire safety box. The moment he opened the door, a thick, pungent odor hit him so forcefully that Yang Fan nearly fled. Just how long had this animal gone without cleaning? He tossed Cheng Su onto the sofa, the guy still muttering something unintelligible. Yang Fan quickly opened the window, letting in a cool breeze that finally gave him some relief. Cheng Su came from a wealthy family, so his parents bought him an apartment in the city right after graduation. A 2-bedroom, 1-living-room place of about 90 square meters. When Yang Fan first arrived in Shanghai, he'd been staying there for free until he got stable income and moved out. But such a large place was now impossible to walk through without tripping over something. Clothes were strewn everywhere, unwashed socks stinking for who knows how long, the original hardwood floors barely recognizable beneath the grime, and takeout containers left to rot for days, each one releasing an awful odor. The most ridiculous part was that this guy could still sleep soundly with a blissful expression. Yang Fan rubbed his forehead in exasperation, gathered everything that needed tossing into garbage bags, and shoved all the clothes and socks into the washing machine with half a bag of detergent. He kept working until the middle of the night before finally getting the place clean. Looking at Cheng Su lying there like a dead pig, Yang Fan couldn't help but wonder how someone could find such a good friend as himself. The one good thing about this guy was that he never threw up, no matter how much he drank. As he liked to say, once food entered his stomach, it wasn't coming back out. No way. Seeing Cheng Su asleep so soundly, Yang Fan didn't bother moving him. With the other room lacking bedding, he took the big bed for himself without a second thought. The next morning, Yang Fan was jolted awake by an urgent ringing sound. Groggily reaching for his phone, he realized it wasn't his device making the noise. Then from the living room came a commotion, followed by the sounds of a flushing toilet running faucet and someone brushing their teeth. Just as he finally settled down to sleep, Cheng Su burst in and pulled him up urgently. Stop sleeping, get dressed, I need you to come audition for a role with me, it's a desperate situation. What? Before Yang Fan could process what was happening, he was shoved into a taxi. You repay kindness with such ingratitude. I worked hard cleaning your place for you. Now how is that repaying kindness with betrayal? I'm actually taking you to make money. Oh, how much per day? Yang Fan raised an eyebrow. 80 for others, but you're my brother. 100. Unpaid volunteer work. Damn, you're really pulling one over on your brother. This role has lines though. How many people would kill for this opportunity? Then thanks, go find someone else. Driver, pull over ahead. Yang Fan was not falling for it. Hey, don't do this, help your brother out. The person I originally arranged canceled on me this morning, and I can't find anyone last minute. You can't just leave me to sink, can you? Watching Cheng Su's pitiful expression, Yang Fan found himself unable to refuse just this once. Great. Cheng Su instantly transformed from sorrow to joy, his quick change of expression almost astonishing. I'm warning you in advance. I've forgotten most of my acting skills, so don't blame me if this goes wrong. Don't worry, you still have the fundamentals. You were the backbone of the drama club back then. That's ancient history. Yang Fan shook his head. Ever since Shen Xiyin left, his college life had been nothing but a monotone routine between classes and the dormitory, with no extracurricular activities at all. Cheng Su continued encouraging him. Think about it. If you suddenly become a star, you've basically entered the entertainment industry. Maybe later you'll even get the chance to act alongside your Shen Xiyin, creating a perfect pairing that would make everyone envious. Yang Fan felt a spark of interest at the thought, his mind beginning to race, though he stubbornly replied, Don't give me that bullshit. There are so many extras. Do you think actually made it big? Cheng Su corrected him seriously. You're not an extra this time. You have lines, you're a special invite. Alright, what role am I playing this time? I need to prepare myself, get into character. After all this talking, he still didn't even know what he was performing. You'll find out when we get there. We need to read through the scene first, don't be nervous. Hearing you say that makes me more nervous. A bad feeling suddenly rose in Yang Fan's heart. It felt like he had agreed too quickly. The audition was held at Century Hotel, which was fairly well known in the city. As a long-standing 5-star hotel, it was popular among people from all walks of life. Yang Fan raised an eyebrow. Looks like this was a big production, at least well-funded, though it was also possible they were just using the hotel's reputation to impress. Cheng Su took him straight to the 18th floor, and when the elevator doors opened, wow, the entire hallway was packed with people. Several people noticed Cheng Su and approached to greet him. Brother Cheng is here. Yeah, bringing someone to audition. Brother Cheng must have a good role this time. Don't forget to look out for your brothers when there's good stuff coming around. We're all just trying to make a living. Help each other out. Cheng Su showed none of his usual eccentric behavior, handling everyone with ease. Yang Fan watched in amazement and admiration. This social skill was leagues beyond his own. This time it's a big production. They've booked the entire floor. I have some connection with the assistant director, that's how I got in. Finding a quiet corner away from the crowd, Cheng Su dropped his composed demeanor and started boasting to Yang Fan again. Yang Fan nodded. This scale was definitely more than just a few cameras and extras throwing together a small production. Cheng Su then whispered, the director this time is Su-won. What? It's him. Yang Fan exclaimed in surprise. That name was thunderous and familiar. He remembered how many of their class materials back in school had come from his work. At the same time, this name was a box office guarantee, having swept countless awards and boosted many actors to stardom over the years. It was hard to believe that Cheng Su of all people could have ties with Su-won. Keep your voice down. It hasn't been announced yet. Today is only for auditioning minor roles. The real show comes later. Cheng Su sounded somewhat smug. Got it. Yang Fan felt a surge of excitement. As a media studies student, Su-won was their idol. During their school years, countless people dreamed of working with him once, so as to do justice to everything they had learned. Though it wasn't a perfect match for his major, at least it was half a dream come true. Countless actors would have fought to appear in a Su-won production, even for free, let alone land a role with lines. Yang Fan finally felt that Cheng Su had been reliable for once. Don't let the crowd fool you. Most of them are crew members. There aren't many roles qualified to audition here. Don't worry. The role we've got only has a few lines. It's simple. Sensing Yang Fan's nervousness, Cheng Su reassured him. It's only because it's director Su's production. Otherwise, a role like this wouldn't even need an audition. Don't say that. He makes premium quality works, so of course, he has to be meticulous. Details determine success or failure. Cheng Su rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue. Before long, they received notice to go over for the audition. When they arrived, a portly man stood at the door. Seeing them, he quickly made a hushing gesture and pulled Cheng Su aside. With the crowd and noise, Yang Fan couldn't make out what they were saying. He could only see that their expressions were grave. After a while, Cheng Su came back and Yang Fan hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Su-won is inside. Cheng Su's face also grew grave. In fact, many unwritten rules prevailed in a film crew. The outsourcing of actors was a particularly lucrative racket. As the extras coordinator, Cheng Su had the assistant director in charge of auditions naturally willing to do him a favor. Mutual benefit after all. But clearly Su-won wasn't buying it. This, Yang Fan suddenly became tense. He wasn't ready to audition in front of Su-won. It's fine. It's just 2 lines. We were the twin stars of the drama club back then. If we don't make it, we'll go home and sleep in. I wasn't fully awake anyway. With Cheng Su's playful banter, Yang Fan's mood suddenly lightened considerably. As soon as they entered, they saw only 2 people in the room, one of them that familiar face. He was sitting on the sofa, head down over a script, and even when he heard them come in, he didn't look up. "Hello, director. These are the lines. Take a look, familiarize yourselves, and get a feel for them." The assistant director shot Cheng Su a meaningful glance, then handed Yang Fan a sheet of paper. Cheng Su winked at Yang Fan, who instantly understood. Su-won's presence here was probably no accident. It was likely a means of intimidating the people beneath him, sending a signal for some to rein themselves in. As luck would have it, they had walked right into it. Well, no point thinking about connections. It was time to face the test head on. Yang Fan's role naturally required no reading of the script. It was only a line or 2 and a single sheet. had already covered the time, place, and character. But what Cheng Su was holding turned out to be a script. This could hardly be a bit part with a line or two. Huh. After reading his lines, Yang Fan was stunned at first, then suddenly raised his head to look at Cheng Su. Seeing Yang Fan's questioning gaze, Cheng Su gave an awkward smile and refused to acknowledge it, hastily lowering his head to study the script. Yang Fan knew in his heart he had been tricked again. His character was actually a eunuch. His only 3 lines were, "Lordly, what business brings you here today? And the Grand Director is not here. Lordly, take care." And this Lordly was Cheng Su. A horse galloped through Yang Fan's heart, the well-known grassmud horse. Any trace of earlier gratitude vanished in an instant. This beast had never once been dependable. Then he sighed inwardly. It seemed he was destined today to be brought along as the supporting foil. But there was nothing he could do. They were brothers. The audition began. Cheng Su walked over with an arrogant expression. Yang Fan quickly scurried forward 2 steps to greet him, his face full of fawning, and in a pinched, effeminate voice said, "Lordly, what business brings you here today?" The moment the words fell, not only was Cheng Su stunned and slow to find his next line, even Su Wen looked up. After all, Yang Fan had already consumed 2 skill books in music, bringing his control over his voice to the master level. A eunuch's tone and timbre came to him effortlessly, combined with his feminine bearing. It left not the slightest flaw and never felt awkward. Seeing Yang Fan wink at him, Cheng Su suddenly snapped back to attention and quickly said, "Is your Grand Director in?" "The Grand Director is not in." Yang Fan hastily lowered his head, playing out the servility of an Eastern Depot eunuch to the fullest. "Humph." Cheng Su turned and swept away, insufferably arrogant. "Lordly, take care." Obsequious flattery, bitterness, and fear. Yang Fan brought it all out perfectly in that single line. "Director, was that all right?" Cheng Su asked when the assistant director had been silent for a long while. The assistant director quickly snapped back to reality and almost involuntarily looked at Su Wen. Su Wen put down the script, his gaze settling on Yang Fan. "Where did you graduate from?" "Hangzhou University's media department." Yang Fan answered with neither humility nor arrogance. Although Hangzhou University was a top-tier prestigious university nationwide, its media department was only mid-level. But that didn't stop Yang Fan from loving his alma mater. Not an acting major. Su Wen was somewhat surprised. He had thought Yang Fan was professionally trained. In acting, the shorter the line, the better it reveals one's skill. A character built through 10 lines is far less vivid than one brought to life by a single line. Though Yang Fan had only 3 lines, he made the character utterly lifelike. It was fair to say he had crafted a highly successful portrayal. Cheng Su's eyes lit up. This looked like Yang Fan was about to win recognition. Afraid that this fool might say the wrong thing, he hastily cut in, "Director Su, he was the pillar of the drama club in college. He's deeply passionate about acting, studies it on his own, and once represented the school in a competition where he earned a placement." Watching Cheng Su sell him so vigorously, Yang Fan was a bit amused and speechless. Su Wen stroked his chin without speaking. After pondering a moment, he suddenly said to the assistant director, "Go get that script over there and let him try it." The assistant director was taken aback, then studied Yang Fan for a couple of moments. He pulled a script from his bag about as thick as a book, nothing like the one in Cheng Su's hands. Yang Fan's eyes were full of surprise while Cheng Su's were full of delight. Knowing this business inside out, Cheng Su understood that a script this thick was definitely for a major role. He frantically signaled with his eyes for Yang Fan to take it. Yang Fan took the script with a bewildered expression. On the cover, bold black letters read 4 large characters, "Smoke over the desert." Was that the title of the production? Su Wen said directly, "First read the character profile, then turn to page 72 and try the passage on the 3rd line." Yang Fan opened the script and found that the character profile was once again a eunuch. However, this eunuch was different. He was the head of all eunuchs, not the grand steward of the inner palace, but the director of the Western Depot. Commanding the palace, his power overshadowed the court. With a sweep of his long arm, he ensnared chivalrous swordsmen 1,000 li away. With a flick of his horsewhip, he pursued bandit chieftains across the vast desert. In martial prowess, how many in this world could surpass him? In cunning and intellect, who could discern the schemes he laid with such subtlety? Yet in the end, a trace of pride undid his entire game, and all his grand ambitions were buried beneath the yellow sand. Yang Fan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and only after a long while did he realize, wasn't this almost exactly like director Sui Hark's The Flying Swords of Dragon Gate from his previous life? And his role was precisely Yu Huatian, played by Chen Xiyin. In that martial arts epic, The Flying Swords of Dragon Gate, Yu Huatian was the chief villain and the trusted confidant of noble consort Wen, the beloved consort of Emperor Changhua of the Ming Dynasty. As the seal-holding director of the Western Depot, he wielded immense power, second only to the emperor, and above all others dominating the court and the provinces. His mind was meticulous and his intelligence superb, his martial arts were unmatched, yet he was ruthless, cold-blooded, cruel, exacting, and possessed an obsession with cleanliness. His martial arts knew no defeat, and his appearance rivaled Dongfang Bubi. With his dignified bearing and every subtle gesture, he carried the seductive charm typical of Sui Hark's martial arts villains. He was the soul of the film. In the end, because he looked exactly like Feng Li Dao, a Jianghu lowlife who traded in information, he was tricked into a trap and ultimately perished in the desolate desert. This also made him one of the few villains in film history not disliked by the public. He radiated a unique allure. Affectionately dubbed Flower of the Depot and Chief Director by netizens, Yu Huatian was a complex figure with moments of utter desolation and moments of dazzling splendor. These were two facets of his personality. Yu Huatian was ambitious, fierce, greedy, and yet possessed a lofty, aloof side as well. Although Yu Huatian was extremely fierce, he also had a tender side. During the final battle against Zhao Huayan in the Imperial Mausoleum of Dabai Shanghua, he told his female spy Su Huirong, "Go up first." A moment that warmed the character. Su Huirong was not a cold-blooded spy either. Earlier she had said to him, "Director, the wind has picked up again. Come with me." In his previous life when Yang Fan was still in school, this film had also been discussed in class. The Yu Huatian in Yang Fan's heart was not simply a villain. He was a man of extraordinary wisdom and martial prowess, which also rendered him a man of immense pride. Yang Fan's Yu Huatian possessed his own values of right and wrong. He was a man who cherished the world. Perhaps dissatisfied with the corruption of the Ming political system, he hoped to transform the imperial court by securing the power of being second only to the emperor above all others. Yu Huatian was by no means merely a ferocious-looking despot. He was filled with restrained elegance and ethereal grace, giving him a commanding presence that intimidated without anger, a cold, unapproachable, transcendent sexiness. That was his greatest allure. Yu Huatian's weapons were not only his three swords, his own person and his intelligence were the most formidable weapons of all. Yet his defeat was likewise born of excessive pride and self-confidence. And although Lone Smoke in the Desert was not the flying swords of Dragon Gate, the resemblance between the two reached 90%. Perhaps that was the wonder of the world. And so Yu Huatian was resurrected. Yang Fan's performance stunned the entire room. Not only the assistant director and Cheng Su were dumbfounded. Even Su Wen rose excitedly to his feet, exclaiming, "Good, good. This is the Qianjiyu in my heart." This was no small praise, and it showed just how delighted Su Wen was. Cheng Su's mouth fell agape at a loss for words. If he hadn't bathed with Yang Fan himself, he would have truly suspected. Though Yang Fan's acting had been excellent in college, it was worlds apart from what he displayed now. Su Wen beckoned to the still-stunned assistant director, "Go and fetch Wan Lu. I want him to do a scene with Yang Fan." Some actors perform brilliantly alone, but a film is not made by one actor. Acting together demands spontaneous chemistry and coordination. Although Su Wen recognized Yang Fan's talent, he still needed someone to test him in a scene to be safe. Before long, a middle-aged man walked in. After barely glancing at Yang Fan and the others, his eyes settled on Su Wen. "Director Su, you wanted to see me." Both Cheng Su and Yang Fan knew Wan Lu. He had appeared in numerous films and TV series, establishing himself as a seasoned veteran in the industry. Though he had never been a big name, his acting was beyond reproach. "Do a scene with this young man." "All right, which scene?" Wan Lu glanced at Yang Fan, thinking that this fellow was lucky to be appreciated by Su Wen. "Let's do the Wangwa Temple scene." The moment Su Wen said this, Wan Lu was taken aback, then looked at Yang Fan in astonishment. In the Wangwa Temple scene, he had only one scene with an opponent. Qianjiyu, the Western Depot director, and the film's primary villain, one of the principal actors. They had all guessed long ago that Su Wen would pick some major star for such an important role. Never did they expect an unfamiliar face. This circle prized seniority above all, and it was extremely rare for someone like Yang Fan to land a leading role right away. Only a renowned director like Su Wen had such audacity. Who else would dare? "Senior, please do enlighten me." For a veteran like Wan Lu, one had to show due respect. Wan Lu was a man of good character. He never fought for fame or money, devoting himself entirely to acting, and he was genuinely happy to nurture younger talent. No need to talk about enlightenment. Oh, let's just sharpen each other's skills. The two quickly slipped into character. Wan Lu, playing the vice director of the Eastern Depot, paced anxiously in the Great Hall of Wangwa Temple. With the director dead by accident, the Eastern Depot was leaderless for a time. Just as they were discussing what to do, Qianjiyu, the Western Depot director played by Yang Fan, led his men in a sudden intrusion. "Why should the Western Depot come meddling in Eastern Depot affairs? What does this have to do with you? A single Jianghu swordsman has made you so paranoid you dare not even enter your own gate. Hiding here like turtles with your heads drawn in. While your enemies are already at the door, you still say it has nothing to do with you. What do you mean at the door? They are just a few rebels. The Eastern Depot will execute them. You bunch of spineless, gutless rats. What are you capable of?" Yang Fan's aggressive stance caused Wan Lu to catch his breath. "We merely underestimated them before." "Underestimated? Call it incompetence. The so-called masters of the Eastern Depot have all been slaughtered. Your turn is next. How dare you? Does cowering in a temple and sighing accomplish anything? As officials, we are meant to share the emperor's burdens. What is the Western Depot? What right do you have to share the emperor's burdens? You ask me what the Western Depot is?" Yang Fan raised an eyebrow, fully displaying his arrogance. "Then let me tell you now. Cases the Eastern Depot cannot solve, my Western Depot will solve. People the Eastern Depot dares not kill, I will kill. Matters the Eastern Depot dares not handle, I will handle." In a word, what the Eastern Depot can handle, I will handle. What it cannot handle, I will handle all the more. Act first and report afterwards, with the Emperor's special mandate. This is the Western Depot. Originally, this line had not been in the script. It only contained two vague threats which made it sound wordy and far from the kind of overbearing arrogance the scene needed. Yang Fan naturally thought of the viral West Depot-style line from his previous life. Why would he not use it? Sure enough, not only was Wan Lu stunned, Su Wen even clapped in excitement. Su Wen had always been rather dissatisfied with that scene. His concept of Qian Jiu was domineering, ruthless, cold, and aloof. But the dialogue simply could not convey it, like having strength with nowhere to use it. Yang Fan's improvised line, however, captured that arrogant bearing to the fullest and fit his mental image perfectly. Wan Lu was completely thrown off by Yang Fan's ad-lib. He could only shake his head with a wry smile. Old. My reflexes are no longer what they were. How formidable the younger generation has become. Then he turned to Su Wen and kept sighing in admiration. Director Su, your eye has remained as keen as ever. Where did you unearth such a treasure? There had been no news of him at all before. You flatter me, Senior. Yang Fan said, feeling he did not deserve the praise. He had only stood on the shoulders of giants. Haha, old one, what do you think now? Not all young people nowadays are pretty boys, are they? Su Wen looked thoroughly pleased. He then turned to Yang Fan and extended his hand. I formally invite you to join the cast of Smoke Over the Desert. The surprise came too suddenly. Before Yang Fan could react, Chen Su quickly nudged him. Thank you, Director Su, for giving me this opportunity. Yang Fan hurriedly stretched out his hand. It would have been a lie to say he was not thrilled. Let's work together. Director Su, then what about me? Chen Su hurriedly spoke up too. Su Wen's attention had been entirely on Yang Fan, and he had completely forgotten that Chen Su was also there to audition. Oh, you can stay as well. In fact, Su Wen did not think highly of Chen Su. His acting was still somewhat raw, and at any other time, he would have rejected him outright. But things were different now. It was obvious Chen Su was Yang Fan's good friend, and since it was only a minor role, there was no need to be so demanding. Su Wen was strict and serious by nature, but he was not unreasonable. Yang Fan had taken his fancy, and as one of the leads, having his friend assigned a small role was hardly a problem. Moreover, it was clear that Chen Su had some real foundation in acting. With proper guidance, he might very well prove capable. Outside the hotel, Chen Su was even more excited than Yang Fan. I really called it this time. Now that you've won Director Su's appreciation, there's no way you won't become a big star. Later, if I become a big star, my agent has to be a beauty. The kind with high heels, a short skirt, and black stockings. What are you so excited about? I'm the lead here, okay? Yang Fan felt a little helpless and could not figure out what he was so excited about. It's the same thing. If you make it big, you won't neglect your brothers, right? And who are you? Yang Fan immediately wore an expression that said, I don't know you. Stop joking. I'm your good brother Ching Shui Shui. Chen Su wrapped an arm around his shoulder and said gravely, but that aside, although Director Su has high expectations of me, I feel my abilities are insufficient, and I fear I cannot shoulder such a great responsibility. So, Yang Fan looked at him emotionlessly. That guy had always had a high opinion of himself. So then, as my good brother and partner in career with acting skills as solid as yours now, wouldn't you lend your brother a hand and help me improve? Memorize your lines first, and then we'll talk. Yang Fan could not be bothered to tangle with him, and simply hailed a taxi to go home. That guy's nature was to take a mile once given an inch. If he didn't leave now, Chen Su would definitely drag him home, and there was no question he'd end up as an unpaid nanny. Back home, the first thing Yang Fan did was upload 20 chapters of Zhu Xian directly, then set the remaining chapters to auto-release at 3 chapters per day. Although Ethereal Journey was still hot, it was no longer bringing him much revenue. His fame points growth had gradually slowed. The past month had not even matched a single week from before. Altogether, the book had earned him an income of 10 million and had already reached its ceiling. It was precisely at this time that Zhu Xian appeared perfectly able to ride that lingering momentum and become an instant hit. One sword to slay immortals, a love that shakes the 9 heavens. The legend of Zhu Xian had officially begun. After posting the chapters, Yang Fan went to check on OC. The supercomputer Siren had already begun outfitting you. It would be disassembled into countless parts, shipped across the ocean by freighter, and arrive at Moduport in batches a little over a month later. Although Siren was not on the controlled list, there was still some resistance to a private purchase. If he went through normal procedures, by the time it reached Yang Fan's hands, Chen Xiyin would probably already be in 2nd or 3rd grade. Even an organization like OC, with its mysterious background and immense power, had to avoid clashing with state forces whenever possible. Therefore, dismantling it into parts, shipping them over in separate batches, and reassembling at Moduport could spare them a great deal of unnecessary trouble. OC's representatives explained everything in great detail, and Yang Fan was reassured. A transaction of this scale could only be considered small change on OC. The only thing he had to be careful about was how to take delivery discreetly. Now was the information age, the world of computers. As the hidden daggers of computer technology, hackers had never known how to stay within bounds. Through a few domestic and foreign hacker forums, Yang Fan could see that the hacker world was seething with activity. It was a battlefield without gunpowder smoke. Just as science knows no borders, scientists do. Computer technology knows no borders, but hackers do. For a nation, a supercomputer is a yardstick of national strength. For scientific institutions or enterprises, it is a tool that gives a tiger wings. But for hackers, it is a divine weapon. Every supercomputer drew the attention of countless hackers. Even if they could never own or use it, they would still keep a close watch on its movements. After all, such massive computational resources could greatly influence the hacker world. Yang Fan had no intention of provoking them, but being watched would still be very troublesome. This was exactly the principle behind the saying, an innocent man is blamed for bearing jade. He merely wanted to use the supercomputer to accomplish certain things. He had no grand ambitions, so it was better to keep a low profile. He turned off the computer, picked up the script, and an unconscious smile curved at the corner of his mouth. What happened today was like a dream. First, he had been tricked into an audition and discovered the role was a eunuch. Then he had caught the eye of the renowned director Su Wen, who invited him to play a leading role. Although it was a villain role, this was an opportunity countless people dreamed of. Even many major stars in the industry wanted the chance to appear in Su Wen's production, yet it had unexpectedly fallen into Yang Fan's lap. Chung Su really had not set him up this time. Although his original intention was only to have Yang Fan fill in as an extra, the outcome was something else entirely. Could it really be because of transmigration with the protagonist's halo attached to him that his luck stat had soared? He wondered what expression Shen Xiyin would have when she heard the news. Unfortunately, she still refused to take Yang Fan's calls. The new book has been uploaded. All departments take note, activate server alert mode, monitor page responsiveness, be ready to divert traffic at any moment, and keep the technical team on standby. At that moment, the whole platform was tense and busy, every task carried out in an orderly manner. They were fully prepared. The original homepage banner had been taken down, replaced by a new slogan, "One sword slays immortals, a love shakes the 9 heavens." God Sunshine's new book is out. It's finally out. So looking forward. I hope it's as wonderful as Piao Miao. If I'm not reading it no matter what. It isn't even a cultivation novel. I feel betrayed. Who still reads Xiao these days? Even if you turn it into a flower, it's useless. The moment Yang Sichen was released, readers learned the news from every corner. Although a huge crowd of loyal fans surged over, quite a few people chose to wait and see. I Chang Liuxiang will say it again, even if I die, even if I throw myself off this building, I will never look at Yang Sichen even once. After all, Xiao was a niche genre, and many people simply could not muster any interest. In the online fiction world, that was how things worked. Even if your last book was a masterpiece, if the next one didn't suit readers' tastes, it would still go cold. Liao Yuan finished today's update of Piao Miao, lit a cigarette, and blew out a smoke ring in contentment. The story was as brilliant as always. The only pity was that it was never enough to read. Had God Sunshine really released a new book? A striking advertisement had appeared directly on the page. Liao Yuan did not like Xiao novels, but he could not resist the curiosity in his heart. What would a Xiao novel by God Sunshine look like? Since the age of antiquity, humankind has witnessed all manner of wonders in the surrounding world: lightning and thunder, howling storms, and natural and man-made calamities that left the plains filled with the cries of the starving and the dead, none of which could be wrought or withstood by human strength. And so they believed that above the 9 heavens dwelt all manner of gods, and beneath the 9 abysses lay the destination of wandering souls, the courts of Yanluo. Thus the legends of gods and immortals were passed down through the ages. Yet even the immortal cultivators revered by the world could not cast off mortal desires and passions, and from this was born a story of soul-stirring grandeur, twisting paths, and hidden depths. Liao Yuan's breath caught. He could not describe what that feeling was. A frail young man, Zhang Xiaofan, was inadvertently drawn into a secret conflict between Tianyin Temple and Qingyan sect. Through a perilous Jianghu and wondrous lands, he stubbornly walked his own path amid the turbulent mortal world. The heavens stretch without end. The boundary between immortals and mortals is immeasurable. Here begins the legendary journey of a brave soul fighting against fate. It seemed a little different from the Xiao he had imagined. Could this really be a Xiao novel? Why did it feel as if it bore traces of cultivation? Could it really be, as netizens had said, just selling dog meat under a sheep's head? All for the sake of marketing. Heaven and earth are ruthless, treating all things as straw dogs. Compared with other living beings, humans may be at a physical disadvantage, but to call them the most intelligent of all creatures is certainly no empty boast. Driven by the primal urge to seek immortality, generation after generation of brilliant minds threw themselves forward, devoting their entire lives to bitter study. To this day, although true immortality has yet to be found, there are cultivators who have fathomed some of the mysteries of heaven and earth. In mortal bodies they wield formidable power, and by borrowing the might of all manner of secret treasures and dharma artifacts, they can shake heaven and earth with the force of thunder. Some highly accomplished seniors are even said to have lived for over 1,000 years without dying. People of the world believed this meant attaining the Tao and becoming immortals, and so more and more set foot on the path of cultivation. This was clearly the standard cultivation formula. A wave of disappointment rose in Liao Yuan's heart. He felt deceived, yet at the same time a hint of secret delight also stirred within him. This was a genre he loved. The sacred land of Shenzhou is vast and boundless. It is the central plains that are most beautiful and fertile where 8 or 9 out of every 10 people in the world live together. As for the desolate wildernesses to the east, southwest, and north, the mountains are perilous and the waters hateful, teeming with fierce beasts and savage birds, poisonous miasmas, and venomous creatures, as well as barbarian tribes that drink blood and eat raw flesh. Therefore, human footprints are rarely found there. Since ancient times it has been said that remnants of the primordial wilds still survive in the mortal world, hidden in deep mountains and secluded valleys, living for over 10,000 years, yet no one has ever laid eyes on them. By this age, those who cultivate the true path are as numerous as fish crossing the river beyond count. And because the sacred land of Shenzhou is so vast and the number of extraordinary people in the world so great, the ways of cultivation are manifold and all different. The path to immortality has yet to be found, but people have grown divided into sects and factions, and distinctions between righteous and evil have emerged. From this came sectarian bias, scheming and jealousy, and even wars and slaughter. All were common occurrences. Still brilliant as ever, Liao Yuan stopped caring about all that. As long as the book was good to read, that was enough. Read Zhu Xian already. Very good. Highly recommended. High quality, just as always. If Sunshine made it, it must be a masterpiece. Where is this as exciting as Piao Miao? The writing is way too bland. What does the person above know? This is called restraining before elevating. Restraining before elevating. What do you think, he's writing a school essay? This is true Xinxia style, not something trashy cultivation novels can match. I never imagined God Sunshine could write so beautifully. From this day on, I've turned from a passerby into a fan. Although cultivation was the hottest genre right now, many people still disliked it, finding it too exaggerated. Support Piao Miao. Zhu Xian is trash. What can you do to me? More cultivation supporters stepped forward to defend their dignity. The conflict between the two factions was about to erupt. Just then a post appeared on the forum, and both camps suddenly fell silent. Cheng Liuxiang, Zhu Xian is really good. Highly recommended. Ha ha ha, so you couldn't escape the law of true fragrance after all. Are you trying to make me die laughing so you can inherit my 5 fans? Huh, I can't take it anymore, I need to laugh for a while first. My stomach hurts. After reading chapter 21, Liao Yuan was a little lost. This really did not seem to be a cultivation novel, because the most important element of a cultivation novel is the system of realms, and in that regard Zhu Xian was not especially obvious. Cultivators follow the way of chivalry. Do not refrain from doing good because it is small, do not commit evil because it is small. Immortality is not just about cultivating immortality. It is cultivating arts, virtue, the Tao, and so on. The fundamental core is all sentient beings may be small, but only by awakening to the great Tao can one deliver them all across. Zhu Xian is a thoroughly genuine Xinxia novel. If anyone dares to call it cultivation, I'll have a fit. At this moment Liao Yuan had successfully transformed into an advocate of the Xinxia genre. Yet when he saw the two factions on the forum locking horns, he suddenly felt uncertain. Which side should he choose? The quality of Zhu Xian was beyond doubt, but the magnitude of its resonance was something Yang Fan had never anticipated. In his past life, though the Xinxia genre had never been particularly popular, it had at least managed to cling to life. In this world, however, the genre had vanished entirely. Mention Xinxia, and people thought only of Shanhai Jing or Liaozhai. Thus, when Zhu Xian appeared, it struck readers as remarkably fresh and swiftly captured a legion of devoted fans. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot harbor 2 tigers, not even if they are born from the same womb. Thus, the Cultivation Path faction and the Xinxia faction that Yang Fan had conjured with a stroke of his pen began to assail one another, vying for favor. Each boasted its own fervent adherents, trading fiery polemics online day after day, their clamor swelling to an impressive scale. This left other authors with a sour taste. They too wrote novels, yet here these rivals brawled as if 2 nations were at war, while their own harmonious unity resembled nothing more than a village scuffle, hardly in the same weight class. This time, however, everyone had learned their lesson. Write your Xinxia, if you will, we shall watch from the sidelines, then wait until we grasp the technique before putting pen to paper. Better that than to lose both the betrothed and the troops in the end. Qishir Chinese net rose to prominence, once again, now seemingly poised as the vanguard of the industry. Naturally, they knew full well that all this acclaim was owed to Yang Fan. Returning kindness for kindness, they boasted benefits and perks unmatched in the field, and showered their promotional efforts with unflagging vigor. For Yang Fan, what he sought was nothing more than wealth and renown, all else was of little consequence. His current income satisfied him greatly. Monthly earnings in the millions or tens of millions, a celestial figure he once never dared imagine. Yang Fan was roused from sleep in the dead of night by the shrill ring of his phone. Daddy. In an instant Yang Fan became fully alert. My precious daughter, why aren't you asleep yet? Do you miss your daddy? Yes. Shen Xiyin answered without the slightest hesitation. Mommy is really angry and won't let me call you. She fell asleep, so I called you secretly. Yang Fan's heart was wrenched. Sweetheart, daddy will come see you in a few days. Father and daughter chatted for a long while. Though reluctant, Yang Fan urged Shen Xiyin to go to sleep. After hanging up, a sense of melancholy crept over Yang Fan. No one understood Shen Xiyin's temperament better than he did. She was a woman who could not abide even a mote of sand in her eye. That was precisely why she had once left, so resolutely disappearing for 3 or 4 years. Had it not been for Chen Xiyin, he might never have seen her again in this lifetime. Their relationship had begun to thaw, but now in a single stroke all his efforts had been rendered futile. Yang Fan too deeply regretted his foolishness. His skill aside, nothing would likely have gone wrong, but driving without a license was after all a violation of the law. In Shen Xiyin's eyes, he had shown irresponsibility not only toward her and their daughter, but also toward society itself, flouting laws and regulations as if they were nothing. That cut straight into her old wounds. Yang Fan had been just as irresponsible before, so how could she not be furious? A woman is a complex creature. No matter how deeply entwined the two of you may be, once you provoke her anger, she will dredge up every old grievance, no matter how long it has been buried. Thus Yang Fan lay awake through the night. He was not the only one unable to find sleep. Ever since returning from the driving school, Feng Yi had spent her days in restless agitation, Yang Fan's silhouette surging unbidden through her mind. She desperately told herself there could be no future between them, yet in the end, she found every effort futile. She yearned to see him. Years of longing had long since festered into an inner demon. In the morning, Feng Yi, as if possessed by some inexplicable impulse, found herself at the driving school. Today was the Subject 1 examination, and Yang Fan would certainly come. She searched the waiting hall for a long while until her eyes suddenly brightened as they fell upon the figure that had haunted her dreams, presently asleep atop a desk. For reasons she could not name, her heart quieted at once. She walked over without hesitation, sat down beside him, and quietly studied his face. His brows were tightly knit. Had he run into something troubling of late? Feng Yi's heart tightened in sympathy. Having lain awake the night before, Yang Fan felt awful in the morning. Upon arriving at the school, he promptly laid his head on the desk and fell asleep. His turn would not come for quite a while, so he had no fear of missing it. Then he was seized by a nightmare. Shen Xiyin, holding Chen Xiyin, stared at him with cold eyes, saying he would never see them again. Chen Xiyin wept and called for her father, and Yang Fan's heart was torn asunder. Feng Yi wanted to smooth his furrowed brow when she suddenly noticed 2 tears tracing from the corners of his eyes. Inexplicably, she reached out to wipe them away. And then their eyes met. A supremely awkward moment. President Feng. Yang Fan gazed at Feng Yi's outstretched hand, utterly bewildered, still not fully awake. Oh, I'm here for an inspection. I saw you and came over. Feng Yi paused for a moment. Have you been troubled by something lately? At first Yang Fan was startled, but then he felt the tears on his cheeks and quickly wiped them away. Sorry, I lost my composure. Feng Yi blurted out, it's all right. If you're in any difficulty, you can tell me. We are friends. Yang Fan felt a flicker of doubt. Were they friends? Barely, perhaps. After all, he had saved her once, and she knew Shen Xiyin. Wait. A gleam of inspiration sparked in Yang Fan's mind. Wasn't she good friends with Shen Xiyin? Why not rescue the country by a circuitous route? He sincerely wanted to applaud his own cunning. President Feng, I never properly thanked you for what you did for my company. Yang Fan was no fool. He knew well the art of flanking maneuvers. He could not be too direct at the outset. Feng Yi, without overthinking, replied, it was nothing. I was merely helping a friend back then. She was playing right into his hands. Yang Fan gave her no chance to steer the conversation elsewhere. You're quite close with Shen Xiyin. Our families have been friends for generations. We played together as children. Later I followed my parents abroad, and after returning to China, we lost touch due to some circumstances. When she entered the entertainment industry, I was astonished for a long time. She finally realized her childhood dream and became a great star. At the mention of Shen Xiyin, a gentle smile surfaced on Feng Yi's face. True friends in life are rare indeed. Yang Fan nodded thoughtfully when Feng Yi suddenly asked, by the way, how did you two meet? After all, Shen Xiyin was a celebrity. She had shot to fame shortly after debuting, and though she was still far from the summit of Best Actor and Best Actress accolades, she was hardly the sort of person just anyone could casually become acquainted with. Oh, we were classmates before. What Yang Fan said was naturally the truth. They had been not only university classmates, but high school classmates as well. What had always puzzled Yang Fan was this: though he knew little of Shen Xiyin's family circumstances, her daily habits made it evident she came from a wealthy and noble household. Why then had she attended an ordinary high school alone in a small county town? Could it be that she savored the sense of superiority of standing out among mediocrities? He quickly dismissed that notion. She was not that sort of person. Later, whenever the topic of family arose, Shen Xiyin would either speak vaguely or deflect the conversation with playful banter. Yang Fan never pressed further, assuming she was sparing his pride. After all, his own family was of poor peasant stock, still far from even a comfortably well-off household. He often wondered how he had ever mustered the courage to pursue her. No wonder she cares so much about your affairs. As it happens, I've only recently returned to Magic City myself, and haven't been here long enough to take over the business side of things. I haven't even met her in person yet, but she'd already asked me to look into your matters. Feng Yi felt a quiet sense of relief. If not for this, she might never have known when she would have seen him again. Then I've truly put you to trouble. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since you two last met, hasn't it? Yang Fan remembered that the last time he had gone to her office it was with Chen Xiyin. Feng Yi didn't seem to know. Could it be that she had no idea about Shen Xiyin's current situation? Well, after I went abroad to study, I never saw her again. After returning to the country, work kept me busy, and I never found the chance. This time back in Magic City, I had originally planned to meet with her. Feng Yi sighed with some emotion. By the way, I heard she got married. Yang Fan's eyes widened. She told you? Yes. Didn't you know? Of course I knew. Yang Fan sheepishly rubbed his nose, a trace of secret delight stirring in his heart. Being a celebrity isn't easy. Even after marriage, you can't make it public. Feng Yi seemed somewhat regretful. Marriage was the most important moment in life. If it were her, she would have wanted to announce it to the whole world, so everyone could share in her happiness. That was why Shen Xiyin's hidden marriage made her feel so sorry for her friend. Everyone has a different disposition. Perhaps that's what she wanted. Yang Fan's gaze grew distant, lost in thought. Emma, maybe. Have you met her husband? What kind of person is he? He's not a bad sort. Yang Fan's eyes darted away. She's always had high standards, so he probably isn't lacking in any regard. Feng Yi nodded approvingly, leaving Yang Fan no choice but to force an awkward laugh. By the way, what have you been doing since you resigned? Feng Yi hesitated for a long while before finally steering the conversation back to him. She longed to know everything about him. Yang Fan thought for a moment. You know what an online writer is, right? You write novels? Feng Yi was taken aback. That's rather impressive. The industry is booming right now, and the company has been considering entering that field. Yang Fan was a little speechless. I'm talking about work with you, and you're talking about capital with me. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Feng Yi, however, seemed to have found a topic. I remember back in school, I loved reading novels. Once I was secretly reading one in class, and the teacher confiscated it, and then your parents were called in. Yang Fan had experienced the same thing during his school days, and hearing her say this stirred a sense of resonance. But my parents didn't think it was my fault. They simply considered it a flaw in the domestic education system. So they sent me abroad. Feng Yi felt a wave of emotion at this. Perhaps if she hadn't read that novel in class, everything in her life afterward would have been different. If it had been him, his father would probably have used his belt to teach him why the flowers were so red. Oh, what's the name of the novel you're writing? I'll go read it when I get back. Feng Yi suddenly became interested. One I've already finished is called A Drifting Journey, and the one I'm currently serializing is called Yang Sichen. Yang Fan didn't bother to hide it. It wasn't as if it were something shameful. Feng Yi felt that the titles sounded vaguely familiar, though she couldn't quite recall where she'd heard them. All right, I'll be sure to show my support. Yang Fan smiled without saying a word. In his eyes, excessive boasting was nothing but showing off, and he scorned to do such a thing. Moreover, he felt Feng Yi was talking more than usual today. At the company he'd heard, she was rather aloof. Could it be just for show? Feng Yi's floodgates had opened and showed no sign of closing, but just then the examination number was called for Yang Fan. President Feng, I'll go take my exam now. Feng Yi opened her mouth, slightly a hint of disappointment in her expression. Several times earlier, she had summoned the courage to ask Yang Fan if he still remembered the lakeshore 4 years ago, and whether he remembered the girl he had saved. But the words always lingered at the tip of her tongue, never finding their way out. Besides, even if she did say it, what difference would it make? He was already married with a daughter. She wondered what his wife was like. She imagined she must be very happy. With nothing else to do, she pulled out her phone and searched for Yang Fan's books. She hadn't known before, but now she was shocked. Feng Yi covered her mouth in astonishment. His books were actually this popular. Qishir Zhongwen Wang. She remembered that a few days ago the company had an investment proposal. It was precisely for Qishir Zhongwen Wang. It seemed to have mentioned Yang Fan's book titles, which was why they sounded so familiar. Shall I approve the investment in Qishir Zhongwen Wang? After hanging up the phone, a smile spread across Feng Yi's lips. Perhaps this was what they meant by love for the house extending to the crow on its roof. Yang Fan wasn't exaggerating. Out of the 100 questions on the Subject 1 exam, he hardly needed to glance at the options to know what the correct answers were. He was a man who had memorized the entire question bank. In less than 5 minutes, he handed in his paper and walked out with a 100% accuracy rate. He thought Feng Yi would have left by now, but unexpectedly, she was still waiting at the door. Are all bosses this free? Yang Fan couldn't help remarking inwardly. That was fast. I'm just well practiced. Yang Fan didn't explain further. How about we grab a meal together? Feng Yi proposed. Yang Fan glanced at the time. Sorry, President Feng, I might have something to do in a bit. Maybe next time. Next time it's on me. It wasn't that he was making excuses. Suwon had already informed him earlier today that all the cast members of the production crew needed to hold a meeting, and he couldn't afford to be late. All right, then it's settled. And also don't call me President Feng anymore. We're all friends. You can call me Yi or Feng Yi, whatever you prefer. A faint blush crept across her face as she spoke. Okay. Yang Fan readily agreed with his mouth, though in his heart, he was wondering, such a big boss, why would she bother trying to take advantage of him for such a small gain? Still, since she was Shen Xiyin's close friend, he had to give her at least that much face. Yang Fan didn't go straight home after leaving the driving school. Instead, he headed over to Chung Su's place. Although he was only a minor supporting role now, he still fell under the category of an actor, so he was required to attend this meeting as well. The moment the door opened, Chung Su shook his sleeves and saluted with cupped hands, saying, "Greetings to your grace, the Grand Director." Sheng Su's role wasn't a eunuch, but he was a member of the Western Depot under Qian Jiu's command, and the two were direct superior and subordinate. Have you discovered anything of late? Yang Fan curled his lips into a smile, playing along. Reporting to the Grand Director, we pursued the bandits as far as the northern desert, but found no trace of them. Useless. What use are you all? The Grand Director is right, I deserve 10,000 deaths. Just as the words left his mouth, an elderly woman came downstairs to throw out the trash, staring at the two of them with a strange look. It wasn't until the two had walked down 2 flights of stairs that they heard the words psychos from her. Yang Fan hurriedly slipped back inside the house, and the two suddenly burst into laughter. Sometimes the happiness between men was just that simple. Damn, you really live like this place is a pigsty? Didn't I just clean it up for you? Yang Fan looked in helpless exasperation at the mess of a room, feeling as though anything he did was futile. This guy was seriously in need of a woman to straighten him out. A room that's spotless and odorless. If you're not a sissy, you're gay. Sheng Su argued shamelessly. Stop dawdling, let's go, Yang Fan urged. Coming. Sheng Su turned and went back into the room. Yang Fan barely cleared a spot on the sofa and sat down to scroll through news on his phone. Over the past couple of days there had been much news about Su Wen's new film, though no specific details were revealed, which whetted everyone's appetite. Yang Fan knew this was advanced publicity, many of the stories had probably been planted by the production team itself. Even many big-name stars were asked in interviews whether they would join director Su Wen's new production, but the answers they gave were equally ambiguous. Among them, Yang Fan unexpectedly saw an interview with Shen Xiyin. As one of the new generation's rising leading actresses, she naturally attracted a great deal of attention. However, she usually moved in youth idol dramas and the music industry, and she still lacked the experience needed for the big screen, let alone a collaboration with a renowned director like Su Wen. That kind of qualification was reserved for many heavyweights in the industry. Shen Xiyin's standing was not enough yet. Perhaps after another 2 years and a few major awards, she might finally step into that circle. Of course, Yang Fan's presence was a pure accident, which only went to show that opportunity was just as important. Hey, are you ready yet? Yang Fan checked the time and called out impatiently. Tada! Sheng Su, dressed in a crisp suit with immaculately styled hair and gleaming crocodile leather shoes, leaned against the doorway, struck a pose, and even shot Yang Fan a wink. Don't be gross. Do you really think that's necessary? We're just going to a meeting, not a wedding. What do you know? Do you know who's going to be there? They're all top-tier stars in the industry. These people live off their image, so they care about this kind of thing the most. Hearing that, it did seem to make some sense. Maybe he should spruce himself up a bit as well. But before he could make up his mind, Sheng Su dragged him out the door. Truly a good brother. Yang Fan thought those final words through gritted teeth. The meeting was still held at the Century Hotel, where both the venue and the privacy satisfied the production crew's current needs. Sheng Su followed a staff member away while Yang Fan was led to Su Wen's room. As soon as the door opened, several pairs of eyes turned toward him in unison. Golden Rooster award-winning actor Liang Boji, 100 Flowers award-winning actress Yang Shan, and several faces often seen on screen. All of them were familiar to Yang Fan. Let me introduce you all. This is Yang Fan, who plays Qian Jiu. After meeting him, I finally understand what it means to say that heroes are found in the young. Su Wen did not stint on praise. This was also his way of backing Yang Fan. Greetings, respected seniors. The people in the room exchanged glances. They had heard something about this, but they just had not expected Yang Fan to be so young. Although they all held a certain status in the industry, they had no right to question Su Wen's decisions. After all, in this circle, the director was always the boss. Su Wen was known for his stubborn, obsessive temper. If you made him unhappy, no matter who you were out. There had been such cases before. An A-list actress once threw her weight around and was kicked out of the crew, ruining her reputation so thoroughly that no one dared to hire her afterward. In the end, she could only live off her past glory. For Yang Fan to have won Su Wen's approval, he must have real ability. Therefore, the others rose one after another and greeted him politely. Very few who had made it this far were lacking in social graces. What a promising young talent. Even director Su is impressed. Liang Boji was already in his 40s, though he looked only in his 30s. In his eyes, Yang Fan was just a young kid. I don't deserve such praise. I still have a lot to learn from you seniors, and I hope you will not hesitate to give me guidance in the future. Empty pleasantries were easy for anyone to say. Whether they were sincere or not, once those smooth words were spoken, everyone was left with a good impression of Yang Fan. Let me introduce you. Mr. Liang plays Li Huai. Your scenes will be mainly opposite him, so the two of you should communicate well in private. Yang Shan is the actress playing Shu Fian. Su Wen introduced everyone in the room one by one, and Yang Fan now knew all 6 leading actors of Desert Smoke. Among them were 4 actresses. The only male actors were Liang Boji and Yang Fan, and the entire story revolved around the two of them. Li Huai, played by Liang Boji, had once served as an official of the imperial court, but now wandered the martial world. The truest knight lives for his country and his people. He slays the wicked, shields the good, and bears a heart of crimson loyalty and passionate blood. Yet once a trace of romance takes hold in his heart, even a hero's spirit runs short. Yang Shan plays the female lead Shu Fian, stained by no dust, weathered by all storms. Sword in hand and lone shadow in tow, she roams the martial world holding fast to one thought, to seek an old friend. Her sword falls like rain, her body moves like an eagle, and one sharp cry from her strikes terror into the wicked. Alas, after 3 years of iron-shod searching, she finally finds him, but though her heart has secretly been given, there is no hope of a union. She is now over 30, yet she still looks like a young woman in her 20s, and her main role in the film is the romance with Liang Boji. After everyone else had left Su, when kept Yang Fan alone. Here's the thing, I want you to play 2 roles. Yang Fan was startled at first, then immediately thought of Feng Li Dao the bandit in Flying Swords of Dragon Gate, who looked exactly like Yu Huatian. Desert Smoke had no similar role, and that was one of the few differences between the 2 productions. I know there will be challenges, but can you overcome them? Yang Fan took a deep breath, and said firmly, I can try. Good. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. I'll give you the revised script in a moment. Go back and think it over carefully. Suwon was also overjoyed. He knew the burden he was placing on Yang Fan was too heavy, but for the sake of the film's perfection, there was no other choice. Playing 2 utterly different roles in one film was extremely difficult, but it would also make the film richer and full of dramatic tension. Now the 2 productions were truly identical except for their names, and Yang Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. A pot of wine at Dragon Gate, carefree to the desert's edge. Yu Huatian had 2 sides, both mad and wild. Whether arrogant and unrestrained or bewitching and cold, he could never forget the splendor of the mortal world. Across 10,000 miles he chased the same dream and met at Dragon Gate. On this land soaked with blood and love, who guards the desert that once welcomed chivalrous travelers? From whom have you heard the tidings of the splendid realm of 3,000 li? What happened there? In the lamplight of the Dragon Gate Inn, is there still someone pouring wine and drinking alone? In the end, after all the dust was washed away, Gu Xiaodang made up her mind to remain at the inn. In the martial world, one can never escape the comfort of foolish devotion, nor can one avoid burying the tender feelings of love again and again. And Shen Xiyin changes back from Feng Li Dao to Yu Huatian. All his efforts were like an encounter made with the fullest heart. Give me a single gaze filled with joy and sorrow, won't you? The classic of his previous life had finally made it onto the screen, and this one, and Yang Fan's heart, was an indescribable mix of emotions. Yang Fan was not worried about performing badly. With Flying Swords of Dragon Gate as a brilliant example before him, he could simply copy it directly. For someone who possessed a memory potion, this was simply too easy. The next day the group was to leave for the film and television base. On the night before departure, Yang Fan's reputation points finally reached a full 2 million, and he unhesitatingly spent all of them to open boxes. Unfortunately, his luck was poor. Among the 200 boxes, not 1 gold box came out. There were only 2 silver, 11 bronze, and all the rest were black iron. As for the black iron chests, there was no need to elaborate. Yang Fan couldn't be bothered to see what was in them, so he just dumped them into a single pile. His system's 9x9 grid inventory was already 7 or 8 pages full, all thanks to the fact that identical items could stack. Bronze chests has always produced potions. With the OCD title, he designated 2 health potions and didn't care about the rest of the random drops. He drank all the attribute potions in one go. The other potions were kept or used depending on the situation. Yang Fan noticed that the bronze chests were dropping more and more bizarre items. Could someone tell him what the hell this super spicy potion was supposed to be? Find the silver chest. A textile skill book. Yang Fan felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. Combined with the embroidery skill book from before, this was a damn needlework set. This would have been the standard kit for a noble lady in ancient times. Last chest, give me a hit. 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 A performance skill book. Phew. He let out a deep breath. Yang Fan closed his eyes in relief, a sense of fulfillment welling up in his heart. Finally, he'd drawn something good. Bang. The next second, he bounced up like a fish flopping off the ground, slapped the table, and roared at the sky. Multi-draw is #1 in the world. He had roamed the online gaming world for years, and had always believed that single draws were unreliable. Only multi-draws made miracles happen. This performance skill book wasn't exactly charcoal delivered in a snowstorm, but it was like adding wings to a tiger. Finally, he could get a good night's sleep. Before turning in, he habitually called Shen Xiyin, intending to hang up after hearing, "The number you are trying to reach is busy." But after 2 rings, the call was unexpectedly answered. "Shen Xiyin," Yang Fan asked tentatively. "It's me." Shen Xiyin's cool voice came through. Yang Fan's words stuck in his throat. It took him a while to force out a sentence. "Why haven't you slept yet?" "I'm about to sleep." Shen Xiyin didn't intend to say much more. "Then get some rest, and take care of yourself. Good night." "Wait," Yang Fan said hurriedly. "Is there something else?" "I might be away from the Magic City for over a month." Yang Fan's words trailed off. He was hesitating about whether to tell Shen Xiyin about his role in Desert Smoke, but in the end he thought better of it. It would be a surprise for her later. Shen Xiyin fell silent for a moment, and her tone softened significantly. "Did something happen at home?" Shen Xiyin knew Yang Fan's family situation all too well. His parents were simple farmers scraping a living out of the soil, and he had a younger brother and sister, both still in high school. His parents were under heavy pressure and in poor health. The reason Yang Fan had been so frail in the first place was partly because he spent all his money on that girl, and partly Because he subsidized his family. No. Chung Su asked me to help him out. Work stuff. Yang Fan felt he wasn't exactly lying, that was how it had started. Alright, then be careful. She naturally knew Chung Su, Yang Fan's partner in crime, or she wouldn't have given such a warning. Okay, you rest early. Yang Fan hung up feeling lighter at heart. It seemed Shen Xiyin's anger had subsided considerably. Early the next morning after washing up, Yang Fan pulled a suitcase out of the closet, symbolically stuffed a few things into it, and left. He waited downstairs at Chung Su's place for a long time before that guy finally came down dragging his feet. No way, dude. Just one suitcase. And such a small one. Your shooting schedule spans the entire film. Are you planning to wear your underwear inside out? Chung Su shouted with an exaggerated expression. Yang Fan looked at the two suitcases Chung Su was holding, each twice as big as his own. Well, they said over there that there's an assistant responsible for the lead actor's daily necessities. Fine, you win. Chung Su wore a deflated expression. When they reached the rendezvous point, they learned that the director, producer, and others had already left the previous day. Only ordinary crew members were there. Usually actors would make their own way there. Those with star vans drove their star vans, and those without would drive some other car. Yang Fan and Chung Su, being so obedient and docile, were probably the only ones who had simply followed instructions. Chung Su had been just a crowd coordinator before, so he knew nothing about these matters. Hey, you two, don't just stand there. Come help move stuff. A set worker saw them standing there like idiots, assumed they were crew members, and waved them over. The two didn't overthink it. With everyone so busy, they felt embarrassed to idle, so they got to work. So they rolled up their sleeves and joined the others in hauling equipment. Both were media studies graduates familiar with the gear, and they unmistakably looked the part. After busying themselves for more than 2 hours, they loaded the truck and boarded the coach with the main group. A middle-aged man in his 30s sitting next to them found their faces unfamiliar and asked, "Young men, are you two new to the crew?" New. Yang Fan didn't explain. Where did you graduate from? Communication department at Hangzhou University. Oh, alumni. The middle-aged man was taken aback at first, then began chatting warmly. I'm Wu Fan, class of 07, your senior. Hello, senior. I'm Chung Su, and he's Yang Fan. We're both class of 14. Chung Su was a born socializer, and it didn't take long for him to become chummy with Wu Fan. Let me tell you, Director Su's crew is not easy to get by-in. You two should listen more, learn more, and stay serious. Then senior, give us some pointers. Seeing that the two had opened a floodgate of conversation that wouldn't be closing anytime soon and the road ahead was still long, Yang Fan dozed off for a bit. When he woke up, the two of them were just short of killing a chicken and burning yellow paper to become sworn brothers. Chung Su turned around and whispered, "Do you know how filming works? Once it starts, it goes on for a month or two. How do people deal with their personal physical needs?" What? Yang Fan was a little dumbfounded. Old Wu said that on a set, if an actor has a boyfriend or girlfriend, a husband or wife, then that partner often comes to visit. So the physical problem is solved right. If an actor doesn't have a steady partner, then two actors getting together like dry wood and fire is quite possible. But hiring prostitutes is rare. After all, it's dirty, and they're very particular about personal privacy and hygiene. Of course, there are exceptions. Not long ago, a certain young Taiwanese actor was filming on the mainland. He took a fancy to a young girl attached to the crew, and the two ended up sleeping together. I guess that counts as finding yourself a regular sexual partner. Chung Su looked excited, as if he felt the crew could offer him a second spring. Yang Fan, however, wasn't interested, listening half-heartedly. Oh right, and supernatural incidents often happen on set. No idea why. Could it be that a set is a place with heavy energy? But seriously, actors seem to be pretty superstitious about these things. Every actor I've met, big or small, has this rule about not staying in the first or last room of a hotel. Yang Fan finally understood what he and that senior Wu had been talking about all the way. On the bus, some chatted idly, some slept soundly, and some scrolled through their phones out of boredom. Meanwhile, Chung Su, like a buzzing bee, kept droning in Yang Fan's ear. Yang Fan habitually blocked out his noise, holding the script and immersing himself in his own world as images flashed through his mind. After consuming a performance skill book, his understanding of the script deepened. He no longer clung to surface appearances, but began to explore something deeper. The shooting ceremony was set for tomorrow. Su, when tense and busy, was making final arrangements. Back in his hotel room, something suddenly crossed his mind, and he asked his assistant Wang Bin beside him, "Has Yang Fan arrived?" Wang Bin checked the sign-in sheet. Not yet. Su frowned slightly. Strictly speaking, Yang Fan bore a heavier burden than the male lead, Liang Baijia. He had intended to call him over to go over the script. Although he trusted Yang Fan's acting skills, Su was still somewhat worried because Yang Fan was a newcomer just starting out. Go make a phone call and ask. After saying that, Su turned around and picked up the script, starting to ponder. After a while, assistant Wang Bin came back with an awkward expression. I asked. He's on the way here with the main group, taking the bus. Su stared into Wang Bin's eyes. You didn't send someone to pick him up. Sorry, Director Su. It was our negligence. Wang Bin quickly admitted his mistake with a sincere expression. He had indeed forgotten. Yang Fan was just a newcomer without an assistant or agent, so naturally no one arranged anything for him. It was indeed unreasonable to let a proper lead actor squeeze onto a bus with everyone else to come here. This wasn't a matter of status or airs, but a matter of respect. Su-wen waved his hand and didn't say much. Find him an assistant. Yang Fan had many scenes and a heavy burden, so having an assistant was crucial. Since Yang Fan hadn't thought of it himself, Su-wen had to consider it for him. The bus finally arrived at noon. Wang Bin hurried over to pick up Yang Fan partly to show respect and partly to express his apology. But after searching for a long time, he couldn't find Yang Fan. Finally, he made a phone call and learned that Yang Fan was with a group of people unloading equipment and props from the bus. Assistant Wang, why are you here? The set manager in charge of equipment and props saw Wang Bin and greeted him with great enthusiasm. Although Wang Bin didn't have a specific role in the crew as Su-wen's first assistant, his status was above the vast majority of people in the crew, and wherever he went people tried to curry favor. Wang Bin was anxious and ignored him completely, walking straight toward Yang Fan. Oh, I'm really sorry. It was my negligence. I forgot to arrange a car to pick you up. Yang Fan put down the work in his hands. He didn't mind at all. As a newcomer, those thoughts hadn't even crossed his mind. It's nothing. Coming together with everyone is quite lively. Director Su is waiting to discuss the script with you. The moment Wang Bin said this, the set manager was stunned. Director Su was going to go over the script with him. This must be the new lead actor. So Yang Fan took his luggage and left with Wang Bin. Chung Su watched, then put down what he was holding. Hey, I'm talking to you. What are you looking at? He's an actor. Get back to work. The set manager barked at him. I'm an actor too. Chung Su wasn't about to tolerate his bad temper. He jerked his neck and turned away. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks. If you're an actor, why did you come over here to join us? The set manager was thoroughly embarrassed. Wu Fan in particular was ashamed, having spent the whole trip digging up embarrassing stories about actors for Yang Fan. In a film, crew staff and actors belonged to different strata, so gossip behind one's back was naturally unavoidable. What are you looking at? Are you actors too? Get back to work. With the set manager's shout, everyone busied themselves again. This was a film and television base, and the conditions were not too harsh. The room arranged for Yang Fan was one of the best in the hotel, with a balcony, a living room, and a small kitchen. Yang Fan put down his luggage and followed Wang Bin to Su-wen's place. Director Su, you wanted to see me. Ah, Xiaoyang, you're here. I want to talk to you about the script. Do you have any thoughts about the character Night Rain Sword? That was Su-wen's style, getting straight to the point. Yang Fan directly described the blade in the wind, in his mind roaming the Jianghu, seeking treasures in the desert. Fingers twirling steel wires, 3 parts skill, 7 parts courage, tongue blossoming like a lotus. No talk of feelings, only gold. Wisdom to turn the world, deftly playing everyone in his palm, turning wind into rain, his plain robe, stained with worldly dust. Call him heartless. Yet he would rather give up 10,000 gold than hide his true heart. Praise his cleverness. Once he enters the imperial city, freedom becomes hard to find. Su-wen's eyes gradually lit up. Yang Fan's words matched his thoughts perfectly, and his gaze toward Yang Fan grew more and more satisfied. He felt even more grateful for the decision he had made. At first, because Yang Fan was a newcomer, he had harbored a hint of hesitation and worry. There had been an element of gambling. But now it was clear there was no problem at all. Yang Fan was more outstanding than he could have imagined. Su-wen was greatly amazed and felt Yang Fan was a talent. Yang Fan felt the same way. Su-wen was like the Su-ku of this world, and had he not experienced transmigration, he would merely be an ordinary mortal. How could he be sitting here discussing grand ideas with him? Not long after he returned to his room, Chung Su came looking for him. Wow. No wonder this room is fit for a lead actor. There's even a small kitchen. Convenient for boiling instant noodles. Yang Fan rolled his eyes. He couldn't even remember how long it had been since he last had instant noodles. How about I move in and squeeze in with you? Sure, but there's only one bed. You sleep on the sofa, Yang Fan said without looking up. Then forget it. At least I can sleep on a bed in my own room. Yang Fan ignored him and walked into the bedroom to make a call. That's right, he missed his daughter. Daddy. Hearing his daughter's soft, tender voice, Yang Fan's heart melted instantly. Sweetie, have you missed Daddy? Daddy misses you so much. Daddy, you liar. You never come to see Chen Xiyin. The little one seemed aggrieved and said sulkily. It's not that Daddy doesn't come to see you. Daddy has been away from home for some things lately. When I get back, I'll definitely take you out to play and buy you lots of delicious food. Yang Fan coaxed her. Then, is there ice cream? Yes. What about chocolate? We'll have everything. Then come back soon, Daddy. Chen Xiyin misses you. You should eat meals on time at home and don't make Mom angry. It was you who made Mom angry. Anyway, listen to Mom. Yang Fan increasingly felt that children nowadays were hard to coax. I know. Then Daddy, you should also take care of yourself and rest well. Chen Xiyin paused when she said this. Yang Fan could easily hear someone on the other end of the phone coaching her. A warm current surged through his heart instantly. Is that my little niece? Uncle Chung misses you so much. Let me say a few words. Yang Fan hung up immediately with lightning speed. His precious daughter had to stay far away from that guy Ching Su. Early the next morning, everyone packed up and attended the filming commencement ceremony for Desert Smoke. At the ceremony, the altar tables used for offerings were draped in red velvet. Lord Guan was enshrined at the center, flanked by incense burners, a roasted suckling pig, and fresh fruits. The cameras were covered with red cloth, and the principal crew members took turns offering incense and praying to the gods. Yang Fan was part of the main creative team. Originally, Liang Baijie and Yang Shan were supposed to unveil the red cloth from the camera, but at Su Wen's request, it was changed to Liang Baijie and Yang Fan, a move that gave Yang Fan considerable prominence and made him known to the entire crew. Yang Shan said nothing. Anyone could tell that Su Wen was showing support for Yang Fan. In truth, it was all for good luck. There is a folk saying the poor seek fortune tellers while the rich burn incense. Seeking fortune tellers implies that fate cannot be controlled, while burning incense implies avoiding mistakes. That is why people in business generally enjoy burning incense and worshipping the Buddha. It is mainly for psychological reassurance. This ritual originated in Hong Kong, where the commercialization of film and television production preceded the mainlands. There are no fixed rules for the object of worship. Buddhists worship bodhisattvas, Taoists worship immortals, and those who believe in nothing worship their ancestors. Some even worship Lord Guan or Liu Ban. Yang Fan remembered from his past life that Media Asia Films, undaunted by the sluggish market, made bold moves even during a quiet season by bringing together 4 Best Actor winners, Liu Daihua, Liang Chaowei, Zheng Zhuwei, and Huang Qiuxing, for infernal affairs of production costing as much as 40 million. They also held an extremely grand worship and camera opening ceremony decorated with flowers and offerings of red wine, chicken, duck fruit, and stir-fried dishes. They even invited the White Dragon King to come all the way from Thailand to Hong Kong to preside over the event and bless everyone. The film later became a huge hit. Chung Su had also told him some things the night before, saying that for supernatural films, whether the set was temporarily built or they had truly found a legendary haunted ground, the crew would usually perform rites and burn spirit money on the set before filming to borrow some light from the good brothers who might be lingering there. When actual shooting began, if anything unusual happened, props, cameras, or set pieces giving trouble, the crew would generally halt production and wait to see how things developed. Moreover, even for non-supernatural scenes, as long as the shoot was at night, veteran crew members would advise against staying alone on the set. Because in film and television works there will inevitably be special roles, disabled characters, those who die halfway through, or those who appear only as photos on tombstones. These special roles also receive special treatment on set. Each of them receives a red envelope. The amount varies according to the degree of seeing red and the production's budget, all purely for good luck. But for scenes such as looking into a mirror at midnight, visiting graves on Qingming, or murder scenes, veteran crew members would never take commemorative photos there. Even if a supernatural film needed stills, they would only be taken when many people were around or retouched during broad daylight. Once filming was finished, crew members would spontaneously walk through lively, crowded places before going home to avoid any unwanted followers. In the end, Yang Fan's skin crawled, and he kicked him out. The set quickly became busy. In fact, all the preliminary work was already done. The sets had long been built, and equipment had been arriving since yesterday. The actors began having their makeup done. The others were simple enough, but Yang Fan's was the most complicated, with meticulous attention to every detail. Soft, but not effeminate, heroic, but still imperious. Fortunately, the makeup artist was a master. On top of Su Wen's requirements, some of Yang Fan's own ideas were incorporated. When the final look was unveiled, the staff around him were stunned. It was almost too breathtaking for words. The director and the crew then began calling out directions. Positions, everyone. Positions. Camera 1, pull back. Actors are ready. Oh, we're starting now. Extras, listen up. Be sure to stand behind the yellow line. There's an action scene coming up, so don't interfere with the blocking. All right, everyone, take your places. Su Wen arranged everyone into position, then used a megaphone to explain the scene's action. Although the actors already knew it by heart, he still went through it meticulously, word by word. Perhaps it was to help them relax, and perhaps it was to get them quickly into character. The first scene did not include Yang Fan. It was the fight scene in which Liang Baijie's Li Huai assassinated the director of the Eastern Depot. Calling it a fight scene was already a stretch. It was just a few action shots and a short passage of dialogue. The actor playing the Eastern Depot director was Liu Hui, already nearly 70 years old. It could be said that many people on set had grown up watching his performances. At such an advanced age, how could he possibly manage a fight? At the beginning of the film, Liu Yu, the depot director, was arrogant and tyrannical, his treacherous face fully exposed. Just as he was about to execute a loyal official, Li Huai burst through a torn sail and struck with overwhelming force, beheading Liu Yu. Though the plot was simple because Liu Hui was advanced in years, it took several takes before he met Su Wen's requirements. Afterwards, Su Wen personally helped the sweat-soaked Liu Hui back to his seat as a sign of respect. The second scene called for Yang Fan's entrance. The actors quickly moved to the new set where the scene was to be shot in a temple. With Liu Yu beheaded, the Eastern Depot was leaderless. Facing Li Huai's devastating strike, all their top experts were nearly wiped out. The remaining high-ranking members had no choice but to hide in Wangwu Temple and station heavy guards there. This was also the passage Yang Fan had previously rehearsed with Wan Lu. This scene also drew everyone's attention. Though Su Wen had approved of Yang Fan's acting, the others had never seen it. Liang Baijie in particular was most attentive because Yang Fan's main scenes were opposite him. Wan Lu gave a bitter smile inwardly. After being an actor his entire life, today, he actually felt uncertain. As the shot began, Ji Lin, the deputy director of the Eastern Depot, was pacing the Great Hall, discussing countermeasures with his subordinates. Cut. Su Wen called out abruptly. Expressions. Watch your expressions. you're being hunted down. Though Wanlu was a seasoned actor, the others were longtime extras at the studio lot, and they needed direct hands-on coaching to meet the standard. Again, action. The second take passed. It lasted only a few dozen seconds, and was not very difficult. Then came Yang Fan's entrance. With a majestic, forceful stride, his cloak whipping in the wind, he radiated masculine vigor despite being a eunuch, his murderous aura chilling to behold. One continuous take, completed in one smooth motion. Yang Fan wore a seated python court robe in moon-white, silver blue, and jewel black. His makeup was pale as paper, thick black eyeliner slanting up to his brows, and his expression was unbridled and arrogant. He entered the great hall and sat down in a bold, swaggering manner, surrounded by his subordinates, a murderous aura radiating from between his brows. Then came the familiar dialogue. What is the Western Depot doing meddling in Eastern Depot affairs? What has it to do with you? A single wandering swordsman has you seeing phantoms in every shadow. You don't even dare enter your own front gate, but instead hide here like turtles with your heads withdrawn. Now he's already come to your doorstep to kill you, and you still dare to say it has nothing to do with me. What do you mean come to your doorstep? They're just a few rebels, the Eastern Depot will execute them. You gutless, worthless rats. What ability do you have to deal with anything? His aggressive, overbearing manner made everyone in the hall stop breathing. Lord Liu was merely careless, momentarily underestimating them. Underestimating? He's incompetent. All of the so-called experts from the Eastern Depot have been slaughtered, and it'll be your turn next. How dare you? The Eastern Depot people shouted sternly, but were halted by Ji Lin's wave of his hand. Qian Jiu spoke leisurely. Is there any use in hiding in this temple and sighing in despair? We officials serve to alleviate His Majesty's burdens. What is the Western Depot? You've only been established for less than half a year. What qualification do you have to share His Majesty's worries? As he spoke, a teacup sailed directly at Yang Fan, shattering just 20 centimeters from his face. Even the staff nearby, unprepared for this, were startled, yet Yang Fan's expression didn't falter in the slightest as he continued his lines. You ask what the Western Depot is? Yang Fan arched an eyebrow, his arrogant bearing fully displayed. Let me tell you now, cases the Eastern Depot cannot crack, the Western Depot will solve. Those the Eastern Depot dares not kill, I kill. Matters the Eastern Depot dares not handle, I handle. In one word, what the Eastern Depot manages, I will manage. What the Eastern Depot cannot manage, I will manage all the more. Execute first, report later, by imperial authority. This is the Western Depot. Such commanding presence. The very same thoughts surfaced simultaneously in everyone's mind. Was this still a newcomer? Those unaware might have mistaken him for a veteran actor. Liang Boji finally let out a breath of relief. He wasn't afraid of Yang Fan stealing the spotlight. He was only worried Yang Fan couldn't. A quality production isn't made by a single best actor alone. He needed that kind of intense collision where he could unleash himself with full passion, just like a martial arts duel in the Jianghu. Only with a worthy opponent does it become truly brilliant. Wanlu secretly felt fortunate that he had rehearsed scenes with Yang Fan beforehand, though otherwise he would have lost face today. Even so, this sequence took over an hour to film with multiple cuts throughout for various reasons. Only when Su Wen called, "That's a wrap," did everyone finally exhale in relief, scattering to rest wherever they could while crew members began settling payments with the extras. Wanlu approached. Director Su, do I have more scenes today? Su Wen paused to think. That's all for today. You should head back and get some rest. Wanlu's role wasn't substantial, concentrated mainly in the early episodes. Alright then, I'll head back first. Call me if you need anything. Su Wen located Yang Fan. Little Yang, how are you feeling? Pretty good. For your first time filming in a lead role, this performance is already impressive. It far exceeds my expectations for a newcomer. Su Wen couldn't help but marvel at his own discernment. He had discovered a genuine treasure. His dedication to the craft was well known throughout the industry, and he had a reputation for being quite temperamental on set. Yet today Yang Fan's performance kept a steady smile on his face, leading many to wonder if Director Su had undergone some change. Go get some rest first. The afternoon shoot may be quite demanding. It involves scenes on a boat. I noticed you came alone, so let me arrange an assistant for you. It'll make things easier. Yang Fan smiled. No need, I'm not that particular. This isn't about coddling you. Your scenes are extensive, and we're working with a tight schedule. I'm concerned you might struggle to manage everything on your own and risk delaying production. It was July now, and the film Desert Ashes was slated for release during the October National Day holiday. After filming wrapped, 2 months would be reserved for post-production, leaving them with just over a month to complete shooting. Actors with assistants handled their personal affairs through them, allowing the performers to focus solely on their roles and save considerable time. Really no need. And my friend only has scenes for these 2 days, so I can just have him help me out when the time comes. Sheng Su's role wasn't substantial. He'd likely be written off by tomorrow or the next day anyway. Since the young man had nothing pressing to attend to, Yang Fan saw no reason to send him home. It suited him better to keep him close as an assistant. With so many people around on set, he preferred not to touch what was in the bag unless necessary. That works too, Su Wen replied before turning his attention to preparing for the next scene. The assistant director approached. Do you have any dietary restrictions for lunch or dinner? I can have someone arrange it. He asked because so many celebrities nowadays acted like divas. In today's market economy and commercial cinema, the primary draw for audiences is the cast. A-list actors command high fees and come with substantial egos. Take Liang Boji for instance. He had particular demands about food. He would only eat lamb, avoiding chicken and pork entirely, and was also fussy about vegetables, so separate meals had to be prepared for him. Then there was Yang Sichen, who insisted on returning home every night to sleep rather than staying with the crew, no matter how late the shoot ran, as long as they remained within Shanghai city limits. If filming took them out of town, she would still return to her own booked hotel afterward. Such eccentric demands from celebrities were nothing unusual anymore. He'd seen far too much of it. Due to Su when standing in the industry, actors were generally accommodating on his sets, yet these same productions remained demanding to work on. Yang Fan might be new to acting, but as a leading actor he deserved equal treatment to avoid any resentment. After all, this was a substantial production with ample budget. Oh, eating bento boxes with everyone is fine. He truly had no demands regarding food. Having grown up as a poor student enduring hardship for years, he knew how to suffer and saw no need to pretend otherwise, especially since his bag contained every delicacy imaginable. Just a bento box. Was he hearing things correctly? Even supporting actors nowadays insisted on small accommodations, let alone the lead. The assistant director wanted to ask whether Yang Fan grasped his position on set. He certainly wasn't an extra. Didn't he see Liang Boji board his own RV the moment filming wrapped, heading to his private chef? The assistant director hesitated. The afternoon might be quite grueling. I'm fine, I'm still young. For the sake of making this film properly, this hardship means nothing. Go on, don't worry about me. What dedication. The assistant director nearly shed tears of emotion. Such an easygoing actor was rare these days. The bento box was simple rice with 2 dishes plus a bottle of mineral water. This again. So I just make do. This bento is absolutely inedible. They changed catering companies this time, and it's truly no good. Exactly, even worse than what I could prepare. Looking at it kills my appetite. Where has anyone ever stir-fried winter melon like that? This is nothing but a sloppy walk. On the periphery, several key extras, 2 stunt performers, and crew members were eating together, complaining as they went along. Some had already given up on the food. Yang Fan took a taste. The flavor was indeed mediocre, though not exactly terrible. Right after graduation, with no savings, no steady income, and mounting family pressure, he'd survived on steamed buns and plain water day after day. He'd gotten through that. This was nothing. He devoured the meal, quickly gulped down half a bottle of mineral water, set it aside, and returned to his script. An extra nearby witnessed this and let out a surprised sound. The other young actors and background performers looked over at Yang Fan one after another. Seeing the empty lunchbox, several of them exchanged glances, then lowered their heads and resumed eating. No one said another word about the food being hard to swallow. Although Yang Fan was a newcomer, there was no doubt he was fortunate. With such a high starting point, as long as he didn't court disaster, his future achievements would probably remain forever out of reach for them. Since he didn't pick and choose, what right did they have to complain? Some cast members shot Yang Fan a few more glances. Some things reveal only a tiny facet, yet they reflect a great deal. No one's success is accidental. After lunch, Yang Fan found a corner and made a phone call home. Hello mom, what are you doing? Xiao Fan, your father and I just came back from the fields and are about to make lunch. Have you eaten? Yeah, I ate, just finished. How's dad's back? Didn't you say it was hurting a while ago? Is it any better? It's an old problem. He groans and moans about it every day, but it's no big deal. Don't keep worrying about him. Yang Fan frowned. Have him go to the hospital for a checkup. I sent you some money a while ago, so you and dad should spend it as needed. Don't worry about the cost. When it's used up, I'll send you more. Why should I spend your money? Life isn't easy for you either. I've heard what the cost of living is like in the Magic City. Besides, you're not getting any younger. The money you sent, I've been saving it for you. Yang Fan suddenly felt his nose sting. It's okay, mom. I found a new job, and I make quite a bit more now. What kind of job? Don't do anything illegal or improper. Don't make your father and me worry while you're out there. Wang Yanxun's tone suddenly grew tense. Parents do not ask their children for great achievements, only for safety and good health. It's nothing like that. I'm an actor on a film crew, Yang Fan hurriedly explained. There was a pause on the line. Yang Fan could hear his mother shouting to his father. Your son has become an actor. After a while, his father's voice came through the phone. Hello, Xiao Fan. Your mother says you're an actor now. Will you be on TV? Not on TV for now. I'm making a movie. You'd have to go to a theater to see it. A theater? His father was silent for a moment. Then when the time comes, let Xiao Yi and Miao Miao go watch it. Yang Fan knew that his father couldn't bear to spend a few dozen yuan on movie tickets. Yang Yi and Yang Miao were Yang Fan's younger brother and sister. They were born the year Yang Fan entered elementary school. He had thought his mother would give him one younger sibling, but she gave birth to twins instead, making the already straitened family even worse off. All 3 children depended on a few acres of thin farmland. His parents had worn themselves out through endless toil to send him to college. His younger brother and sister were also diligent. Now in their 2nd year of high school, they always ranked near the top of their class. It would be no problem for them to enter a top-tier university next year. How are Yang Yi and Yang Miao doing at school? They're about to start their final year, so their studies will be intense. They need to eat well. Give them a little more pocket money than usual. Don't let them feel pressured by life. I know. They won't go without. 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses sometimes isn't enough, though that can't compare with your day. His father gave a sigh as prices were soaring now. If you're short on money, tell me. I have some. Enough. The grain price went up quite a bit this year, so the family made a lot. A while ago, I was even muttering to your mother about whether we should send you some. I don't lack money. Keep it and spend it. If you're not feeling well, go get checked up. Don't be stingy with the money. That way I can feel at ease. Yang Fan felt a sourness in his heart. Dad, when Miao Miao and Xiao Yi have this break, why don't you all come to the Magic City for a trip? But before he could finish, his father refused outright. Travel? What a waste of money. Besides, Xiao Yi and Miao Miao are at a critical time in their studies, and the farm can't be left alone. Then, when I get some free time, I'll go see you all. His father was silent for a moment. All right, come home when you're free. If there's nothing else, hang up now. Phone calls are expensive. Yang Fan could tell that his father's voice was choked with emotion, and his mother was already sobbing uncontrollably beside him. He quickly hung up, pressed his hand against his tight chest, and tears streamed down involuntarily. What child doesn't miss home? It's just that life is hard. Yang Fan hadn't been home for 2 or 3 years. On the one hand, he couldn't afford the trip, while on the other, work was too demanding. Now, although he had savings and lived in a luxury apartment, he still dared not tell his family. Because he knew that once his parents learned of all this, they wouldn't be happy. They would only be full of worry. The two of them were simple, honest farmers who had scraped every penny out of the soil. They could never understand a job that earned $1 million or $10 million a month. To make them accept it, he had to take it step by step. Today's phone call was Yang Fan's way of preparing them. Let's start. The assistant director began shouting over there, and the extras and stunt doubles gathered from every corner. Yang Fan quickly adjusted his state of mind and threw himself back into the intense filming. Good. Changing locations. The film studio had a large lake on which several Ming-style treasure ships were moored. This was where the next set of shots would be filmed, the first meeting between Li Huai and Shen Xiyin, which was also a fight scene. But this scene was different from the earlier one with Lu Hui. Su Wen wanted every punch to land raw and brutal, bringing out the momentum of a dragon and tiger struggle as a mini-climax of the film. However, Yang Fan messed up. Because he had consumed a fighting skill book earlier, his body sometimes reacted with reflex counterattacks. If he hadn't pulled back in time, Liang Baijia would probably have collapsed long ago. Cut! Su Wen quickly called out. Liang Baijia shook his head and wiped the sweat from his brow. Several times just now, Yang Fan's fist had come within a centimeter of his nose, and he could even feel the wind from the punches. Liang Baijia came from a martial arts background and had some real kung fu, but against someone like Yang Fan, it was nowhere near enough. Xiao Yang, did you serve in the military before? Liang Baijia asked tentatively. No, but I've studied fighting. Yang Fan naturally knew what he wanted to ask, and felt a bit guilty as he answered. I see, no wonder. Liang Baijia nodded, but in his heart he still felt a lingering fear. With this body of his, he probably couldn't withstand even one of Yang Fan's punches. At first, Yang Fan could actually hold himself back, but the shot went on for too long. Later, there was always a feeling that he couldn't put on the brakes. The fight choreographer also looked helpless. I said every punch should land not literally on a man's body. Moreover, those abrupt movements kept breaking the overall flow. A film needs visual appeal, so Yang Fan's reflex reactions became flaws within the action sequence. How about we use a stunt double? Liang Baijia suggested. His heart really couldn't take the excitement anymore, especially after he saw Yang Fan accidentally punch a wooden board to pieces. That wasn't a prop, but a solid wood board 1 centimeter thick. Even with a saw, it would take forever to cut through. It's fine. I can do it. Yang Fan's gaze was resolute, while the rest wore helpless expressions. Scene 3A, Shot 4, Take 11. After the clapperboard snapped, the actors took their places. Liang Boji unconsciously swallowed hard. It was the first time he'd ever felt so hampered in an action scene with a partner. This feeling was an absolute bloody pain. More than 1,000 kilometers away in Anlu County, the high school's afternoon dismissal bell had just rung when students began streaming out of the teaching building in a vast surging tide. At the school gate, an old farmer who had been squatting by the wall sprang to his feet at the sound of the bell, scanning the surging crowd intently. Suddenly his brow relaxed, and a tender smile spread across his weathered face. Meower, over here. From the crowd, a pretty girl in a ponytail looked around quickly at the sound, and soon found the familiar figure. Dad, why are you here? Yang Miao's face lit up with joy. Ignoring the curious glances others cast at her father, she threw herself directly into his arms. What's all the fuss? With so many people watching, have you no shame? Where's your brother? Although Yang Yi and Yang Miao were twins, Yang Yi had been born a few minutes earlier, and had come out stepping on his sister's head. Yang Miao had always resented this, superstitiously believing that it had stomped on her luck. Otherwise, why had her grades always lagged behind Yang Yi's all these years? His certificates could cover an entire wall at home, while hers could only cover 2/3 of one. He's in the classroom doing problems, told me to bring him food. He treats his sister like a slave. Dad, you really need to talk to him. The moment she met him, Yang Miao began to tattle. I certainly will. How dare he bully my little girl? It's said that a daughter is her father's close-fitting padded jacket, and old Yang was unequivocal when it came to protective partiality. True or not, Yang Miao was quite satisfied with her father's attitude. Dad, why did you come today? She and Yang Yi both boarded at school more than 20 kilometers from home. Though transportation was convenient now, their father came at most twice a month. Only last week had he come to give them living expenses. Your big brother called. Big brother called. What did he say? Did you mention that I won first prize in the math Olympiad? Yang Miao was thrilled. The three siblings had always been close. Their parents had little education, so it had always been Yang Fan who supervised the younger two's studies. Old Yang's expression stiffened, and he forcibly changed the subject. Go call your brother out. Dad will take you both to dinner. Oomph, I bet you didn't mention it. Yang Miao pouted, sulking as she stomped off toward the teaching building. Before long she emerged again, walking in front with her hands in her pockets, wearing a look of grievance. Behind her followed a handsome young man of about 1.8 meters. The villagers all said that the Yang family had wonderful genes, their 3 children each more handsome than the last. Yang Fan's features were already exquisitely chiseled, otherwise no matter how substantial his inner qualities, he could never have pursued a beauty as divine as Shen Xiyin. His younger brother and sister were even more striking. Yang Miao at around 1.6 meters had grown into a graceful, elegant young woman. Her skin fair as snow, her bright eyes sparkling with intelligence, her gaze clear as autumn water. Her delicate features were truly picturesque, showing not the slightest trace of a rural upbringing. What was even rarer was that Yang Miao never felt inferior because of her family background. Instead, she brimmed with confidence and pride. After all, she was the second-ranked top student at this school. The first, of course, was Yang Yi behind her. Standing 1.8 meters tall, a few centimeters taller than Yang Fan, with a well-proportioned build and handsome features, he was the very image of the sunny youth in every girl's dreams. Yet his phenomenal academic record created a sense of distance. One could admire him, but never approach. After all, top scholars were meant for gazing upon, not for making friends. The two walked up to old Yang. Yang Yi gave a simple, honest smile, and said, Dad. Yang Miao remained silent, her face still puffed with discontent. Joyfully, old Yang patted Yang Ye's arm, having completely forgotten what he had promised his daughter moments ago. Look at my son, so tall, a whole head taller than your dad. He only grew tall by stealing my rations, you big oaf. Yang Miao muttered, seizing the opportunity to complain. Yang Yi didn't retort. He simply smiled, looking at her with eyes full of affection, a perfect image of a loving older brother. Yet despite that, Yang Miao suddenly jumped in frustration. Hey Yang Yi, can you stop imitating big brother? You're so annoying. Alright, stop arguing. Dad will take you to dinner. A professional firefighter, old Yang had played that role countless times. I want to eat shizukai and gobeira. Alright, whatever my girl says. Just as they were about to leave, a shout came from behind. Yang Miao? Yang Miao? A boy covered head to toe in Y3 logos was running toward them. Anyone in the know would recognize that his outfit was worth a fortune, and even those out of the know could tell, because as the saying goes, the poor wear Nike, the rich wear Adidas, and gangsters wear Armani head to toe. The 3-stripe Adidas is the most common, all from the sport line. The trefoil logo primarily targets the retro and casual market with prices slightly higher than the 3-stripe line. Y3, on the other hand, follows a fashion-forward route. It is a collaborative brand with world-class designer Yohji Yamamoto, and no item costs less than 1,000 yuan. It targets affluent young consumers. And the boy was wearing none of the generic pieces from this brand, so the price was easy to imagine. Who said a small county couldn't harbor hidden dragons and crouching tigers? For various reasons, in earlier years, countless people in Anlu County had made their fortunes. A net worth of hundreds of millions was nothing here. As the only high school in the county, it was rife with rich second-generation students, and E.G. was among the cream of the crop. Yang Yi, caring nothing about rich kids, directly stepped in front of Yang Miao, blocking the charging E.G. Before E.G. could speak, he said coldly, "Scram." E.G.'s face twisted with bitterness, and his tone was almost pleading. E.G. Boy, how can you talk to your classmate like that? What did your older brother teach you? Hearing Yang Yi utter profanity, old Yang immediately grew angry. E.G.'s eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped around Yang Yi. This must be Uncle, right? Hello, Uncle. I'm a classmate of Yang Yi and Yang Miao. My name is E.G. Oh, hello to you too. Old Yang didn't think much of it, simply treating him as an ordinary classmate. Yang Miao rolled her eyes, completely ignoring him, and directly tugged old Yang's arm as she walked forward. Dad, let's go. I'm starving. E.G. was about to chase after them, but Yang Yi grabbed the back of his collar. His eyes shot icy glares as he said coldly, I'll say it again, stay away from my sister. E.G., I really don't mean anything bad. E.G. wore a pitiful, aggrieved expression. Standing about the same height as Yang Yi, he now looked as wounded as a child. I don't care what you mean. Anyway, don't follow us. E.G. watched the three leave faintly, hearing Yang Miao's cheerful laughter. For a moment, he seemed entranced. At the dinner table, Yang Sichen took 1,000 yuan out of his bag, split it into 2 stacks, and handed 500 to each of them. Dad, what's this? Yang Miao set down her chopsticks, exchanged a glance with Yang Yi, and looked at Yang Sichen in confusion. Your elder brother called and said you're both under a lot of academic pressure now. Don't let money make you anxious. The siblings said nothing and lowered their heads to stir the rice in their bowls. The countdown to the college entrance examination had already begun, and every few days the school would request another materials fee. As a result, the two siblings' living expenses really were stretched thin. But neither of them had ever asked their family for more. They both knew how hard their parents worked. Every single cent they spent was stained with their parents' sweat. Seeing they had not taken the money, how could Yang Sichen not know what was on their minds? His children had grown up and become sensible. Take it quickly. Put the money away safely so it doesn't get lost. Only under Yang Sichen's urging did the siblings finally put the money away. Then the three of them chatted about everyday family matters, this year's harvest, and trivial little affairs between neighbors. By the way, he said, your elder brother says he's become an actor now, and he says you'll have to go to the cinema to see him. Shall you take your sister along when the time comes? My brother is really in a movie. Yang Miao's face lit up with excitement, and Yang Ye's eyes were wide as saucers. After dinner, Yang Sichen hurried to catch the bus home, while Yang Miao and Yang Yi returned to school. As boarding students, they had evening self-study to attend. As soon as they passed through the school gate, Yang Yi took out the 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Yang Miao. What are you doing? Yang Miao did not take it, staring at him with confusion. Yang Yi grabbed her arm and pressed the money into her hand. I know you've been saving up for ages to buy a phone. You're still a few hundred short, aren't you? Take it. Then, will you have enough to spend? And you eat so much these days. Yang Miao was torn. Sensible, as she was still a girl in the springtime of her youth. Seeing everyone else chatting and playing games on their phones, how could she help feeling envious? Don't worry. I'm your brother. Nothing can stump me. Yang Yi winked and struck a confident pose. If he had done that in front of any other girl, he would have charmed a whole crowd. But Yang Miao just rolled her eyes. The moment Dad's gone, you drop the act. So what if you were born 2 minutes before me? What's there to be proud of? 2 minutes still makes me your older brother, right, sis? Can't be bothered with you. She said that, but it would have been a lie to say she wasn't touched. After 7 days of shooting at the Modu Film and Television base, the crew began to relocate. For the remaining shots, they would travel halfway across China to the Tianma Film and Television base. The Tianma Film and Television base is located in Huailai County, about 90 kilometers from Beijing. There lies a natural miniature desert spanning 130 mu on the south side of Guantang Reservoir at the foot of the Yanshan Mountains, a place renowned as the home of the 8-ribbed crabapple. Winding between the mountains and waters of golden dune rose and fell for more than 10 li, strange and magnificent. It is known as Tianma, the Sky Desert. To the south it rests against the towering Qipon Mountains, to the north it leans on the scenic Guantang Lake. Along the ridgeline, a great number of beacon towers remain, and the ruins of Shanggu Commandery, ancient fortresses, and other historical sites are clearly visible. Together with the surrounding mountains, gobi orchards, and lakes, it forms a unique landscape that calls forth the old verse. A lonely smoke rises straight in the vast desert, and the setting sun is round over the long river. Yang Fan had originally assumed the living conditions would be harsh, but he soon realized he was worrying too much. Thanks to its unique resources and prominent geographical advantages, years of development and construction had turned the area into the distinctive Tianma Park. It has now become a large-scale resort integrating tourism, fitness, film and television production, and environmental education. Visitors can slide down the dunes on sandboards to rediscover a long-lost childlike joy, bounce across the Gobi grasslands and desert in off-road vehicles, or light bonfires and set off fireworks at night while savoring the local folk customs. Of course, they had not come for a vacation, so it was inevitable that they would eat some sand while filming. Every day after shooting ended, Yang Fan would have sand not only in his shoes, but also in his ears and mouth. But whenever they stopped work to rest standing in the desert, he could see the Guantang Reservoir to the north clear as a ribbon and the vast Junda Mountains to the south. Looking more carefully, he could also make out rammed earth beacon towers built one after another along the foothills stretching from west to east, the remains of the Yin Great Wall from the Warring States period. The mountains, Gobi Desert Lake, ancient beacon towers, and the old stage in the mountain village together form a unique landscape. Here there is no industry, no bustle, only peace. At the foot of the green mountains beside the clear waters, the vast sand dragon rises abruptly out of the earth. Sand sliding, sand frolicking, horseback riding, sand bathing and off-roading. Here at the doorstep of the capital you can enjoy the exotic charm of the western regions and uncover nature's secrets at once. It let these people long trapped amid steel and concrete feel a rare and different kind of romance. However, after 1 week, Yang Fan no longer had any such feelings. Every day, he wore the face of a man who had been thoroughly screwed over by life. Can you imagine it? You're eating your boxed lunch when a gentle breeze drifts by, stirring up a gust of sand and dust, and the pristine white grains of rice end up mixed with fine grit. If you don't eat, you stay hungry. If you do, you wish you hadn't. Yang Fan's most anticipated moment of the day was going back to the hotel, locking the door, and in the dead of night taking out the good food stashed in his bundle and savoring it with reverence. During the shoot at Modu Film and Television base, Chung Su had already completed his own scenes, and afterward, he began acting as Yang Fan's assistant, bustling around him willingly and tirelessly. He was deeply grateful to Yang Fan for giving him the chance to stay with the crew. But a week after arriving in Tianma, Yang Fan noticed that the look in Chung Su's eyes had become subtly strange. Scene 4 Shot 23 Take 8. Action. My original plan was to lure the snake out of its hole, but you had to go and beat the grass to startle it. Lord Director, this laborer is wearing Li Huai's cloth shoes. Humph. Yang Fan gave a cold snort. A net had already been cast across heaven and earth, yet he broke through it with a single pair of shoes. Since the blade has been drawn, it must taste blood. Turn this place upside down and drag Li Huai out. Yes, Lord Director. Cut. Suin stood up and shouted through the megaphone at the extras. What's going on? Speed? Mind your speed. The lines are already finished, and you still haven't gotten into position. Do it again. Yang Fan could only feel helpless. Shooting a good shot depended not on one person's performance, but on everyone working in harmony. All sorts of absurd things could happen during filming. A couple of days earlier, for instance, because the extras were not devoted enough, a long take of over 3 minutes was ruined. Yang Fan had hung from the wire rig for more than an hour that day. A truly exasperating experience. Scene 4 Shot 23 Take 9. Action. It took a full hour before that shot was finally completed. The crew began distributing boxed meals. Chung Su walked over holding 2 boxes, his face full of grievance. You're one of the leads after all. Can't you put on a bit of airs? Boxed lunches are for extras. What are you joining in for? Even when I was head of the extras, I didn't eat this stuff. Yang Fan smiled. Just eat. By the way, there's something I want to tell you. If you're going to say it properly. Why are you leaning in so close? I think I saw Shen Xiyin. Though maybe I was seeing things. Chung Su began to doubt himself. No matter how busy the shooting schedule was, Yang Fan and Shen Xiyin kept in constant contact by phone every day. Under the relentless barrage of his honeyed words, the bond between them rapidly thawed. He knew Shen Xiyin's album had been settled, its songs penned by a gold medal hitmaker in the industry. Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a flicker of sourness, yet he didn't say much. All of it was understandable. After all, Shen Xiyin was a newcomer in the music scene. If she commissioned a songwriter with no reputation, no matter how brilliant the melody, chances were high that no one would pay for it. This was no idealized utopia. Too many intricacies were involved. Even in his previous life, when the cultural industry was much more advanced, weren't there plenty of classic songs that only caught fire after being covered more than a decade later? Even a renowned director like Su Wen required marquee names to back the cast, and he had to pour every ounce of effort into hype and promotion before the movie hit theaters. Shen Xiyin was no airhead heroine from a TV romance. She wouldn't blindly commit herself or pander to you with naive devotion. A rational young woman, she calculated gains and losses of affection could never override everything. Just yesterday, they had spoken on the phone, and she said she was up to her ears in pre-production. How could she possibly be here? Even Chung Su himself wasn't certain whether his eyes had deceived him. Yang Fan shrugged it off, tossing it to the back of his mind, and soon plunged into the demanding shoot. Then came the entrance of Night Rain Sword, a character performed by Yang Fan as one of his dual roles. Night Rain Sword was a purveyor of information who traveled to Jianghu on nothing but his glib tongue. He reeked of the marketplace, crafty, clever, and ever ready to improvise. Possessing a face eerily similar to Qianjiu, the chief of the Western Depot, he once, by sheer chance, managed to pass himself off as Qianjiu and play tricks on the man's own men. He had grown up as childhood sweethearts with Qiu Haitong, portrayed by Zhou Yuning. After their split, the two agreed to speak only of business, never of love. He idled his days chasing after every skirt he came across, stirring trouble with any young woman he met. The two characters were as different as fire and water, temperaments at opposite extremes. Though Yang Fan had already demonstrated his acting prowess, everyone present still secretly held their breath for him. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuning, his scene partner, was one of the film's main leads and a first-line star in China. Although she had never clinched the Best Actress title, she had garnered multiple nominations. Her capability was not to be taken lightly. For Yang Fan, it was no small challenge. Scene 43 First Take. Inside the inn, two rival groups were locked in a standoff when suddenly a knock struck the door. Innkeeper, a guileless voice called from outside. We missed the time to exit the pass and hurried here for lodging. Your inn's banner is flying out front, so why bar the door? A plainclothes agent from the Western Depot edged toward the door, blade in hand, and yelled, full up. Move on. Bullshit. Qiu Haitang stormed in grandly. With everyone outside swallowing sand, you say there's no space. Even the rafters can hold people. Open up. Qiu Haitang was the leader of the Eagle Gang, bold in love and hate, a heroic woman with a soft heart beneath her martial spirit. At times, she was a hot-blooded outlaw who would throw punches over a single harsh word, at others a meticulous, level-headed Jianghu professional, masterful with both the Guandao blade and flying darts. Cut. Su Wen rose, megaphone in hand, and addressed the plainclothes agent. You should edge to the door on full alert. The standoff is a hair trigger. Show me that oppression, that tension. One more take. The shot required 3 takes to pass. Even though Yang Fan and Zhou Yuning were off-camera, the sound equipment had been set up inside the inn to capture the nuances of voices coming from outside. The two had no choice but to yell their lines, nearly burning out their vocal cords. Zhou Yuning was a consummate professional, crying out with no trace of fakery, an act that wreaked havoc on the vocal cords. For a star who straddled both music and film, her voice was her bread and butter. What's more, Zhou Yuning's signature weapon in the film bore a certain resemblance to the green dragon crescent blade. A genuine blade of that sort could weigh tens of caddies. No ordinary person could swing it. Even a lighter stage prop demanded real strength to handle with skill. To perfect the on-screen effect, she deliberately sought out a grandmaster of the great blade and arranged for several days of focused training. Yang Fan couldn't help but marvel that success was never a matter of chance. Zhou Yuning was merely 27 or 28, only slightly older than Yang Fan within the crew. She had entered the industry young, winning her debut through a talent show at 17 or 18. From there she climbed with steady steps, now a name known in every household. Still in the flower of youth, she was already dubbed a seasoned performer, and her standing in the music industry towered far above her film career. On music programs, she routinely sat as a mentor. Yang Fan recalled that when Shen Xiyin first emerged, she once appeared on a music show whose judge was Zhou Yuning. Afterwards, Shen Xiyin praised her, effusively elevating her to the status of personal idol. Sister Zhou, here's some water to soothe your throat. Yang Fan offered a bottle of water to Zhou Yuning as she poured over the script. Thank you. Zhou Yuning accepted it without fuss, took a sip, and then abruptly turned to Yang Fan. You've developed your throat quite nicely. Have you any musical foundation? Formidable. She really was worthy of her status as a music mentor. Yang Fan had made no conscious display, yet she had picked it up from subtle cues. I picked up a little. Unable to brush it off, he could only hedge. Zhou Yuning's interest ignited at once. Her passion for music dwarfed her affection for acting. Sing a few lines, let me hear. Helpless against her insistence, Yang Fan hummed a few lines from one of Zhou Yuning's own songs. Even at only 30% of his capacity, he made her eyes sparkle. Very impressive. Enormous potential. Any interest in breaking into the music scene? Your voice has a distinctive timbre. Sister will polish you up and you'll rocket to stardom before you know it. We'll see, Sister Zhou. I haven't mapped out that path yet. He turned it down on the surface, but inside his heart was stirring. With a treasure trove of great songs in his mind, why hand them to others when he could sing them himself? It would earn him renown, and perhaps in time he and Shen Xiyin might be celebrated as the twin jewels of the music industry. Zhou Yuning did not push further. From what she had seen, Yang Fan was a promising talent, but his recent work on set suggested his acting prowess was the greater asset. If he devoted himself to that craft, he would undoubtedly go farther. And once Smoke in the Desert hit the screen, he probably wouldn't have a single idle moment. Of film offers would rain down like snowflakes. After all, his performance had been dazzling beyond words. The shoot resumed. A quivering hand crept up to the door and hinted with loaded words, "Honored guest, a setback, maybe a stroke of luck. Not getting through that door might just be your salvation." Chiu Haitang would have none of it. She kicked the door wide and barged in, bandit bravado radiating from every step. You burn incense at a temple and set the whole place aflame. Drawn your weapons, have you? Shutting the door to play at peace. What crew are you from? Night Rain's sword tagged along at her heels, skulking behind her. He looked utterly cowardly, yet Su Wen nodded approvingly. It suited the character perfectly, a skittish and cautious purveyor of secrets in the Jianghu. Because it was a night shoot, it was already past 1 in the morning when they wrapped. Yang Fan had originally not wanted to disturb Shen Xiyin, but he couldn't help calling her anyway. Unexpectedly, the call was picked up after just 2 rings. You're still awake? It's so late, Yang Fan asked in surprise. I just found the filming location for the MV today. I'll prepare tomorrow and start shooting the day after. Shen Xiyin's voice was full of weariness. Yang Fan's heart stirred. Where are you filming? Tianma. The Tianma film and television base near the capital. Yang Fan's tone rose unintentionally. Yeah, I arrived at noon today, and Shen Xiyin came with me. Yang Fan was suddenly ecstatic. I'm here too. Huh. Shen Xiyin was a little confused. I said I'm in Tianma too. This time she understood and immediately asked suspiciously, how could you be here? Weren't you helping Cheng Su? Yes, right here. Where are you staying? I'll come to you right now. Yang Fan was so excited. He hadn't seen the mother and daughter for nearly a month. Room 702 at Jinghua Hotel. Don't ring the doorbell when you come. Shen Xiyin is asleep. Just call me directly. Shen Xiyin didn't pretend to be coy and simply gave him the address. Wait for me. Yang Fan didn't even bother removing his makeup and called out to Cheng Su. Take me to Jinghua Hotel. Yang Fan had sworn that he wouldn't touch a car until his driver's license came through, so he could only ask Cheng Su to drive him. Cheng Su was already drowsy, having forced himself to stay awake until Yang Fan rapped. What are you going to do this late? That place is pretty far from here. Shen Xiyin is here. As soon as Cheng Su heard that there was no need for Yang Fan to say anything more, he just got in the car. More than 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of Jinghua Hotel. Cheng Su yawned. Go on up. I'll wait for you here. Because Yang Fan had to get up early to shoot the next day, no matter how late it was, he had to go back. Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow. Yang Fan pushed the car door open and dashed upstairs. Because he was still in costume, the hotel staff assumed he was with some film crew and didn't stop him. Hey, I'm here. Yang Fan stood outside room 702 and called Shen Xiyin. With a click, the door opened a crack. Quick, come in. Do you want to get photographed, eh? Yang Fan slipped sideways through the door, and his eyes instantly went wide. Shen Xiyin was wearing silk pajamas, her graceful curves faintly visible. Yang Fan swallowed hard without thinking. However, Shen Xiyin didn't pay attention to his gaze. After looking him over for a moment, she raised an eyebrow. So, you're working as an extra for Chung Su. Before Yang Fan could explain, she went over and got him a towel. First wipe your sweat, then wash your face. Chung Su is just as unreliable as ever. What a fine role he found for you. One look at the white powder on his face and his outfit made it obvious. This was the unmentionable profession of an ancient imperial palace. Yang Fan took the towel with a broad grin and showed no intention of defending his friend. Whatever Shen Xiyin said, he just listened happily. Why did you suddenly become interested in acting? Shen Xiyin leaned against the doorframe, watching Yang Fan scrub his face desperately at the sink. I must have been possessed. Yang Fan didn't know how to explain. This kind of foundation can't be washed off with just water. Use some makeup remover and facial cleanser. Seeing him in a fluster, Shen Xiyin stepped forward to help. She poured makeup remover onto a cotton pad and carefully wiped his face with it. Yang Fan suddenly felt a surge of warmth in his heart and instinctively grabbed her hand. Shen Xiyin tugged twice, but couldn't pull her hand free. She looked up at Yang Fan. Let go of me. I'm not done cleaning your face yet. However, to Yang Fan's ears her tone was no different from a coquettish plea. As if possessed, he lowered his head and kissed Shen Xiyin directly on the lips. Shen Xiyin struggled a few times at first, then went still. Before long, 2 lines of hot tears ran from the corners of her eyes. Yang Fan froze. Seeing the wooden expression on Shen Xiyin's face, a sudden pain pierced his heart, reminding him of that scene 4 years ago. I'm sorry. Shen Xiyin said nothing. She put down what she was holding and walked straight out. Yang Fan chased after her and hugged her tightly from behind. Shen Xiyin didn't struggle. She said calmly, do you think that just because I gave birth to your child you can treat me with contempt as you please? No, that's not it. Xiyin, I love you. Yang Fan could feel her body trembling. Shen Xiyin was born into a complicated family, and the education she received made her destined to be different from other girls. What Yang Fan had done 4 years ago could in some ways be said to have ruined her. She had always carried a shadow in her heart. Although the years had faded it, what Yang Fan did today brought that scene back to her. It wasn't fear, it was lies and betrayal. Shen Xiyin's body gradually calmed down. I know. Otherwise, do you think you'd have a chance to stand before me? Yang Fan released her, his expression full of desolation. He knew that Shen Xiyin had never truly forgiven him from beginning to end. Yang Fan glanced toward the bedroom where his daughter was sleeping. I'm leaving now. You should get some rest. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Shen Xiyin suddenly hugged him from behind. Yang Fan stiffened, feeling the dampness on his back. Why couldn't you just wait until graduation? I had already worked so hard. I even convinced my family that as soon as we graduated we could get married. Shen Xiyin wept without stopping, holding Yang Fan tightly. Yang Fan tilted his head back, tears streaming down his cheeks. He turned around and pulled Shen Xiyin tightly into his arms. I'll spend my whole life making it up to you, Xiyin. Leaning against his chest, Shen Xiyin murmured, but it's too late now. Nothing can be brought back. They will never agree. Xiyin, what can't be brought back? It can all come back. I'll love you and Chen for the rest of my life. No matter what happens, I'll stand in front of you too. Shen Xiyin looked up, gazed at him for a moment, and then a smile suddenly blossomed at the corner of her lips. I believe you. Go take a look at Chen. Okay. Yang Fan was overjoyed. He knew that Shen Xiyin had finally opened her heart to him. Watching Yang Fan tiptoeing about, Shen Xiyin's eyes flickered with happiness mingled with a hint of worry. Yang Fan went into the bedroom without turning on the light. By the light from the living room, he could see Chen sprawled out on the bed. The blanket had long since been kicked aside, her little belly was exposed, and her head wasn't on the pillow. Yang Fan carefully adjusted her little head back onto the pillow, then gently covered her with the blanket. He sat by the bed and studied her for a while. No matter how he looked at her, his own child was a delight. Tonight. Are you sleeping here? As she spoke, Shen Xiyin didn't dare meet Yang Fan's eyes, and her face was already red all the way to the back of her ears. Yang Fan wanted to say he was 1,000 times willing, but there was no helping it. Someone was still waiting downstairs. He could only say against his heart, I have to get up early tomorrow, so I'll head back now. Rest early, then be careful on your way back. Okay. With that, Yang Fan left, looking back every few steps. Shen Xiyin had just seen Yang Fan off and returned to the bedroom when she saw Chen turn over groggily, climb up, roll off the bed in one swift motion, and run barefoot into the living room. Yang Sichen, put on your slippers. Chen ignored her, standing blankly in the living room. Suddenly her mouth quivered and she burst into loud sobs. Daddy, woo-woo. She cried as if her heart were broken. Shen Xiyin hurriedly picked her up and coaxed softly. Chen, did you have a nightmare? Daddy, woo-woo. No matter how Shen Xiyin tried to soothe her, she turned a deaf ear and kept calling for her father. Shen Xiyin couldn't help sighing. Truly, a daughter grows up and no longer listens to her mother. Who knew what kind of magic spell Yang Fan had cast on her? After all, the time Chen had spent by her side was far longer than with Yang Fan. While patting Chen's back to help her calm down, she asked patiently, Chen, tell mommy what happened. Daddy came, woo-woo. Shen Xiyin had no choice but to soothe her with a white lie. Daddy didn't come. Did Chen dream about Daddy? Mommy's lying. Only Daddy would tuck Chen in like that. The little girl was stubborn. Shen Xiyin found it both funny and exasperating. Could there really be a special way to tuck someone in with a blanket? But the little one was crying so pitifully that she could only say, Shen Xiyin, don't cry. Mommy will take you to see Daddy tomorrow. Sure enough, as soon as the words were spoken, Shen Xiyin gradually stopped crying and asked between sobs, Really? Really? But Shen Xiyin needs to go to sleep now, or you won't be able to wake up tomorrow. Shen Xiyin gently pinched her little nose. Then I'll go sleep. Mommy will wash your face first. You've become a little grimy cat. Yang Fan walked out of the hotel with a spring in his step and saw Chung Su with the seat reclined sound asleep in the car. Yang Fan opened the passenger door, got in, and shook him. Hey, wake up. Go back to sleep later. You're out now. Chung Su sat up, bleary-eyed, rubbed his face hard, paused to gather his wits, then started the car. Seeing this, Yang Fan said apologetically, Take a good rest at the hotel tomorrow. No need to come with me to the shoot. No way. As your assistant, how could I abandon you? Chung Su stared ahead with a look of lofty righteousness. Huh, that didn't seem like Chung Su at all. Everyone knew he was the type who would lie down if he could and sit if he could stand. Hearing such words from his mouth was tantamount to Columbus discovering the new world. His life motto was, I'm not lazy, I'm just uninterested. Clearly his laziness had reached a certain realm. So when something is out of the ordinary, there must be something behind it. So Yang Fan, while playing with his phone, asked in a seemingly casual tone, Who do you think is the best looking in our crew? The cast and crew of Desert Smoke numbered nearly 100. Although the gender ratio was not balanced, there were still over 30 women. Among them were actresses like Yang Shan, a Best Actress winner. Although she was over 30, she looked after herself extremely well and appeared to be only in her 20s with extraordinary bearing and regarded as the nation's sweetheart. There were also first-tier stars like Zhou Yuning and Wei Jia, along with a few young women who had just graduated from college and were interning on the set, all of whom were strikingly beautiful. In the past, Chung Su would have commented on them from head to toe before offering his opinion. But today he blurted out Zhou Yuning. When he said those 3 words, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Damn, Yang Fan almost dropped his phone. Could this guy be? He really had the guts. Shen Xiyin was also a celebrity, but the two of them had fallen in love in college, knowing each other from humble beginnings. And even now Shen Xiyin's fame was far less than Zhou Yuning's. Ahem. Sister Zhou. She's okay, but sometimes her personality is a bit too manly. Yang Fan continued testing. That's true character. Neither affected nor pretentious. There are too few like her in the entertainment circle these days. Chung Su defended Zhou Yuning without a moment's hesitation. Yang Fan was almost certain that this guy had fallen for her. Yang Fan didn't respond. After a long while he suddenly said earnestly, Look, you're not getting any younger. All these years your girlfriends have come and gone like flowers on horseback. It's time to settle down. In the past he would surely have said something like, passing through a garden of flowers without a single leaf clinging. How could I give up the whole forest for one tree? But now Chung Su was silent. It was a long time before he slowly said this kind of thing. It still depends on fate. Yang Fan could vaguely see an unnatural flush flash across his face. Good heavens. Was this still the same playboy who roamed through flowers without a trace? What do you think of that camera assistant on camera 1? She's 1.7 meters tall, flawless, and looks graduated from a prestigious school, and at such a young age she got into such a big crew. She has great potential. Yang Fan said deliberately. No, she won't do. She probably only grew in height. No chest, no butt. What about He Xiao? She just debuted not long ago. Let's not even mention her figure and looks. Her personality is gentle as water. I can introduce you to, maybe it'll work out. She won't do. She's just a vase relying entirely on her looks to climb up. I've heard her reputation isn't great either. I heard Wei Jia doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Although she's a bit older, her condition is right there. Marry her, and you'll never have to worry for a lifetime. The odds are slim, but I can try for you. After all, we're brothers. Yang Fan put on a good buddy air. No. Marry a woman like that, and you'd be her slave for the rest of your life. Damn, you won't take any of these. You're not eyeing Sister Yang Shan, are you? Let alone the fact that she's so much older than you. You two aren't even a good match. How dare you dream of climbing up to the national goddess? Aren't you afraid of getting death threats? Then, what do you think of me and Zhou Yuning? Chung Su asked with a hint of shyness. The car instantly fell silent, leaving only the sound of the engine. After a long moment, Yang Fan patted him on the shoulder. Go for it. Damn, I knew you were doing that on purpose. Chung Su rolled his eyes. By now he knew very well that Yang Fan had been teasing him. Chung Su's family background was excellent. So excellent that even if he did nothing in his life, he would still live better than the vast majority of people. However, this guy had a sound moral compass, insisting on building his future with his own hands, showing no awareness of being a rich second generation at all. The plotline of a wealthy young master and a female celebrity was common enough, but it didn't apply to everyone. Zhou Yuning didn't lack money, or what she cared about more was substance. This was clear from Yang Fan's conversations with her. As for Chung Su, if telling dirty jokes counted as substance, then he was certainly rich in substance. Back at the hotel, Yang Fan asked in a serious tone, Are you certain? Chung Su's eyes flashed with firm resolve. A long road lies ahead. Keep at it. Yang Fan knew that anything further he said would be superfluous. In all these years, this was the first time he had seen Chung Su so earnest. Returning to his room, Yang Fan sent Shen Xiyin a message. I've arrived at the hotel. Ding dong. A reply from Shen Xiyin arrived in quick order. Shen Xiyin woke up a little while ago. When she learned you'd been here, she cried for ages. I'd only just managed to get her back to sleep. She says it's because the blanket you used to cover her was different. How on earth did you tuck her in? Shen Xiyin sent a long stretch of messages. Clearly her grievance ran deep. Yang Fan let out a silent chuckle and replied with only 2 words. You guess. Shen Xiyin fired off several furious emojis in succession. Alright, go to sleep now. It's already late. Yang Fan could only soothe her with gentle, soft-spoken words. You should rest too. I'll bring Shen Xiyin to visit the set tomorrow. A most enthusiastic welcome. Yang Fan had slept no more than 4 or 5 hours when the harsh ring of his alarm dragged him out of bed. Yawning every step of the way, he rushed to the set. Makeup, costume change, styling. Another tense, bustling day was underway. Today's scene was about Quietang. Having witnessed the love between Li Huai and Shui Fian, she thought back to her own romance, and resentment kindled in her heart. She whirled around and dealt Yujian, her childhood sweetheart and now ex-boyfriend, a sharp slap across the face, crying, Men in this world are all so selfish. Yujian, utterly astounded, retorted, When we broke up, didn't we agree on 3 rules? Only business, no feelings. Why are you the one going back on them? Bujulu, standing nearby, felt a stir of sympathy for her rival in love, Quietang, and so she too dealt Yujian a slap. Yujian immediately wore a pitiable, wronged expression. This slapping scene was delivered with real force. Zhou Yuning, who played Quietang, and Wei Jia, who played Bujulu, both wore deeply apologetic looks. Yang Fan even had to comfort them. It's fine. Go ahead and hit me. Don't feel guilty. No need to think you've wronged me. Then, sorry in advance. Zhou Yuning's slap came down fast, fierce, and loud. The whole set fell dead silent, though everyone was stunned. Only the cameraman beside them muttered, The camera isn't even rolling yet. Yang Fan sniffled. It's okay. Come on. Treat it as practice. All 3 mustered their fullest spirit, yet the shot still took 7 takes before it passed. The reason was that Zhou Yuning and Wei Jia were too tense. On the one hand, they feared hurting Yang Fan with their slaps. On the other, they worried the performance wouldn't be good enough. When the shot wrapped, Yang Fan's face was flushed red all over. Someone quickly handed him a towel to press against his cheek. Su Wen too showed great clemency and let everyone rest for a while. Back in his rest RV, Ching Su found him an ice pack. You're pushing yourself way too hard. This is your first time being slapped in the face, isn't it? Then suddenly switching his tone, Chang Su proclaimed with theatrical affection, Why wasn't I the one Yuning slapped? The shameless scoundrel. Yang Fan kicked him straight out of the RV. He picked up the towel-wrapped ice pack and was just about to press it to his face when he felt someone climb into the RV. Thinking Cheng Su had come back, he looked up and saw Wei Jia and Zhou Yuning. Sister Zhou Jejia, why are you 2 here? Are you alright? We truly feel terrible. That was my first time slapping someone too. The 2 of them once again voiced their deepest apologies. It's fine, it's fine. It's what the scene called for. Yang Fan was perfectly magnanimous. Zhou Yuning patted his shoulder. Good. I wasn't wrong about you. If anything comes up, just say the word. Yang Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wondered if Zhou Yuning had yet stepped out of her role. She was still carrying far too much bandit swagger. Wei Jia, standing by, laughed. Since you don't have an agency, yet I say you should just sign with Sister Zhou's company. Then you'd have someone watching your back. My little temple is too small to keep a great Buddha like him. Besides, with Director Su around, he'll never worry about opportunities down the road. The truth is, I'll be the one asking him to look after me. Zhou Yuning was speaking half in jest. She did own a media company and had trained a number of newcomers, typically producing TV dramas and web series. At the end of the day, the only one she could truly put forward was herself. Yang Fan's acting talent would be utterly wasted at a company like hers. What's more, they didn't have sufficient resources to support his growth. It would be a textbook case of casting a pearl into the darkness. A sudden idea struck Yang Fan. Sister Zhou, what do you think of my friend? Ching Su. He's good material. Having served as Yang Fan's assistant for so long, Zhou Yuning naturally knew him well. What do you say to signing him with your company? He's deeply passionate about acting. You saw how he finished all his scenes, yet he still insisted on staying with the crew, saying he wanted to learn more from the veterans. For the sake of his brother's happiness, Yang Fan could only recommend him with all his might. Sure, no problem. Zhou Yuning agreed without a second thought. Cheng Su was a promising prospect with real developmental potential. It was a win-win. After the 2 left, Cheng Su came aboard carrying half a watermelon and handed Yang Fan a spoon. I thought I just saw Zhou Yuning and Wei Jia. What did they come for? Yang Fan took a bite of watermelon. It was sheer soul-soothing bliss. Then looking at Cheng Su, whose face was brimming with curiosity, he said with the utmost solemnity, Sister Zhou just told me she thinks you have real promise and great acting potential, and she wants to sign you to her company. Really? Cheng Su's eyes flew wide open, his face glowing with astonished joy. Bro, have your brains been chewed up by a dog? How could that possibly be true? Yang Fan wore the exasperated look of one whose iron refused to become steel. I knew it. Cheng Su, his cheeks puffed in sulky resentment, took a huge bite of watermelon. You've been getting meaner lately. Is it because of the character you're playing? Just as I suspected. Yang Fan did not look up, but said unhurriedly, Sister Zhou didn't say it in so many words, but I recommended you to her. And then, what was that you were saying? Just as you suspected what? Just as I suspected you're a man among men. Your acting is nothing short of miraculous. Sweeping through Hollywood would be child's play for you in the future. So what exactly did Zhou Yuning say? She agreed. Hooray, you're a true brother after all. All right, Xiyin and Shen Xiyin are coming to visit the set at noon. Go pick them up for me in a bit. Cheng Su froze taken aback. You two made up. It really wasn't easy. Even Cheng Su couldn't help but sigh. The morning shoot wrapped in short order. Yang Fan bolted back to the hotel in anxious haste. The moment he opened the door, a small, delicate figure pounced at him, crying out in a soft, sugary voice, Daddy, my precious girl. Yang Fan scooped Shen Xiyin straight into his arms as Shen Xiyin stood behind them, smiling like a blooming flower. Not bad living quarters are these. Hardly the treatment a mere walk-on extra would get. Shen Xiyin teased. Yang Fan rubbed his nose with a sheepish smile. Cheng Su had never known how to keep his mouth shut. He must have blurted out everything in perfect detail, clear as day. A fluke, nothing more. Shen Xiyin rolled her eyes at him. Don't play so innocent after reaping such a sweet deal. Do you know how many people are fighting tooth and nail to get into Director Su's production? And that role you took was originally reserved for Zhao Kai. You practically snatched it right out of his hands. Zhao Kai is a mainland Chinese pop singer and film TV actor, a popular young heartthrob. Leaving aside his singing and acting skills, his looks alone can win over a host of female fans. He is hailed as the king of popularity and traffic, and he once set a Guinness World Record simply because of a Weibo repost. He has released albums, starred in TV dramas, and even performed at the Spring Festival Gala. Although he has yet to win any heavyweight awards, he has piled up plenty of titles such as Green Plant Ambassador, Youth Action Pioneer, and Performing Artist of the Year. Popular young stars like Zhao Kai are nothing new. They rise for a time on the adoration of fans, yet no one knows how long it will last. Shen Xiyin went on. He originally hoped that through a role in Director Su's film, he could create a truly representative cinematic work and incidentally pick up an award or two to complete his transformation. Now that you have stirred things up, how can he not hold a grudge against you in the future? Yang Fan, who was playing with Shen Xiyin, said nonchalantly, that was Director Su's decision. What does that have to do with me? Besides, does appearing in Director Su's film guarantee an award? If that were truly the case, Su Wen would already be standing alone at the top of the domestic industry, praise to the heavens. Others may not get that treatment, but for Zhao Kai probably yes. The organizing committee would likely do him that courtesy. A major award might be a stretch, but the Best Newcomer award is still within reach. Wait, how long has it been since his debut? And still Best Newcomer. But he has never acted in a film, Shen Xiyin said with a look one might give a moron. Fine. Yang Fan truly did not understand these things. Besides, Zhao Kai had been working hard on Weibo to promote Director Su's new project, and many people thought he would be in it. Yang Fan curled his lips. This was Director Su being underhanded. He himself was just collateral damage. In any case, you had better be careful. His fans alone could drown you with one mouthful of spit each. Shen Xiyin took Shen Xiyin from Yang Fan's arms. Let Daddy have a rest. It's all right. I know how to swim, Yang Fan said indifferently. Disgusting. Go wash your hands, then come eat. Yang Fan came out of the bathroom and saw Shen Xiyin taking lunchboxes out of an insulated bag one by one. So many. Did you make all of these? Mommy worked all morning. Before Shen Xiyin could speak, Shen Xiyin stepped forward and let the truth out. Yang Sichen, did you wash your hands? Shen Xiyin snapped as Shen Xiyin reached for the shrimp balls. Happy moments are short-lived. After the meal, Shen Xiyin wrapped her arms around Yang Fan's neck and refused to let go, absolutely unwilling to leave with Shen Xiyin. Shen Xiyin frowned. Yang Sichen, are you being disobedient again? What did you promise Mommy before we came? No, I don't want to. Shen Xiyin doesn't want to leave. Why not let Shen Xiyin stay here? I only have a few days of shooting left, and then I'll take Shen Xiyin directly back to Shanghai. When would you have time to watch her? The shoot is so busy. It's fine. Shen Xiyin behaves well and won't run around. Besides, isn't Cheng Su still there? Shen Xiyin was clearly not reassured by Yang Fan's unreliable friends, but Shen Xiyin was dead set on not going with her. Fine. Call me anytime if anything comes up. Don't give her too many sweets. Look, her teeth have already been ruined by them. After cautioning the adult, she turned to the child. Yang Sichen, you are not allowed to run around. Don't cause trouble for your father, and be a good girl. Otherwise I'll come and take you away right away. Both the big one and the little one nodded like chicks pecking at rice. After seeing Shen Xiyin off, father and daughter exchanged a knowing smile and high-fived. Daddy, ice cream. Yang Fan took out the Victoria ice cream he had prepared long ago from the refrigerator. Ever since Shen Xiyin had tasted it once, she had completely fallen for the flavor. The moment the ice cream touched her lips, her eyes curved into crescent moons. Paparazzi are rarely seen at studio lots. It is an unwritten rule in the industry. After all, productions need to be kept confidential while filming, and if celebrities were disturbed, they would have no heart for acting. So Shen Xiyin had made no special attempt to hide herself. Unexpectedly, she ran into an acquaintance the moment she stepped out of the hotel entrance. Xiyin, Zhou Yuning, approaching from the opposite direction, was stunned for a moment. Sister Zhou. Shen Xiyin smiled faintly, not at all surprised to meet Zhou Yuning. Although Desert Smoke had not yet been officially announced, it was no secret that Liang Baiji, Yang Shan, Zhou Yuning, and others were in the cast. Moreover, to generate publicity, the crew had also released a few stills. However, nothing concerning Yang Fan had leaked at all. This was also a deliberate way of creating suspense, a marketing strategy. Why are you here? Aren't you preparing your new album? The two were close friends. Shen Xiyin had even asked Zhou Yuning for her opinion on the new album. The filming locations for the MV have been set around here. Are you staying in this hotel too? Shen Xiyin shook her head. No, I came to visit the set. Oh. Zhou Yuning did not press further. After all, their crew was not the only one staying in the hotel, and Shen Xiyin was well liked in the industry, so she naturally had many friends. Is your filming going well, Sister Zhou? Don't even mention it. You have no idea. There's an absolute monster in our cast. Acting opposite him puts tremendous pressure on me. Zhou Yuning wore a bitter smile. It can't be that bad. Shen Xiyin was astonished. Zhou Yuning had been in the industry for 10 years, made 7 or 8 films, and even received a Best Actress nomination. Her acting was rock solid. I'll introduce the two of you sometime. Okay. Shen Xiyin took it as mere courtesy. Zhou Yuning glanced at the time. I can't chat any longer. I need to go change. There are still a few scenes this afternoon. All right, Sister Zhou. See you later. Shen Xiyin never associated it with Yang Fan. Although she knew he was one of the leads, she merely took it as a coincidence. Catching a director's fancy is a common thing in the entertainment industry, and renowned directors like Su Wen were especially unconventional in their ways. Yang Fan had been in the drama club at school, but that was only an amateur hobby. How good could his acting be? It would already be a relief if the director did not yell at him through a megaphone. At that thought, Shen Xiyin inexplicably felt a pang of sympathy. In the afternoon, Yang Fan brought Chen Shun directly to the set. Wow, what an adorable little girl. So cute. Sweetie, what's your name? Chen Shun's arrival instantly triggered a wave of maternal instinct in the young women. Hello, sisters. My name is Yang Sichen. Chen Shun behaved very politely, making her excellent family upbringing instantly apparent. Sweetie, who did you come with? Of course they knew Yang Fan had brought her, they just wanted to tease her. Chen Shun came with Daddy. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Yang Fan in unison, with utter disbelief written on their faces. They had originally assumed that she was the child of one of Yang Fan's relatives or friends. After all, he was still so young. Only a little older than the newly graduated interns on the crew. Yang Fan picked Chen Chen up, kissed her little cheek, and said with great pride, my daughter. Pretty, isn't she? Within less than half an hour, everyone knew that Yang Fan had an incredibly cute and beautiful daughter, and they all wanted to come and see her. One after another they came, and Yang Fan's rest vehicle ended up piled high with snacks. In the end, even Su Wen came over to join the fun. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, I think we could give the little one a shot. Yang Fan took it as a joke and didn't think much of it. That afternoon, after telling Chung Su to keep an eye on her, he went off to shoot his scenes. Chen Chen was a well-behaved little girl. She would either watch cartoons in Yang Fan's recreational vehicle, or have Chung Su take her to watch Yang Fan act. She never cried or made a fuss. Everyone on set adored her. The little girl had a sweet tongue, calling everyone big brother, big sister, uncle, and aunt. She always ended up with a pile of snacks, which made Chung Su quite envious. Every day, when Yang Fan wrapped up and returned to the hotel, Chen Shun would come over to rub his shoulders and pat his back. Even his deepest exhaustion was swept away in an instant. Filming went smoothly. Another week passed, and the scenes for Liang Boji, Yang Shan, He Yuning, and Yang Fan's Qian Jiu were gradually completed. Today, after shooting the final scene of The Night Rain, the production would officially wrap. When he got up in the morning, Chen Chen was still fast asleep. Yang Fan tiptoed through his preparations and hurried to the set. Today he was still in Qian Jiu's makeup because this scene was the swapping the princeling for a leopard cub plot, where the Night Rain sword impersonates someone to poison Imperial Noble Consort Wan. But after he finished his makeup, he found the director still hadn't arrived. This was unusual. Usually Su Wen arrived much earlier than everyone else. Where's Director Su? Yang Fan grabbed the assistant director who was directing the extras. He hasn't shown up yet. I have no idea, the assistant director replied, looking just as confused. Zhong Milan, who played Imperial Noble Consort Wan, couldn't help but laugh. Director Su didn't forget we still have a scene to shoot, did he? Zhong Milan was a rising young actress hailed by the media as one of the mainland's 4 Little Flower Dawn. Shen Xiyin was also among them. In this scene, she only had 2 shots, just a cameo appearance. Originally, these 2 shots were supposed to be filmed at the very beginning, but back then they were afraid Yang Fan couldn't properly handle the relationship between the 2 characters, so they were postponed to the very end. Zhong Milan had only arrived at the production team yesterday. Yang Fan wasn't familiar with her yet, so he merely smiled faintly and didn't pick up the conversation. The two waited about half an hour before Su Wen finally appeared, holding in his arms a little girl as delicate as carved jade. Dressed in palace-style hanfu, she looked even more adorable. Yang Fan's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Daddy. The moment Chen Chen saw Yang Fan, she struggled to break free from Su Wen's arms, and Yang Fan hurried over to hold her. Your daughter. She's so pretty. Zhong Milan exclaimed in surprise from the side. All right, everyone, this is our fairy tour princess. Su Wen then began explaining the scene. In the final shot, the Night Rain sword emerges from the Great Hall, sees the fairy tour princess, gazing at him timidly from a distance, slowly walks over past her head, then looks up into the distance with a faint smile. It should convey a sense of new life, the dawn of a new era. It symbolizes the beginning of a new era and the end of the old one. Emperor Mingxian had only one son, but 6 daughters. The fairy tour princess was the 6th daughter, deeply beloved by the emperor. Yang Fan never expected Su Wen to actually give Shen Xiyin a role, and even directly revise the original ending of the script. Still, he preferred the revised version. Zhong Milan was no newcomer, and both of them performed brilliantly. They finished the originally scheduled 2 sets of shots in about an hour. But for the final shot, Yang Fan couldn't help feeling a little worried. He was afraid Shen Xiyin would run straight to him the moment she saw him. In the end, his worry proved unnecessary. Shen Xiyin stood there quietly, watching Yang Fan from afar with a hint of curiosity in her eyes, which made Su Wen clap his hands in praise. Shen Xiyin still didn't understand what acting was. Perhaps she was simply curious about why her father wore such makeup and clothes. As the final shot came to a perfect close, Su Wen shouted directly, "That's a wrap." Yeah. Everyone burst into cheers. The suffering of the past month or so had tormented not only the actors, but every crew member, who was utterly exhausted. At this moment, the tightly drawn string finally relaxed. Since post-production would take a long time, and the movie had yet to be released, Su Wen didn't arrange a celebration banquet. Everyone just had a symbolic gathering for a meal before going their separate ways. That very day, Yang Fan booked a flight back to Modu. This time, only he and Shen Xiyin were traveling together. That guy Chung Su, the moment filming wrapped, had left with Zhou Yuning without even giving Yang Fan a second glance. As soon as he got home, Yang Fan lay down on his big bed and let out a comfortable groan. The past month or so had really worn him out. Being a celebrity looked glamorous, but behind the scenes they endured immense hardship. Shen Xiyin lay beside Yang Fan, smiling softly. The experience had been a novelty for her. Suddenly she said, "Daddy, I want that dress." Yang Fan naturally knew she meant the Ming Dynasty palace princess dress. He also felt Shen Xiyin looked especially adorable in ancient-style clothing, so he gently tapped her little nose. "My little sweetheart is learning to be vain." Yang Fan was a man of action. He picked up the tablet by the bedside and started searching for a private custom shop. Although ready-made clothes were available on the market, Yang Fan insisted on giving his daughter only the best. In the end, he spent over 20,000 yuan ordering 10 sets of custom-made ancient-style dresses from different periods. In the afternoon, Shen Xiyin arrived wearily carrying 2 bags of groceries. Her new album had already been completed, and she was about to release it in the coming days. "Yang Sichen, why are you so tanned? Your hair is a mess too. And why didn't you have your father trim your nails?" Shen Xiyin fired off 3 questions the moment she saw her. "Have I gotten darker? I didn't notice." Yang Fan looked puzzled. Why couldn't he see it? "And you dare say that? I told you to take care of your daughter, and this is how you do it. I heard you even let her act in a movie. Some ability you've got." Shen Xiyin was now like an angry lioness, and Yang Fan didn't dare provoke her. He could only cower on the side. Fortunately, Shen Xiyin quickly calmed down. She shot him a sideways glance, picked up the groceries, and went to the kitchen to get busy. Shen Xiyin walked up to Yang Fan, wrinkled her little nose, and said, "Why don't you stand up to her?" "I don't dare." Sighed. Shen Xiyin sighed, then with a look of deep grievance walked away, muttering, "What are we going to do in the future?" Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head, opened his computer, and logged into the back end of Zhu Xian. His manuscript backlog was almost used up. Although he had found some time to write while on set, his time had been limited. Zhu Xian was performing wonderfully well. In just over a month, it had brought Yang Fan nearly 20 million in revenue and 5 million in reputation points. He rubbed his hands together in excitement. It was time to start spending on in-game purchases again. 500 consecutive draws. How touching. "What are you grinning about over there?" At some point, Shen Xiyin, wearing an apron, was standing behind him. She leaned over to look at the computer screen and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this your new novel?" Her falling strands of hair brushed past Yang Fan's face. The scent of shampoo blended with her body fragrance, refreshing and intoxicating. Although Shen Xiyin knew full well that Yang Fan's novels brought impressive earnings, the colossal figure on the dashboard still riveted her. It was common knowledge that actors commanded staggering incomes, but even a first-tier star's annual earnings hovered only between tens of millions and 100 million yuan. Last year, Shen Xiyin had shot 2 television dramas, released an album, and appeared on several variety shows. Yet her earnings had amounted to no more than 10 million yuan. Now that sum was not even as much as Yang Fan made in half a month. By that reckoning, Yang Fan's annual income also ranked among the top echelons of the entertainment world, hot on the heels of those few celestial superstar kings. Writing novels pays this much now. How can this be fair? Shen Xiyin looked utterly incredulous. How could Yang Fan, by merely sitting before a computer and typing away, earn more than she did through rushing about outside, toiling herself to the bone? Yang Fan wore a sheepish expression. It's a different kind of labor. This also takes a tremendous toll on one's mind. However, the remark clearly lacked conviction. In the vast sea of novels out there, who else earned money the way he did? Shen Xiyin did not say whether she agreed or not. She felt that Yang Fan was genuinely a changed man, filled with vitality and exuding an extra bit of radiant brilliance. The image of her appearing before Yang Fan with Shen Xiyin in her arms was still vivid before her eyes. Back then he was consumed by self-pity, carrying a twilight air that did not belong to a man of his age. Could it be? He had suddenly come to his senses. The old Yang Fan had been accomplished enough, but he was nowhere near as dazzling as he was now. No wonder people said that a man matures once he has a child. As for why the transformation only became apparent 2 years after he met Shen Xiyin. Well, change takes time after all, and perhaps it was also because she had not paid enough attention to him. Sensing Shen Xiyin's sudden silence, Yang Fan turned his face toward her. They were so close that they could feel each other's breathing, and the atmosphere grew subtly charged. A flush crept from Shen Xiyin's cheeks to her ears, while Yang Fan's throat ran dry. "Daddy, Mommy, what are you two doing?" Shen Xiyin stood not far away, licking a lollipop in her hand. Ahem. Yang Fan coughed awkwardly. Shen Xiyin hastily straightened herself, the blush on her face still lingering. Seeing the lollipop in Shen Xiyin's hand, her complexion abruptly shifted from sunshine to storm. "Yang Sichen, who gave you permission to eat a lollipop?" Sensing the coming storm, Shen Xiyin immediately spun around and fled, something she would never have dared to do in the past. During this period, Yang Fan had spoiled her into a little wild spirit. Because the house was too large and Shen Xiyin ran surprisingly fast, Shen Xiyin could not catch her for the time being. In the end, she redirected her anger at Yang Fan. "It's all your fault." Yang Fan smiled awkwardly, then quickly lowered his head, pretending to be busy at the computer. Zhu Xian had already reached its 3rd volume. The demonic cult had staged a massive takeover of Liubo Mountain, and righteous cultivators were arriving one after another to intercept them. During this period, Xiao Fan once again saw his senior martial sister Tianlinger's heart drifting elsewhere, and a demonic nature stirred within him. Punished to kneel on a rainy night, he was visited in turn by Lu Sueki and by Yao. Lu Sueki shared the wind and rain with Zhang Xiaofan, sopping both of them through his mind. Reeling, Zhang Xiaofan could hardly believe it, thinking it must be an illusion. Bai Yao held an umbrella over Xiaofan, sheltering him from the wind and rain. Later hidden in a cave, Xiaofan and Tianlinger accidentally overheard the demonic cult's true plan. They were after the ancient divine beast, the Kuei Niu. Afterward, as the righteous faction strove to stop the cult from capturing the Kuei Niu alive, Xiaofan was forced to use both the Qingyun sect's Taiji mystic way and the Tianyin temple's great Brahma Prajna under the beast's hooves in order to save Tianlinger. Although he rescued Tianlinger, he was now charged by the righteous with having stolen the Tianyin temple's most forbidden secret and with wielding the blood-devouring pearl, an artifact of utmost evil. Back at Qingyun Mountain, the enlightened masters of the 3 great orthodox sects convened to interrogate Zhang Xiaofan. Yet because he had given his word to Puji, he would rather die than reveal where he had learned the great Brahma Prajna. Just as everyone prepared to punish Zhang Xiaofan for clutching that evil thing, Lu Sueki, usually quiet, risked her life and stepped forward to plead for him, vouching for him with her own life. Zhang Xiaofan was profoundly moved. At this point, Sansong Daoist was secretly colluding with the demonic cult, plotting vengeance against Daoist master Dao Xian. The cult members seized the moment to launch a ferocious attack on Qingyun Mountain. The Qingyun sect suffered heavy casualties. Severely wounded Dao Xian unleashed the immortal slaying sword formation, sending the demonic forces fleeing in defeat. The killing aura in the main hall had yet to subside. They pressed Zhang Xiaofan once more. Unexpectedly, however, it was Fa Xiang who disclosed a shocking tale from the past. To everyone's astonishment, his revered teacher Puji was in fact the very murderer who had slaughtered Saomiao village. The killer Zhang Xiaofan had searched painfully for years. Corrupted by the sinister aura of the blood-devouring pearl, he descended into madness upon learning the truth. It was then that Bai Yao, daughter of the Ghost King, appeared and forced the righteous assembly back. With countless righteous casualties that day, the crowd began to wonder if Zhang Xiaofan was truly in league with the demonic cult. Tianlinger and others tried their utmost to argue that Zhang Xiaofan had just been engaged in battle against the demonic cult, yet their voices were too weak, and in a flash were engulfed by the swelling tide of outrage. Bai Yao intended to take Xiaofan away. The routed demonic followers, however, turned back, seeking to catch the Qingyun sect off guard and massacre them. Fearing that the true teachings of Buddhism and Taoism would flow into the demonic cult, and that Xiaofan would be used to wreak havoc upon the mortal world, Dao Xian slashed down at Xiaofan with the Zhu Xian sword at full force. To save Xiaofan, Bai Yao invoked the love-struck curse, transmuting all of her lifeblood into a fierce curse to block the Zhu Xian sword formation, but her own soul was utterly shattered. The magical treasure Hahuan Bell forcibly captured one soul from her scattered 3 souls and 7 spirits, thereby preserving her physical body from destruction. The Ghost King took Xiaofan down from Qingyun Mountain. From here, the narrative of Zhu Xian took a sharp turn. Zhang Xiaofan entered the Ghost King sect of the demonic cult and transformed into Gui Li. Yang Fan had expected the readers to dive into heated debate over the upcoming plot, only to discover that the forums were indeed in complete uproar, just not about what he had anticipated. The conversations were all about Tianlinger, Zhang Xiaofan's first love. One group of readers argued, the protagonist is so awesome. How could she possibly not like Zhang Xiaofan? Are you blind? Others believe that the great Sunshine must have been dumped by his first love and thus deliberately created this plot out of pure spite and revenge. Naturally, there was an opposition faction as well believing this was in fact closer to reality. Why in the world should every female character be obliged to adore the protagonist? What Sunshine had written was Shen Xiyin, where love is naturally shadowed by hate, and where kindness, resentment, and passion weave the true Jianghu. Yang Sichen was no mindless harem novel. The two camps held irreconcilable viewpoints and began to tear into each other right on the forum, the fury growing ever more intense. Because the romance in Yang Sichen was so artfully depicted, it also won the adoration of a large female readership. As a result, a certain scene played out between many couples. A boyfriend while reading would suddenly blurt out, "This Tianlinger is such a bitch." "What did you say? Who are you calling a bitch?" "I was talking about Tianlinger. Why are you getting angry?" Hey, put down my 24K titanium alloy keyboard." Liao Yuan now felt that every day was thoroughly fulfilling. After catching up on the latest updates of Piao Miao Jilu, he still had Yang Sichen to enjoy. Even better, his wife would watch the story with him. The two would sometimes discuss the plot and exchange knowing smiles when their opinions aligned. A truly happy life. This Tianlinger is going too far. Zhang Xiaofan did so much for her, yet she actually went and fell for someone else. Why do you men always think so highly of yourselves? Do you believe that being good to a woman can replace everything? Why should Tianlinger have no right to like someone else? Mrs. Liao retorted sharply. I just said it casually. Why are you so angry? As a model man of the new era, Liao Yuan naturally hastened to soothe his wife, especially when she was carrying a baby in her belly. But he was wrong. A pregnant woman's anger could not be appeased with gentle words. Casually said, "Do you know how much impact your casual words can have on others? She's just a character in a novel." Liao Yuan felt wronged. What about a character in a novel? Does that mean you can casually belittle women? You're such a male chauvinist. Men are all big pig trotters. Tonight you'll sleep in the living room. Humph. Liao Yuan stood at the door holding a quilt, utterly speechless. Indeed, a pregnant woman was beyond reason. Women are more sentimental than men. A forum post describing Tianlinger caught Yang Fan's attention, authored by an ID called Countess of Ivory Mountain. A single call of senior brother Qi shattered that heart in the darkness to pieces. Yet she still smiled brilliantly with the tenderness and innocence of a young girl running forward, toward that dashing mature man, toward that flawless true love, throwing herself into his arms to hear unending sweet vows. The bright amber-red silk ribbon seemed born to match this charming, lively girl. Wherever she was, there were joyful runs and crisp, cheerful laughter. She had parents who adored her and senior brothers who spoiled her. She was the loveliest spring scenery in their eyes, the brightest pearl, forever carefree and mischievous. Even when defying her parents for love, she carried a tender, coquettish gentleness. She, of course, never noticed that dull, simple-minded junior brother. At the foot of the Kuei beast, he opened his eyes wide with terror and watched her. Like a tragic hero knowing full well it was impossible, he still charged forward hopelessly. Because of you, the familiar icy breath rose within his body, and countless images of blood and skulls flashed through his mind. How incompatible this was with your radiant, blooming smile. A heart-dead firewood stick could never compete with a celestial sword shimmering with countless auspicious lights. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with charm, and her smile was sweet and lovely. What should have been the brightest scene became an unerasable ache in his heart. In silence, he watched you tightly embrace someone else. Tianlinger was too fortunate. So fortunate that she no longer had a story of her own. People could never forget the pair of despairing eyes behind her. Everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness, no matter how cruel that happiness may be to others. 10 years later, the bitter first love had become dusty memory, and he was no longer that simple, unsophisticated boy. A slender, fair hand stroked a Huang. A clear, enchanting young woman looked up at the blue sky, her eyes still shimmering with limpid brightness. She would never know what glamour that glance held. A great god appears. I bow in reverent admiration. 1, 2, 3, 4. By now the readership of Yang Sichen was already an immense community. Naturally, some stood out from the crowd and rose to fame as internet celebrities. Earlier there was Shining Orange, known for a comedic style, and now a literary-styled Countess of Ivory Mountain. As the saying goes, the forum always breeds talents. It was precisely these people who gave the massive readership cohesion. Daddy, dinner is ready. Yang Fan stood up and stretched his limbs, then followed Shen Xiyin to the dining room, where Shen Xiyin was ladling soup into each bowl before them. Shen Xiyin needed no assistance. She nimbly climbed onto the chair, held up her bowl, and took a slurping sip. Yang Sichen, who taught you to do that? Shen Xiyin was stunned. Yang Fan quickly lowered his head, withdrew the hand that had been reaching toward the bowl, picked up a spoon, and put a spoonful of soup into his mouth. The taste was delicious, quite good. Shen Xiyin was perfect in every way except that she was too strict with Shen Xiyin. Of course, Yang Fan would never say that. When it came to his daughter's education, Shen Xiyin was stubborn, and after hitting a wall a few times, he had learned to keep his mouth shut. Shen Xiyin glanced at Yang Fan. Seeing him holding his spoon and leisurely sipping soup, she shook her head and sighed. It's time for Chen Chen to go to kindergarten. At the dinner table, Shen Xiyin directly raised the topic of the day. Just as Yang Fan was about to plead for his daughter, Shen Xiyin shot him a sharp glare that stopped him cold. Shen Xiyin's behavior had already displeased Shen Xiyin deeply. She felt that the education she had always provided Shen Xiyin had been completely wiped out during the few days with Yang Fan, making all her efforts futile. Moreover, Shen Xiyin had long reached kindergarten age. It was only because of Yang Fan's repeated obstruction that it had been delayed until now. Ignoring Shen Xiyin's raised hand, Shen Xiyin said, "All right, if no one objects after dinner, I'll take Shen Xiyin to find a school. I think I can offer a suggestion." Yang Fan could not ignore the plea in his daughter's eyes, so he stood up with righteousness. "Go ahead. There is a bilingual international kindergarten in this very building. I think it's excellent. First-rate facilities and international standards in management." After saying that, Yang Fan quickly lowered his head, unable to bear the resentful gaze his daughter cast at him. "Thank you for your suggestion. I will take it into consideration. Everyone eat." Shen Xiyin finalized it with a single sentence. The Magic City Global Center, a landmark center of Magic City, running a kindergarten, there was definitely the elite high-end route fully meeting Shen Xiyin's requirements. After the meal, Chen Xian dressed reluctantly. Shen Xiyin also put on the star's three-piece ensemble, hat, mask, and big sunglasses, and the two went for a field inspection. Shortly after the pair left, Yang Fan received a phone call. "Hello, sir. Your goods have arrived. Please come to Warehouse 41 Zone B, Waigakyo Port, Magic City to sign for the delivery." Okay, there was no doubt. His delivery had arrived. Yang Fan called Shen Xiyin to tell her he would be going out, but found she had turned off her phone. She was probably in a trial class. After going downstairs, Yang Fan headed straight for the bus stop. He originally intended to squeeze onto the bus, but found too many people, so in the end he had to take a taxi. Although Yang Fan was now a multi-millionaire, his habit of plain living was deeply ingrained. When traveling alone, he took the bus if he could, squeezed onto the subway if he could. Not only eco-friendly, but also money-saving. Even the 80 or 100 yuan for this taxi ride made his heart ache. The port of Magic City lies at the front edge of the Yangtze River Delta in the middle of the continental coastline commanding the mouth of the Yangtze. A world-famous port, it is where the east-west Yangtze Transport Corridor meets the north-south Maritime Corridor, making it a major hub port for the coastal region. Its container throughput ranks first in the world, and its cargo throughput ranks second. The mere Waigakyo port area had already left Yang Fan disoriented. It took him half an hour to locate the warehouse. However, he did not head to Warehouse 41 in Zone B. Instead, he came to Zone A. Number 53, Zone A. This is it. Yang Fan raised his head, studying the weathered numerals on the wall for quite a while. The Zone A warehouses had a long history. Back in the last century, this was one of the main storage centers of Modaport. In the modern era, as more and more ports were developed and constructed, the focus of warehousing had gradually shifted and dispersed. This place no longer served much purpose, only transshipping some bulk cargo. Yang Fan had rented this warehouse online some time ago, though of course under a name other than his own. Yet the key was in his hands. Opening the warehouse, he found a second-hand box truck parked inside. Yang Fan circled it to inspect, and after finding no problems, pulled open the passenger side door. On the passenger seat lay a craft paper envelope. When Yang Fan tore it open, it contained a set of license plates along with a vehicle registration certificate, an operating permit, and a whole set of paperwork. Yang Fan pulled a driver's license out of his pocket. It had his photo on it, but the name read Yipian Home. This license, however, was as real as could be. Even an online lookup could verify it. Don't forget, he was a hacker. To him, these things were merely a set of data online. He only needed to report the license as lost to the Vehicle Administration Department, and a legitimate, genuine document would be reissued to him. After replacing the license plates, Yang Fan started the engine and drove straight toward Warehouse 41 in Zone B. As the saying goes, caution is the parent of safety. Although he trusted OC's credibility, being prudent never hurt. Parking in front of Warehouse 41, Yang Fan did not get out of the truck. Instead, he honked a few times, and then flashed the hazard lights 4 times. Afterward, the warehouse door opened and wooden crates were brought out one by one, then carefully carried into the rear of the truck. It took about an hour for all the crates to be moved. During that time, the two sides exchanged no words at all. Because of the one-way reflective film, no one outside could see into the cab. When Yang Fan started the vehicle, he could clearly feel it had gotten much heavier, seemingly close to full capacity. After leaving the port area, Yang Fan did not drive straight home. Instead, he circled Modu several times. With his driving skills at this point, anyone tailing him would quickly give himself away. In the end, his worry proved unnecessary. There was absolutely no one following him. Yang Fan parked the truck in a desolate field on the outskirts, switched the original plates back, then opened the cargo compartment and began checking everything one by one. The computer skill book had not merely taught him how to master technology, but also included the physical hardware architecture of computers. Recognizing and assembling all of it was beyond question. Of course, manufacturing was out of the question. After all, that was the crystallization of technology, materials industry, and many other fields, and had little to do with computers themselves. The cargo was fine. OC's reputation truly held up. Yang Fan wound his way back into the city center. Along the way, not a single traffic officer stopped him, making the license quite unnecessary. By the time he parked the truck in his private garage, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Just as he got out of the truck, Shen Xiyin called, "Where did you go?" "Just got back from buying some things." "I'm in the garage." "Are you two home yet?" "We just arrived home. This afternoon I took Chunshin to see several kindergartens. After comparing, Landu International is still the best. Tomorrow I'll let Chunshin try it for a day. If it's okay, we'll go with that one." Landu International Kindergarten was the one inside the building. Yang Fan had asked about it several times already, so he knew it by heart. Okay. I think that place is good too, and it's close to home. That was the most important point. If he wanted to see his daughter, it would take less than 3 minutes. In the same building, it was just a matter of going upstairs or downstairs. What are you doing? Why haven't you come up yet?" Shen Xiyin was puzzled. They had been talking for such a long time, yet he was still in the garage. "Alright. If you're free at the moment, come down and give me a hand." Before long, the elevator opened, and Shen Xiyin stepped out in loungewear. As for the luxury cars parked in the garage, she had long grown accustomed to them. Watching Yang Fan hauling wooden crates out of the truck's cargo hold, she asked with a puzzled look, "What are these?" "Computers." Yang Fan set down a crate and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Each crate weighed at least 300 or 400 jing. After 7 or 8 trips, sweat had already appeared on his forehead, and there were still more than 30 crates neatly stacked in the cargo hold. Enough to make a medium-sized truck fully loaded, at least 12 or 13 tons. Shen Xiyin asked in bewilderment, "Are you planning to sell computers?" She had just cast a glance into the cargo hold, and it was indeed filled with such crates. "I'm not selling them. These are for my own use. Help me open all the crates." At that thought, a look of hearty satisfaction spread across Yang Fan's face. What swordsman doesn't dream of wielding a peerless sword? As for the realm of winning without a sword, sorry, his level was too low to comprehend such a thing. "I really can't figure you out." Shen Xiyin shook her head, picked up a tool, and opened the crates one by one. Inside, she found neatly arranged circuit boards and various components she could not name. Having come from 10,000 miles away across the ocean, it was naturally impossible to transport the frames and casings here, nor was there any need. These crates therefore contained nothing but core components and server blade assemblies. These 30 or 40 crates, however, were only half of what the Siren had originally been. Seeing how clumsy Shen Xiyin was, Yang Fan could not help shaking his head. She truly did not understand the joy of opening crates. Since these were all precision components, the environmental requirements were strict. Left for too long, they could easily rust and corrode from moisture in the air. Yang Fan was in no hurry to assemble them, but he did need to move everything upstairs quickly. Fortunately, there was a freight elevator in the garage, yet it still took over a dozen round trips. That was with Shen Xiyin helping, which saved Yang Fan quite a bit of trouble. Modu Summit covered about 1,000 square meters. The living area Yang Fan now possessed, however, was only 200 to 300 square meters, leaving a large portion still empty. Among it was a 300 square meter hall originally decorated as a banquet hall, now entirely piled with this equipment. "Daddy, what are these?" Shen Xiyin leaned by the door, curiosity all over her face. "These are computers." "Daddy's lying. Computers don't look like this." At home there were laptops, desktops, and tablets, so Chunshin believed that only things with a screen that could display images counted as computers. "That's because Daddy hasn't assembled them yet. Once assembled, they'll be computers. Well, a very powerful computer. Then can I watch Little Bear Huan and I on it?" "Yes." "What about Pony Island?" "That can too. If I watch it too long, will it explode, eh?" "It probably won't." Cold sweat broke out on Yang Fan's forehead. Because Shen Xiyin was afraid that Shen Xiyin would hurt her eyes from watching too many cartoons, she had told her that the computer at home couldn't be used for too long, or else it would explode. So in Shen Xiyin's eyes, a computer that could play cartoons for as long as she wanted without ever exploding must be truly amazing. "Daddy is awesome." Shen Xiyin beamed with joy. For some reason, Shen Xiyin's praise did little to satisfy Yang Fan's vanity. Since Shen Xiyin was about to release a new album and had a press conference to prepare for the next day, she went home after dinner, leaving Yang Fan with the weighty task of taking Shen Xiyin to school. Early the next morning, Shen Xiyin called, filling the conversation with earnest reminders. "Shen Xiyin, be good and listen to your teachers, okay?" On the phone, Shen Xiyin's voice was already slightly choked up. The little girl still had no idea there was anything daunting about going to kindergarten. After visiting it yesterday, she found it novel and exciting and was even looking forward to it. Then, dressed with great care by Yang Fan, she headed out the door cheerfully with her little backpack. The elevator went straight up to the 13th floor. Landu International Kindergarten was in Zone C, covering about 500 square meters. Because the Modu Global Center Tower had a trapezoidal structure, overall the lower floors grew larger in area, and the 13th floor had a total area of 4,000 square meters. Although Landu International Kindergarten occupied only 1/8 of that floor, which seemed like a modest share, that was because apart from the common areas, a large portion was also office space. Clearly, Landu International Kindergarten was formidable in its resources, which put Yang Fan's mind at ease about Chunshin attending school there. Holding Chunshin's little hand, Yang Fan led her through the kindergarten gate. "Welcome to school, children." 2 rows of female teachers stood at the entrance, all beaming and clapping with overflowing warmth. Yang Fan clicked his tongue in amazement. The customer really was God. Even a little god was treated with such reverence The hefty tuition was money well spent. Perhaps caught up in the lively atmosphere, Shen Xiyin held her father's hand, her steps growing bouncy, as she looked around curiously. After passing through the teacher's welcome corridor, Shen Xiyin could hardly wait. She tugged at Yang Fan's hand, asking him to crouch down for a whispered secret. "Daddy, I think it's really nice here." With rosy lips and bright eyes, the little girl looked adorable as she blinked and smiled. Yang Fan scratched his head. "Oh, is it?" Before coming, he had worried that Shen Xiyin would cry. He had thought of countless tricks, even researched some material, enough to write a several thousand-word thesis on solving the problem of children crying on their first day of kindergarten. Now, however, all those preparations seemed wasted. Not only was Shen Xiyin not crying, she looked eager to jump right in. "Okay." Shen Xiyin nodded emphatically. But just because she wasn't crying didn't mean the other children wouldn't. The moment Yang Fan finished the enrollment procedures, a little boy beside him burst into loud wails. His mother quickly scooped him up, coaxing him with red-rimmed eyes, but no matter what she tried, she couldn't stop his tears. His father stood helpless at a complete loss. Shen Xiyin, on the other hand, was startled. She clutched tightly to her father's hand and stared at the crying little boy with curiosity. "Daddy, what's wrong with that little boy?" As Yang Fan carried her away, Shen Xiyin rested on his shoulder and asked curiously. Afraid that his daughter's mood might be affected, Yang Fan carried her aside and whispered, "I don't know. Maybe because he isn't as good as Shen Xiyin. Our Shen Xiyin never cries, right?" I'm a very good girl," the little girl said with a happy smile. Two teachers were waiting at the door. He had learned during registration that the two young female teachers were assistant teachers in Shen Xiyin's class. One surnamed Wang and one surnamed Yang Sichen. Both were in their 20s, graduates of a professional early childhood education school with excellent credentials. Teacher Wang walked over with a smile and bent down. "Hello, Shen Xiyin." Shen Xiyin instinctively leaned closer to Yang Fan, then looked at the teacher timidly. After all, she was still somewhat unused to strangers. "Say hello to Teacher Wang." Yang Fan stroked his daughter's head encouragingly. "Hello, Teacher Wang." At home, Shen Xiyin had taught Shen Xiyin such manners. But now she felt shy. She murmured in a soft, thin voice, then quickly shrank back to Yang Fan's side. The two teachers truly lived up to their professional training. Within just a few words, they had put Shen Xiyin at ease. "Shen Xiyin, how about Teacher Xiyin takes you to see your classroom?" Teacher Xiyin took Shen Xiyin's hand. Shen Xiyin said nothing, but looked back at Yang Fan. Only when she saw her father nod did she answer with a soft yes. Yang Fan followed them to a classroom where 5 or 6 other children were already present. A somewhat older female teacher walked out. "Hello, I am the head teacher of the sunflower class. My surname is Chu." "Hello, Teacher Chu. I'll entrust Shen Xiyin to you." Yang Fan felt a pang in his nose. Teacher Chu smiled at Yang Fan and said, "Don't worry, Shen Xiyin's dad. We'll take good care of Shen Xiyin. If anything happens, we'll be sure to communicate with you parents promptly." Yang Fan nodded, crouched down, straightened his daughter's clothes, and said gently, "Daddy has to go now. Be a good girl, okay?" Shen Xiyin patted Yang Fan's shoulder. "Daddy, you be good. I'll come back early." Yang Fan was taken aback, his expression caught between laughter and tears. It wasn't just Yang Fan. The 3 teachers also exchanged bewildered glances. Yang Fan walked out of the kindergarten and composed himself. He should have been glad that Shen Xiyin hadn't cried and that none of the prepared tips had been needed. Yet for some reason a sudden sense of loss crept into his heart. He walked his own way, rounded a corner, and arrived at a door marked staff only. He pressed the fingerprint lock, and it clicked open. Pushing the door open, he stepped into a small room of less than 10 square meters. At the far end was the elevator. This was one of the hidden elevators in Yang Fan's residence. Ever since he had been spotted taking the elevator to the lobby last time, he had been using this one. He had only learned of it after taking over the central control computer. It turned out the residence had many hidden places unknown to outsiders. For example, the garage and a hidden elevator lobby on every floor. Yang Fan returned home listlessly and found Shen Xiyin sitting on the sofa. Surprised, he asked, "Don't you have work today?" Shen Xiyin's eyes were reddened. Instead of answering Yang Fan's question, she launched straight into a rapid-fire barrage. How was it? Did Shen Xiyin cry? How was she feeling? Did she throw a tantrum? Yang Fan shook his head with a wry smile. "Even if you hadn't asked, I was going to tell you. Our daughter is just too easy to raise. The other kids were crying, but she didn't. She even comforted me. She didn't cry." A faint trace of disappointment flickered in Shen Xiyin's eyes. Cough, not exactly. Later she said she missed mommy and her tears kept welling up in her eyes. But in the end she was very obedient. She held back her tears and only let them fall after I left. Yang Fan had decided to tell a little white lie. The little one needed comforting and the big one needed it even more. If Shen Xiyin knew that Shen Xiyin had never once mentioned her, she would probably be hurt all over again. Hearing this, as expected, Shen Xiyin felt a pang of sorrow and her nose stung. She pouted, reached out to hit Yang Fan, and said crossly, "You're still laughing. Our daughter is crying and you can still laugh. How can you laugh?" Yang Fan caught her hand and protested, "I'm not laughing. It's pride. Our Shen Xiyin is much better than other kids. You didn't see the other child crying so pitifully, loud and messy, almost lifting the roof off. And his mother was just the same. Probably hearing the crying made her sad and her tears streamed down too." Yang Fan used this as material to compare with Shen Xiyin, but he didn't notice that Shen Xiyin had already turned from cloudy to stormy. Shen Xiyin had been holding back her emotions for a long time, suppressing them deep inside. Now hearing Yang Fan's words, it was like a floodgate had opened, and everything surged out. Tears fell uncontrollably, and she choked with grievance, sobbing. I'm a mother too. My heart hurts too. Yang Fan was stunned. In all this time, it was the first time he had seen Shen Xiyin in such a state. So the woman with such a strong exterior had a heart just as soft as ever. Shen Xiyin wept tears like rain on pear blossoms. Yang Fan felt utterly helpless. He had remembered to prepare a strategy for Qinshan, but not one for Shen Xiyin. Don't cry. Qinshan is right downstairs. How about I take you to see her? No. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back. Shen Xiyin, tears still on her face, pouted and turned around, pounding Yang Fan's chest with her small fists. It's all your fault, saying those things and making me cry. It's all my fault. At times like this, he should just pull her straight into his arms. Anything else was superfluous. Shen Xiyin's sobs hitched. Feeling the warmth of Yang Fan's body, her small fists momentarily forgot to keep pounding. Go ahead and cry. You'll feel better if you let it out. Yang Fan stroked her glossy black hair. The strands slipped through his fingers, and the silken touch made his heart ripple with emotion. After a short daze, her concern for her daughter won out. Curled up in Yang Fan's arms, she whispered tearfully, I'm still worried about Qinshan. What if her classmates bully her? What if nobody plays with her? It's all right. If you're really that worried, we can secretly go take a look. Qinshan is adorable. She must be just as popular as her mother. Yang Fan comforted her in a gentle voice. Shen Xiyin slowly raised her head and asked with a sob, really? Of course. Yang Fan looked absolutely sure. But I can't bear to have her leave home. Thinking about it makes me miserable. Yang Fan was helpless in turn. It was you who insisted on sending her to kindergarten. Women really are fickle creatures. Even so, he still had to comfort her. When children grow up, they have to leave their parents' wings. That's how they learn independence and strength, and it will be greatly beneficial to their future. Shen Xiyin didn't answer, just shook her head. Women are emotional beings. Reasoning with them is useless. Her hair smelled lovely, fragrant like flowers, a touch sweet like spring. Don't worry. I'm here. Shen Xiyin stopped crying and sniffled softly. Can you not go to work today? I want to wait here for Qinshan to come home. Okay. If you want to go, we'll go. If you don't, we won't. I can support you and Qinshan. Yang Fan looked at her with tender affection. I'll make you something good later. You get some rest, and we'll wait for Qinshan to come home together. Shen Xiyin burrowed against Yang Fan's chest, feeling how warm this shelter was. Yang Fan felt his heart pounding wildly. It wasn't that Shen Xiyin's soft body stirred him much, though a man who has been starved of intimacy for a long time can be ignited by the tiniest spark, but that wasn't what was on his mind. That heartbeat was like two magnets of opposite poles meeting. A destined attraction was at work. If he could, Yang Fan wished he could embrace her until the end of the world. However, obviously there was no need to wait until the end of the world. Shen Xiyin was after all not a woman of the clinging sort. Once she regained her wits, she felt the quiet atmosphere seemed tinted with a wine-red, intoxicating ambiguity. Shen Xiyin raised her head, gently biting her red lower lip. Looking into Yang Fan's burning eyes, she said reproachfully, how long do you intend to hold me? Forever. At that moment, Yang Fan felt the BGM playing again, happiness rippling. Mushy. Shen Xiyin sat up on her own. Yang Fan found Shen Xiyin's mood hard to read, but he didn't want to be presumptuous, so he smiled, and let go though he was reluctant. The two returned to a normal sitting posture. Shen Xiyin raised her hand to brush back her tear-dampened hair, and casually tucked it behind her ear. Here, wipe your face. Yang Fan thoughtfully handed her the tissue box. Shen Xiyin gave a small nod, feeling that she had appeared a little flustered just now. Actually, this was human nature. Whether it was a kindergarten right next door, or a university far away, whenever a child leaves, a mother's heart aches. Alright, you go get busy. I want to watch TV. Shen Xiyin pushed Yang Fan gently, as if she didn't want him to see her looking so disheveled. Fine. Yang Fan left, turning his head back every few steps. Meanwhile, Shen Xiyin turned on the TV, grabbed a few bags of snacks, curled up on the sofa, and watched with gusto. A drama starring herself. What the heck? Yang Fan shook his head helplessly, opened his computer, and began searching for mold factories. To assemble the Haiyao, a frame was needed to house it. That wasn't hard. Any mold factory could machine one. Many famous computer brands at home and abroad were produced by domestic mold OEMs, and the quality was extremely solid. Before long, Yang Fan found a fairly well-known mold factory located in Modu. After communication, the factory agreed to rush production according to Yang Fan's requirements. Next, he bought a batch of cooling equipment and called the building management to have a fiber optic cable installed. In the end, he had spent more than 500,000 yuan in total. The largest expense was the mold, which alone cost over 300,000 yuan. After all, it needed a custom design, could not be mass-produced, and was a one-off item. In the kindergarten, Qinshan sat in a daze, seemingly not knowing what to do. At one moment, she suddenly felt very wronged. Instinctively, she looked up to search for her father, but then she remembered. This was kindergarten, and her father was not here. In the class, besides Qinshan, there was one other new child that day, the little boy they had met earlier who had been crying endlessly. Children's tears are contagious. After he came into the classroom, his tears kept falling, sobbing so hard, he was out of breath, and he set off the other children already in the class. Fortunately, there were 3 teachers in the class, and with Qinshan and the little boy included, there were only 8 children in total. Otherwise, they really couldn't have calmed them all down. Wah, please stop crying. Your tears are making me want to cry too. Right beside them, a slightly chubby little girl suddenly burst into loud wails. That piercing wail instantly jolted Shen Xiyin. The wellspring of tears she had been carefully brewing evaporated in an instant. She gaped at the little girl, stunned, unable to snap out of it for a long while. Teacher Wang hurried over and lifted the vocal little girl onto her lap. Xiyin, you're not new here anymore. Why on earth are you crying too? I don't know either. I just saw them. When they cried, I felt like crying too. Her chubby hands rubbed her teary eyes as she looked at the teacher with a deeply aggrieved expression. Returning to her senses, Shen Xiyin found her own emotions had already passed. She decided to simply stop crying and sat at her designated spot, opening her small school bag to take out its contents one by one. These were all wonderful items her Baba had prepared for her, snacks, toys, and more. Gradually, the wailing in the classroom subsided. Or rather, the children's attention was entirely captivated by what Shen Xiyin had unpacked. A little girl, her face streaked with dried tears, stared unblinkingly at Shen Xiyin and the small table laden with treasures before her. What is that? A tear-streaked little girl asked timidly. This is a fairy wand. With the right chant, you can transform into a super pretty soldier. Shen Xiyin solemnly repeated the words Yang Fan had taught her. So beautiful, the little girl murmured, eyes full of envy. Yes, and it lights up too. Shen Xiyin flipped the switch, spun it in a wide arc with her hand, and declaimed, Moon Prism Power, make up. By the power of the moon, I shall punish you in the name of love and justice. Sailor Moon. That's amazing. The children nearby stared at her with starry-eyed admiration. There was no doubt these toys came from the black iron box Yang Fan had discovered. No matter the principle behind it, it seemed to contain artifacts from two entirely different worlds. In this world, the animation industry had barely taken root, and children's cartoons were still in their nascent stages. Naturally, the iconic Sailor Moon from her past life did not exist here. Noticing all the children had flocked over, the three teachers exchanged surprised glances. Then what about this? The new little boy from that day finally stifled his sobs and pointed a trembling finger at a model sword. Shen Xiyin picked up the sword, swept it through an elegant arc, and pointed it toward the ceiling. Grunt to me power. I am Shiare. She remembered that in her past life this cartoon had triggered a superheroine craze across the entire continent. The masterful characterization of both heroes and villains was arguably the show's greatest triumph. Coupled with its impeccable dubbing, it remained etched in countless minds for years afterward. That rallying cry had once been known to every man, woman, and child. Yet here it sparked sheer astonishment. Even the three teachers were drawn over, utterly fascinated by the novelty. Indeed, Shen Xiyin carried the bloodline of Shen Xiyin. She thoroughly enjoyed this sensation of being the center of attention. Could I borrow this to look at? The very first little girl shyly stood before Shen Xiyin, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the fairy wand. It must be said that these children possessed remarkably well-raised manners. Despite the clear longing in their eyes, not a single one rushed forward to snatch or clamor for the toys. Here, take it. You're now my guardian pretty soldier. Shen Xiyin generously pressed the wand into the little girl's hands. Thank you. The little girl's face lit up with delight, but she quickly tilted her head in confusion. But what exactly is a guardian pretty soldier? Oh, it's just someone who protects me. But I'm very powerful, so I don't actually need you to guard me. It was something Yang Fan had told her, that every princess requires protectors. Okay, then I'll be your guardian pretty soldier from now on. Could you please teach me the transformation chant? Listen closely, Shen Xiyin instructed. Moon Prism Power, make up. By the power of the moon, I shall punish you in the name of love and justice. Sailor Moon. I want to be your guardian warrior too. Me too. Me too. Seeing the little girl receive the wand, the others couldn't contain their envy and promptly crowded around, chipping in. The three teachers were left torn between laughter and exasperation at this brood of children. Once every child had been handed a toy, Teacher Chu clapped her hands gently. All right, everyone, let's quiet down now. Little ones, we have two new friends joining us today. Since none of you know each other, yet why don't we all go around and introduce ourselves, shall we? Yay. The little ones were still riding high on their excitement. Teacher Xiyin and Teacher Wang organized the children to form a circle, holding hands as they sat together. Let's start with Yunyun, shall we? Yunyun was the first little girl to receive the wand. Slightly timid by nature, she stood up and said softly, my name is Lu Yunyun, and I am 4 years old. Pausing for a moment, she pointed at Shen Xiyin and added brightly, I'm her guardian pretty soldier. Next up was the little boy who had been crying earlier. My name is Fang Xintong, and I'm 5 years old. He then swept his model sword through the air. I'm a guardian warrior too. Children like this, united in a shared activity, were brimming with vigor. Even after sitting down, the little boys sat with their chests puffed out proudly. I'm a guardian warrior too. Me too. The classroom instantly descended into cheerful chaos, once more forcing the three teachers to step in and restore order again. It was Shen Xinin's turn next. The little girl stood up, thought for a moment, and said, my name is Yang Sichen, and I am 4 years old. I have a super awesome Baba. You can call me Shen Xiyin, my Baba and Mama both call me that. After all 8 children had introduced themselves to one another, Teacher Chu smiled warmly. Let us give a warm welcome to Shen Xiyin and Tong Tong for joining our sunflower class. Applause erupted moments later. Shen Xinin's face beamed with joy, her spirits soaring. For the first time she began to truly look forward to her kindergarten life. As noon approached, Teacher Xiyin and Teacher Chu departed to help serve lunch, leaving Teacher Wang to supervise. Grunami power. I am Shiare. Moon prism power make up. Balala energy Michaela, transform. Awaken my small cosmos. Shen Xiyin drew the telescoping magic wand from her waist and declared, Key of darkness, reveal your true power before me. Now in the name of my master Sakura, I command you. Release. For the first time Teacher Wang felt her duties were wonderfully light. Watching the children play and romp around, she found herself fighting the urge to join in herself. True to the expectations Shen Xiyin had on her very first day at kindergarten, already become the undisputed center of attention, the one everyone vied to protect. Yang Fan and Shen Xiyin likely had no idea. While they fretted at home, Shen Xiyin was thoroughly enjoying herself at kindergarten. Though Yang Fan usually played with her, nothing matched the joy of frolicking alongside peers her own age. Surrounded by a cluster of little friends, Shen Xiyin had absolutely no lingering thoughts of her baba. Seeing Shen Xiyin watching so engrossed, the Yang Fan did not disturb her. He rose to stretch his limbs, refilled the automatic feeder of the ornamental fish tank, and trimmed the plants in the garden. Having gone over a month without maintenance, these plants had grown wildly out of shape. Fortunately, the indoor air purification system kept dust at bay. Otherwise tidying such a vast house would have been utterly exhausting. As for hiring domestic help, Yang Fan had never cultivated such habits. If everything were delegated to others, there would be neither the warmth of daily life nor the essence of home. When Yang Fan finished his chores, he found the drama still playing on television, while Shen Xiyin had fallen asleep leaning against the sofa. He fetched a blanket from the bedroom and gently draped it over her. Even in slumber, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Yang Fan could only sigh that modern people were woefully lacking in expressive language, having nothing more than handsome or beautiful to describe such radiance, a far cry from the literary richness of the ancients. Chao Shuichin in Dreams of the Red Chamber described Lin Dayu's entrance thus: two brows like misty arcs half furrowed in quiet sorrow, a pair of eyes brimming with unspoken tenderness. A trace of melancholy rested upon her dimpled cheeks, while delicate illness lent her form an ethereal grace. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, her breath came in soft, gentle sighs. Still and serene, she was like a tender flower reflected in water, in motion like a willow swaying in the wind. Her mind surpassed even bygone's subtlety, and her fragile beauty surpassed that of Lady Shi Shi by 3 measures. The Book of Songs in the Ode Wei Feng Shuoran praised Lady Zhuang, wife of Duke Zhuang of Wei. Her fingers like soft new shoots, her skin like congealed fat, her neck like the jawbone of a silk moth, her teeth like orderly pumpkin seeds. Her forehead broad and smooth, her eyebrows like curved moth antennae, her charming smile most bewitching, her luminous eyes most captivating. In the Peacock Fly's Southeast, Lulanji was described thus: upon her feet silk slippers delicate and fine, upon her head tortoiseshell ornaments gleaming. About her waist flowing white silk girdled, at her ears moon-shaped jade pendants hung. Her fingers like peeled green onions, her lips like lips holding crimson cinnabar. Her graceful steps were delicate and refined, unsurpassed in all the world. Song Yu in his Excellency Deng Tuzi's fondness for women praised the maiden next door: at a hair's breadth, and she would be too tall; subtract a hair's breadth, and she would be too short. Apply powder, and she would be too white; apply rouge, and she would be too red. Her brows like emerald feathers, her skin like snow, her waist like a bound skein of silk, her teeth like shells gleaming. A single graceful smile could bewitch the men of Yangqing and confound the people of Zaikai. Xiao Zhi in Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River described the divine consort Fuxi: her figure was perfectly proportioned, neither too plump nor too thin, neither too tall nor too short. Her shoulders were like carved ivory, her waist like silk bound tight. She elongated her graceful neck, revealing pristine whiteness beneath her garments. No fragrant oils were needed, no face powder applied. Her cloud-like hair was piled high in towering elegance, her finely arched brows curled and refined. Her ruddy lips shone brilliantly, her white teeth gleamed within. Her bright eyes were agile and alluring, her dimples deep and enchanting. Her extraordinary beauty and graceful elegance were matched only by her tranquil composure and poised demeanor. In Dreams of the Red Chamber, the portrayal of the bewitching immortal is extraordinarily vivid. Her smile outshines spring peaches, her hair piled like clouds upon emerald peaks. Her lips part like cherry blossoms, her pearly teeth carry the fragrance of pomegranate. Her slender waist dances like swirling wind and drifting snow, her pearl and jade adornments glitter and gleam, her forehead adorned with golden yellow. Wandering among the flowers, she is fit to be smelled and admired. Lingering beside the pond, she seems to fly and rise like a spirit. Her moth-like brows curve with a half-smile as if she would speak, yet holds her tongue. She might make Lady Shi Shi blush with shame, and Wang Chong feel truly unworthy. In Journey to the West, the poem describing the white-boned spirit's beauty reads: ice-like flesh, concealing jade bones, her collar revealing the smoothness of her chest. Willow-shaped brows piled with dark verdant dye, almond eyes flashing with silver stars. Her visage as lovely as the moon, her nature naturally pure and clear. Her body lithe as a swallow hidden among willows, her voice like a warbler trilling through the forest. Reading such verses, one might feel the words themselves surpass the beauty of the women they describe. Yang Fan felt that any one of these poems would be an adequate tribute to Shen Xiyin. Had she lived in ancient times, she would undoubtedly have been renowned as a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. Taking advantage of Shen Xiyin's nap, Yang Fan retired to the kitchen and transferred the delicacies from the package lest he be unable to explain them once she awoke. The dishes removed from the package were still warm. Yang Fan placed them into the kitchen's temperature-controlled cabinet, so they could be served directly when needed. Hardly had he finished when his phone rang. It was LV Man. Since his relationship with Shen Xiyin had thawed, LV Man's role had become negligible, and they had not been in contact for quite some time. Yang Fan, is Xiyin with you? On the phone, LV Man's tone was as cold as ever, showing him no courtesy whatsoever. Yang Fan was long accustomed to this, and paid it no mind. Yes, she is. Is there something you need from her? If I wanted to speak with her directly, I would have called her instead of you. You want something from me? Could we meet and talk? I'm downstairs at your place. All right, wait a moment. Yang Fan was quite puzzled. What could she possibly want with him? Aside from Chen Xiyin and Shen Xiyin, they had no other entanglements. Yang Fan went downstairs and searched the lobby for a long while, then stepped outside to look around the vicinity, but could find no sign of LV Man. Was this woman playing games with him? Shortly after his phone rang, LV Man sounded flustered and irritated. Aren't you coming out at all? Please, dear sister, I'm already downstairs. Where on earth are you? Yang Fan was utterly exasperated. Who was leading him on here? Nonsense. LV Man snapped outright. Your building's entrance is barely the size of a coin. If I were downstairs, wouldn't I have spotted you? Hold on, didn't you know I moved? Yang Fan quickly realized it. Did she not tell you? There was suddenly silence on the other end of the line. Come over to People's Square. There's a cafe called Manshiguang Coffee. I'll be waiting there. Yang Fan lifted his head and spied a coffee shop not far away. Since they were going to discuss matters, it hardly seemed appropriate to talk on the main road. Wait there. LV Man hung up abruptly. Yang Fan found a window seat and ordered a cappuccino. Sipping his coffee, he gazed out at the street scenery beyond the glass. This had once been his dream of a life. Leisurely, carefree, suffused with a literary romanticism. Roughly 20 minutes later, LV Man arrived at last, her face set cold as she sat opposite him. I'm not in debt to you, am I? Yang Fan asked tentatively. Seeing her expression, he himself was uncertain. Yang Fan, I am not here to joke around. LV Man drew a breath as though composing herself before continuing slowly. I do not know what spell you have cast over Xiyin, but I imagine you ought to know that the two of you belong to entirely different worlds. Go on. Yang Fan lifted his cup of coffee, leaned back in his chair, and let the faintest smile touch his lips. It was the same old argument, one he had heard more than once before. Xiyin is currently enjoying an upward trajectory in her career, attracting widespread media attention. Do you understand what your presence implies? If the media were to discover this, it would deal a devastating blow to her career. LV Man caught her breath and paused. Of course, I am not asking you to leave her entirely, since Xinshin's existence makes that virtually impossible. But I do hope you will keep your distance from her as much as possible. All you bring her is negative impact. Xiyin is already exhausted from caring for Xinshin. Oh, could you please stop adding to her troubles? Yang Fan set down his coffee cup. Are you finished? Then I will take my leave now. Xiyin is waiting for me to have lunch together. You. LV Man rose indignantly. Had all those words been spoken to empty air? Do not think you can use Xiyin's compassion to chain her to you. As long as I am here, you will not succeed. Yang Fan paused mid-step, startled. Compassion? LV Man sneered. Do not think I am unaware. Without pretending to be pitiful and using Chen as an excuse, could you possibly have afforded to buy a house here? Was it not all Xiyin's money? Yang Fan was at a loss for words. Having no desire to explain further, he merely shook his head and walked straight out of the cafe. LV Man's prejudice against him ran far too deep. Back upstairs, Shen Xiyin was nowhere to be found on the sofa, and the blanket had been neatly folded to one side. Where had she gone? Just as Yang Fan was pondering this, he heard rustling sounds coming from the kitchen. Shen Xiyin held the lid of the thermal container in one hand, while leaning forward to sniff the fragrance of the food. A look of pure bliss spread across her face. Ahem. Yang Fan stood in the doorway with his arms crossed, watching her with an amused half-smile. Oh my. Shen Xiyin, caught red-handed like a child stealing snacks, hastily defended herself. I was drawn over by the aroma. I thought you were cooking. You can smell it from all the way over there. Yang Fan teased. Your sense of smell is truly remarkable. The kitchen was quite far from the living room, and with the thermal container sealed and the kitchen door closed, he couldn't even catch a whiff standing right at the entrance. Flustered and embarrassed that her excuse had been exposed, Shen Xiyin stomped her foot indignantly. This palace is hungry. Quick, serve the meal. This humble servant obeys your decree. Having just acted as a eunuch, Yang Fan instantly fell into character. It made Shen Xiyin laugh until she doubled over. Flying dragon soup is served. Shen Xiyin had been eagerly waiting at the dining table. Hearing the name, she couldn't help but smile. Flying dragon soup. Isn't that just chicken soup? Don't try to fool me. This dish was one of the top 10 famous dishes from Yang Fan's past life, but it did not exist in this world, so it was natural that Shen Xiyin had never heard of it. You wouldn't know about this, would you? Flying dragon refers to the hazel hen, a small bird abundantly found in the forests of the Xiyin Mountains. There are two methods for preparing flying dragon soup. One way is to place the cleaned and chopped flying dragon meat into boiling water with salt, then pour out the soup from the pot. After about 2 minutes, add some wild chives, and it's ready to eat. The other method involves sprinkling salt on the flying dragon meat first, then holding the meat in one hand, while continuously ladling boiling water from the pot over it with the other hand, turning it as you pour. Once it is about 60% cooked, add the whole bird along with the wild chives and boil for another 10 seconds before serving. To preserve the original freshness of the soup, no seasonings or soy sauce should be added. As he spoke, Shen Xiyin had already taken a spoonful with her soup spoon. Her eyes lit up the moment it touched her tongue, so flavorful. After several mouthfuls, she finally looked up. This soup is delicious. Why have I never heard of it before? It's not well known, mainly because the ingredients are good. I happened to come across them while grocery shopping earlier, and it just came to mind. Yang Fan felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. Just drink your soup. Why ask so many questions? Fearing she would continue questioning, he quickly retreated to the kitchen. Fortunately, besides the flying dragon soup, the other dishes also existed in this world. Dong and chicken dompa, pork rock sugar lotus seeds. It was undeniable that Chinese people had reached the pinnacle of culinary exploration. The recipes from both worlds shared 99% similarity. Rock sugar lotus seeds, my absolute favorite, Shen Xiyin said, happily, resembling a delighted child. However, as she ate, her pace slowed, and gazing at the exquisite dishes on the table, a few tears suddenly dropped. What's wrong? Yang Fan was taken aback. It's just food. Surely it doesn't warrant such emotion. I wonder what Shen Xiyin had for lunch today, whether she liked it, and what if she wasn't full? Realizing she was worried about their daughter, Yang Fan's heart also tightened, and they both let out a long sigh. Shall we go check on her downstairs? Yang Fan suggested. Shen Xiyin seemed tempted but hesitated. Isn't that inappropriate? Yang Fan thought for a moment, then got up to fetch his laptop, typing out lines of code before pressing enter. A grid of surveillance footage instantly appeared on the screen. When he showed the laptop to Shen Xiyin, she was completely stunned, her face lighting up with surprise. How did you do that? Their monitoring system connects to the building's central control. I obtained the access through someone I know. Shen Xiyin did not press further and immediately began scanning the footage for their daughter's figure. Noticing Chen Chen was eating, she zoomed in on the camera. The food looked decent enough. The two of them spent the meal watching their daughter while finishing the dishes on the table. After the meal, Yang Fan projected the footage onto the large screen. Shen Xiyin sat quietly watching, not showing any sign of boredom. Yang Fan, however, lacked that patience. After watching for a while and finding nothing amiss, he returned to his computer to get to work. He needed to hurry and continue writing the sequel to Jade Dynasty, since once the sea monster framework was established, he would have a series of matters to attend to. This novel held a particularly important place in his heart, a sentiment that would never fade. Zhang Xiaofan, an ordinary and unremarkable name, perfectly mirrored the assessment he received when he first entered Qingyun sect. Through inferiority and silence, the trajectory of his growth bore deep scars, and the sparkle in his eyes grew dimmer. Especially when facing his bright-eyed, beautiful senior sister Tianling, and he could only swallow his first love's awkwardness, which completely turned to despair after Qi Hao appeared. Yet under destiny's capricious hands, he was seemingly destined for more than mediocrity. Possessing both Buddhist and Taoist foundations while wielding the world's most sinister artifact, the soul-devouring staff, his simple and innocent face eventually transformed through countless variables. Plunging into the ancient cave of 10,000 bats, his palms touched loose swekis in life-and-death moments. In the blood-dripping cave, he relied on Biao for survival. Sinking into the nether abyss, he witnessed the fox demon's contemptuous smile toward life, death, good, and evil as they embraced and leaped into the magma, wavering his faith amid the words of the crowd at Wan Renwang. It seemed everything was gradually building, with undercurrents foretelling the arrival of an epical catastrophe, irreversible damnation. On the jade pure hall, the seven-colored radiance of the Zhu Xian sword formation was beyond compare, yet it was that frail body that received the strike. Biao, why must you be so foolish? Among 100 flowers, why does the one blooming in your hand bear the name Heartbreak? Is the Hahuan bell destined for sorrow? 9 netherine spirits, all heavenly gods and demons. I offer my blood and flesh as sacrifice. For 3 lifetimes and 7 reincarnations may I fall into the underworld for love alone, refusing to regret, even in death. The affection spell was chanted softly, wagering life and soul itself to counter the Zhu Xian sword. Biao's passionate and direct love ultimately drove Xiaofan to abandon righteousness and join the demonic sect without hesitation. That sword strike killed not merely the figure in green, but completely destroyed Xiaofan's entire belief system, giving rise to the lonely yet bewildered man of 10 years later. Ghostly, seeing the name made him gasp in shock at first, but with each reading his heart ached more and more, even felt a pang of sympathy. As the #1 general of the Ghost King sect, second only to the Ghost King himself, he waged campaigns of slaughter with ruthless indifference, leaving rivers of blood and mountains of corpses wherever he went. The crimson glow of the soul-devouring staff illuminated his cold face in incomprehensible sorrow, seeping through the unfamiliarity. He was no longer the timid, innocent Xiyin disciple. Instead, he was now defiant and unruly, his eyes and lips dripping with cold mockery toward this world's so-called justice and evil. And his assistance to the Ghost King in expanding territory was not for personal glory, but simply to repay a debt. Yang Fan spent the whole afternoon cranking out several 100,000 words, still reluctant to stop. He finally paused, not because he was tired, but because Shen Xiyin would soon be out of school. Lando International Kindergarten valued quality over quantity in its students, with no more than 30-odd children in total. So not many parents waited outside the gate, and most of them knew one another, gathering in twos and threes to chat. Families who sent their children to Lando were, if not exceedingly rich and powerful, at least comfortably upper middle class. Sending children here also served as a means for parents to expand their social circles. Looking around, the fathers were in suits and leather shoes, the mothers in silk dresses and gowns. Yang Fan, in his baggy shorts and short-sleeved shirt, was highly conspicuous, especially with a pair of flip-flops on his feet. He looked altogether too casual. He had simply dressed the way he did at home, thinking he was just going downstairs. Changing clothes would have been too much trouble. Even so, he did not encounter the fabled face-slapping plotline from the stories. In fact, a few people came over to chat warmly. "May I ask your surname, sir? You look quite unfamiliar." Judging by appearances did not apply here, for anyone who could send a child to Lando was hardly short of a decent set of clothes. "My surname is Yang. I just brought my child here today. No wonder we haven't seen you before. What kind of work do you do, Mr. Yang?" another person asked. "I work in the literary field." Yang Fan didn't outright say that he wrote web novels. Although no profession is inherently humble, this phrasing sounded much more dignified. A small veneer of self-aggrandizement, for he had yet to attain perfect equanimity with so many eyes upon him. "So you're a great literary master. My respects. You flatter me truly. What I envy most are you cultured folk, unlike us who reek of copper coins." Yang Fan could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. Apparently deciding that Yang Fan's profession wasn't quite in their league, the group went back to their own conversations. "President Li, congratulations on securing those 52 land parcels. That's another big fortune in the making, isn't it? Don't forget your little brother then. I'm nowhere near your level. Look at you. You've signed a shipping agreement with Panama. That's something money can't buy. I just have a few worn-out ships, barely enough to support my family." Just as Yang Fan was starting to take them seriously, President Li added, "If ocean freighters are worn-out ships, then every other vessel might as well be a tiny sampan." "President Wang, you're too modest. President Wang, you're being too modest. In my opinion, none of US can compare to old Liao. His tech company has expanded all the way to America. Right, I heard they're going to ring the bell at NASDAQ. He's the truly busy one." As the group chatted, a bespectacled man handed his briefcase casually to the secretary beside him and walked over. "Hey, President Liao is here." "Oh, President Liao, long time no see." "Indeed, it's been a long time. What brings you to pick up your child today, President Liao?" Their faces were full of enthusiasm, and President Liao instantly became the center of attention. "My wife is pregnant, so she's been resting recently." President Liao smiled courteously and exchanged pleasantries with everyone. "Congratulations, congratulations." Yang Fan ignored them all, his mind focused on why his daughter still hadn't left school. Hadn't he been told 430? Why hadn't she come out yet? He had no idea that Shen Xiyin had deliberately told him school ended half an hour earlier than it did, just to get him out of the house sooner. In other words, Shen Xiyin wouldn't be dismissed until 5. "This gentleman looks unfamiliar," President Liao said, looking at Yang Fan. It had to be said that Yang Fan's attire achieved a 200% head turn rate. "Mr. Yang works in the literary field." Before Yang Fan could open his mouth, someone had already answered for him. Yang Fan could only nod and smile. "Oh." President Liao was obviously intrigued. "What kind of literature do you work in, Mr. Yang?" "Web fiction." Yang Fan could only force himself to answer. "Web fiction is excellent. The industry is going through its golden age right now. Our company consulted professional appraisers, and it's absolutely one of the gold rush industries of the future." "May I ask what your company is called, Mr. Yang? If there is a chance we could cooperate." Yang Fan hadn't expected President Liao to have such deep research on web fiction. There was no denying that he was right. In his past life, numerous reading websites had gone public one after another, with market valuations no less than those of traditional industry giants. Indeed, it had great prospects. Everyone was surprised that President Liao had such high praise for the industry. They had originally sneered at web fiction, but now it seemed they had been mistaken. Many began to secretly scheme. "Sorry, I'm not in the web fiction industry. I'm only a web fiction writer, a small author hardly comparable to you big business tycoons." Yang Fan had grown weary of this kind of socializing. It was not his forte. He quickly revealed the truth, hoping the crowd would leave him be. Sure enough, the moment he said that, everyone's interest faded considerably. The web fiction industry had opened their eyes after President Liao's comments, but Yang Fan was merely a small-time author, no different in the end from a hired worker. Some even cast contemptuous looks. That was just how the real world worked. Even so, President Liao remained courteous. "Oh, that's fine too. What's the name of your work? I'll go home and read it." "Zhu Xian." President Liao was stunned for a second, then his eyes widened. "WH. What? Zhu Xian." He grabbed Yang Fan's arm in an instant, his face full of surprise. "Why you? Are you the great sunshine? What was going on?" The group was utterly baffled and Yang Fan was equally stunned. He had run into a fan. I'm Prairie Fire Spark. I'm your devoted fan. I've read Piao Miao 3 times. I follow Zhu Xiyin every day now. I can't sleep without it. That's right. This President Liao was none other than Liao Yuan, Yang Fan's fanatical bookworm. Prairie Fire Spark. You're my #1 patron. Yang Fan naturally remembered that ID. Every time he checked his backend, he would see this fellow's tips. He rarely missed a single day. This one person alone had tipped him several 100,000 yuan. It's me. Your Zhu Xiyin is brilliantly written. My wife and I both adore it. Yesterday we disagreed over Tianlinger, and I was banished to sleep on the sofa. President or no president, at this moment Liao Yuan was no different from an ordinary starstruck fan. Yang Fan was a bit embarrassed now. So many people were watching, and this was hardly the place to talk about such things. Zhu Xiyin. I'm reading that too. Are you the great sunshine? Oh my heavens. Finally I see you in the flesh. The internet says you were dumped by your first love, and that's why you created Tianling. Is that true? Zhu Xiyin had an extremely broad audience appealing to men and women young and old alike. Among these parents, Yang Fan had more fans than just Liao Yuan. Rumors, all rumors. Yang Fan felt both amused and helpless, wondering why kindergarten wasn't over yet. What is Zhu Xiyin? Is it that famous? A parent whispered to the person beside him. Not really. It just swept all the major charts, ranked first in online clicks with tens of millions of readers, and rakes in about 10 million a month. Damn. Not every parent was a billionaire like President Wang or President Li. For many, an annual revenue of tens of millions already counted as a large enterprise, and quite a few only earned a few million a year. A quarter of the parents were fans of Zhu Xiyin, asking for autographs and photos. Yang Fan felt his head swell like a bucket for a moment. Finally, kindergarten was over. Led by their teacher, the children filed out of the classroom one after another. Meanwhile, Liao Yuan, who had not a trace of fatherly awareness, kept chattering in his ear, "Great young Wang, I think we should organize a group to strengthen the reader's cohesion." Yang Fan turned around and said solemnly, "I'll leave it all to you. I'll announce it on the homepage as soon as I get back." "Okay, aren't you here to pick up your kid too? School's out." "All right." Finally, Liao Yuan stopped bothering him. Yang Fan stood on tiptoe, eagerly searching for the small figure that occupied his heart. Yang Fan first spotted Teacher Wang. He stared hard at the back, and after one child after another, Chinchin's little head finally appeared in his view. The little girl was surrounded by her playmates like stars around the moon. Yang Fan naturally knew why. She had simply bribed them with those toys. Chinchin. Yang Fan couldn't help getting excited at the sight of his daughter. Losing his usual composure, he raised his hand and called out. Hearing the voice, Chinchin's eyes lit up. She immediately looked toward the sound and saw her father standing tall among the waiting parents. "Daddy!" Chinchin called out joyfully. At that moment she forgot everything else, squeezed her way out of the crowd, and ran toward her father. "Hey, don't rush." Teacher Wang, standing nearby, couldn't grab her in time. The slender Chinchin had already wiggled out. Although there weren't many children in the kindergarten and safety wasn't a concern inside the building, with so many kids, a lack of order could easily lead to collisions and quite a bit of trouble. However, Chinchin was very nimble. She quickly ran to the door and joyfully leaped onto her father. "Daddy." "Chinchin." Yang Fan happily squatted down and hugged his daughter. Her soft little body and sweet coquettish voice overwhelmed him with fatherly bliss. Teacher Wang also chased after them, shaking her head helplessly. "Chinchin, you can't do that next time. What if you get hurt?" Yang Fan was a bit embarrassed. If he hadn't called out, Chinchin wouldn't have run out alone. "Sorry, Teacher Wang. I'll make sure she's careful next time." Back home, Shen Xiyin was preparing dinner. Chinchin was overjoyed to see her mother and pounced directly into her arms. "Go ask your father to wash your face, comb your hair, and look at how wrinkled your clothes are." Shen Xiyin was a typical case of a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Although she deeply cared about Chinchin, she always acted strict. Chinchin ran back to Yang Fan. "Daddy, all the kids like me, and they like your toys too. They all want to be my guardian warriors." Yang Fan patted her little head. He had seen everything through the surveillance footage. "So Chinchin, do you like going to kindergarten?" "Yes, I want to go again tomorrow. Interacting with peers greatly benefits a child's growth." Yang Fan was glad that Chinchin could make friends. "It's so late. You're still leaving?" After dinner, Yang Fan saw Shen Xiyin about to go. "Yeah, I still have some things to deal with back home. Tomorrow I'll be traveling around for press conferences. I'll leave Chinchin to you. Don't spoil her too much. Bad habits are hard to break once formed." "Okay, take care of yourself when you're out. Call me anytime if anything comes up." After seeing Shen Xiyin off, Yang Fan played with Chinchin for a while, then started to put her to sleep. This was no easy task. Usually Chinchin would not calm down until she had tossed and turned in bed for nearly an hour. "Chinchin, would you like Daddy to tell you a story? I want to hear about the little squirrel. Mommy tells it so well." Yang Fan awkwardly touched his nose. He didn't know that one, but in his past life he had a ton of Andersen's fairy tales and Grimm's fairy tales. "Mommy has told you that one before. Daddy will tell you something different." "All right then." Chinchin didn't seem very enthusiastic. In her heart, the little squirrel was the best story ever. The name of this story is The Little Mermaid. Deep in the vast ocean, there was a kingdom of fish. The Sea King had 6 beautiful daughters, and the youngest was even more beautiful than her sisters. She was kind and pure, with a wonderfully sweet voice. They lived freely and carelessly in the sea. Shen Xiyin looked up. Is there really a kingdom of fish in the sea? Yes, there is. But they are deep in the sea, so we can't see them. Yang Fan touched his daughter's hair, talking nonsense with a straight face. Sometimes their grandmother told them curious stories about the world above the sea, filling the youngest princess's heart with longing and aspiration for that world. Finally, when she turned 15, the little princess was allowed to rise to the surface. Excitedly, she looked around, wanting to take everything in. Just then a large ship approached her. On board were many richly dressed people celebrating the prince's birthday. When the little mermaid saw the handsome prince, she was deeply drawn to him. Does Shen Xiyin's grandmother also tell Shen Xiyin stories? Shen Xiyin suddenly thought of something and asked with wide eyes. She will. Yang Fan said insincerely. In fact, his family still didn't know about him and Shen Xiyin. Suddenly a violent storm broke out. The wind and waves destroyed the ship, and people fell into the water, sinking toward the seabed. The little mermaid risked her life to lift the prince's head with all her strength and pushed him onto the beach. She gently kissed his forehead, then hid in the water at a distance, waiting for someone to rescue him. Shen Xiyin tightly gripped Yang Fan's hand, as if she too felt tense. At that moment, many people came out of the church. A young girl discovered the prince. She called some people over and saved him. The prince woke up. He thought the girl had saved him, knowing nothing about the little mermaid. When she returned to the sea, the little mermaid confided her feelings to her sisters. The sisters told her who the prince was and pointed out where he lived. So the little mermaid resolved to find her beloved prince. She first went to the sea witch and begged her to help realize her wish to become human. The sea witch brewed a potion for her and told her to drink it before dawn. Her fish tail would then become human legs. Of course, this would be extremely painful, like being split open by a sharp knife. Moreover, every step she took would feel like her feet were being cut by a knife. Once she became human, she could never turn back into a fish and return to the sea. How pitiful. Daddy, help her. Shen Xiyin's eyes began to moisten. Shen Xiyin was instantly drawn into the scene by her father's description, her mood gradually reaching its peak. Yang Fan's voice was very gentle. The sea witch also told her that if the prince forgot his own parents because of his love for her and made her his wife, she would gain an immortal soul. If the prince married another woman, the little mermaid would die on the morning before the prince's wedding and turn into foam upon the sea. Damn it. Who said this was a bedtime story? Yang Fan was getting sleepy himself, but the little one was growing more and more energetic. What happened next? Did the mermaid princess end up with the prince? Shen Xiyin looked at her father with eager eyes. Yang Fan yawned. Afterwards, because the mermaid princess didn't go to sleep on time at night, she directly turned into sea foam without even getting to see the prince. Shen Xiyin froze for a moment, then her little mouth puckered, and she burst into a loud wah. Yang Fan rubbed his brow, and after half coaxing and half fooling her, finally managed to lull Shen Xiyin to sleep. He couldn't help sighing at how boundless children's energy was. Back in his room, Yang Fan took a deep breath and rubbed his hands together in excitement. During the day, he had held back from drawing the lottery because he was afraid that a sudden surge of excitement would make him lose control and make Shen Xiyin think he had gone crazy. 5 million reputation points. 500 chests. The thought alone was thrilling. The pointer spun madly, the wheel flashing bright and dark as chests piled up one by one in his inventory. Cyan light and silver light interweaved, making Yang Fan's heart surge. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. Yang Fan's eyes went wide and he was beside himself with joy. Another golden chest had appeared. Last time the golden chest had yielded a copy of the breathing art. After Yang Fan cultivated according to its methods, he often felt a stream of vital energy scurrying around his body. Yet he didn't know what this energy truly was. Although he had a vague guess, he didn't dare practice it recklessly and only studied it occasionally. Besides, he hadn't mastered the proper usage. Even if he practiced, it would be in vain. As for strengthening the body, could it be faster than attribute potions? What if he went into cultivation deviation like in the novels? That was no joke. As the saying goes, plan before acting. Yang Fan intended to understand it thoroughly before doing anything else. Now another golden chest had been opened. If it produced something similar, perhaps the two could mutually corroborate each other. Just as his thoughts were running wild, another golden light flashed. The second golden chest. Yang Fan's mouth went dry. His luck today was heaven-defying. The 5 million reputation points were soon squandered, leaving only a few odd remnants. Unsurprisingly, black iron chests accounted for 90% of the haul. The miscellaneous items they yielded were dazzling. Clothing, food, shelter, and travel, nothing was missing. However, their value was capped. Yang Fan discovered that no item drawn from any chest was worth more than 5,000 yuan. For example, a certain iPhone phone had never been drawn before. Yet not long ago, when iPhone's new generation product was released, this phone dropped to 4,998 yuan, and now it appeared directly in a black iron chest. Moreover, as long as an item matched the value limit, it could appear in a chest. For example, car parts, house doors and windows, and even a water pipe sold for 10 yuan per meter. He had drawn one over 400 meters long. Yang Fan felt that the system's OCD was far more severe than his own. There were more than 60 bronze chests. Using his title privilege, Yang Fan designated 5 health potions. This item was crucial supplies for him, so the more the better. As usual, he consumed all the attribute potions and set aside every potion with unknown effects for the time being. Last time, out of curiosity, Yang Fan dipped a chopstick into a drop of the super spicy potion. The moment it touched his mouth, he felt a volcano erupt inside him. His tongue instantly lost its sense of taste and could only feel pain. In the end, he even spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew his stomach had been wrecked by the spiciness. Fortunately, his body was far stronger than an ordinary person's. He forced himself to pour a health potion down his mouth, and although every abnormal symptom vanished without a trace, it still left him with lingering fear. What the hell? This wasn't super spicy potion, it was practically poison. Even with all his physical enhancements, he couldn't withstand 1 minute, let alone anyone else. This time the bronze chest likewise produced several new potions: breathing potion, farsight potion, sleeping potion, insulation potion. Toward potions with unknown effects, Yang Fan maintained a 3-no principle: don't be curious, don't experiment, don't pay attention. The silver chests were still worth anticipating. Yang Fan felt that if he kept opening chests like this one day, he would become omniscient and omnipotent. Who knew whether he would become God by then? Slaughter skill book: pig, very good, very powerful. Butchering pigs was also a craft. In ancient times, cook dissected oxen. Today, Yang Fan butchers pigs. Makeup skill book. He smiled and said nothing. Boulder smashing on the chest skill book. Very good, very powerful. 1,000 cups without getting drunk skill book. This one was passable. Golden spear never falls skill book. Yang Fan instantly glanced warily left and right. An unnatural flush flashed across his face. The system was really becoming more and more improper. Electrician skill book. Barehand blade catch skill book. Barehand durian split skill book. Eat watermelon without spitting seeds skill book. System, are you broken? Cooking skill book. Phew. Yang Fan let out a breath. At least this one was somewhat useful. When he was with Shen Xiyin, always taking delicious food from his backpack was not a long-term solution. Rock climbing skill book. It was utterly useless. Yang Fan was not an outdoor sports enthusiast. This time 11 skill books were drawn in total. Only the cooking skill was decent. As for the rest, well, the golden spear one was actually acceptable, but he had to make it clear that he had no use for it. As for catching a blade barehanded, splitting durians barehanded, eating watermelon without spitting seeds, and smashing boulders on one's chest, heh. Yang Fan was already burning with longing for the golden chest. This color, this texture, this. In short, it left those flashy cheap silver and bronze chests far behind. Sword Arts Primer. The chest opened and an ancient-looking book appeared. Several small seal script characters were written on its blue cover, giving it a strong martial arts secret manual vibe. Everyone has a wuxiao dream in their heart, and Yang Fan was no exception. In Gulong's writing, Yi Guqing, the Lord of White Cloud City, used a single move called Immortal from Beyond the Heavens, as flawless as the blue sky and white clouds. The descending strike was brilliant and swift, carrying a sword aura that chilled one to the marrow. Its sharpness was terrifyingly unstoppable. A sword beam flew diagonally through the air like a blinding flash of lightning, like a rainbow, streaking across the sky. On the night of the full moon atop the Forbidden City, a sword came from the west, an immortal from beyond the heavens. The duel atop the Forbidden City pushed the romance of the swordsman to its peak. Standing upright, robes whiter than snow, holding a 3-foot azure sword. It simply couldn't be cooler. Though it was completely useless in modern society, so what? A sword is a man's romance. Time to learn it. The next moment, Yang Fan's eyes were sharp and cold. His whole body exuded a keen edge, as if the man standing there was both a person and a sword. HM. Sword man.